Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're diving into straight-up cinema. Spooky castle vibes, bats swarming through the air, and an atmosphere so thick it feels like you could slice it with a butter knife. Dean just stands there, pure goth Chad energy, stalking the shadows while he waits for the hero to finally show up. Dean's the top demon lord, and that dark riz of his makes every NPC tremble on the spot. This guy Lyle storms in to challenge him, but for real, Lyle looks like he's 1 second away from tears, like he's trying way too hard to look tough. Dean's staring him down hard because he can tell this guy is built different. He's straight up grilling this guy's gear right in the middle of the fight, mocking that his sword is the only thing worth a damn, and the audacity is absolutely unreal. Dean erupts into wild laughter like a menace, then taunts the Elysium Temple for dumping someone as pathetic as a weakling. Lyle's shaking so violently I'm shocked he hasn't dropped his sword yet. Somebody get him a glass of milk, like right now. Dean's actually teaching him how to hold a weapon, because his stance is straight-up garbage. Lyle looks like he's halfway through a full-blown midlife crisis at just 20. Dean throws on a huge performance, blasting his full title to the world like he's about to kick off the main event at WrestleMania. But Lyle's grip keeps slipping, bro's down bad and it shows. And Dean is losing it, yelling for him to step up right now. Are you a hero or just a simple? Then without warning, the tension rips apart. Lil snaps screaming, "Cut it out," and the entire epic battle vibe gets killed on the spot. Turns out the whole thing is a staged play. Yeah, they're literally rehearsing a fake fight, and I feel totally scammed, but that twist, honestly, it's kinda fire. Lyle's raging that the script is painfully dumb, and yeah, he's not wrong, but damn, he's still a total crybaby. He's literally falling apart in tears because he can't bring himself to kill his lord. Bro's a full-on simp for his boss. Dean lets out a heavy sigh, snaps at the idiot to stop crying, and shoves the sword into his hands so they can finally get through the rehearsal. The stakes are sky-high because the village has one brutal job. It has to appease the Elysium Temple's NPCs by wiping out the demon lord. Dean kicks off a dramatic monologue about his titles, Lord of Nosferatu, Vampire Lord, and yeah, it sounds badass, but underneath it all, he's basically a lonely god begging to be seen. Look at that face, this is a man who's done with everyone's nonsense. Lyle calls it out. Dean hasn't drunk a single drop of blood, not once, so what's he even doing? A vampire with 0 vampire moves, total fraud. Dean admits he's not like other humans, and even he can't figure out where he truly came from. One day, he just materialized out of nowhere and started roaming the world like a glitchy, lost NPC. He spent years drifting around, hunting for that perfect thick waifu, and it just never showed up. His blood is straight up unreal. It's got over 10 billion times more magic power than a human's, like he got overleveled the moment he was born. He locked himself in the lab all day, tinkering nonstop with experiments, probably chasing the secret to brewing some next-level potions. But the villagers saw him kneeling there, hands soaked in blood, and instantly screamed monster. Classic NPC move, always snap judging before the truth even shows up. They rolled up with torches and pitchforks like they'd just stepped out of a Shrek scene. The noise never quit, and the hate kept hammering him nonstop, like being a gigachad and still getting bullied by farmers. For 50 years, they treated him like a monster, like he belonged on a do not invite list for life. He had no peaceful memories at all, just endless rain and a sadness that never let up. But then everything flipped the moment he stumbled on a fresh new spot. He stumbled on an abandoned castle and thought, yes, finally, maybe this place will give me the peace I've been begging for. But the nearby villagers were totally chill. They didn't care who he was, as long as he kept trouble well away. They even jumped in to help him fix the whole place. These villagers are the real MVPs, no question. Dean finally cracked a smile for once, locked in as a shut-in researcher and living his absolute best life. Even the village kids would creep up to his windows, peeking in like they were watching a horror show, just to catch a glimpse of what that scary lord was doing. He somehow turned his life around and became the village teacher, teaching the kids magic and math like he'd earned every bit of it. From demon lord to school principal, now that's a legit glow-up. They even shoved him a fancy chair and called it his throne, nothing flashy, just solid, legit work. For 150 years, he shielded them like a protective god, until the day he finally stumbled into a family of his own. That's why Lyle's sobbing like crazy. He sees Dean as a father figure, not some monster. But he can't wrap his head around this. Why does the good guy have to die, while the villains skate free? Dean lays it out. This all traces back to a deadly disease called Shimunbeu. A year back, this plague tore through the capital and started wiping people out, one by one. The Elysium Temple Holy Knights burst in, swearing that only faith and holy water could cure it, No joke, these guys reek of a scam. The crowd erupted for them like they'd handed salvation to the world, but deep down, all they wanted was power. More than 10,000 people died, and that holy water was nothing but a straight-up scam. The temple leader seethed with frustration as his fake cures failed to work, again and again. Then he stumbled on a rumor about Fira, a village where nobody was dying. Dean finally felt it. This disease had clawed its way to his home. He snapped into lockdown on the spot, hauling the infected straight to his castle to treat them. Dean's out here playing doctor, giving medical advice, sewing up masks, like he's the real-life superhero with a cape. Lyle burst in, shaking with terror, begging to save his family. Alice suddenly fell sick, caught the disease, and everything spiraled fast. Dean sprinted into her room, ready to do anything to save her. Poor Alice looked absolutely wrecked. This disease crawls over you and leaves you plastered in dark, ugly marks, and it's honestly brutal. Her condition was the deadliest of the bunch, and Dean knew he had to pull out his secret weapon right now. He looked at them like family, and there was no way in hell he'd let them die. He poured his missile blood into them and purged the curse, and then he even cashed in his own life force to save the whole village. Absolute Chad. But the temple caught wind of it, and let's just say they weren't thrilled that someone else was crushing their job better than they were. They finally figured it out. The Lord of Nosferatu wasn't a threat at all. He was the one saving their village. They tore through dusty old records, hunting for any proof to justify their hate for him. They straight up decided to pin the whole disease on him, claiming he'd caused it from the start. Like the villains didn't just cross the line, they burned it down. They spun a cruel story for the public, blaming the demon lord for the plague, so they could cover up their own failure. They even swore the villagers were trapped under his black magic spell, talk about fake news. They handed Lyle a brutal choice: strike Dean down with a holy sword, or watch the whole village get wiped off the map. Yeah, they really trapped him with no escape. No other exit existed. This decree was final, ironclad, and absolute. Dean, the ultimate gigagachad, looks Lyle dead in the eyes and dares him to end it, ready to throw his own life away if it keeps them safe. He knows the village is trapped under that decree, and this is the only shot he's got to save every last one of them. If Lyle slays the demon lord, the temple will finally trust him, and he'll stand between the danger and the people, no matter what. Lyle is crushed to the bone. He can't stand the idea that he's the one who has to do it. He blurts out, "What am I even supposed to tell Alice?" The moment she fires back, "Where'd your favorite lord go?" Alice straight up pictured herself as Dean's bride her whole life, and honestly, the taste is perfect, but the part that comes next is brutal. Lyle pleads with Dean to run for it, swearing the village will take the fall for him. Dean knows better than to fall for it. The temple won't be fooled that easily. They're sitting on ancient relics with enough power to shake the world, and if he so much as sprints, the whole village crumbles. Suddenly boom time up, and the knights are right there at the door, ready to strike. The holy knights stormed in, screaming that they'd purge the evil magician. No mercy, no delay. "Dean, it's time, we're starting the play for real." Dean slaps on a villain grin, cackling like a real monster so everyone buys it. Lyle whips his sword through the air, and that brutal shink slices the silence. Blood erupts everywhere. This isn't a performance anymore. Dean let the blade plunge straight through his chest, and he didn't even flinch or dodge. He whispers, "It surprisingly hurts," and I'm like, "No kidding, bro, you just got a holy blade shoved straight through your lungs." As death creeps in, he flashes back to the family he left behind in the village, and for once, that's all he needs. Seeing Alice's smile one last time hits him so hard. "Not crying, you're crying." He tells Lyle, "Don't waste the life I'm handing you." Then he adds with a sharp edge that this kind of weight crushes someone like Lyle, just a simp trying to survive it. The knights erupted into cheers, showering the hero with praise for crushing the evil lord. Dean's life is slipping away fast, pure pain, no excuses, and it hits him hard. He's not immortal like he believed. The lights are dying out. He locks eyes with Lyle one last time, then tells him, "You're not done, there's still work waiting." Lyle freezes in pure shock, and you can practically see it click. He just ended his best friend. With the fight finally over, he hoists the bloodied sword high and shouts his victory to the holy NPCs. The knights are roaring with joy, convinced they've finally crushed the fight and won. Dean's finally done, his job is over, so he drops to the ground in total exhaustion. Hold up, he's got a backup plan lined up. He's transferring his soul into a bat familiar, because the truly cultured never go without a plan B. But he's dropping dead way faster than he ever planned, and that holy sword absolutely cooked him. He starts to cast mind transfer, but his magic sputters and dies. Oh no, that's the worst kind of bad guys. His eyes are slipping out of focus, like the world just hit pause, and this is it for our demon lord. And his grip goes slack, his hands sinking into a pool of his own blood, pure, crushing tragedy. He spirals over every failure, then it hits him. The people he saved are right there, proving it wasn't all for nothing. He finally gets it. Though he failed as a demon lord, he still somehow wins as a human. He catches one last glimpse of his other friends' faces, right before everything slips away. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts in, "So, will you reincarnate?" Dean is suspended in the dark, staring into nothing as a voice whispers to him from beyond the veil. The voice drops the bomb. He's nailed every condition for reincarnation, and you've gotta love that ridiculous, unstoppable plot armor. Back in the real world, Lyle is totally unraveling because Dean's body is right there, and it's breaking him. The demon lord is officially wiped out, gone for good. Dean's final thoughts screamed one thing: he just wanted a normal life. The voice declares they've finally sealed the deal. He's about to get reincarnated as a human, say goodbye to those pointy ears and all that blood magic. Lyle is still bawling his eyes out. Someone grab this man a damn tissue before he drowns in his own tears. The throne room sits empty now, because the monster is dead and the knights are nowhere to be seen. Lyle clings to Dean's final words, right up until the next time they meet. Fast forward 10 years, and boom, a brand new pair of eyes springs open. The deal wasn't a trick, it was the real thing. A young boy throws his arms up, reaching straight for the sky like he's begging the heavens to answer. It's Dean. On his 10th birthday. He suddenly remembered everything, every single thing. Now the superior demon lord is back, but instead of a demon, he's a normal human boy. Trust me, this story is about to go off the rails. Hit like and subscribe if you want to watch this absolute Chad figure out how to survive life as a human. Alright boys, snatch your popcorn, because we're about to dive into pure cinema. Picture waking up to a cosmic voice asking, "Wanna hit replay in another life?" He lunges forward like he's snatching the last slice of pizza, but he can't stop replaying that voice. Like, what the hell was it even yapping about? He snaps his eyes open, freaked out to discover he's trapped in a body that's nothing like his own, like he hit easy mode by accident and got the starter pack upgrade. He shoots out of bed, and the floorboards howl like they're begging for mercy, but our MC is too busy trying to steady his feet in this brand new world. Turns out this kid's been running on 2 sets of memories for the past 3 years, since he snapped back into his old life as that legendary vampire lord, D. Nosferatu. Imagine being a 200-year-old ancient power and getting trapped in a 13-year-old body. Yeah, that's pure woe, nerve-wrecking your whole life. Now he's Yuki Grosseria, the Baron's second son, but don't let that fancy title fool you, because his family life is straight up a mess. Back then, his death was straight up a skill issue. He tried to shove his soul into a bat familiar, and it all went horribly wrong. Look at him slumped on the floor, throwing that despair pose, bros straight up mourning his failed backup plan like a true gamer who totally forgot to save. He tries to justify it by claiming failure was inevitable, since it was his first time dying. Like, come on, that excuse is wild. After that legendary fumble, the mysterious voice crashed back into his world, and his consciousness instantly slipped away into the void. And before he can even blink, he's been reborn as a human, probably staring at his reflection like, yeah, do I still got that main character energy? He's locked on the window, freaking out like, who the heck decided to reincarnate me, and just how much time has passed since I was a literal god. He's trapped in the backwater countryside of a baron's territory, the absolute middle of nowhere for a guy who's used to living in a castle. Here's the family tree, and yeah, it's a total mess, because Yuki isn't exactly a born-into-it kid, he's an illegitimate child. So yeah, he gets 0 rights to inherit the family business, which means he's the ultimate underdog trapped in a house packed with snobby nobles. Now he has to pick his fate, hit the books and go to school, or ditch it all and become an adventurer, like some real-life choose-your-class screen. But before he can go full jig on Chad, he snaps to reality. He needs to learn how humans work, because his last attempt at socializing blew up in his face. In his past life, he was a monster who couldn't fit in anywhere, so he clawed his way into becoming a guardian deity, only to get absolutely clapped by a hero. And the price of that failure hit fast. He crumpled into a puddle on the floor, and trust me, that is not the legacy anyone wants to leave behind. Sure, he looks like a normal kid, but inside his veins runs that missile blood vampire stuff, so he's got vampire power, and he won't age like everybody else. He clenches his fist, gritting his teeth and choosing the long game, acting like a normal human, until the moment he's ready to take over. He's about to unleash his magic on purpose to make sure his cover stays totally blown, and honestly, that's some next-level stealth mastermind stuff. Right out of nowhere, a wild bat crashes onto the windowsill, and our boy just stares at it like he's seeing a long-lost homie. He finally clocks it. Bats have always been down bad for him, and it's probably because he used to be the lord of vampires back in the day. It's experiment time. He snatches a letter opener and starts cutting for blood, while the bat just hangs there, like it's stuck in the background. He slips a drop of his missile blood, like handing a bat a super soldier serum, then hits it with straight espresso at the same time. He leans in and asks the bat if it wants wisdom and to join his crew, and honestly, for some random sky rat, that's an offer too good to refuse. The bat takes a wicked lick of that legendary juice, and you can practically watch the level-up bar skyrocket in real time. Suddenly, the bat starts bouncing like a maniac and yaps in full human speech, so that's the new master for this massive buff, huh? It's already swearing loyalty and itching to be useful, the same kind of riz our MC's packing, even with animals. Yuki shuts that down fast. This isn't some creepy, forced domination thing. It's a fair, win-win deal where both of them cash in on each other's power. He tracks down a bat and asks for a nearby spot to fire off his magic, somewhere away from nosy humans who keep staring like hawks. The bat blurts out this spot with mountains packed with rage rabbits and lurking dark bears, and honestly, that sounds like the perfect grindfist for a low-level vampire. Right when they're laying out the plan, bam asterisk, a knock hits the door, and the bat has to slip out fast before this whole thing turns weird. It's his little sister, Rumia, and she's seriously the cutest thing in this whole manga, showing up to tell him, yo, it's time to eat. She blurts out every detail of her day, then throws in that Zero's told her not to step foot in the detached building, and yeah, she absolutely ignores him. Yuki's acting like a total ice-cold brother, and then Rumia lands the think about a woman's feelings line on him, pouting like she's already won. He realizes he's being a total jerk, then boom, offers her his hand to help her back up, pulling off a full-on Chad move to save the vibe. She shoots him a hand grab with a huge grin, and for a second that pure, wholesome vibe is so strong you almost forget he's an ancient vampire. As they stroll, they gossip about the Magic Guild, and Yuki can't help but notice how the wind in this dump of a building is garbage, so ideas start sparking in her head. Rumia blurts out that their older brother, Zero's, is headed to the Lindabar Magic Guild, and the second Yugi hears high-level magic research, his ears snap up like he's been pulled by lightning. This guild is basically the Harvard of magic, where the elite and royalty go to flex their power and dig into ancient spells. Yuki can't get into it at all, because every flash of ancient magic drags him straight back to his past life, and that cursed place called the Elysium Temple. Rumia snaps him out of his internal monologue, because he's clearly not paying attention to her poetry practice, and that's a huge L on his end. He slams out a quick apology, then lets her go on deep breath in, shoulders down, while they trudge through the hallway like a couple of NPCs. She starts rattling off magic chants, and Yuki's eyes go wide when he realizes the pronunciation hasn't shifted a single bit in 2 centuries. Absolutely insane. It totally threw him back to the days in his old village, when he was teaching the kids, proof he wasn't born to be just some terrifying monster. Back then, his classroom felt like a royal throne room, an absolute flex over any regular schoolhouse. He basically took a bunch of strangers and forged them into top-tier scholars, pure city-building game energy, but with real people. But the fun dies the second they step into the dining hall, because the truth about his social status is about to slam into him like a brick. Yuki's forced to eat in a back room like some commoner, because he's an illegitimate kid, so he snaps at Rumia, telling her to quit being selfish about it. Her eyes sting like she's 1 second from tears, then the whole moment gets smashed when a brand new challenger storms into the arena. Meet Catchel Megan. This dude looks like he's glued to the mirror, and he 100% believes he's the main character. This guy gets hired to tutor Zero and instantly flips into a full-blown snob, snapping at Yuki like, know your place, right out the gate. He starts ranting about social status, how everyone's born with some fixed rank, and it's the most NPC villain spiel I've ever heard. Yuki drops the facts on him, ranking humans, elves, and beastmen, and even tosses in liches and vampires like, yeah, I knew that, just to flex how much he knows. Cackle cackles and blurts out, asking what the rankings are inside a noble house, trying to lure our boy straight into a trap. Yuki calmly lays it out, father rules at the top, the wife comes next, and after that, the legitimate children fall in line. Then he calls out Yuki Grosseria, slamming him at the very bottom of the list since he's illegitimate. Cackle looms right in his face and sneers that an illegitimate child shouldn't even be allowed to touch the family name, because yeah, that kind of audacity is off the charts. Yuki just rolls out a pardon my rudeness, like he's swatting away a mid-tier hater, and he looks dead bored doing it. Rumia, the little sister, isn't having any of it. She starts blasting out loud that Yuki is family for real and deserves full respect. Cackle shoots a glare at Zeros, checking if he'll back up his sister, but Zeros is acting like a total coward, ducking his eyes and pretending he can't see a thing. Zeros is visibly sweating, terrified to anger his tutor, and it screams that he's got zero spine compared to his illegitimate brother. Cackle keeps bragging about noble purity, claiming it's unforgivable for a noble to sit at the same table as someone tainted with commoner blood. Zeros finally breaks his silence, telling Rumia that nobles must practice self-awareness, aka the real message. I need you to keep worshipping the status quo. Yuki calmly pats Rumia's back to bring her down from the panic, because he's too ice-cold to let these NPCs mess with him. He orders Rumia to scarf food in the fancy hall, then tells the help to go with him, basically saying he couldn't care less about their fancy little social games. Rumia wears a broken heart on her face, but she knows she can't smash the rules of this toxic house, at least not yet. As they fade into the distance, Yuki just stares after them, already plotting how badly he wants to power level and smash that smirk off Cackle's face. But right before Cackle can bolt out the door, Yuki stops him cold and asks for one last thing. You can practically see him about to spill some forbidden knowledge. He asks about the Elysium Temple, and Cashel instantly flips out, clenches his teeth so hard it's like he's trying to bite through reality, and snaps that he'll never, ever say that name again. Turns out in this world, even saying the word temple is a straight-up taboo, and Yuki is left staring in real shock at how everyone reacts. Bro's frozen in place like, what did I do? And the tension spikes so hard it could crush a normal person flat. Cackle inhales, makes a choice to answer like he's doing someone a favor, and yeah, let's be honest, it's really just because he loves hearing himself talk. He reveals the Elysium Temple was discovered 220 years ago, and that nails Yuki's timeline for good. He snaps at Yuki, telling him never to ask questions like that again, like he's doing him the biggest favor in the world. We catch a looming temple silhouette, and shadowy figures circle it like secrets, like the story is teasing ancient lore we still haven't even scratched. Yuki realizes the world he woke up in is still packed with secrets, and the wild part is, only he holds the keys to crack them open. Yo, what is up my cultured kings? Welcome back, where we only cover the absolute peak trash. Today we're diving into a wild story. Our boy gets reincarnated and instantly starts living that budget life, snatching a poverty meal and chowing down on leftovers from the main house like a full-on peasant. But wait, who's this? We've got Martha the maid and Lord of Mercy, and the assets on this woman are straight-up elite. I'd trust her to look after me any day of the week, if you catch my drift. Yuki, our main guy, steps outside and spots his sister Rumia kicking back with their dad, George. Your little sister is going all in, flexing her light magic with every bit of her courage, chanting like she's seconds away from unleashing the hottest spell of the year. George over here clapping like a proud NPC, because she somehow managed to conjure a little glowing ball. She's playing it humble, acting like there are folks way better than her, but her dad's just relieved she didn't turn out to be a total flop. Then George whips out his own lighting spell like, watch this, and yeah, it's painfully mid, absolute mid. Yuki's watching it all and then it hits him. 200 years after he kicked the bucket, magic hasn't even budged once, and society is officially done for. He's slumped over the numbers like that meme lady, and then it hits him. He's been dead for 2 whole centuries. Turns out a temple unearthed ancient magic about 2 decades ago, and he died not long after. It's basically a whole lifetime laid out in events, because this dude feels like a fossil trapped in a teenager's body. He flashes back to his old homies, Lyle and Alice, but they're gone for good, ripped to the real ones. He drops onto his bed and realizes, yep, the country's name changed, but everyone's still tossing around the exact same dusty magic grammar like nothing ever happened. And of course, that ancient magic is locked away for the upper-class snobs, just like his brother Ketchel. Typical. Yuki snaps out of his 200-year nap and rushes to the one question that's killing him, what really happened while he was out cold. In the main building, there's this library that's gotta be packed with the real lore, except there's a catch. Because he's the family's illegitimate child, they won't even let him step inside. Pure disrespect, no hiding it. But listen, our boy's got a plan. He's about to test his powers, and on top of that, he's craving real meat like crazy. Forget salad, this king wants the good stuff. Just look at this dinner, guys, bread and some sketchy mystery slab. No wonder he's itching to go hunting. First, he double-checks his fake status. Then his stats get obliterated across the board, and on paper, he's basically labeled a total beta. Then he checks his real stats, and holy hell, S-rank magic, A-rank agility, and the Riz is absolutely unreal. Check out this skill list: float ice, magic, missile blood, and yeah, he's absolutely cracked. He slams the flight button and rockets out the window like he's trapped in his own Matrix scene. He's stripping off his own weight just to slip by the guards, total stealth 100. The guards are completely clueless, straight up NPCs with zero clue, I swear. He races into the woods, clutching his focus, ready to kick off his late-night grind session. But out of nowhere, a wild bat swoops in, and this isn't some random flyer, it's a familiar that's been waiting for him. That bat is buzzing with excitement to see its master, and it practically begs for a name. Yuki stares that bat dead in the eyes and calls him Dick. I'm serious, and from that moment on, it's pure absolute menace behavior. Turns out the bad guy's thrilled. Apparently Yuki had a homie named Dick back in the day. Fast flashback hits. There he is on his deathbed, the original legend, going out for real, R.I.P. OG. The bat clocks Yuki and thinks, no way, this kid's too young to be this cool, but Yuki just shrugs and demands, where's the food? They spot this massive rabbit, basically a bunny with a horn and pure bad attitude energy. Yuki knows this stuff hits like a mule kick, so he isn't taking a single risk. He's not here for sweaty close quarters today. He's stepping up to drop pure cinema on us, and his magic is the only language. He switches to ice magic, because fire is way too loud and flashy for a true stealth build. He slaps a freezing net on the scene, and it's instant GG for the rabbit. That poor thing is trapped in an ice cage before it even has a chance to understand what just hit it. Silent room, zero light, just him landing a perfect kill, like he's done it 1,000 times. He yanks out his blade to end this, sorry little guy, but the MC's gotta get his protein right now. He hangs the rabbit up to bleed it out, and the bat is wrecking him, straight up glazing him in the worst way. Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, calling it plain magic, but Dick clocks the truth. Game recognizes game. Yuki remembers the ancient magic from the Elysian Temple, where one priest wiped out an entire squad of bandits in a single sweep. That priest was an absolute menace, no mercy at all for those thieves. Yuki breaks it down: real magic is a gamble, and it absolutely wrecks your mana. An ancient magic, you can unleash it non-stop with zero effort, straight up a cheat code. He can't stop replaying it. What if he'd been stronger back then? Maybe if he had, Lyle wouldn't have ended the way he did. Now the Magic Guild hoards every ancient secret they can find, and they want none of you near their door. Seeing Kekel swagger around like he owns the place, Yuki realizes this guild isn't brave fighters at all. It's loaded with arrogant nobles who desperately need a reality check. Suddenly, Dick rockets back in and blurts that his buddies spotted yet another target. Yuki stays totally lost until Dick casually drops that he brought the entire squad with him. And yeah, by squad, I mean a whole flying cloud of bats raining down. They're closing in from every side, like some horror movie nightmare unfolding right in front of you. Look at the sheer scale of this. Dude just inherited an entire air force like it was nothing. All of them are dying to serve the great master. Yeah, it's basically an ego boost the size of the sky. They hit him with the truth. Every single thing on this mountain is theirs to watch, 24/7, like they've got eyes everywhere. Yuki pats Dick on the head for being such a good boy. Wholesome, right? In my trashy manga, that's exactly the kind of sweet moment you'd bet on. He declares this mountain his secret command center, pure Gigachad energy. He orders Dick to choose a handful of commanders to stay in constant contact with him. They'll act as his early warning blade, snatching his attention the second any hostile forces or monsters creep too close. And if it starts getting too intense for the bats, Yuki vows to jump in, take over, and finish the job. All right, it's time to go track down another rabbit and stack those gains. Yuki rips through his skill checklist, making sure he's fully loaded, because this new world, he's about to take it over. Act like you're just an ordinary guy, while secretly you're the most dangerous man alive. He's gonna stalk the area a little longer before heading back to that dusty mansion. Everything's finally clicking into place. Next stop, the main building library. And trust me, you are not ready for what hits next. All right, boys, watch this. Yuki comes back from a hunt with a ridiculous massive rabbit, and right as the victory hits, he tosses in a light and everything goes lit. But of course, some random NPC is posted at the gate just to stomp all over the moment. Sir Catchell's already molding because Yuki didn't ask for permission. Just look at his face. That's the kind of guy who'd march straight to the teacher over homework. But Yuki doesn't even flinch. He just smirks, already knowing he's about to cook this fool. At school, he's casually flexing his dinner like it's nothing. Then he just pretends he never heard a word Kyukul said. He even drops that Martha the maid is cooking it for him, and then he's staring like crazy at her assets like, yeah, she's an absolute top-tier waifu. Cackle is snapping right now, screaming that Yuki is just a commoner and that she's selfish for daring to want more. He's really out here labeling our boy an illegitimate child and a servant, like the audacity of this hater knows no limits. Look at that glare, he's craving authority so bad he's taking it out on a literal child. Yuki tries to slip away for his meat to be processed, but Cackle keeps yapping behind him like an annoyed superfan who won't shut up. Out of nowhere, the real gigachat, Lord George, slashes into the scene, gripping a sword so heavy it basically outweighs Cackle's entire ego. Cassiel immediately tries to rat on Yuki for wanting to keep the rabbits all to himself. What a straight-up beta move. But Dad's a total bro. He straight up says if Yuki catches the rabbits, they're his, no questions asked. He even ruffles Yuki's hair with a head pat and hypes him up for his talent, and right away you tell Yuki, yeah, that old man actually earned his respect. Turns out the dad is a straight-up martial arts beast. He snagged his nobility with raw skill, pure confidence, and pure strength. He warns the kid about the deadly beasts lurking in the mountains, while Catchell just stands there like he got written out of the story. Dad keeps jumping to his son's defense, while Catchell won't let go of that illegitimate child lie, repeating it like a stuck record. Cackle flashes that creepy villain grin and slaps the Lord with the terms of his hiring, straight up sounding like Sousa's hell. So yeah, Keckle's straight up blackmailing him. I'll help the other son zeros, only if the Lord stops butting into your teaching. Dad finally crumbles under the pressure, and Yuki instantly flashes his "I'm a good boy" act to play along. Yuki hands the rabbits to his dad to make things right, swallowing his pride and playing the long game like a total pro. Then he asks to enter the library as payment, and you can practically watch the wheels in his mind start spinning. He swears he wants to make up for what he doesn't know, but trust me, he's about to uncover some game-breaking secrets. The second their eyes drift off him, he flashes that wicked grin, because this is going exactly the way he planned. Bro memorized his dad's training schedule for 3 years just to line up this confrontation, like the universe handed him plot armor on purpose. Dad is so blown away by his humility that he slams the green light, then Cackle goes rigid, absolutely seething with rage. Operations a success, now our boy charges into the mansion to scout everything he needs. Cackle's creeping down the hallway like a total creep, totally plotting his next move for L. Yuki bumps into the butler, Neil, and the guy looks like the most polished gentleman you've ever laid eyes on. Neil used to be an absolute wrecking ball on the battlefield back in the day, so don't treat him like some random NPC. This guy has real bite. Yuki shoots a question, was Keckle just there, like he could feel that hate still hanging in the air. They finally burst into the library, and wow, books in this world are way rarer than a girl who never uses filters. The butler's freaking out because Yuki can read it all, but our boy isn't impressed. He's just hunting for that spicy history lore. He snatches a book on the kingdom's history and braces himself, ready to plunge straight into the story. He yanks at the shelf to open it, but it won't budge, stuck tighter than a simp clinging to a streamer's merch. Even though the butler unlocked it, the door refuses to budge, and Yuki instantly feels like something's seriously wrong. Look at that butler sweating. He knows Cashel is the one behind this cheap little sabotage. Turns out that door wouldn't budge. Cutchell locked it down with a magic tool, like a high-tech middle finger aimed straight at him. Yuki finally clocks that Cackle's been messing with him from the shadows, and the irritation hits hard. The butler ducks down for a cup of tea, and Yuki bites his tongue, no complaints, because he's not about to let the family take a hit. He shoots himself a thought. Aristocrats are the strangest creatures on Earth, all while he glares at that locked shelf. Then he declares it's time to try some missile blood hacking, and honestly, it's the most ridiculously edgy idea I've heard all day. He explains that he can shatter magic by using his own blood as the perfect conductor, and honestly, it's absolute cinema. Our boy is literally weaponizing his own blood to hack the spell, tearing through layer after layer like a straight-up pro gamer. He studies the lock from the inside out, then starts tampering with the magic power supply. He's almost finished. He chops the spell off and flaunts MC Riz like it's a victory parade. Success, the lid pops open, and he's already diving in to read. Then he wipes up every trace of the mess so nobody ever even suspects. The butler hustles back with tea, and Yuki's just sitting there, looking so innocent you'd swear she's never harmed a soul. But Neil clocks that something feels off in the room, like the energy just doesn't match. Panic hit Yuki fast. He realized he'd shoved the magic tool back upside down because he was rushing. He brushes it off by insisting the tutor must have messed up, but the butler just keeps staring at him like he's caught in a lie. Neil still remembers that battlefield seal, how it took 3 elite magicians to crack, and that's why he's certain Yuki is straight up cracked. The butler straight up admits he hates Catchel too, absolute peak bro moment. Cackles off somewhere else, probably making a fool of himself, while Yuki sprints back to his research. Then bam, there's a quick reading montage, because this scholar gentleman always carries himself with class. An hour later, he finally slams the book shut, and the sheer overload of lore leaves him looking completely wiped out. He stumbles onto the Elysium Temple, an ancient magic crew that ran like it had every cheat code in the game. But then he reaches the moment where they all die off, and he's completely shaken. How could they just vanish like that? Turns out they weren't just stirring trouble. They were poking territorial wars and ripping at each other with power struggles, the kind of chaos that gets you cooked fast. They strutted around like they were untouchable, fueled by ancient magic and powerful relics, until the truth hit hard: they were never invincible. Right in the middle of the war, every last one of their magic weapons suddenly died on them, like the universe just pulled the biggest rip on all of them. The warring countries didn't bother with debate. They crashed in together, one brutal wave after another, because everybody there hated them. The whole organization got obliterated, like they never existed, erased from the map. Almost all their legendary magical items vanished, like someone whisked them into hiding for some future, plot-shaking comeback. Yuki sprawls on his bed, quietly vibing, while he stews on the fact that today's humans are living way beneath what they're truly capable of. He's picturing how much simpler life would feel if they just used magic to heat the place and summon clean water instead of burning wood. He snarls that the humans are idiots, wrecking holy swords and causing more chaos than even a demon lord. And in the end, he struck out completely. No answers, no clues, nothing on his old village. Just like that, the whole reason he stormed into the library. He flashes back to this sweet girl named Alice, and yeah, I can already hear you thinking it. That's the one who absolutely got away. He decides he has to hit the royal capital if he wants the real scoop on history. He's convinced there have to be massive libraries out there, and real historians, not just NPCs. Now he's standing at a fork in the road, and he's got exactly 2 ways to shape his future. Pick choice 1, dive into the school, learn the world's basics, and stay hidden by blending in. Then he'd shrug off his old life, become an adventurer, and keep sprinting from place to place, so nobody ever catches on that he's an immortal Chad. Choice 2 isn't some small move. It's him storming out, hunting through the ruins of his village to track down Alice's descendants. Then it clicks: he doesn't have to pick one path at all, because as the main character, he can totally do both. Suddenly, someone yells his name like a siren, and he jerks out of his deep thoughts. A blazing red carriage screeches up to the mansion, and you can just feel it. Something massive is about to explode. His dad barks from the window, "Get down here, hurry up." Up ahead, there's great news for the Zeros, plus Kakia's even smiling like he's in a great mood, and that screams danger. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Welcome back to the channel where we dig into the trashiest, most unhinged cinema stories you'll ever binge. Today's got heat. Our MC is out here living his best life as a quiet legend, while everyone else keeps glazing his mid-tier brother. And it starts with this catch-all dude, straight up the biggest NPC on Earth, grinning like he just discovered a legendary waifu, because apparently Zeros is a wonderful elder brother. Our MC Yuki just stands there like, bruh, what is happening? While this cackle guy loses it, laughing his head off like he's somehow the main character. The dad storms in looking like a full-on Chad with that beast of a beard, tells Yuki, "I've got huge news for the Zeros about the Magician Guild." Yuki plays it cool, casually asking if his brother finally landed that internship, like he's just keeping the whole vibe calm. Then Zeros drops a bombshell. His target just arrived. The 8th princess, Iris Tuet or Rustia, is coming just to watch him flex his powers. He clutches that scroll like it's sacred. The Riz might be nowhere but the ego. That thing practically exploding. Yuki's over there crunching numbers, and it clicks. This princess is basically about to become an apprentice too, which screams perfect setup for some plot-important culture later. He's spelling it out for the slow folks in the back, because the princess is basically a guild scout, here to sniff out whether Zeros is truly built different or just another fraud. Yuki can't wrap her head around why a literal princess is dropping into some backwater barony, while Cackle hangs in the background, hating on everything like he always does. Cackle starts yapping that this whole nightmare is happening because of his recommendation letters, like he's the one with the real high magical aptitude. The whole squad is buzzing to see Zeros get evaluated, and the dad's wearing pure pride like a trophy. Like this is finally the moment his retirement plan pays off. Then Catchel flips the script and becomes a full-on villain. He jabs his finger at Yuki, orders him to stay home and go nowhere, like he's trying to erase him while the princess is near, and the audacity of him calling our boy a bastard is basically him begging to get absolutely cooked. Even the dads and the zeros look rattled like, whoa damn, catch your breath, it's not that deep, because this man has absolutely zero chill. Kekshul's out here twisting the truth, trying to poison Yuki with hate for his own brother, snapping at him like a bastard little brother, and acting like Yuki's a stain on their family name. Yuki just stands there staring. Yeah, I'm ready to end this man's career, but for now he's keeping completely silent. He stares at the zeros and realizes he looks just like their dad, and since Yuki's been through hell, he decides to back his brother instead of throwing shade. Zero's already got taken in by the propaganda, convinced it's unforgivable that a commoner like Yuki even breathes in the same zip code as royalty. Cackle's smiling like he just got admin, laughing as he shoves Zero's at full speed to make Yuki's place crystal clear. Zero snaps into full beta mode, flat out claiming Yuki was born from some random commoner on a battlefield and shouldn't even set foot in the princess's space, and the glazing from Cackle has fully melted his brain. He jabs a finger like it's a royal decree, barking at Yuki to stay shut up in her room, like she's trapped in some twisted Cinderella tale. And Yuki, my guy, just grins and says yes with pure delight, wearing the most angelic face you've ever seen. Absolute cinema. He's basically like, who in their right mind wants royal drama or stuck-up princesses? And Zero's is totally thrown off because he thought he'd get a real fight. We get a quick flashback to Yuki's past as a demon king. Turns out he wasn't the monster type at all. He was a gigachad, feeding the hero instead of killing her, and just look at those assets on that girl. She was absolutely getting fed good. Turns out the girl he spared didn't just vanish. She busted her tail, became a guard, and proved our MC has always been the real deal. Pure culture, pure kindness. She's actually the grandmother of one of his current homies. That connection is straight up wild when you really think about it. Back in the present, Yuki doubles down. I'm staying in my room. Promise me you'll all shut up so this stops right now. He even suggests bunking down in some town, or hitting the road on a full journey, just to be safe, grinning like he can't wait to escape these NPCs. The dad spirals into total failure, realizing he's pushing his own son into exile just so he can scrape his way into the aristocrats' inner circle. Zeros thinks Yuki's mocking him, then goes into full-blown tantrum because he can't stand the MC's energy. Honestly, I don't care. Yuki's like, no bro, I'm your biggest fan, but you can still feel the ache for a family he lost in his past life. He blurts out that he wants nothing to do with the guild or the princess, and it's basically a mental slash that cuts straight through Zero's pride. Yuki brushes it off like it's just embarrassment, worried he'll mess up the etiquette, and tells the Zeros that he's the only one who can handle this pressure. He prays for Zeros to pull it together and heads out, only for Zeros to be completely unhinged, screaming, "Don't be stupid," convinced everyone else is looking down on him. Zeros snaps to attention, assuming Yuki's putting him down and calling him unworthy for the guild. Talk about insecurity exploding in real time. He stomps back to those illegitimate child insults because he's got nothing else, just classic beta energy. Dad finally storms in and shuts the bullying down, while Zero stands there, grinding his teeth like he's 1 second from snapping. Zero tells Yuki, I'm about to prove my power and show you what ancient magic truly looks like. Cackle spots a crack in the defenses and leans in, asking for a favor. No doubt it's going to be something wicked. He's trying to beat ancient magic into Yuki just to teach him a lesson. Look at that evil grin. He's craving violence like it's the only thing on his mind. Data flat out agrees to a mock battle to find out just how terrifyingly strong Zero's has really become. The hype is deadly real. Dad grabs a practice sword and fires up, ready to school his son. Yuki's shoved into the corner to watch, while the servants are kicked out because nobody's allowed to spot the ancient magic secret sauce. Cackle is the judge, and the rule is brutally simple. Whoever flinches and drops their sword first loses. The battle kicks off, and Zero rockets forward like he's the hero from some other manga, stealing the spotlight in every panel. Yuki spots Zero tracing glowing rune letters in midair with his fingers, because that's exactly how you cast those ancient, old-school spells. Zeros clenches in on the power, and it looks like he's about to snap into a Super Saiyan moment or something similar. Bo's dead, so he cracks out body enhancement and rockets forward like a literal flash. He's so damn fast he's actually shoving the dad back, and Yuki can't believe her eyes at just how quick he is. Our MC breaks down the fight and suddenly clocks it. This ancient magic is way more busted than anything modern, like a monster-sized power boost that dwarfs the little scraps people usually manage to scrape together. Zero's is brimming with confidence, finally grinning because he can square up against his old man face to face. He shoots Yuki a look-at-me glare, trying to flex his power right there, and he thinks Yuki can't even wrap her head around what's happening. Too bad. because our boy is a real, literal former demon king. Yuki finally gets why they guard this magic like it's contraband. If NPCs could use it freely, the whole world would have been cooked. A sheen of sweat forms as he finally grasps the real, massive scale of what's unfolding in front of him. Yuki dives into memorizing every finger movement like a genius, and he can't stop wondering, what if ancient magic is really just its own language? He tries it himself, scratches the crest onto his hand with a few drops of blood, and the air instantly starts creaking like it's alive. Suddenly, heat floods his limbs and power rockets up from deep in his gut. Oh no, he just accidentally hit God mode. He feels himself snapping back into place as the Lord of Nosferatu, and the aura is just unreal, like peak Gigached energy turned up to maximum. Yuki realizes that if he stays put, he'll blow his cover, and that could torch the entire mansion too. He fires off a silent apology to his dad and brother, then braces, because he's got to bolt the second this is over. He yells that he's sick, then bolts out of there like he's sprinting from a child support hearing. Zeros is seething with offense and barrels after him at full boosted speed, straight up petty, no doubt. Yuki's freaking out because one wrong move, and that monster aura spilling everywhere, is gonna get him caught. He rockets off and Zeros gets left behind, totally stunned, like he can't even process what just happened. Zeros sprints for his life, but he can't even inch near Yuki, so why won't she slow down? How is he moving that fast? Picture this: ancient magic supercharges you, and you still get blown past by some kid claiming he's got a tummy ache. Yeah, that's it. Zeros is officially finished. Yuki vanishes into thin air, and the stunned guys just stand there staring in disbelief. Face Zeros is cooking right now with absolute gold, because right in this moment, he just realized he might be the weak link. He's scanning the room like a lost puppy, panicking over where his bastard brother vanished to. Yuki's crouched in hiding, breath ripping through his chest as he stares at the glowing rune burning on his hand. He's honestly baffled. How did that even work so perfectly when he only scribbled it with a little blood? That mark starts to fade, but the blow it landed on Zero's ego feels like it'll never heal. Yuki realizes he casually detonated ancient magic on his very first try, like this kid's built wrong on purpose, and I swear, I can't wait for him to accidentally step into becoming the strongest thing on Earth just by trying to live as a hermit. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving into pure cinema as Yuki starts clocking that he's built different. Our MC's locked onto the mark on his hand, feeling that power flooding in like crazy, and he's staring like he's about to drop the hottest mixtape the era has ever seen. He fires off that edgy promise, I'll be back as the Lord of Nosferatu, and honestly, bro's writing pure edge overload, and I'm loving every second of it. Just look at that pose, that straight-up main character energy. Over in the hater corner, we've got Zeros, the blonde brother, plus that greasy-haired tutor, Cashel, and Zeros is straight up looking like a total beta, sweating hard because he can't match Yuki's insane growth. Cackle's right here, straight up glazing Zeros, swearing he can completely shut down Yuki in that mock battle. This dude's a snake in a fancy robe, and I'm calling it right now. Zeros getting absolutely cooked, straight up admitting he can't beat Yuki, and I'm like, bro, you're the heir, not some simp letting your insecurities call the shots. Catchell leans in close with that villainous riz, smirking like he's about to prove Yuki who the real boss is, and this joker has the audacity to plot against our guy, while Yuki's just trying to live his best life. Zeros just sits there, nodding like some mindless NPC, getting played in real time, and watching him fold for the manipulation is straight up painful. But hold up, look who is lurking under the balcony, eavesdropping the whole time. Yuki, sneak level 100. That was a wild close call, and good luck catching a former demon lord that easily. He slips off like a ninja, exhaling pure relief, because you gotta love an MC who knows exactly when to bail before the whole thing turns messy. Yuki narrows his eyes, studies the whole mess, and realizes one thing: just sketching the crest was enough to trigger the spell. Bro's a natural-born genius, no cap. We get hit with a flashback to his past as a vampire lord. Back then, he'd scribble memos using his own blood, and honestly, that's peak refinement, like real premium red ink. He decides he's gotta dig deeper into this ancient magic, and you can practically feel it. He's about to go down as the most cracked magician in history. Wife, you just— Yuki bursts through the window. Wait, sorry mommy, Martha's right there mid-change, and I see you, author, feeding us that top-tier fan service. He shoots off an apology for the accidental peeping, but Martha just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Honestly, if a Chad like Yuki barged into my room, I probably wouldn't even get mad either. Look at those assets. Martha's out here pledging loyalty, but we both know she's really pledging those curves, and yeah, she's absolutely best girl material when that waistline hits. We learn Martha's loyalty runs deep. Yuki saved her and her mom from the streets, and ever since she's stuck close. And our boy, he's been a full-on gigachad since diapers. Look at these troublemakers. Back when they were kids, he was out here winning his childhood friend over with flowers like it was nothing, and that's why this feels pure and wholesome, right up until the tragedy crashes in. Yuki clocks it instantly. The barony has gone harsher and more obnoxious ever since Cackle Bastard showed up, and everyone's furious at the walking buzzkill. Martha's just thrilled that Yuki never skips a visit to her sick mother. This main character is so painfully pure for a world this dirty, I can't even. So the mom's health magically shoots up every time Yuki shows up. What is he, a doctor, or does he just carry that main character healing aura? Martha's loyalty is rock solid. She's staring at him with those "I'd do anything for you" eyes, and you can't help but love it. Yuki slams her with the ultimate line. She's not just a servant, she's his friend. And right then the Riz goes absolutely nuclear, boys, because Martha is straight up down bad now. They lock it in with a sweet, wholesome fist bump like, if that's not friendship goals, I don't know what is. Just look at them, absolute perfection. One is destined to become a future god, and the other is this thick maid who steals the scene. It's straight up cinema. Yuki finally clocks how insane it looks that he just strolled into a second-story window like it's nothing. Better late than never, bro. Martha doesn't care about anything but this. She thinks everything her lord does is straight up amazing, and that's the kind of fire we all need in our lives. Another flashback slams into view. Yuki unleashes his magic to shield a sobbing Martha from a swarm of bugs, and ever since day one, he's been her knight in shining armor. Martha decides to mess with him a little after that peeping stunt, trapping him in a corner, and he's so flustered he's straight up blushing. Then she drops the bombshell offer, "Let me wash your hair as a thank you," and I swear, I'll bet you $10 you can feel exactly what the culture fans are thinking right this second. Right when things get tense, the Baron storms in and orders Yuki to stay put at an in the moment the princess arrives, because he's really just shoving his own illegitimate son out of sight. Cold dad. Yuki's a total Chad. He just smirks, shrugs it off like it's nothing, and somehow stays ice calm while all this drama erupts around him. The Baron drops into a full-on breakdown, throws his arms around him, and admits it feels like he's failing as a father, one rare, raw moment where this whole family finally shows real emotion. Martha hangs back in the background, clocking everything, while Yuki's mortification spikes through the roof getting hugged by her dad right in front of her waifu. That's a full-on certified bruh moment. Yuki's mind tumbles back to his old life, always the one wiping tears and steadying everyone else, so being a kid again hits him like a wild, unsettling curveball. But yeah, he finally admits it. Getting comforted doesn't feel half bad, and our boy is starting to crack, right down to the soft parts. Turns out he never had parents in his past life, so this family life is a brand new world for the former demon lord. He's actually soaking in the fact that this new life is a gift. He's got a real family, a sister who means everything, and a loyal maid by his side, and yeah, he's straight up winning at life. Dad orders Martha to take extra good care of Yuki, then he laughs and says, "Don't worry, Baron, she's already got it handled." Yuki's soaking up the love like it's warm sunlight, and yeah, this moment is almost painfully sweet for a trashy recap, but trust me, the chaos is on its way. Back to the villain's den, Cackle is slamming his desk in that classic movie villain rhythm, and yeah, he's cooking up something seriously evil. He dives back into brainwashing Zeros, whispering that only the chosen can wield ancient magic, and he's stuffing the kid with a whole mountain of cap. Just look at that punchable face. Ketchel's got his eyes on Yuki first, because he can feel it. The main character is a real threat. He's straight up gaslighting Zero, twisting him into believing Yuki's trying to snatch his inheritance. Like, the manipulation is downright wild. Someone please get this kid a therapist, ASAP. Cackle starts snapping, snatching those zeros mid-sentence and barking at him like it's his fault. Yeah, that's toxic one-on-one mentorship for you. He's out here framing Yuki's handoff to Martha like it's some master plan to recruit allies. Bro, the dude just wanted steak, not a full-on political takeover. Zero's getting absolutely cooked by these lies, so bad that he's starting to believe his own brother is the enemy. Cackle spits that Yuki's a bastard and a pest, and the nerve this NPC has is absolutely mind-blowing. "I'm your only ally," that's the same sweet lie every manipulator drops right before they torch your life. Zero's is fully brainwashed now. He stares at Cackle like he's a savior, and he keeps repeating it, even as his common sense begs him to stop. Look at that creepy smile. Cackle is loving every second of it, and yeah, he's 100% a top-tier gigachad douchebag. He pulls out a cursed-looking amulet, orders Zero to repeat his words exactly, and it reeks of full-on cult initiation. Yuki Grosseria is my enemy, no joke, he straight up said it, and zeros. He's officially a full-on hater, bro. Cackle is grinning like he just hit the jackpot, because he's got that air right where he wants it. Later, Butler Neil bursts in to track down Yuki and hands him a message from the Barren. The mountain's getting locked down as the test creeps closer, and yeah, these rules are so strict they feel built for the most boring people. Yuki doesn't care about the rules at all. He's already plotting to sneak out tonight and run his experiments. He decides to test his limits right in the safe comfort of his own room first, because even a demon lord knows safety comes before chaos. He breaks down exactly how the zeros work their magic, chanting and drawing in the air like a kid would, but Yuki rips through it in a flash. He still can't believe it worked for him without a single word. Yuki, that's what built different looks like. All right, reset everything and kick off the experiment from scratch. Time to witness some real science. We whip through the basics. Ancient magic hits like a cheat code, because it's 3 times stronger and way more efficient than regular magic, the premium upgrade that straight up bends reality. He still remembers that wild moment when his body felt lighter mid-fight, like bro was straight up running on 2x speed. He snatches a fresh parchment to prove his theory. All right, here we go. He starts with regular ink, then it all goes dead. Nothing, straight up trash. Then he decides to spill his own blood, straight out of the old days. Yeah, now we're stepping into peak cultured magic. It's working, his body feels weightless, and he rockets into motion so fast he turns into a blur. Look at him go, total speed demon. Then he jumps too hard and wham, his head crashes into the ceiling. Elmio MC is such a total klutz outside of combat, and yeah, that's a straight up simp move. He finally clocks the truth. His magic only flickers for about 10 minutes before his blood gives out. All right, note to self. This is how I survive the next boss fight. The truth is in his Mistel blood. Regular blood won't do a thing, but it's the one that works. Hit the status screen. Your boy has S-rank magic and an ancient skill that can actually go toe-to-toe with history. And yeah, he's officially the most broken character in the whole series. He still remembers getting skewered by a holy sword in his past life, because honestly, that's the most metal ending imaginable. He finally clocks it. The holy sword was soaked in his blood the moment he died, and that wild plot armor somehow links his 2 lives together. Because that reincarnation left him linked to an ancient artifact, ancient magic clicked into place inside him. What a wild lucky break, right? He's stunned that people in this era still haven't cracked the secret to using ancient relics to fuel their whole culture. The Magician Guild is stockpiling every last scrap of ancient magic, and those greedy NPCs keep stepping on the fun for everyone else. Yuki's mind snaps into a delusion. He's picturing a whole world with microwaves, fancy steaks, and modern luxury, while bro tries to drag that fantasy dream straight into a 21st century resort. He snaps back to reality. No way, he blurts out, then takes it one step at a time, buddy. He just wants to crack the code of humans and live in peace. No world domination in sight, not even a little. He really hopes his brother Zeros becomes an awesome man too, but man, Zeros is stuck right now, busy hating on everyone instead. Outside, Martha and her little sister are bouncing with excitement. Yuki just snagged rabbits for dinner, and they're losing it, screaming about how good Yuki's rabbit meat is. Io, calm down, ladies. Yuki's totally cool with being an illegitimate child. No drama, no pressure, just pure good vibes. He just wants to live it up in the village, pig out on meat every week. Honestly, same, that's the real GigaChad lifestyle right there. Don't drag me back into my previous life. He's just trying to dump the past and live for the present, but trust me, the past always comes back, and it's knocking at the door. Yo homies, we're back with another non-stop recap heater. Our boy woke up late like a full-on slacker, but don't trip, that former demon Lord Riz is still sitting in his pocket. He's absolutely terrified of his maid, Martha, straight-up dummy mommy vibes, who's snapping at him because he missed breakfast, and now he's sprawled in a full-on food coma from her pancakes. His bat familiar rockets in and calls him Master, and honestly, having a flying little rodent hype man like that is peak top-tier culture. Our boy tells the bats to calm down so nobody thinks he's some kind of weirdo, because trust me, nobody in the neighborhood likes a snitch. He's charging into the mountains to test forbidden magic like a total maniac. Bet $10 he ends up blowing something up or not. He slams Boost X2 on, burning those blood crests into his hands. Look at those markings. Bro is straight up cooking with fire already. He takes one step and bam. This is absolute cinema. He's moving so damn fast the frames can't even keep up. He's like, yo, this is way too much Riz for one body, and he's zooming faster than a level 1 has any right to. The world around him turns into a blur, and yeah, he's shaking with nerves, but the hype is screaming just as loud because he's speedrunning life at 13. Again, he slams into the earth with a thunderous impact, blasting out a crater. He suddenly gets hit with flashbacks of his old life, soaring through the sky like a total gigachat. Then he fires back and flexes on M-King. He clocks that the effect dies down after 10 minutes, yet he's still out here, crunching numbers like he's breaking the sound barrier. But here's the kicker, he can stack multiple spells with blood crests, because chanting's for NPCs, and honestly, imagining him having to asterisk talk to use his powers is not the vibe our boy S built different. Now he wants to cast 3 spells at once. Bro, your body's still a middle schooler, and you're gonna get absolutely cooked. And he's down hard, collapsed on the floor, writhing in pure agony because his body can't handle that power. Beta move, we'll let it slide for the research. 10 minutes later, he's back on his feet, but his bat's staring at him like he's the biggest joke alive. No, seriously, this bat's real name is Dick, and when our boy decided to climb right onto Dick's body, yeah, I can already hear what you're thinking, so put those thoughts back in your heads. He storms over the crest on the wing, and yo, look at that glow up for the little homie. Dick is absolutely tearing through right now, hit with the sheer nerve of this power-up, like his mind can't even keep up. The bat is shattering the sound barrier, and his sound waves are basically turning into nukes. That bat is asterisk all over his master right now, gushing that his power is unmatched like nobody has ever seen anything like it, and honestly, we love a loyal familiar like that. Turns out every bat in town can wield that ancient magic, while the Magician Guild plays gatekeeper, hogging the good stuff, and our guy just hands it over like it's candy. He basically shrugs and says magic is just a hobby, and everyone seriously stay in school. Rose is out here yelling, touch grass and get an education, like she's dead serious. He's still freaking out about Martha chewing him out, because if he's that terrified of her, you know Martha's got some serious assets in play. He's out there dreaming about syrup and bread, but Dick spots some losers nearby, getting absolutely wrecked by monsters. It's a pack of dark bears ripping into some travelers, and the MC grumbles that jumping in is a total hassle, cold-blooded to the core. He's basically saying, if they die, that's not my problem, and yeah, he's doubling down like a full-on red pill fanatic. But if they die, his brother's whole test site could get shut down, so he rockets forward like it's do or die, because he refuses to wrestle with that paperwork. He's terrified that some dude named Castle might lose it. Yeah, simp energy detected, but we're pushing forward anyway. We stumble on a princess and her knight as bears close in and trap them. Seriously, check her out, fellas, she's already a top-tier waifu in the making. She's leaning sideways because the map outright betrayed her. Those official maps are always scams, like those sketchy, hot singles near you ads. That old man's charging in like, you shall not pass, pure Gramps-level gigachat energy, and he throws his own life on the line to save the lady. The princess kicks in her origin magic chants like she's done it 1,000 times. She snaps at the old man to step back, then hammers down on these beasts. She hurls Ifrit's flame blast down like it's nothing, pure, top-tier firepower on display, and it's absolutely cinematic. That bear is crispy as hell, but it's still standing like nothing happened, because the plot armor on this thing is unreal. It's looking grim, this bear is still a nightmare, and she's burning through her mana fast. She hears them closing in, and it hits her hard. That safe mountain is a death trap, and someone stacked the cards to make them fail. Gramps is losing his mind, screaming like crazy, because the home team is in real trouble right now. 2 more bears crash the scene, now it's a full-on bear fest, and they're coming in hot like the main course. The princess gets slammed into a tree. Yeah, it's brutal, and no, it's not that waifu fantasy people want. She's coughing like she's hanging by a thread, looking totally wrecked. This is exactly where the MC storms in and steals the whole scene. They're boxed in by the pack, no escape, no mercy, they're already as good as dead. She screamed her voice away, then magic vanished for good, and now she's absolutely crushed, hard on the floor. She's sobbing hard, convinced this is the final page of her life. A massive bear towers over her, jaws set, like it's about to end her in one final strike. Suddenly, bam, an attack sound blasts through the air. That bear's got a puzzled look on his face, like, who in the world just dared to interrupt his meal? This mountain's crawling with beasts, smooth talking bro, but do you really think you're him? Our boy suddenly bursts in out of nowhere and snatches her away at the very last second. Look at this Princess Carrie, straight up an absolute Chad, moving at Mach 10 like it's nothing. That's peak culture, boys. He's roasting them for camping in the mountains during breeding season, yet he still saves her, because getting her out while calling her an idiot is pure peak Riz. He drops her off, then unleashes a whole swarm of cruel little dicks and nasty bats to back the old man up. The bears are getting absolutely clobbered by a swarm of bats, and honestly, imagine being a top-tier monster, only to get dunked by some flying mouse. The princess is straight up losing it. She can't believe these normal bats are acting this unhinged. MC leans in and asks if she still has any mana left, then he starts cooking up a plan like it's about to explode. He's itching to see her fire magic ignite again, and he's turning a life-or-death fight into some cold, ruthless experiment. She thinks he's nothing but a level 1 scrub, yet she's still sticking close, because he's her only hope. MC vaults onto the bears, back like it's an action-packed playground. And he drives the blade straight into its neck, no hesitation, all brutality. Yeah, we love to see that. He slips Flash Freeze in straight from inside the wound, 200 IQ level magic. The bear's legs are frozen solid from the inside out, like it's getting the cold shoulder, and it's completely brutal. She stares in shock as he slips past the thick fur and blasts magic straight into the wound. Yeah, our boy is a straight-up genius. The princess feels like a total NPC right now. Her magic doesn't even matter. MC tells her the bear's way too strong for him. Yeah, he's totally lying, just trying to steal the spotlight. He begs her for the finishing blow just so he can watch her magic up close. Bro's a full-on nerd, obsessed with culture and ancient spells. She hits it with the Flame Blast, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, no hesitation. The MC blares at the old man and Dick to scram out of the way, because one wrong move and they'll get toasted. And just like that, the bears get erased from reality, no trace left behind. They made it out alive, but the princess looks like she just witnessed a god stepping onto the earth. The knight bows and screams, "You're a hero," and the MC just shrugs like, "Nah, don't sweat it. I only wanted to see something cool, absolute Chad." Stare at her face, her heart's hammering, thump-thump like crazy, because she's completely gone for our MC now. They're locked in a staring contest, and the tension is so thick you could slice it, straight up, fellas. MC suddenly freezes. She can't shake the feeling that she's seen that face before. Is this that long-lost sister Twist or what? She looks exactly like Alice, the same girl from his past. She looks exactly like Alice, but who is she really? Wait, could she be the former Demon Lord's ex? We'll find out in the next episode. Yo, Yuki's in these woods acting like he didn't just solo an entire pack of bears. Now he's locked in, staring down this princess and her guard like, "Bro, why are you NPCs even out here?" That guard keeps rambling that a tutor named Cackle swore this place was safe, but Yuki's expression is pure cinema, because he knows Snake Cackle is up to something shady, no doubt. Look at my boy Yuki, he's staring like, yeah, I know I'm about to torch this man's whole career, and you can practically see it in his face. Princess Clara starts grilling him, asking if he's from the Barren family. Meanwhile, Yuki's sweating bullets, desperate to keep a low profile and dodge all this royal drama. He's trying to play it cool, but the panic is screaming in his eyes, like, please don't clock me, I'm a gigachad in disguise. He tells her he's just some ordinary huntsman with a little magic. Yeah, right. That's the biggest cap I've ever heard, and you straight up obliterated those bears. Clara stares at him like, are you kidding me? Because there's no way she's swallowing this NPC routine for even a second. Before he can even blink, she tells him to join the Magician Guild with that kind of riz, and she's already trying to rope our boy into her crew. Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, then the princess finally blurts out the long overdue introduction. Say hello to Clara, the princess herself, and her guards totally stealing the spotlight, because wow, just look at her. She's top-tier waifu material, no doubt, and our MC, he's out here racking up beauties like it's effortless. They said they were just scouting the test site for the next magic exam. Little did they know Yuki had already wiped out the entire dungeon for them. They demand he keeps their little field trip under wraps, and the guards actually bowing to him like he's royalty. Seriously, the audacity of this MC's power is unreal. Now they're on their knees begging for his name, because they're desperate to uncover the identity behind this mysterious legend. Clara slides out a token of gratitude like it's a secret ace. She's pushing hard to seal things for our boy Yuki, and she wants it locked in early. Yuki goes, bro, I don't need money. Stop with the beta act and grab the loot. She insists they can't sell bear corpses that are already fried crispy, then even grabs his hand. Boom, the moment their skin touches, the chemistry goes off the charts. He finally grabs the gift, and she's beaming like she just won. Our boy secured the bag in one move, and she pulled it off too. Look at that smile. If you're not instantly down bad for Clara after this page, you're straight up kidding yourself. She's thanking him again, swearing they wouldn't have made it out alive. No cap, they were totally finished without Yuki. Yuki snaps into a quick flashback and realizes the person in front of him looks painfully like someone from his past life. He swears she looks exactly like the daughter of some jerk he used to know, and even across 2 lifetimes, Yuki still burns like a pro at getting under people's skin. He escorts them back to their carriage like a full-on gentleman, and he even sends his pet bat to scout the area first. What an absolute Chad. Inside the carriage, Clara is straight up fawning over our boy. She's going on about how his combat skills are straight up unreal for his age. She's already picturing herself with someone like him at her side, and yeah, she's totally bracing for the MC's raw strength right now. She's dreaming of him as her most trusty knight, and in the same breath, she's already mapping out their wedding in her head. She's fuming that she didn't get his name, and now she's stuck by the window, staring out like she just stepped into a romance manga panel. She can't help wondering if the Zero's grossity applicant is the same guy, and trust me, the misunderstandings are about to go nuclear. That recommendation letter says Zero's is rocking blonde hair and blue eyes, but our MC's got black hair. Yeah, I'm calling it right now. This is about to turn into a full-blown disaster. Even the guard is starting to suspect that Catchell might be a full-on fraud. They straight up label Catchell a joke and kick him out of the guild. Big W for the story, no question. Meanwhile, they can't stop buzzing about that mysterious hunter with the op bats, and Yuki's somehow still living rent-free in their heads. Clara is dead set on digging up every last detail about that barony, going full detective mode so her man's got answers. Cut to the town exploding with festival energy. Everyone's buzzing because the princess is finally coming to town. But Yuki's stuck in his room at the inn, dying of boredom. Then Martha the maid walks in and Lord of Mercy, look at those assets on that girl. Martha's thick with a capital T. Yuki lounges with a steaming sip of tea while Martha leans in and drops the bomb. Tomorrow is his brother Zero's big test day, and Yuki just keeps vibing, unbothered as ever. The whole town's jammed because the princess is the once-in-a-lifetime event. Everybody's out there acting feral for royalty. Yuki's gotta stay hidden until the princess finally walks out, because right now, he's playing a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek where one mistake gets him caught. He's stressing over whether the guild finally clocked Cackle's lies yet, because while everyone else is playing checkers, he's moving like it's 4D chess. He starts cooking up ancient fire magic he saw Clara use, even scrawling the spell on his bat. This guy's a walking problem for the rules of magic. He flashes back to his old life of grinding through magic research, and man, he's done with all that. Now he wants a chill godhood, no stress. But Martha breaks the news. The test site got moved because the mountain was just too dangerous to touch, and now Cackle's reputation is officially in the gutter. Yuki just blurts out of nowhere, "So, are you an only kid?" And I'm like, bro, what kind of pickup line is that? He asks if the person looks like her mom, and Martha instantly thinks he's accusing her family of an affair. Then her expression is so ridiculous, it's actually hilarious. Yuki tries to save the situation by dropping the 3 lookalikes myth. Honestly, nice save, bro, but he still almost got cooked by the maid. Martha starts raving about her mom's apple pie, and no joke, I'm instantly starving. This manga is basically shoving dessert cravings into my brain. It's a full-on family tradition. Yuki just sits there, sipping his tea while someone yaps nonstop right in front of him. He clocks that Clara might be tied to his old friends just from their crazy matching food preferences, and yeah, that's next-level detective stuff. He's daydreaming about venison pie, wondering if Claire's gonna show up again. Yeah, he's totally catching feelings, and don't you let him spin that lie. Martha swears she'll follow him every time he steps out. Total loyal waifu energy. Get yourself a girl who stares at you the way Martha looks at Yuki. Martha blurts that her mom got a package with a dark bear's claw, and Yuki slid it in secretly like a total legend. What a king. Her mom is grinning like everything's perfect, while Yuki quietly slips into the spotlight. Ice cold cool, warm-hearted, the kind of gigachad who's got a heart of gold. He figures hanging out with Martha isn't so terrible, just look at her, and tell me it wouldn't be. And then boom, another maid storms in like the FBI, yelling that Lord Yuki needs to come now, because something huge is about to hit. Martha's out here cracking jokes, while that other maid's straight up having a heart attack. She's built different, for real. The bombshell hits when the princess demands the whole family show up and introduce themselves, and Yuki's cover is moments from getting blown straight to the sky. Look at that face, Yuki knows he's totally finished. The one guy he's been dodging, he just called him out. We snap to the mansion, because that's where the chaos is exploding and the drama hits its breaking point. Catchall Mijan's just snagged a letter from the guild, and panic hits him like a truck because they've figured out what he messed up at the survey site. The guild leadership is grilling him to the bone, and he's sweating like he just got caught in a church. He starts pinning everything on Yuki, swearing he wanted Zero to be the hero. Then Yuki swoops in and steals the spotlight, and yeah, this dude's a total loser. He knows if Zero's flunks that test, his whole career dies on the spot, and that kind of desperation is exactly when villains become lethal. He's betting that the zeros will pick him as the teacher, like that alone will lock his job in place, straight up using a kid just for security. Trash dear tutor. If zeros misses, it's over, done, finished, gone. Look at that salty look on his face, yeah, you can't help but love it. A sharp knock rattles the door. Now tell me, who's it gotta be? It's all zeros, and even then, the brother's pacing like he's drowning in stress. Zeros is overflowing with beta energy right now. Bro, can I really pass? Have some confidence. Cackle jerks to his feet and screams like he's gone completely feral. He's losing his mind. Then he tells the zeros, the princess is already here, there's no turning back, and suddenly the pressure crushes down on everyone. He starts gaslighting zeros, spits out, Yuki's a bastard like it's truth, and tries to shove the blame so he can make him fail. This guy's manipulation is basically level 100. Zeros just sits there, taking every hit with zero idea what's happening. Man, he's so lost it hurts. Cackle snarls that Yuki is a pest among the aristocracy, and you can tell he's desperate to pit the brothers against each other. He swears his whole house is in chaos thanks to Yuki's magic, but really he's just salty because Yuki's a full-on natural Chad. Stare at Cackle's face in the background. Dude looks like a full-on demon, and you can practically feel him plotting something dark. He's stuffing zeros into every fake rumor, trying to paint Yuki like she wants him gone, and that betrayal plot armor is straight up elite. And Zeros is actually buying it. He thinks it's all smooth now, but bro, you're getting played. He clings to Cashel like she's the only person he can trust, and it's gut-wrenching to watch. Meanwhile, Zeros has fully turned into a simp, swallowed hook, line, and sinker by his tutor's lies. Cackle tells him to his face, Lord Yuki is the enemy. The betrayal, yeah, it's real family. He grabs the zeros and tells them Yuki's slandering him just to chase him off, and the projection is downright unhinged. He grabs Zero by the shoulders, like some sweet, caring mentor, and man, I've gotta wash my eyes after seeing that snake. He pressures the zeros to unleash the strongest magic they've got just to win the princess over, then flashes that evil grin all over again. Zeros is clutching some kind of magic stone right now, and I swear, give me $10 it's about to blow up in the most insane way possible. Zeros gives in and agrees, because right now, Cackle's spell has him completely locked under its control. Cackle hisses at him to win for the sake of his house, then he strides off like he just hit the jackpot. Look at Cashel in that final shot, staring out the window like he's already counting his future fortune, pure, ruthless villain energy. Look at this family reunion, everyone's smiling, but our MC's face screams, I'd rather be anywhere else, like this isn't happening to him. His sister is clinging to him like a lost puppy, and bro can already feel the drama crashing in. A wild royal carriage careens into view, and the dad is already sweating buckets, barking at everyone to shut up right now. The royal guards are standing there like unstoppable monsters, and you can feel it, this main event is about to burst out. Yuki's out here playing hide-and-seek, because the second someone spots him, his peaceful life is toast. He's literally trying to vanish from existence, but Pops is like, nah son, stand tall. Bro realizes the Clara he met earlier isn't just anyone, she's high-tier royalty, and now he's freaking out because he hid it, and she's got him completely down bad. The whole squad drops low to bow as the dad sweeps in, praising that princess for stopping by. He's practically begging her to let him finally get heirs. He needs to prove he's not some boring NPC walking on rails. And just like that, there she is. Boys, look at that entrance. That leg reveal is pure cinema. She steps out and snaps at them to drop the royal talk, because she's not here for politics, she's here to work. Then she hits everyone with a brutal bombshell. Zeros doesn't even need a test, and the sheer audacity of it leaves the whole room stunned. Yuki finally snaps into hearing her voice, and when he does, it hits him hard. Clara isn't just a waifu, she's the kingdom's top-tier goddess. Meet Princess Iris Rischa. Yeah, I see you staring. That top-tier Riz energy is absolutely unreal. The dad's glitching out mid-crisis, while the princess leans in and confesses she's been dying to see real magic. She's snapping out polite bows while her dad name-drops Zeros like he's the next legendary Gigachad. Zeros is bowing like he's being respectful, but bro, his ego's so huge you can practically see it towering over him, and yeah, he's 100% a hater in the making. The whole place feels so painfully awkward you could slice it with a butter knife, and Yuki just stands there, frozen like a total simp. Our boy finally clocks the trick. Someone hid behind an alias, and now he's ready to vanish from life. The princess is raring to kick things off, yet only a tiny crew of chosen ones gets to ride out. That cackle-looking menace volunteers to play tour guide like some bargain villain, while Yuki just prays her brother walks off and leaves. The MC's lost in thoughts about his family's happiness, but we both know that plot armor won't let him breathe easy. Princess Iris demands an assistant who's actually competent and won't crumble the second pressure hits. And right on cue, Pops shoves Yuki out in front of everyone, handing him over like a sacrifice. He starts hyping Yuki's genius and magic skills like they're unstoppable, while Yuki is quietly losing her mind on the inside. That budget villain, Kakshul, starts hurling disrespect, calling our guy a commoner like he's nothing but trash. But the princess slams him down on the spot. She reveals her own grandma was a commoner, and the whole vibe screams total mommy energy. She straight up tells him his opinion doesn't matter and reminds him exactly where he stands, absolute queen energy. Cackle is completely cooked, so he better shut his mouth before he gets cancelled. Dad barks at Yuki to get ready for the exam, then turns to Zeros and asks if he's really cool with his beta brother jumping in to help. Zero nods, but that look hits colder than my ex ever could. He leans in close, growls a threat at Yuki, and basically says, "Run and you're finished, dead meat." He starts rambling about blood and hierarchy, straight up sounding like the NPC villain we all love to hate. Zeros is plotting a remake of The House his way, and Yuki clocks a strange glint flashing in his eye. Then he flips the switch and grins at his dad like he's totally playing him. Dude cackles, smirking in the background. These two are totally up to something. They finally burst onto the test site, just a brutal forest where everything is out to kill you. Make it to the other side, no hesitation, and don't let those monsters clap you to pieces. She slaps these ancient-looking replica bracelets into their hands, and boom, they unlock a massive buff called Boost. Cackle kicks in, and he starts coding the items with care like they're the greatest creations on Earth. The brothers snatch up the items, both of them glaring like, "All right, now let's see who's really the chat here." Iris snaps at them that it's a one-shot deal, so don't you dare waste it. Yuki stares at the tech and gets dragged back to the old days, where the real stuff actually mattered. The princess tells Yuki, "You're only here as a measuring stick, so we can see just how much stronger Zeros really is." Yuki pictures himself sprinting like a lunatic, and right then, he knows it's about to blow up in his face. The princess flashes him a sweet little smile, and our guy immediately realizes he's just a human measuring stick. He just wants to grab the Zeros by himself and talk man to man, no sneaky teacher lurking over their shoulders. He's hurting because his brother despises him, and he's determined to finally clear the air. He can't stop thinking about the maids back home. Yeah, and Martha's got that real deal thickness, I see you, Yuki. But if Zeros keeps messing up, our MC could be forced to drop the nice guy act for real. Everyone snaps into place as the tension crests and threatens to explode. The princess drops the signal, and you can practically feel the hype roaring louder with every second. And they bolt, both of them sprinting like their lives are on the line. Right from the start, Cackle stays bitter as hell that a commoner gets to take part. He can't stand the thought. Comparing his prized star student to someone like Yuki feels like a straight-up insult. His hard work has him so sure of himself that it feels like he's already celebrating before the job is even done. He's bragging that Zeros is so terrifyingly strong, he'll mow down any beast that steps in his way. Bro's really out here begging fate for a promotion, and he's using nothing but Zeros as his ticket. The princess warns that the mountain is deadly, but Cackle shrugs it off like it's nothing. He's preaching that power is everything, and if you call it dangerous, he'll tell you it's just fear wearing a mask. He blurts out the Elysium Temple by accident, and the whole room instantly goes dead silent. He finally gets it, he totally screwed up, because that place is a huge taboo, and now the secret's out. He's craving that forbidden power like a secret addiction, and yeah, it's total classic villain energy. Meanwhile, the forest crawls with eerie energy, and the vibes feel downright wrong. The princess can only pray that nobody gets brutally murdered today. Deep in the woods, Yuki fires off words to his brother as they keep moving, trying to get through to him before they fall out of reach. Zeros can't hold back. He's molding and accusing Yuki of trying to steal the inheritance. He tells him Catchell's been yanking his name through the mud, bad-mouthing him to the maids every single night. Bro is so triggered he's screaming, "Shut up," like a toddler in full tantrum mode. Yuki's trying to explain he doesn't want that trash house, but Zeros isn't even hearing him. Zero demanded answers. How in the world does a nobody like him even know the princess? Yuki lays the truth on him. She survived the beasts because of him, but Zeros refuses to believe it and calls it cap. Rage blinds him so hard he won't even entertain the wild thought that his brother might be a total Chad. Then right out of nowhere, Zeros starts charging up a spell, and Yuki suddenly feels this terrifying ancient magic energy rip through the air. He calls forth a wind spirit, and blasts Yuki straight into the next week. But our boy yanks out his sword and blocks it like it's nothing. He bats away those wind blades like it's nothing, pure, unfiltered cinema, guys. Zero crumbled like a joke, sneering at Guy as if he were just some commoner, and our MC has finally snapped. He's starting to lose it, and trust me, seeing a former demon lord furious is something you do not want to witness. But then he cuts the brakes. This is family business now. He slams boost double, and that power surge is absolutely feral. Zero's is officially finished. Yuki decides he's going to take his brother down, then he's going straight back to deal with that snake cackle. Zero's thinks he's way ahead, but the universe is about to slap him with a brutal reality check. In the blink of an eye, Yuki rockets forward, and Zero's face goes pale like he just saw a ghost. Our boy bursts in like a meteor, swings a punch, and snarls at his brother, "Stop being a piece of shit." We jump right into Yuki, and his brother Zero's going full fire and ice, clashing hard in the middle of the woods. Zero's is completely freaking out, because Yuki moves like a glitch ripped straight out of the Matrix. Look at the speed on him, he's basically teleporting right in front of us. He's closing the gap at lightning speed, faster than a simp finds a fresh, mommy post. Yuki clocks him with the same old, "It's just an ancient item" cover story, but come on, we both know he's built different. Zero starts malting because his little brother is a total gigachad, while he's stuck playing the mid-tier NPC role. Then Yuki drops the ultimate lore bomb. He's not just some kid, he's a 200-year-old reincarnated mage. He's weaving through every attack like he's got instant move powers, and Zero ends up looking like a total clown. Family drama is blowing up, and Zero's is snapping at him to shut his trap. Zero's tries to fire off the "I hate commoners" card, but it screams cope so loud it might as well have a soundtrack. You can practically see the saltiness rolling off him as he grips his chest, rage burning through pure frustration. We get a quick glimpse of his past, and it proves he didn't luck into the guild, he busted his butt to earn it. Bro's straight up sobbing because studying feels like torture, and he's fuming that Yuki even exists, pure major beta energy. Then it happens, he finally snaps, yanks out that ancient magic card, and for once he actually believes he's got a shot. He summons a fire lizard and a wind spirit, smugly believing he's the main character for 5 whole seconds. He orders them to make Yuki kneel, but our guy just smirks and calls them small fries, doesn't even blink. Yuki cuts straight through that summon like it's butter, absolute cinema, right in front of us. He locks eyes with him, sends a chilling cold stare, and dares him. Does he seriously think he can take down a legend like Nosferatu? Zero's is freaking out, hammering out spell after spell because he knows he's about to get completely cooked. Yuki shoots back that the summons hit quick, but then slams the truth. He's up against a literal demon lord. He's done playing with this family feud. He's ready to slam it shut for good so he can finally escape this mid-barony life. The air turns razor thick as they square off one final time, like you could slice it clean with a blade. Yuki's bleeding out, but he still stands there like a damn legend, while the Zeros start to falter and wobble. He tells his brother, "Get it through that thick skull, I'm the real deal." Zeros is gripping his locket like it's the last life raft, and you can see the mental breakdown creeping in. We get this super wholesome flashback. Their dad is an absolute chad, and he treats both of them like their family. Turns out Zeros actually cares about his brother. He just shows it in the most clueless, head-scratching way possible. He's crumpling into tears, finally realizing just how much of a tool he's been. But Yuki won't slow down. He barrels forward, ready to land that correction I've punch. Zeros just stands there, stone still, getting hit so hard by his brother's aura that he can't even move. Yuki grabs his attention and tells him to brace himself, because she's about to slam shut this heartbreaking chapter of their lives. Look at his face. He already knows he's seconds away from getting sent straight to the Shadow Realm. Boom, right in the bread basket. That's the kind of move you pull on a disobedient brother. Zeros slams the ground, his locket flying off somewhere, and yeah, he looks like a straight-up total loser. The battle's done, and the forest goes so silent, it feels like the last punch is still echoing. Yuki's hand is pouring blood, and it's proof he didn't pull a single punch with that strike. Zero sprawls there, drowning in regret over every choice he's ever made, while Yuki suffers the sharp sting. Now they're both sprawled on the ground, just trying to process what happened, and yeah, they're probably already realizing they need a mountain of therapy. Yuki flips into full protective mode and warns him straight up, "Touch the wafus, and you're getting dealt with." Right when the scene feels perfect, the local Nightser Burns show up out of nowhere to snatch the moment away. Yuki thinks he's got a grip on the situation, so he starts plotting his escape, then the plot twist hits like a wrecking ball. Then Zeros actually throws himself to his feet and steps in for him, snapping that it was nothing, just a little brotherly spat. He finally admits he can't take Yuki down, and then he refuses to even find out what kind of monster she really is. He finally breaks down and admits the truth. He swallowed the lies because he was desperate to protect the family name and keep their respect intact. He pats Yuki on the head and calls him his little brother, then warns him not to wander off alone like some lost loner. Then he snaps right back into shouting at him again. Those genes are just too strong. Yuki's just sitting there like, man, my brother's a total headache, but wow, I swear he loves every second of it. Sir Burns grabs Zero's attention and declares, if you want to pass this test, you're fighting me next. But Zero finally shows real character growth, then steps back and resigns, because he knows he isn't ready to take that leap yet. Burns yanks out the signal spear to call the disqualification, going full badass mode. He fires that thing into the sky and basically yells, yep, this test is already wrecked. Yuki calls him out for lying about the rescue, and Burns just gives a lazy nod like, yeah, I've got you fam. Zeros finally breaks into a smile, shocked to realize his brother was never the threat he feared. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tears through the forest. It's the princess, and she's clearly screaming for help. Burns snaps into high alert mode and orders everyone to evacuate right now. Yuki isn't about to wait on anyone. He slams his crest to life and rockets straight toward the danger. He's stuck on the fact that these kids feel like one giant disaster, but he still has to step in and save them. Meanwhile, the teacher's catch-all spots a black arrow, and the moment he sees it, his whole plan starts crumbling. He snaps and starts tweaking when Zeros bombs the test, then all his brutal hard work just gets flushed. That princess in that dress looks so unbelievably stunning that she proposes a retest, and Caxiel instantly snaps, completely losing it. He kicks off with that iconic rant, humans just can't grasp order, and then the classic villain pulls the I'm superior speech like it's a weapon. Bro's practically shaking with pure rage right now, shouting about this cult called the Elysium Temple. The guards surge toward him, but you can already tell they're walking straight into their doom. Princess Iris clocks that this guy is a full-blown psycho and screams at everyone to back off, fast. Cachdal flips into full plan B and summons 12 spirits at once, pulling off the kind of move only a total hacker could dream up. It turns into a full-on bloodbath as the guards get shredded in mere seconds. Iris can only stare in terror while the protection around her gets shredded into a cloud of red mist. This dude's standing over the wreckage like he's the king of the world, so desperate for power it's pathetic. He's officially kicked the teacher role to the curb, and now he's about to show his real colors. Iris goes for the Prime Minister's son card, but Kissel shrugs it off like it's nothing. He steps into the darkness and starts summoning something even colder from the shadows, and it looks downright terrifying. He yells for the black beast's terror and fur, like nightmare fuel shadow dogs. Iris is freaking out because there's no way a normal teacher should be packing this much game. He blows up, ranting that his dad never chose him, and yeah, the air around him screams hardcore daddy issues. He grumbles that teaching these kids is pure boredom, and he's itching for something way more chaotic. He shoots his arms up to the sky, primed to drag some ancient evil back to life like a full-on villain. He's yelling about the resurrection of the great, and check out that psycho grin. Right when it feels hopeless, Yuki storms onto the scene and shuts down the Elysium Temple's nonsense for good. Alright homies, buckle up, because we're jumping back into the Elysium Temple lore, where some ancient crews strutted around like the heroes of the whole world, scoring shiny legacy items, and acting like that made them untouchable. These guys were straight up overdoing it, using Ansic to beat up demi-humans and stretch their territory wider like they had plot armor stitched into their skin. But then a wise sage stepped in, shut down their nonsense for good, scattered the items to the wind, and suddenly everyone swore those clowns were erased from the history books. The war finally ended, and the NPCs were convinced the temple had been wiped out for good. Fast forward to today, this top-tier waifu summons Ifrit Blow and turns Shadowhounds into dinner, and seriously, look at the way she's working her boys like it's straight-up god-tier devotion. Then this clown Cackle bursts in, skating across the old temple with shiny eyes and waving an ancient relic like he's got main character Riz. This dude is absolutely down bad for power. He's out here preaching temple resurrection with the most insanely punchable face Manga has ever seen. His shadow dogs are ripping through the guard fodder right now, and these guys are getting absolutely obliterated. This is a full-on bloodbath, and those soldiers are getting absolutely screwed, because there's no paycheck on Earth that justifies fighting ancient magic chaos like this. Then bam, flashback time. That snake Cashel is pulling the strings, using our MC like a puppet, just to bring a dead cult back, and I mean using a kid as the weapon. That's pure beta behavior. The princess looks straight up worried, honestly. Same, because Cackle's out here tripping over everything. He wants to shove this whole barony into his temple's spotlight, straight up delusional if he thinks he's the main villain. Suddenly, everything flips. Just look at those eyes. This is about to go down in the worst possible way. Out of nowhere, a swarm of bats erupts in the air, and Princess immediately knows what that means. Those are Lord Yuki's familiars. Those bats are straight up casting magic. Can you believe what you're seeing? They've got more wrist power than the entire guard put together. They summon fire from the sky, dropping down like a modern warfare killstreak going off. The ground is getting riddled with explosions, blast after blast after blast. Cackle is shrieking like a little girl, because his precious shadow dogs are being twisted into hot dogs right in front of him. The princess can barely wrap her mind around it. These bats are unleashing rapid-fire ancient magic like nothing she's ever seen, and honestly, that's absolute cinema. Cackle has to crack a barrier just to keep breathing through that heat. Look at him dripping sweat like crazy, because he knows he's toast. And there's Yuki, standing up like a total absolute legend, while the princess is giving full-on hard eyes right back. Calcula is losing it, screaming that Yuki's a bastard for tossing around ancient magic, then immediately going, "Bro, you're the one getting wrecked by a kid, sit down." Yuki doesn't let him finish. One brutal spurt of blood later, the villain is already leaking, and he gets speed blitzed by a kid like it's nothing. She didn't even clock him moving. One blink and he was already there. That's full MC speed right there, no question. Cackle crumples on the ground, sobbing. Imagine being an ancient priest and getting absolutely demolished like that. Yuki shoots him that icy stare, say it again. What about my family? And yo, instant chills like real chills. He snaps at the tutor to stop acting like a ghost and start answering the question, and you can see the poor guy trembling in real time. The princess jumps in to stop it, because she's a saintess, and she refuses to just go around murdering everything. She's desperate to keep him breathing just long enough to squeeze out answers, because he could be tied to the taboo temple. Total villain plot armor. But Yuki won't let it slide. This guy just insulted his family, and in this life, Yuki is the type to defend his own no matter what. He flashes back to the life where he failed to protect anyone, and now he refuses to let history repeat itself. He locks eyes with her, shrugs it off, and flat out tells her, "Nah, I've got to go." Cackle cracks up and tries to start more smack talk, insisting that Zeros can't stand his brother. He's still playing mind games while he's bleeding out. Absolute audacity, I swear. Yuki just shrugs it off. People bicker like that all the time, right? He's way too sharp to waste energy on mid-level insults. Then Cackle whips out a feather catalyst, and boom, here comes that "this isn't even my final form" moment. A monstrous tornado snaps into motion, spinning everything in its path. Yeah, the danger is about to explode. The princess is freaking out. Ancient summoning magic just exploded in front of her, and this is getting way out of control. Yuki's eyes lock on that feather. He's seen this exact movie before. He's guessing griffin or cockatrice, but his gut screams it's way bigger, way nastier, and about to wreck everything. Cackle finally thinks he's got it all in the bag, then snaps right back into that smug loser act. Boom, a gigantic griffin tears into the world, shrieking like it's about to rip the sky in half. Cackle is already plotting to snatch the princess and hold her hostage, and yeah, this guy is the CEO of Down Bad. The guards scramble to hold their line, but that bird chews through them like crunchy snacks. The princess hurls an Ifrit blast at it, but this bird just doesn't play by the rules. It's built different. Cackle is cackling in the background like it's a joke. Somebody please knock him out already. A griffin snaps out a barrier like it's nothing, then a bird rolls in with a shield. That's straight up cheating. The princess is fighting for her life. Her magic won't budge the ancient defense one single inch. Yuki leans in, reads the whole mess in seconds, and realizes Cackle is packing way too much magic for some mid-tier magician. Cackle screams for the beast to butcher every last person. This dude's a full-on psycho, but Yuki starts barking tactical callouts like he's a pro gamer. Then he shouts, "Hit it below the wing." The princess blurts, "Wait, how do you know that?" And Yuki just shrugs, "A friend told me," like his friend is himself from 500 years ago. We cut to a flashback of him stalking those beasts for their materials, and you realize this guy was a raid boss in his old life. The soldiers snap into action and actually form a shield wall tight, disciplined, and deadly, and man, the teamwork is unreal. Cackle is straight up losing it. Why do you bastards keep getting in his way? Cry harder, buddy. The princess lunges in for another shot, hunting for the perfect opening. But the griffin is juking and weaving like it's playing a rhythm game, way too fast for the NPCs to even keep up. From the ground, you can't possibly nail a moving target in the air, so it's time to toss the plan and go for something different. Caxiel's back on his legacy rant. Someone mute this man's mic before he never stops. Yuki decides he's done waiting. He breaks into a full sprint straight at the soldiers. He literally blasts off using a soldier's back like a jump pad. Yeah, that spine is gone. Rest in peace. Our boy is in the air, pure cinema. Just look at that form. Catchall thinks you're a joke, then he sneers. You can't fight up in the air, kid. He figures the whole trajectory is way too simple, and there's no way Yuki can keep up. But Yuki's got the ultimate assist. Boom, assemble the familiars right now. A bat literally swoops under his foot to set up a double jump. This is next level Riz, straight up. He's parkouring through the sky like gravity doesn't exist. If you're not screaming with hype right now, check your pulse. He slams onto the griffin's back, right on target. Cackle, I'm here. And man, this drop is freezing straight through the soul. Cackle is totally losing it. Like, can you feel his sanity slipping right now? What are you? A bastard flips the villain's own insult back at him, straight up Gigached energy. Yuki clings to his own words. Use magic only when you're 100% sure it'll land. He fires point blank at the bird with an air-free blast. There's no dodging this time, buddy. A direct blast to the neck. Now that bird's getting fried to a crisp. And boom, the entire beast erupts in flames, and it's official. This monster is cooked. It's dropping from the sky like a chunk of lead, ripping through the air. Gravity is a cruel, ruthless mommy, and Kekshal is moments away from colliding with her. Pure crash landing, bam, the griffin's finished. Yuki drops in like it's nothing, and the guards are straight up starstruck now, like I get it. Everybody's whispering about his insane power, so tell me, is he just a kid or a god trapped in human skin? Honestly, it's probably both. Castle crumples on the ground like he's shattered. Look at him, absolutely pathetic. Yuki's seconds from finishing the job, then the princess grabs him mid-step and snaps, don't touch him. She barges in like she owns the place, total mommy energy. She tells him his magic is totally drained, and that he's nothing but a walking corpse. The way she holds that serious expression, yeah, she's locked in as the best girl for this whole arc. She's pushing for the guild to punish him, because she refuses to let Yuki get his hands dirty, and Yuki's basically like Titch I fine. But then they spotted something seriously messed up happening to the body. Yuki's picking up something seriously sketchy in the air. He clicks his tongue and he knows he should have ended it right then. Then we get this super weird message about a ninth priest, so what lore time? Because yeah, something out there is breaking and it's about to get ugly. A sudden roar erupts, then a wicked cackle melts into a cloud of black smoke. He's staring at his own life, confused why magic was never in him, and then it hits. You were just a puppet the whole time. A shadowy hand steps in and finishes it all, like someone just wiped the whole crime scene clean. Yuki and the princess just froze there, staring at each other like, wait, what the heck just happened? Suddenly, this massive brute with an axe crashes into the scene. And he's dragging those zeros with him. Then boom, the brother's back, but he looks wrecked like he survived hell. Man, what a cliffhanger. We kick things off with this smug little clown cackling like he owns the place, acting like he's the main character in this whole story. But things look grim for Zeros. He's coughing up blood right now, and Sir Burns is fighting tooth and nail to keep him from meeting his ancestors. Everything spirals downhill in an instant when a massive explosion rips through the area, turning everything to dust and leaving only bad vibes in its wake. Boom, out of nowhere, a massive barrier slams down, and the princess looks like an absolute snack as she scrambles to understand what the heck just happened. Cackle S over there stroking his own ego, bragging about summoning top-tier monsters like he hasn't already got 0 mana left. Yuki finally snaps into action. He uses his brain for once, and clocks that something about the shiny rock Zero was holding is seriously suspicious. Yuki bolts over to his bro, who's seconds from collapsing, and yells for him to show the suspicious thing right now. He spots a magic-augmented amulet and instantly feels the curse in his bones. Then he stares at those creepy, bulging veins like they're about to burst. We hit a flashback where Caxiel is a straight-up snake, handing Zeros the amulet and swearing it'll turn him into a god-tier mage. But Yuki rips the truth wide open. This thing wasn't handing Zero power at all. It was draining him to the bone like a damn parasite. Beyond the barrier, a hulking shadow monster unleashes a brutal howl, and the knight and princess stare in horror as their attacks slam in, doing literally 0 damage. Zero finally drops out of beta mode and rushes to Yuki to apologize for being a total jerk earlier. Yuki shoots him that gigachat look like, "Shut it," then dares him to watch how a real master handles the situation. He's not even mad about the pass, because he's got bigger problems coming, and he's about to ice the whole pack. Yuki starts building power in his own magic, and as it surges, he can't stop thinking. He just wanted a normal brotherly bond, not this nightmare. We get a flash of how normal brothers act, bickering over dumb stuff, before they switch gears and try to kill each other with ancient relics. Yuki calls Cackle out for being straight-up useless, then steps in like he's about to wipe this guy's whole career off the map. He slams his Mistel blood erosion magic into action, basically top-tier hacking in the magical world. His eyes flare with that "don't mess with me" glow, and he locks in, dissecting the enemy's spell structure piece by piece. He realizes the magic is a double trap. It's built to gulp down Zero's mana, while quietly warping his mind at the very same time. The moment Yuki pours his massive mana pool into the system, the amulet starts cracking like it can't take the strain as he gears up to blow the circuit. He shrieks, "Relic of the past," and hurls every last drop of his power into shattering that cursed piece of jewelry. The amulet erupts into a million shards, and Zero's finally cuts the last tether, screaming one final time before it all goes dead. The magic discharge finally dies out, and Zero's left gasping on the ground, finally ripped free from that leech. Meanwhile, Cackle starts rolling on the floor like a soccer player hunting for a foul, because his plan just detonated in his face spectacularly. Yuki tells you that because Kekko's body could barely keep that stolen magic contained, snapping the link basically cooked his insides like fried circuitry. That giant shadow monster starts melting into nothing, and just like that, Cackle's exposed again, pure fraud. And Cackle now looks like a dried-up prune, his body and mind shattered by the very greed he couldn't control. Sir Byrne says there's no fixing this guy. His magic pathways are cooked beyond belief, like a cheap laptop fried to death. Princess Iris stands there, frozen, staring at the villain's wreckage, because Cashel straight up erased his own soul. Yuki stands there, totally unfazed, scratching his head like saving the entire kingdom was no big deal. The princess strides right up and fires off the million-dollar question. "So, who are you, really?" Yuki's about to spill some major lore, but you can tell he's fighting to keep his secret identity under wraps. Zeros bursts in, snatches the moment, and shouts that Yuki is his brother, an illegitimate Grossedia child, saving the day on the spot. The princess doesn't believe it for a second. She demands to know how some random kid can use ancient magic nobodies seen in centuries. Yuki tells Zero, "Bro, help me out, just look," because he's got zero desire to explain his past life. Even the shadowy mommy spirit lurking behind him is glaring like, "Seriously, you got caught." They whip up a lie, claiming Zero's taught him everything he learned from Caxiel, and yeah, it's a wild stretch, but they're running with it anyway. The princess glances his way to make sure it's real, and now the pressure's crushing. One slip and he'll drop the whole deal. Zero flips into full bro mode and tells Yuki he's a natural genius, like he mastered stuff even he couldn't wrap his head around. He straight up admits he was jealous of Yuki's talent, so he basically played it like a simp to Cashel from the very beginning. They warn that the Elysium Temple is a total taboo, so you'd better clamp your mouth shut and never spill a single detail. Yuki drives the momentum forward and snaps that Zero's couldn't be an accomplice. If he were, he'd have struck the princess way earlier. He holds up the shattered amulet pieces like a smoking gun, proving Zero's was just another victim tangled in Cackle's sick schemes. He smashes the mystery wide open by pointing straight back to Cackle's collapse, proving those two amulets were hooked up through magical Bluetooth. Princess Iris finally caves in and agrees. She'll use the proof to wipe the family's name clean and put Keckle to rest for good. She vows that once they return to the capital, she'll dig into the link to the Elysium Temple herself. Then she swings around to Yuki and pushes for a do-over on the test, because the last one got cut short by a literal demon. He steps forward, declares he can't be a mage anymore, and then throws his whole future behind his little brother. Yuki just stands there, a giant question mark floating above him, still freaking out over how he got dragged into all this. Zero's jumps on the crowd's hype train and declares that Yuki is about to become the greatest magician the world has ever seen. Two brothers huddle for a second, and yeah, it's weirdly wholesome, right up until you remember they were murdering people 5 minutes ago. Princess Iris flashes a top-tier waifu smile and declares she's dying to see just how much talent Yuki has been hiding. The moment it happens, the crowd erupts, cheering like their team just crushed the Super Bowl. She officially names Yuki Grosseria a trainee at the Magician's Guild, and the Riz levels are through the roof. Every NPC is flipping out. Turns out the Baron's son didn't just get in, he actually made the cut, and nobody can handle it. Yuki snaps to the truth he's trapped, and no isn't an option with a literal princess, so he swallows his panic and goes along with it. Back at the mansion, the rest of the family is left utterly speechless by the news. We get a peek at Martha the maid, and trust me, she's straight up part of the series' culture. Yuki sprawls on a lounge chair, clocking the perfect angle, turning his trainee status into a cover to dig into his past life. He can't stop asking the big questions: what happened to his old village, and why he got reincarnated in the first place. That shadowy mommy swoops back in, and boom, she reminds us the MC has way more secrets up his sleeve than we ever guessed. His dad is straight up sobbing with happiness. His son finally did something productive for once. Yuki bets that heading straight to the capital is the smartest move, because it puts him right where he can watch the humans and their ancient magic like a hawk. Out of nowhere, Martha starts pounding on the door, and I swear, I know exactly what you're all seeing in this frame. She leans in and tells Yuki the princess is waiting in the visitor's room, and she's making it crystal clear he's going, no excuses. Turns out the princess slipped out of the party in secret just to go see him, and that is some seriously unhinged, down bad behavior. Martha keeps pouting hard, because you can tell she's seething with jealousy over that royal competition stealing Yuki's attention. She's secretly fuming, and honestly, that just makes her even more adorable. Martha announces she's heading straight to the Magician's Guild, Yuki, so she can keep a sharp eye on him. Yuki's completely thrown off, because he never even knew servants could tag along to magic school. She tells us the Barren sent her, and I swear, this is a win-win, because we're about to get even more Martha on screen. Yuki can't stop feeling like a terrible master for pushing herself so hard, but the truth is she's just over the moon to be right by his side. He tells her to keep her eyes on his back, and they trade a fist bump so clean it looks like it belongs on screen. Look at that smile. Martha's got best girl energy written all over her, and don't you dare start in the comments. Yuki teases that if she can't snag a husband because she's too busy with him, then he'll have no choice. He'll just have to take responsibility himself. Martha chuckles it off, but you can tell, deep down, she's praying he's not actually joking. He storms into the visitor's room and finds the princess already there, sitting in pure royal splendor, like she owns the whole place. She pulls you aside for a private moment, and you can already feel it. She's about to hit us with a jaw-dropping plot twist. Yo homies, we're back with the former Demon Lord, out here snatching top-tier wafis like they're limited edition Pokémon cards. Then it kicks off with Princess Iris pouring tea, thanking Yuki for the save, and looking like she's already completely gone. She's lost in memories of the moment he saved her secret alter ego, Clara, right then and there, proving the quiet Riz we know is still just as deadly, even when he's undercover. That princess is basically trapped in the castle like a prisoner, so she sneaks out to do research, just to breathe some fresh air, and yeah, she's sitting there looking high-tier and stunning, like total waifu energy. She blurts out an apology for calling him a trainee without asking, cheeks burning hotter than a simp who just got roasted into cheering after his favorite streamer singled him out. She's got a simple request. She wants Yuki as her personal bodyguard at the Magician Guild, because he's the only one she trusts, and honestly, it's basically her saying, stay with me 24/7. Iris is dead set on cracking why she's so obsessed with magic, so she pulls him into her world with a formal invite, and honestly, who in their right mind would turn down a baddie like her? She flashes him a wicked, straight-up cinematic smile, and you instantly know that under that royal dress, she's hiding some seriously spicy secrets. Yuki can't believe it. Why would some royal throw her life on the line for magic, when the so-called NPCs just huddle in the castle all day, stuffing their faces with cake? Turns out she's built different. She's no pampered princess stuck in tea parties and petty politics. She lets the whole tea spill. Her grandmother was a plain commoner, yet her magic stats were absolutely insane, and she was the perfect man of culture, pick for the last marquee. She's spilling every secret because she knows Yuki's a straight-up gigachad who'll take her seriously. No fake praise, no glazing that royal title. Yuki's not exactly chatty, but he's locked in, ready to dig into the secrets of this mysterious bloodline. That grandma's mana pool was downright massive, yet her body had another weird twist so strange it practically laughed in the face of logic. This lady's 50, but she looks 30, straight-up top-tier immortality glitch energy, and it makes Yuki start wondering if he had a hand in his own past. Her mom died right after she was born, and boom, instant tragic backstory dropped into her lap to supercharge that already unreal plot armor. Yuki suddenly realizes he once gave his Mistel blood to a girl named Alice, and now it's crystal clear that his blood is basically a cheat code for a longer life. He still remembers Alice. Back in his old life, she was pure cuteness, until he got reincarnated and got stuck in this loser's body. Bro was so cracked out on the power back then that he couldn't even remember how much blood he pumped into her. Now that's a legendary flex. He demanded the grandma's name, praying it was his old flame, anything to prove if he's really the father of this bloodline. Rachel, yeah, not Alice, but Yuki can't shake the mystery, so she's dying to meet this secret woman. He's staring into the curse of immortality, realizing the top feels like a lonely throne, while everyone around him is just a temporary NPC, here for a blink and gone. No one can explain why Iris's grandma was built that way, not even Iris's mom, so the princess is left hunting answers in the dark, alone. Yuki goes straight for the real question. Did Iris actually inherit that freaky built different DNA with a mountain of magic power? She confirms it, her magic power is off the charts, turning her into a walking nuke, dressed like absolute perfection. Yuki finally clicks. He's the one who painted the magic crests on his pets, and maybe even the whole family tree, meaning he's the mastermind behind her power. The royal family kept leaning in to whisper about her condition, because, apparently, being a 2-op was enough to make the normies squirm. She joined the guild to finally figure out what she really is, and the whole thing felt like a full-blown existential meltdown she couldn't escape. She's busted her tail to climb up as a top-rank mage, only to finally dig into her own roots and figure out why she's so wildly different. She locks eyes with him and begs for his help, basically dragging our boy into the role of her guide through the absolute chaos. Yuki jerks as she realizes her hands are trembling. She just laid her darkest fears on someone she barely knows, and she's completely exposed right now. Yuki makes it official. She pledges to follow her lead and head straight to the guild, stepping up like the absolute Chad he is. She grabs his hands, practically lunging at him, and you can see it. Pure joy lights up her face because she's clearly winning. Then she drops the bombshell. She wants him as her escort knight, the absolute highest tier, you're never getting out of the friend zone badge. Yuki spits the truth. He's nothing but a Barren's illegitimate kid, but Iris doesn't care about his lowborn status when she's got that high-tier Riz staring right at him. She's pushing for them to become school friends and study side by side, but Yuki suddenly realizes this mess might be his fault. To prove his theory, he asks her whether she still loves venison pie drizzled with spicy sauce, the very meal Alice used to go crazy for back in the day. She hasn't tried it yet, but she's already bragging that she lives for spicy food, and Yuki's acting all calm as he quietly gathers the data. He decides to help her track down her roots, no matter what happened before, because that's exactly what a real bro does for his waifu. He officially steps up and takes the escort duty, and you can practically see the princess's heart do a full-on panic jump. Look at him kneeling, pure main character energy at max volume, and the visuals are straight-up cinematic perfection. Iris's cheeks are burning red, like she's seconds away from overheating, and somehow she finally got her man to agree to stay right by her side. She's about to march straight to her dad and make it official, blazing ahead like a speedrunner trying to clear the final quest. Orientation hits in 1 month at the royal capital, and you already know the school arc is about to dump more wafers and a whole new crew of haters for you to roast. But before Yuki heads out to tackle the royal paperwork, she's got one last, serious question that won't let her go. He leans in and demands, is the Elysium Temple really dead? Because he can feel it, some leftover villains are still out there, hiding in the shadows. Then the story snaps into a flashback. Kitchell, the creep, gets fully cooked after trying to mess with our boy. They dug up a secret letter in his room about the temple, and the whole mystery is spiraling out of control faster than you can blink. Yuki snaps into that scary stare, because he knows those temple guys are pure trouble that'll wreck his peaceful life. Iris steps up and offers to set up a meeting with a researcher, proving she's not just easy on the eyes, but a total MVP for Yuki's mission. She drops her goodbye, slips out of the room, and leaves our boy scrambling to take in all this brand new lore. Yuki snaps to the truth that more cultists could be lurking, so he locks in and keeps his magic ready, or the temple's NPCs will clap him fast. He's in bed later, plotting countermeasures like a true gigachad, because the villains never stand a chance when you're always 3 steps ahead. The very next day, Yuki storms into the main house, and the whole atmosphere feels completely different than it did when he was a social outcast. His brother Zero's is waiting for him, and you can practically feel the tension between them snap any second now. Yuki finally steps into Zero's room for the first time in years, and that wave of nostalgia smacks him so hard it feels like he got hit with a truck gun. Zero's got something serious to ask him, and for a split second, I swear my heart thought he was about to call for a duel. Yuki's like, wait, does this mean I'm the one the legendary Lord Nosferatu was talking about? Then he's about to land the truth bomb and wreck this guy's whole future. But Zero's is the real deal, and he straight up doesn't care a bit about his secret identity. Yuki's stunned, he came ready for a knockdown brawl, but his brother's weirdly calm, like he's totally unbothered. Zero swore no matter what to guard his secret, and he finally graduated from that annoying sibling into a loyal pair of eyes. Yuki catches the truth in his eyes and chooses to trust him, because with family homies, that kind of sincerity hits different. Suddenly, Zeros yanks out his sword, and for a split second, I swear I thought he'd snap and go full yandere on us. He jams the sword against his own throat and dares destiny to decide in one brutal life-or-death oath, pure audacity, maximum drama. He dares Yuki to end it if doubt ever creeps in about his loyalty, pure, hardcore gigachad energy. Yuki snaps that he's annoying for going so over the top, but you can tell, deep down, she's got respect for his insane dedication. Zero's is weirdly intense, like he's built his whole world around family, and Yuki finally starts to feel like she belongs. Yuki accepts the oath, and in that instant, the Grosseria brothers lock in. Now they're the kingdom's most terrifying duo. Zero's completely hyped to be the heir and prove he's got it, while Yuki just wants him to calm down already. It's lunchtime and Zero's refuses to hear no when it comes to dragging his family into bonding time. He practically yanks Yuki along to the main house, sliding into full, overprotective big bro mode like that's what he was born to be. Little sister Lumia clocks them getting along and bursts into happy tears, so much emotion it could wreck a grown man, and honestly, that's totally fine. She lunges in and smothers Yuki in this massive hug, and the whole scene feels like peak wholesome, like cinematic perfection. Zeros is just standing there, taking psychic damage because he didn't get a single hug, absolutely cooked, seething, and glaring with jealous rage. Yuki tells her, "I'll be headed to the royal capital soon," and her whole world snaps, because her big brother is leaving that fast. From now on, they're gonna sit down and eat together as a family, and Zeros is even going straight to their dad to make sure Yuki gets treated right. Even the dad jumps into the group hug, and just like that, one huge family problem finally gets solved. That night, Yuki finally sinks into some well-deserved rest after surviving all that brutal family drama. He finally slips into a dream of his past life again, and you can feel the lore digging even deeper by the second. He's back in the throne room as D. Nosferatu, and he's sitting there like the total boss. Suddenly, someone crashes into the room shouting, "My lord," and rips him out of his brooding like a lightning strike. Young Lyle Carmine is just 8 years old, and somehow he's already serving the demon lord like a tiny legend on a mission. He's dashing off to do his thing, pulling us straight back to the good old days at Fira Village. Stay tuned, homies, because the past is sprinting right behind him. Yo homies, we're sprinting into the deepest guts of this ancient castle, except it ain't a dungeon, it's a classroom built for a bunch of lucky village kids. The Lord of Nosferatu is rocking that long hair like an absolute gigachat, and he's out here babysitting a kid named Lyle. MC's out here playing teacher, and he's absolutely roasting these NPCs without pulling a single punch. He straight up tells Lyle his grammar and math are so cooked they might as well be a burnt steak. Night's falling fast, so the MC snaps at the kid to run before the monsters crawl out and turn him into a snack. Lyle's acting like a total beta, crying his eyes out, so the MC has to smack in some real physical motivation to get him moving. This guy's been alive for 2 centuries, and he still can't wrap his head around why humans are so painfully obsessed with studying. Turns out Lyle is a total simp. He's fixated on marrying a girl named Ramilia, all because she's into smart guys. MC snaps, realizing he's hit a terminal case of feels, and tells the kid to get lost before it all spirals out of control. But deep down, MC's got a soft heart, so instead of going cold, he tells the kid to show up 30 minutes early tomorrow for a little private setup. This total yun of a simp shows up right after dawn, like it owns the place. Honestly, the audacity of a man this in love is unreal. Jump ahead a bit and check out Ramilia's glow up. She went from iconic to top-tier waifu, and yeah, she even married that little nerd. Man, the whole village feels downright tragic. Every other dude is spiraling in despair because that beauty just got taken off the market. Ramilia's turning this anniversary into a crash course. She's begging to learn restraining magic, and I'm like, "Mommy, sorry, mommy." She's dead set on using it on her husband, because once he's tied down, she'll finally have him all to herself. No more games, just pure commitment or nothing. The moment those terrifying yandere eyes lock on, she swears no woman on earth could ever stand a chance against her man. MC has to run a quick check, because threatening her teacher with the magic he taught her, that's pure chaos, and it's a legendary power move. Ramilia straight up admits that human girls are terrifying, and honestly, I can't even argue with that. They're gearing up to stack a whole squad of kids, so the MC hands her a Hermes grass potion to crank her energy sky high. She pulls him into a warm hug, like the true cultured woman she is, because she's got deep respect for her lord. But then she hits him with a logic bomb that makes the MC's whole world crack and question everything. She tells him their future daughter will love the lord more than anyone, and that she should just become his wife. MC is straight up stunned. This lady just dropped a plot twist so wild it knocked the breath out of him. The MC gets slapped in the face with the brutal truth. Being immortal doesn't save him, it just forces him to outlive everyone he actually gets along with. Remilia shuts down any lonely talk real quick and demands a whole lot of babies. She's praying one of them hits the genetic jackpot, becoming immortal, so she can keep him with her forever. She's gonna go all in to make it happen. Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. MC slips her a lapis stone as a wedding gift, and when it catches the light, boom, she just stares at that sparkle like it's pure magic. Absolute cinema. Ramilia's over the moon. She's swearing she'll be the best wife ever. Scene shifts, boom. There's a little girl named Alice, and she's looking absolutely wrecked as she lies in bed. The MC keeps hammering Purify over and over, and the way he looks at this situation is way too scared for someone who's supposed to be an immortal king. Alice cuts in and asks why he's freaking out. If he's immortal, he'll never have to worry about the gulag. MC admits it's downright unfair. Everyone else has to deal with the end of the line, and somehow he's the only one getting a pass. Alice is a tiny fighter with a big heart. She vows she'll push through no matter what, and still somehow digs deep to keep going and boom, she drops the bombshell that once she's grown, she's coming for his heart, because she wants to be his wife too. Her heart is pounding out of her chest, but the MC just shrugs her off with that same old, yeah, like he's seen this riz 100 times before. She hurls, "You idiot," at him for dodging her confession to a maiden, and honestly, yeah, she's got a point. She points out that if she can still complain, she's obviously fine, because she doesn't sound like someone who's falling apart. He drops the "maybe, when you're an adult" line on her. That's the ultimate dodge to keep trouble from finding him. They turn it into a challenge. Can she hold on to those feelings all the way until she's grown? Alice clenches her resolve and vows she'll never, ever forget what her heart feels for her lord. If she pulls it off, she's snatching that wife spot, while Remilia's back there, looking thick as hell and pregnant with twins. MC snaps at her to shut up and hit the bed before she blurts out something even crazier. He stares at the stones, and memories from his endless lifetime crash over him. And then boom, a flash of the trauma that killed the MC hits, the temple comes for him, and the whole world drops into chaos. The screen suddenly erupts into savage static, like we've just been dropped into a glitchy horror nightmare. MC's face bursts through the chaos as his memories start shattering into pieces. He catches a whispering voice calling his name, slicing through the dead silence of the digital void. We flash back to a sword-wielding guy who looks like he's been through hell and back. Lyle and Remilia pop into the glitch and start chatting like they've already got him booked for later. The air feels thick with static, but the message punches through. She's got them all waiting for him. Even when years pile up, they still cling to that promise like it's the last light in the dark. One day they'll finally meet again, and when they do, it's going to be legendary. Suddenly, MC jolts awake in his new life, still in bed, looking like a walking snack. He muttered, "I'm just a kid again," and the second he realized that whole trip through his memories was nothing but a dream. As his adorable maid slips into those shout out to the culture fits, he can't help wondering who the heck those voices were. He has zero clue why he got reincarnated, but he's not about to sit around and mope. He's got to track down news about Lyle and the crew in the capital, and you can bet I'm right behind him, every step of the way. What is up, my cultured kings? I'm back with our favorite former demon lord, and right now he's getting absolutely destroyed by the one thing magic can't fix: paperwork. He flexed his way into the Magician Guild, and now Yuki is flat out face down on his desk because the grind never stops. Lucky for him, Martha's showing up in that outfit like a straight-up snack, keeping him on track, because bro's stuck drowning in rules and regulations, so hard he's basically an NPC. And yep, Rumia, his little sister, is out here pouting hard, because her big brother's always stuck playing the part of a top-tier student, and come on those cheeks. There's no way you can say no to that. The old man and the big brother Zeros just stand off to the side, watching like it's a show, probably thrilled they're not the ones getting buried in scrolls. And time just slips away when you've got plot armor, then bam, it's moving day. Yuki's out there touching grass one last time, while Martha busts her butt with the laundry like the absolute top-tier waifu she is. It's time for the final supper with the family, and you know things are getting real the moment they drop the Leaving Hometown title. For once, the table's actually giving wholesome vibes, and that's exactly when the author smirks, because a huge betrayal or a time skip is about to slam into the story. The carriage gets prepped, and the familiars whip around in tight circles like they're seconds from a full-on boss fight. Yuki's decked out in travel gear, and he slaps the old man's hand in a solid no-nonsense handshake, like a total Chad. And yeah, he even pats Rumia on the head, while Zeros finally stops acting like a beta hater and starts behaving like a real brother. Dad starts laying down the "don't embarrass the family" speech, warning him that their barony in the capital is basically the brand new kid everyone's watching. Then the old man drops the bomb. He's been bragging about Yuki to every noble family in town, right as Bro's expression snaps into, "I'm done for." He knows exactly what this is, another round of annoying nobles trying to test his charm or get punched for it. Yuki can already feel the headache creeping in, because being a genius is basically a trouble magnet. Meanwhile, Martha's out here going full savage. She roasts Zeros right to his face, because she's the exclusive maid, and she answers to her master, not anybody else. Zeros doesn't dodge the blame. He takes that L straight up, apologizes for being a simp back then, and promises he'll level up the barony while Yuki's gone. Martha's got that mommy, sorry, energy. She swears she'll take care of everything back home, even watching over Yuki's mom. Rumia is totally cracking up, sobbing like her favorite anime just got canceled, but Yuki swears she'll come by during the holidays. The moment's finally here, we're moving out, and the emotional damage is slamming the entire squad. Yuki whips one last look at his home base, grinning like a real protagonist as he kicks off a brand new arc. As he strides toward the carriage, it finally hits him. This is the first time in 2 lifetimes anyone has cared enough to see him off. No cap, his old life as a Nosferatu was nothing but non-stop mobs, people hunting him with pitchforks and screaming, "Monster," like it was his name. But now it's clear this is what humans do, and Bro's living the absolute cinema of finally getting a real family. Zero slams "my lord" onto him, straight up admitting Yuki runs the family like the real gigachat. Dad's standing over there looking totally lost about the "my lord" talk, while the brothers are radiating secret handshake energy you can't help but love. They smashed fist bumps, and Yuki finally admits maybe humans aren't the total trash he thought they were. The entire family is huddled at the door, waving like they're saying goodbye at the end of a season finale. As the carriage rumbles out, the familiars go wild. Master's blood surges through them and slams a massive power-up into their bodies. Dyke and the boys are riding high in the sky, itching to scout out any NPCs who might be itching for trouble. Inside the carriage, Martha's nerves are screaming over the trip to the capital, but she's ride or die for her partner, no matter what. The old guard is literally breaking down in tears, so honored to escort the young master, while Yuki is like, "Bro, stop calling me boy, it's embarrassing." They hit the road, and suddenly the video bursts with gorgeous travel shots, so crisp they look perfect as your desktop wallpaper. They're out there camping under the stars, shoveling down hearty stew, and straight up living the dream like true adventurers. But just when the cozy vibes start to settle in, the carriage suddenly grinds to a slower pace. Martha is hissing complaints about her assets, swearing they're wrecked from every jolt, and I swear I can already hear you all staring at that panel like, "Yeah, I see it." Turns out a fancy high-tier noble carriage is hogging the road, and that's why the traffic jam won't budge. Yuki shoots his familiar out to check, who thinks they've got more riz than him. Martha isn't even shocked by the bat magic anymore. She's watched this man pull off absolute madness since he was a toddler. Dyke races back with the news. An enormous convoy is rolling in, packed with soldiers, and that carriage even flaunts a huge wyvern emblem. The old guard starts to shake, because Duke Suri's crest just hit, and that historic house practically runs the whole damn show. Yuki realizes his dad's nonstop bragging probably reached this crowd too, and now he's locked in for a mid-tier battle. A sickening gut feeling hits him the moment that luxury carriage door swings open. All right, time to lock in. Yuki tells Martha to get his drip ready, because he's not about to meet a duke looking like some nobody. He straps on the suit, Martha fixes his hair, and the old man just can't stop smiling. He's convinced they look exactly like a married couple, for real. Yuki steps out with perfect noble grace to greet the duke's squad. The soldiers act like total NPCs, gasping that he's a baron's bastard and smugly telling him he should be grateful they even bothered to look his way. Yuki's annoyed as hell, but he keeps his cool, eyes locked ahead, ready to slip out and dodge the whole drama. Then bam, a top-tier waifu steps out of the carriage, like the universe just decided to flex. Look at that dress. Then bam, hair lady Odette Suri slides in like a whole top-tier Dami mommy, training and all. She slams the brakes on him the second she's ready with her proposal, one that'll flip his whole future. Then she drops the bomb. He's got to be the official escort for Her Highness, Iris Rischa. Bro, imagine the wildest glow-up ever. One conversation rockets our girl Odette from local talent straight into the Royal Guard, and it kicks off with a childhood flashback where she's basically a total Chad, calming a sobbing Princess Iris like it's nothing. Little Odette is out here swearing she'll be the princess's escort when they grow up, and the loyalty she's showing already screams next-level devotion. Now we jump to today, because why walk like some NPC when a high-flying carriage is literally soaring into view? Yuki's getting the full story from Odette. She's rocking that red dress so hard, she's basically a certified waifu already. She drops the bombshell that there are only 4 candidates for the princess's escort, and Yuki looks like he just discovered his favorite gacha game is shutting down for good. Turns out being an escort isn't just about keeping someone safe. It's a ruthless power play that aristocrats use to dominate politics. Odette blurts out that she's one of the candidates, and before the moment can even breathe, some random guard NPC barges in like he owns the place and starts calling Yuki a Barren's bastard. This absolute clown orders Yuki to back off so Odette can take the win, playing the role of her loudest hype man. But Odette snaps, she goes full dummy mommy, and starts screaming at the guard like he's a complete idiot. She drags him for thinking a duchess should get everything handed to her on a silver platter, and the way she fires back screams main character energy. She orders the other guards to haul that rude fool out of her sight, right now, and honestly, you just can't help loving it. Once the trash is finally hauled away, Odette seethes, because nothing infuriates her more than being underestimated. And just like that, she whips around to Yuki, polished as ever, apologizes for the messy spectacle, and then drops a fiery little suggestion. She wants Yuki on her team, because the other 2 candidates already locked in an alliance. It's a cutthroat 2-on-2 scrap for the escort spot, and she knows they've got to link up fast if they want even a shot at beating the Marquis and the Count houses. Yuki, way too obsessed with logic, clocks one brutal truth. No matter what, they're going to have to scrap it out in the end to prove who really gets the job. Odette whacks him with a hey and basically goes, "Duh, I'm the winner," then laughs because for now they're homies. Yuki sizes up the ranks, and boom, he realizes a Baron sliding into a duke's house is a huge power-up for his whole family. They call it a temporary truce until they hit the capital, and honestly, the tension between them is already boiling. Right when they lock in the deal, Odette snaps a question that leaves Yuki trapped on the spot. She leans in and demands, "So that rumor's real, did you seriously solo that grief your tutor dragged you against?" And Yuki finally clocked it. His dad, been out here secretly training and praising him in front of the whole kingdom, and panic instantly detonates in his chest. He slaps on a "we did it together" cover story with the princess and the soldiers, all while acting cool and staying low-key like a real hidden op protagonist. He swears he's just a regular human, says beating a griffin solo is impossible, but come on, we all know his plot armor is maxed out. Det buys it hook, line, and sinker. She smiles and tells him he's promising, then squeezes his hand, and yeah, that handshake's probably got half the viewers down bad. As they ride off, we spot a shadowy hooded woman lurking inside Odette's carriage, radiating pure secret boss energy. This is Odette's tutor, and when he sees Yuki stand her ground, no flinch, even with soldiers swarming around, he realizes just how impressed Odette truly is. The tutor snaps, asking if the Graffin story was just a lucky bluff, and Odette drops the bombshell. Her dad heard it straight from the soldier. Yuki really did pull it off all by herself. She finally clocks it. Yuki's been playing dumb like an NPC just to mask his real power level. Odette locks in that very moment. Going toe-to-toe with Yuki would be a brutal mistake, a surefire L. Meanwhile, Yuki can't stop thinking about one thing, keeping Princess Iris safe and letting peace finally win. Riding back in his own carriage, Yuki lays out his plan to Martha, who's looking downright heavyset, and yeah, he can't ignore that. He figures hooking up with the Duke's daughter is the ultimate shortcut to learn how real aristocrats behave, so he can blend in without anyone suspecting a thing. Right as Yuki braces himself, his bat familiar pings, warning that monsters are lurking just ahead, ready to ambush the road. It's a pack of shadow dark wolves, stalking through the night like they've got one thing on their mind, a snack. The alarm blares, Odette's stomach drops, and right then Yuki pops out of his carriage like a total Chad. He tells Martha to stay right where she is, while he storms off to take care of business. The guards are stuck playing useless NPCs, staring into empty space and insisting no monsters are really there. Yuki drops the wolves' exact coordinates like he's running a cheat code straight from a minimap. Odette steps out and immediately verifies that Yuki's calling it exactly right. She brings in her tutor. He even summons a snake familiar, but she can't hide it. Yuki's detection skills are absolutely on a whole different level. Odette leans in and tells Yuki to go stir up the monsters, hit them with chaos while they take care of everything else. Yuki leans in and asks, "So how long does an aristocrat usually take to clean out a pack?" "Like, about an hour." Odette bristles, snapping that a duke's daughter could pull it off in under 5 minutes, and even a run-of-the-mill noble wouldn't need more than 10. Yuki crunches the numbers in a flash and locks in a target of 7 5 minutes, trying to look totally average. He charges up his magic and rockets out so fast that Odette's left staring like, "Wait, is he even human?" While he sprints, we get a flashback to 200 years ago, back when he was a demon lord, and those villagers only needed 1 minute to wipe out 10 wolves. He's busting his butt to act human, but his power is so busted it just won't play along. First, he stumbles onto the wolves and decides to flex his noble side just to make an entrance. He yanks out his sword, then, no hesitation, chooses to unleash an ancient magic instead. He slams them with an effort blow, straight up absolute cinema, pure fire exploding everywhere. Odette stands on the sidelines, completely speechless, as she watches this fight explode into an absolutely massive, jaw-dropping scale. She bursts in swinging her force of earth magic, and honestly, she looks straight up unreal doing it. Yuki's jaw drops as she realizes her magic is legit, and for a duke's daughter, that feels ridiculously awesome. His bats confirm it. Those wolves are already bolting, because they can tell they're finished. Yuki glances at the clock and realizes he just hit the 7 5-minute mark, but Odette's face falls, because some slipped away when he should have locked it down. Terrified of messing up his normal human test, Yuki sprints after the stragglers. He traps them and ends it instantly, like it's effortless. He storms back, drops to his knees, and begs Odette for forgiveness for messing up, then admits it took him a whole 10 minutes. He's honestly crushed because he couldn't hit the 5-minute Duke mark. The guards hiss that Yuki's a monster, but Yuki can't stop staring at his own failure, so he offers to cancel the alliance. Odette's face says everything. She's completely losing it over how delusional this guy really is. She has to break the math down again, 5 minutes before you even start duking it out, and that's without counting the time it takes to get there. She screams at him, and the speed he just pulled off is straight up inhuman. No one moves like that. Yuki's so clueless he just assumes she's being really nice for calling him out. Odette finally realizes she totally misread his power, because he's not just strong, he's a walking freak of nature disaster. Yuki practically begs her to stay in the alliance, teaching him common sense is the only way he could ever get his act together. Odette takes his hand and grins, because she's just locked in the single most wrecked ally to ever exist. But then something starts squirming inside Yuki's vest. Then it hits him, he completely forgot about his other little friend. Then boom, out darts a tiny, gorgeous golden-furred fox, and Odette just goes totally speechless. Yo homies, we kick off the MCU chasing a stray furball who's got the same soft spot as us for this week. This tiny guy wiped out his whole squad to some dark wolves, so Yuki steps in and decides to take him in. But that tiny runt goes full menace and bites down on a straight-up chunk from our boy's hand, pure audacity, like some NPC animal should know better, and yet Yuki's built different because... Enter Lady Odette serving pure main character energy in that dress. Seriously, boys, look at that. Then Yuki spills it. He's basically become a foster parent now because those wolves weren't just hunting, they were coming for blood. He's out here straight up babying that little fox like it's his own kid, trying to charm the local wildlife and build some serious street cred. We catch a quick glimpse of the massacre, and trust me, those foxes were already dead and buried long before Yuki ever showed up. Det clocks it and goes, "Hold up, how do you know all this? Were you there or something?" And Yuki just smirks like, "Trust me, wild guess, and somehow that's supposed to work." She asks, "Does it bite?" And Yuki instantly flashes his battle scars like a total Chad. He's already down bad for that pet life. He swears he's got it all under control, and that it'll strike only when he calls the order. That's a straight-up massive power boost for his whole party. He names the little guy Remy, and just look at those eyes. The second you see them, you know he's got plot armor locked in. Yuki wants a watchdog to guard his maid, pure Chad energy, always on alert, protecting his wiffus like it's his job. Odette's bodyguard is just back there relaxing, but she still insists. Every top-tier magician needs a familiar, if only to look the part. Yuki's honestly kicking himself for not getting there sooner to save the fox's family, though hey, gotta respect the grind, even if he's got a little simp for justice thing going on. That masked mommy bodyguard yanks Odette aside for some secret whispering, and trust me, the juicy part is about to explode. She's got this gut feeling that the fox isn't ordinary, it's a Silver Bay fox, and if she's right, chaos is about to explode. Turns out these things can actually transform into humans, sling magic, and still refuse to be tamed. So picture this fox morphing into some thick waifu later. I swear, I'll give you $10 if you can guess it happens. Odette's convinced it's not special at all, and she labels it just a run-of-the-mill silver fox because she's absolutely coping hard. She points out that it's already got the vibe going straight in Yuki's chest, and it's so cozy, I'm honestly low-key jealous of that fox right now. She's convinced it's just a normal animal, bro, has she never read a manga, because the ordinary ones are always the most unhinged. In the carriage, Odette finally snaps. She realizes she totally misjudged Yuki Grosseria. She depegged him as nothing but some illegitimate nobody she could toss around to get her own way. Now that she's seen him in action, she knows she can't keep treating him like some weak beta. She has to take him seriously. The bodyguard straight up says he's a top-tier warrior and a serious magician. Yeah, the hype's real, because this kid is basically training to become a gigachat. She decides to play it smart, hooks up with him, and the other rivals get cut down one by one. Smart move with that absolute big brain energy. But she knows deep down, when it all comes down to it, he's going to be her toughest rival for the #1 spot. She yanks out a magic gem and says, all right, time to dig for intel, because this absolute unit is way too dangerous to guess at. She whips out ancient magic and starts cooking it up right inside the carriage. The masked mommy gives a quick nod like she's blessing everything, straight up dummy mommy vibes, even with that mask still on. She summons a shadow serpent, then drags Rise onto its body. This thing's built to vanish, stalk, and spy in total stealth. A sneaky snake slithers right up to Yuki's carriage to eavesdrop, and that's pure high-tier betrayal. She's literally trying to tap his ride and listen in. Odette daydreams about becoming Princess Iris's escort knight, standing there looking heroic, proud, and totally noble. She's overflowing with confidence, convinced her master plan will finally put her way ahead. But the second Yuki and the fox spotted that snake, everything clicked, because bro's got no stealth problems at all, he's just insanely good. Yuki smeared his own blood on the carriage like a dare, and that's pure gigachad preparation. No NPC is slipping past that. He tells his mate he's heading out for a walk, and we all know that means he's about to go roast Odette for her audacity. Yuki just slides into her carriage like, what's up? And Odette immediately fires off that oh-ho-ho-ho, Jusama, laugh to mask what she's really doing. Yuki leans in with a cutting, sarcastic grin and praises her for pulling out ancient magic just to get him to show up. Yeah, the disrespect is off the charts and he's fully roasting her. Odette is seething. Her secret spy mission just got mocked and turned into a full-blown punchline. Yo, they're suddenly talking about the Magician's Guild and the real shot at exploring Elysium. New dungeon just dropped, boys, let's go. Yuki realizes that hunting ancient treasures could rocket his family from Baron straight up to Viscount, an insane jump in social standing. Yuki asks what would happen if the aristocrats never died, and Odette goes, wait, who in the world even thinks that? Because he's clearly playing the game on a whole other level. Our boy just wants to coast through life in peace, but with power like his, he knows he's way too dangerous to ever earn a chill retirement. He's got one last weird question for her, and trust me, it's about to hit like a total doozy. He blurts out, got any item that grants immortality, and Odette snaps that he's greedy, but trust me, he's not chasing treasure, he's just terrified of getting cooked again. He tries to brush it off like, oh, it's not real immortality, I just don't die, and honestly that's a total beta move, but somehow it worked. They both admit those powerful relics are real, but she keeps roasting him hard for chasing wishes like he's greedy enough to deserve disappointment. Yuki's real mission isn't just curiosity, he's trying to crack humans, and he's also hunting down one wild question. Is Iris actually Alice, the descendant of his old friend? Get ready, deep lore's about to hit. He's staring at his own history as the Demon Lord, wondering, did he actually make everything better, or did he just wreck the world? It's that full-on main character existential crisis hitting hard. Odette thinks he's just a magic nerd, chasing a dream to climb to the top, but she's completely got the situation wrong. She fires up with hope, convinced he's chasing some massive dream, see just how far he can push his magic. Yuki just sits there like, huh, while everyone else throws the plot's weight on her shoulders. She praises him as a good man and calls him a rival she actually respects. Then the glow starts pouring out of the carriage from the inside. For a split second, the fun drops off. She looks away, and suddenly it all turns serious. Odette finally spills the real reason she's determined to protect Princess Iris. And trust me, she's got that loyal knight energy burning bright. She's ready to burn everything down just to protect that princess, full-on ride or die, no questions asked. Yuki just blurts Iris, and boom, she turns into a full-on tomato, and the blushing is straight-up cinematic perfection, boys. They've been childhood friends forever, but Iris still has to learn magic for a secret reason, because of course the princess gets more plot armor, right? That's exactly why she's so down bad for the knight position. She's a full-on simp for her childhood friend. She finally finds the courage to face him, and she apologizes, straight up, for lying. She straight up confesses she sent the snake to spy on him, because when you're dealing with a gigachat, honesty is your safest move. She's low-key stunned he clocked her familiar that fast. His riz is so dangerously high it can't be hidden. Yuki tells you to hit the plate next time just so he can call her, and she's like, "Stop right now or I'll be mad," because that man is a total troll. Odette digs in her heels. She's becoming the escort knight no matter the cost. Yuki finally gets it. He's been hiding his real self too, so he respects her grind, because real recognize real. He finally decides to trust Lady Odette, and boom, the friendship power-up levels up right then and there. He tells her next time just knock on the window, don't send shadow snakes, and honestly, common sense wins. They finally burst into laughter. Like seriously, she's starting to look like straight-up top-tier waifu material. Yuki can feel the future pressing down on him, but he's braced, because whatever comes next, he's ready to meet it head-on. So it's either him or her behind that knight's armor. Either way, the tournament is officially underway. They finally roll into the capital, and wow, this place is absolutely massive. Welcome to Bulgaria. Look at this city's scale. It's straight-up absolute cinema. The royal capital sprawls so huge, it basically begs for wild plot twists, and somehow even thick wafers end up feeling like trouble is brewing. This is the gateway to legendary Elysium, so brace yourself, because it's time for serious dungeon crawling, where every step could cost you everything. Those castle walls tower so high they don't even feel meant for normal NPCs, more like the game itself is daring you. They're charging through the gates like they own the place, full-on VIP energy. Back when Elysium was founded, 200 years ago, this is the lore drop you'll want to hear, homies. Yuki can't stop wondering what's happening in there right now. Bet it's a whole storm of trouble for our guy. He's staring out the window, like he's already plotting his next huge move. We finally catch a glimpse of someone special, just waiting inside the castle. It's Princess Iris, and she's right there, waiting on Lord Yuki. Bro, the harem's about to blow up even bigger. Yo boys, we're back, and this time it's pure peak. Yuki and his absolute baddie, Martha, just landed in the royal capital, and bro, Martha looks ridiculously cute in that maid outfit. Check out the new crib, an absolute monster of a lodging house in the aristocrat ward, total W for the squad. And listen up, this blue-haired radio delinquent's literally living right next door, and the plot's already plotting, fellas. Martha's finally breathing easy. She won't have to march past a squad of top-tier NPCs and Duke family members just to grab a snack anymore. The inside is way bigger than you'd expect. Cleaning, about to go down, and Martha's already hard at work getting bricked up for her duties. Talk about motivation. She snaps into full-on mommy mode, swears she's gotta scrub the entire place clean because it's Lord Yuki's house and she won't let it slide. Honestly, we stan a dedicated queen. Yuki decides he's gonna help her out, just not the way you're imagining, so lock in, chat. He leans in, tells his tiny fox familiar Remi everything, then basically hands her the keys to the kingdom, Martha's escort, and a maid apprentice to boot, and you can see it, that little fox is leveling up fast. The royal capital is packed with surprises, and Martha's out here living her best life, shopping like crazy for her new house. Yuki snaps at Martha to look away for a sec, because right now, things are about to get cultured. He slaps a few drops of that Mistel blood onto the fox to crank up her magic. This is the real way to level up your familiars. Take notes. This is straight up absolute cinema. Watch the fox jump into a whole human girl's body in one move. And yep, I already know what you're thinking. She's gotta get some clothes on right now, like ASAP. The transformation worked. She's got the face of a 10-year-old now, so keep it respectful in the comments, guys. Check the stats, she's only level 3, yet she's already rocking that humanized skill and solid agility. Not bad at all for a starter build. Yuki tells her that the blood didn't change her into something new, it just slotted in familiar skills, perfectly mixing with her natural silver Bayfox riz. They'll feed her magic power every single day, so she can stay in this form and keep protecting Martha. But today, the kid's looking crusty as hell, so he's getting dragged straight to the bathhouse. Martha whirls around, and there, standing in front of her, a naked child stares back. The shock tearing across her face is priceless. She tackles it like an absolute champ, no cap. Remy, right, that's pure promade energy. Turns out Martha wasn't really surprised at all. she already knows Yuki is built different, and since when did anything he do ever stay normal? They're welcomed in the right way, and Rimi's fired up, like, this is her moment to be the best helper ever, and it's all pure wholesome vibes. Martha's already in charge of the whole bath situation. She's the real MVP running this household. Yuki's out here boiling up the bathwater like it's a daily grind. Yeah, even a former demon lord still has to roll up his sleeves and do chores. Suddenly, Dyke the Bat snaps his gaze to the door. There's a wild guest waiting, dressed up in some crazy fancy getup. It's a messenger from Her Highness, Iris Rischa, and you know things are going nuclear when the royals start creeping into your DMs. Our boy just got invited to a secret meeting tomorrow, and Yuki's already spiraling. What does his princess want? Ever since that test, he hasn't seen Iris once, and now he's completely desperate to get back in her orbit. Meanwhile, look at Odette. She's livid, straight up fuming, but the real question is why she's parked in that chair like that. Respectfully, she's ridiculously thick. She got a letter from her father before the princesses even invited her, and that old man was a straight-up buzzkill. She's in a foul mood right now, and the Duke is out here wrecking every good vibe. The letter basically dares her, become a top-tier magician, or they'll drag you back home like some shut-in, and her dad just sits there acting like a total beta. He thinks a duke's daughter should just sit at home like a trophy. What kind of nerve does this man have? Your choices are simple. Be Iris's escort for one night, or grind your way to C rank within a year. And trust me, that second one is a brutal mountain to climb. And to even reach C rank, you've got to survive the third layer of the Elysian. Talk about serious dungeon crawling at a whole new level. Odette refuses to back off. She's determined to learn from the best so she can stay right by Iris's side. They locked arms and promised forever, straight up ride-or-die bestie energy. She's dead set on protecting her princess, even if her dad throws every warning her way. Yeah, look at her face. She's totally about to start cooking, and Yuki's right there beside her. Zoom ahead to the Royal Palace guest house. Time for the Chads to finally meet. Yuki and Odette face Princess Iris, and the air between them feels so tense it could snap. Iris kicks things off by apologizing to Yuki, and honestly, she's the sweetest person around, like absolute best girl material. Turns out Odette's dad pulled political strings and bullied her into the escort night gig, one that was supposed to be Yuki's spot. Odette looks furious. She just knows her dad played dirty. All the other aristocrats burst into tears like glitchy NPCs because they refused to let some filthy Baron's bastard become the princess's knight. So they just cooked up a brand new selection, exam to keep the nobles smiling, straight up politics, no thrill, just games. Then Iris was laid out with a fever right after the trip, so she couldn't get back to you with a message sooner. She felt sick knowing she couldn't reach Yuki, then she went full-on, hardcore glazing our boy. Everyone swears Yuki is the original GOAT, but he still has to play by the rules and take the exam. No unfair advantage, not even a single cheat. But Iris insists he stay glued to her side as a trainee. No way she's letting him slip away that easily. Yuki bows like a total Chad and accepts. Now he can dig into the village connection without ever straying from the princess. Odette was basically a decoy, so Iris could sneak a look at Yuki, and once these two girls lock in, it's trouble. Look at these two instant besties. Odette beams because she finally got to help her princess. Iris fires the real question. When did you two get so close? Because right now, she's practically sniffing out the competition. Yuki plays it cool, brushing it off like, we just happened to chat on the way to the capital. Total smooth operator. Iris thinks Yuki came in and saved her, and Odette is practically spiraling, totally flustered like she's got a crush. Lord Yuki's fighting power is straight up insane, right? And Iris is teasing her like crazy, right at this very moment. Now they're officially clicking like crazy. Yuki just kicked off his harem life in the capital. Yuki seizes the informal get-together and uses it to fire off some lore questions. He leans in and asks her if she knows any ancestors named Lyle, Remilia, or Alice, because those were the squad tags from his past life. Iris stares like she's fighting to recall something, and you've gotta wonder, could it be more than a coincidence? The silence is so loud it hurts. Give you $10 if you can guess whether she knows them. She only knows what her grandparents told her, so yeah, the trail goes cold for now. Yuki has to cap it off and swear, with a straight face, that he only saw those names in a dream, while he's out here feeding lies to royalty like it's nothing. He even cracks jokes about how destiny guided them, and honestly, this man's riz is off the charts. What a disaster, there's not a single record, and in this world, history is nothing but chaos. Turns out the Eight Kingdom War erased most of the old records, like history got hit by a wrecking ball, pure, total chaos. The oldest relics vanished into thin air or got locked away for good, and now the whole world is stuck in a grim, lore-soaked dark age. All right, back to the exam. Turns out the Magician Guild has already locked in the location. It's happening in some cave where a holy sword's locked away, and you can just tell pure chaos is about to erupt the second they step inside. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and two more candidates step in. There it is, the trash. Iris calls them all in. Our private meeting is officially over. Look at these two clowns strutting in pure NPC energy, like they spawned in with zero purpose. Jill Von Kiel, Marquis Boy, plus Jair Wolfgang, the Viscount's son, walk in and I'm like, that one's a total prick, and the other screams nerd, no question. Jilvan is already ranting about how the meeting isn't fair, and honestly, this dude's a full-on certified hater. He's acting like the win is already locked in. This kid's arrogance is off the charts. He straight up calls the exam a total waste of time because he's the only one who matters, and bro's been riding his own hype so hard it's actually embarrassing. Now Iris and Odette are staring like, are you kidding me? Look at those faces, they already clocked he's a total loser. Jair opens his mouth to speak, but pure nerves take over. He's such a beta he can barely force a single word out. Jilvan snaps, shut up, and then sneers that he's from some lower-ranked family. This dude's a full-on walking L. Yuki just stands there, rolling his eyes like, come on, humans really live for this petty nonsense, clearly acting like he's too good for it. Jilvan finally clocks Yuki and drills him with the nastiest stink eye you've ever seen. He snaps at Yuki, upstart bastard, and orders him to get a clue, and the nerve of this guy talking to a former demon lord like that is honestly mind-blowing. He orders Yuki to back off before things get humiliating, because in his head, Yuki only knows a little magic. Yuki bows low and thanks him like he means every word, and honestly, the sarcasm is so thick it's almost beautiful. But deep down, Yuki is a whole different beast. He reminds everyone he's a Nosferatu, not some human, and yeah, he's a straight-up monster. He knows this moment is nothing but a fleeting blip in the endless story of his life. But that quick moment, S about to get cut off mid-breath. Check out that terrifying grin, pure cinema. And now our guy is seconds away from pulling this fool apart in the exam. Jilvan's stomach drops. He catches a flash of killer intent for just a split second, and you'd better stay tuned, because the next episode is about to turn into a full-on slaughter. Bro, look at these NPCs' faces, absolutely cooked, because our MC just dropped a truth bomb. Yuki's out here pulling the ultimate riz, telling everyone he's not backing down from that exam, because it's gonna be an experience, and honestly, this man is straight up a Chad. And even the girls are catching that heat. Look at their eyes, they already know they're standing in front of greatness. This red-haired simp is unraveling in real time, while Yuki just smirks at Princess Iris like he owns the place. Odette's starting to clock it. Our boy isn't just good, he's on a whole other level, and yeah, she's already down bad. All right, everyone, grab a seat, because the lore bomb is about to drop. Princess Iris is breaking down the entrance to Elysian, and just look at her design, pure culture, no doubt. They're whispering about a secret passageway the guild alone can use. Yeah, skip the NPC blah, let's jump straight into the action. The mission drops you straight into the top layer of Elysian, and guess what? It's packed to the brim with undead. Whoever grabs the holy sword first gets Iris as their personal escort knight, and your status gets a ridiculous, instantly massive upgrade. But wait, Yuki is suddenly hit with a flashback, and it turns out he was murdered by this exact same sword 200 years ago, meaning this blade's been holding a personal grudge for centuries. He's literally allergic to long swords now, because the last time he froze up, he got stabbed to death. Odette hits the real question: what happens if they end up tied? Iris says they'll have to claw for it, because an absolute cinema clash is about to hit. Odette flashes Yuki a let's team up grin, because she's dying to lock in that alliance. 3 days to prep, lock in those gains, boys. Back at our place, the ultimate maid Martha sweeps in to greet us, and her adorable familiar, Remy, follows right behind. My man of culture senses are screaming like something big is about to happen. Yuki showered Remy with the head pats she's fully earned, and yeah, Martha is absolutely the best girl in this house. Remy's this drowsy little familiar, and yeah, I feel that in my bones. She morphs into a tiny fox, then collapses, pure wholesomeness overload. Yuki breaks down the undead dungeon, for Martha like it's totally no big deal, like this is just another Tuesday for him. Then we slam into another flashback, some throwaway skeletons, and the MC's rage is so real it's practically sparking. Martha's freaking out over her lord, while Yuki just sits there sipping tea like a total gigachat. To light a fire under him, she flips his favorite pancakes and drowns them in cheap market honey. Martha really is the real deal, 10/10's waifu. Look at that face, he's about to blaze through the whole dungeon solo just to get those pancakes. He even demands more tomorrow. This guy's priorities are locked in, no debate. At last, the day of reckoning arrives. Final exams at the Limbo Magician Guild. The whole squad barrels up to the headquarters right on time. Then General Burns steps in. This man is a whole force of nature, swinging that massive axe like it weighs nothing. He's locked in a private chat with Yuki, and you can practically see the stress pouring off him. Those aristocrats won't stop getting in his way. He swears it'll be worth every second for Yuki. No matter how bad things spiral, he'll still back it up with respect. Burns is a straight-up Chad, swearing on his own name, and yeah, he's dead sure Yuki is the real deal. They finally burst through, right up to the entrance. That dome is the key to Elysian. Seriously, it looks like the place where the final boss is about to step out. Whoa, look at that examinate emitter, huh? C-rank magician, totally serving mommy energy so loud it's almost unreal. Mommy, wait, mommy, sorry, mommy. They step into the distortion, and reality starts melting into pure mind-bending chaos. Spiral just keeps staring off into nowhere. This whole thing feels like Doctor Strange-tier wizardry, and it's blowing my mind. Yuki senses the weirdness in the air, and while everyone else spirals, he keeps his cool. Odette's about to puke her guts out. Guess that tough act just got knocked straight out of her. Yuki's balance is totally off, because in his past life he was flying and now his body's still freaking out. Massive flex. This spot used to be a temple, back when they dragged people in and executed them just for walking by. No mercy, pure edgy madness. Yuki's buzzing with pure excitement. He's got that main character spark, ready to tear into ancient ruins. General Burns starts spitting deep truth bombs about karma, but if it's not monsters, then cut the sermon and show us the monsters. Look at this pit, it's a colossal spiral straight into the dark, like the world just drops off into nothing. The whole crew is rattled. This doesn't feel like a school trip one bit. It's a totally unexplored underground labyrinth, exactly where plot armor can kick into overdrive. This noble NPC, Jilvin, starts snapping at the general, like he's itching to humble him, while the general just begs for a beatdown. Yuki lets Odette lean on his shoulder, and the whole thing feels effortless, like the riz just clicks into place. Demeter shrugs and says it's nothing but low-level ghosts and skeletons, like seriously, free XP right. She tells them if you're scared, bolt back to the safe zone, and yeah, Demeter, total savage. We're standing right at the mouth of the Holy Sword Cave, and I swear it feels like the entrance to a one-way trip. Jilvin's still whining about his noble family, so I snap, shut up, you beta. Demeter basically dares him, walk the floor alone if you're that confident, like, yeah, she really said, bet. Mess up once and you're plunging straight into the pit. No second chances, game over, man. The mission is simple, grab that sword first. Just don't sabotage anyone, yeah, we both know how that rule ends. Demeter shrugs and says she can't watch everything, then basically hands out the permission for chaos to hit. Det blurts out, how are we even supposed to know who won? And you can tell she's already thinking 3 steps ahead. You've got to swing for yourself and reach the sword. No shortcuts, no sending your familiar to do the dirty work. Yuki's got a question on the tip of his tongue, and it's about to flip the whole vibe. He can't stop thinking, why would they seal away a blade this important, right here, in the first place? And the other guys are like, just play the game, bro, but Yuki's out here playing 4D chess. Turns out nobody can even touch the sword. It's just a flashy paperweight dressed up to look deadly. Demeter clocks that Yuki is built different, then he leans back, eyes catching the big picture. You've got 5 minutes, either huddle up with your homies to plot your move, or go solo and take the leap yourself. Yuki and Odette kick off their plan, and Odette blurts out that her familiar's summons take way too long. She tells him to ditch the honorifics. Now it's first-name territory, boys, and the ship is officially sailing. Talking hits faster when you ditch the formal trash, straight to the point, no delays. They slice the cave into sections, and somehow Odette ends up being crazy useful. They've got 2 brutal options, take the straight road packed with undead, or detour and hope for something safer. They don't hesitate, they're sprinting straight through like it's a speedrun. Yuki steps up and promises he'll take the monsters head-on, like he's got the whole team on his shoulders. Odette drops a bombshell. She demands that Yuki become Iris's escort knight, not her. Yuki froze, wait, wasn't this supposed to be a competition? She lays it out, people sneer at Iris because she's got commoner blood, and the royal family is packed with non-stop haters. She snatches his hands and pleads with her whole heart, please make Iris happy, and you can feel it, this friendship is 100% real. She knows Iris needs a real protector, someone with actual power to fend off the palace snakes. Yuki finally gets it, Odette is the real deal, and she's throwing away her own shot just to protect her friend. Yuki says they're putting the talk on ice until the exam's cleared, and wow, check out that smirk. The whole squad lines up at the starting line, ready to explode into action. Everyone's going wild. Heck, even the NPCs look like they're about to jump into the hype with you. General Burns leans in, eyeing his podag, and you can tell he's already clocked what's about to go down. Demeter throws the signal. Mommy's already fired up and ready to dive into the action. And we're off straight into exam mode. The moment the sword doors open, who's gonna snatch it first? I'm placing my bet on the Chad. Alright homies, the big exam is here. Everyone's acting way too cool while chanting their basic spells like it's showtime. Yo, check out Lady Demeter. She's rocking that high pony Damie mommy energy, already clocking how fast everyone activates. And I asterisk know what you're thinking. Yeah, she's 100% a woman of culture. A brutal flash of light erupts out of nowhere, and every NPC drops blind, because a real player just stepped into the game. Yuki doesn't waste a second on your slow motion opening. He grabs Odette like a total Chad and rockets straight past everyone, snatching the lead before anyone even has time to blink. Poor Odette is down bad in the worst way right now. Look at that blush. She never saw the MC princess carrying her this early in the day coming. While the other teams stand there like clueless idiots, they're still scrambling to make their long shot play. Meanwhile, Yuki is already long gone. Imagine being that much of a beta. Odette's trying to play the proper lady, but Yuki's like, pipe down, listen, we're partners. You just focus on your magic while I haul your thick assets to the finish line. They sprint straight into a pack of skeletons, and Odette spirals out, convinced they're about to get jumped. But he's built different, barely even glances at them, then tells her to chill like, I've got this, and takes control. He flicks one with a tiny dagger, and the skeleton starts rattling like it just got caught with its own browser history. Skeletons are straight up fleeing in terror, like imagine being the monster and still getting this scared of a kid. Yeah, they're totally cooked. Yuki finally spills the truth. He's been coating his blade with Mistel blood, turning it into basically cheat code juice that chews through the undead, and now he's out here playing 4D chess while everyone else is stuck playing checkers. These skeletons are getting purified at lightning speed. It looks like a church ritual that just went off the rails. And Odette's finally clocking it. Her partner is a full-on monster in disguise. We get a flash of Yuki's old life as the vampire lord, and the man's just radiating gigachat energy, because Yuki didn't get to rule the undead like they were peers. He ruled them like a judge, since everyone feared his purifying riz. He yells at Odette to hang on tight. Right now they're about to slam into the nitro boost, and at this point it's not even a race anymore, it's a full-on massacre. Back on the observation deck, this old knight guy and Lady Demeter are glued to the feed, and the old man's got that I've seen everything look. Still, even he can't help leaning in when the Elysium Temple starts kicking off. They're saying this place stretches for miles, like it'll take centuries just to scratch the surface. Translation: there's so much space here for a whole lot of plot to blow up. That old guy can barely stay awake. He's yawning like crazy, because these exams are usually a cakewalk, but Lady Demeter is trying to keep everything strictly professional. He brings up a legend about a ghost priest roaming the bottom layer, and that's the foreshadowing special right there. Lady Demeter shrugs and says it's all good, because they plaster talismans everywhere, so ghosts can't pop up unless someone's a total idiot and actually summons them. She can't believe it. If the seals are that strong, why are low-level undead still crawling out like they've got permission? Little do they know, those talismans are literally snapping off the walls right now, and yeah, they're officially cooked. The old man feels the mood twist in the air and snatches his massive axe, because you know it's about to go down the second the old-timers stop clowning. A nasty, thick fog rolls in out of nowhere, and Lady Demeter's face twists with pure confusion. This is not on the exam, boys. Looks like the proctors are about to get tested too. This hallway is seconds away from absolute cinema exploding. The ghosts just slip right past those talismans like they're not even there, and that can only mean one thing: some top-tier boss is lurking nearby. The old man insists physical attacks won't land, but his axe is enchanted, so he's already bracing to start swinging. He slices through those ghosts like they're butter, no hesitation, respect to the veteran Chad. And just to one-up everyone, Lady Demeter slams down a Darkness Thorn spell and absolutely dominates the rest. Look at that form, look at that power, mommy, sorry. She's furious because a Requiem festival was supposed to prevent this exact disaster from happening. Suddenly, this creepy voice slithers in and whispers that her activation is too slow, straight-up ultimate disrespect. The voice starts dropping words like kings and priests, and you instantly realize this ghost isn't some random NPC, this one matters. Back at the exam, the old man snaps back to work and demands to know if the kids are safe, all while he checks every seal. Lady Demeter glances at the map, and her jaw literally hits the floor, because Yuki and Odette are hauling through the cave at such a ridiculous pace they're basically smashing the speed limit. She's freaking out over how a trainee can pack this kind of power, but the old guy just shrugs and says, "That's all, Yuki being Yuki." They decide to swing by the other team and see if they're doing anything at all, or just acting like total losers. They're scouting the route with a mouse like it's some genius strategy. Honestly, I've never seen anyone so hilariously original. Jill Venn and Gail bicker like total couple simps right in front of us, while a mouse lurks in the shadows, watching every word. Suddenly, the familiar gets totally splattered, and Demeter instantly feels the hit, with dread punching through her gut. She decides they've got to storm in right now, before those kids get carved up and turned into ghost food. We cut back a few minutes and catch Jilvan acting like a total noble brat, snarling about Yuki being a bastard while he falls apart and loses the race. He swears slow and steady wins the race, but it's really just him coping, because he's got zero risks. Guile demands to know why Jilvan wouldn't let him just cheat and blast Yuki with a spell. At least Guile's honest about being a total snake. Jilvan's like, "I gotta win fair to impress some princess," while bro's over here throwing compliments at a girl who doesn't even know he exists, full-on beta energy. He launches into his noble goals with full-on dramatic flair, like an NPC begging for attention. Someone hand this guy an Oscar for the most annoying character in the game. He struts around like he's some classy, learned genius, but in Yuki's world, he's nothing more than a background extra. Guile finally spills the truth. His family are ghost magicians. And of course, here we go again with a specialist who's one wrong move away from blowing everything up. Jilvan snaps at him to unleash his magic and steer them to victory, like that's not a disaster just begging to explode. Gale decides to yank out the ancient magic his daddy taught him, because rule number 1 of manga is, never touch a spell you don't understand, kid. He's convinced it's some high-level dungeon-clearing spell, but really, he's just chiming the world's loudest dinner bell to summon the boss. He starts bragging that they bribed the servants just to steal exam info, like, how are you cheating and still being this mediocre? He starts lecturing like even top-tier vampires still use undead, and I'm like, bro, you're literally talking about the MC's own past job. Guile kicks off the ritual, and for one crazy moment, he actually thinks he's the main character. Jilvan can't stop daydreaming about becoming prime minister, and the delusion is so loud it's basically screaming. Guile blasts his voice at the undead, begging them to hear him and tear into his enemies. Then I swear, this backfire is so brutal you'll need $10 just to guess it. A brutal shockwave of mana slams into the room, shaking everything in its path. Suddenly the air turns ice cold, Jilvan's shaking like a leaf, and you can feel it, something is terribly wrong. A swarm of skeletons barges in, and Guile's grin turns to pure overconfidence, like he's just proven himself and already nailed the exam. "Yeah, we won," he boasts, like the loudest, biggest NPC to ever exist. Then a massive hand twitches in the shadows. He's seconds away from learning what it really costs to play with fire. Suddenly, Habs grabs him by the throat. He's getting choked out in 4K. A voice demands, "Who dares to awaken me?" And the whole atmosphere snaps into straight-up horror. That ghost voice demands to know who dared open the gate to the living, and Guile is seconds away from pissing himself. The ghost glares at him with ruthless contempt, and Guile's eyes burn with regret, because he already knows he's toast. It's the seventh priest, the Rogel, and the way he stares out, pure nightmare energy. This is what real power looks like, kids. He lets loose a blast of dark energy, and it's probably so lethal it wipes out half the monsters in that cave in one shot. The poor little mouse familiar gets flattened again, like that IP baby is done for good. Even the other skeletons are trembling like they've seen a nightmare. When they're scared, you know things are about to get seriously bad. Jilvan's mind snaps in real time as the truth hits him. He just summoned a legendary ghost priest who's been haunting the darkness for centuries. Guile's just dangling there like a limp noodle because his magic didn't take control of the boss. It dragged him in for dinner. Jilvan's frozen in pure terror, so where'd all that noble pride go, buddy? The ghost is demanding an ancient relic, and let me tell you, he's asking like he owns the place. Then he started choking Jilvan too, probably because that loud, annoying voice had him seeing red. So yeah, whatever this guy is, he's dead for good. Said Jilvan gets yeeted to the ground like a sack of potatoes, L in the chat for the noble simp. That ghost just drifts right past them, hunting whatever he's after, totally ignoring these two losers like they don't even matter. Yuki and Odette finally reach their destination, and the massive aura hits like a wave. Yuki's face already screams, "This is it, a real opponent." They peer down into the cave's abyss, and it's nothing but a dead, scorched wasteland. Lady Demeter and the old man finally catch up, but this too late feeling hits hard, because the absolute cinema about to unfold might already be unstoppable. Yo, what's up my cultured kings and queens? Welcome back, where we only recap absolute peak fiction. Today we're jumping back into Yuki's world. This dude is basically a walking cheat code with maxed out Riz. The squad finally rolls up to their destination, this sketchy cave that's screaming final boss lair with every creak. Yo, pause, look at Odette for a second. The ads on this girl are straight up wild. She's serving in that uniform like crazy mommy, sorry mommy. They finally stumble on the legendary holy sword, but up close it's just a beat-up, rusted hunk of junk, like some NPC dumped it out in the rain, and the hype instantly dies. Yuki was probably hoping for a glowing Excalibur moment, but this reality looks straight up cooked. Odette dives into the sword's history, saying it's been impossible to draw for centuries, and that makes it one of the highest-level danger items out there. Then she starts bouncing around like a total dork, celebrating because, technically, they passed the exam, and I'm like, I'll give you $10 if you can guess whether she actually did anything useful. Look at her face, she finally clocks it. She's been carried this entire time, running on full NPC energy the whole damn way. And out of nowhere, Yuki feels a presence lurking in the dark. Bro is locked in, and the vibes are anything but clean. Something's definitely slithering in the shadows, and I swear it's not coming over for a group hug. Yuki snaps at the waifu to shut her mouth because a massive dark power is coming fast. Get the popcorn ready, boys, because this is straight up cinema. Behind Guile, this nerdy guy, a spooky skeleton army rips into existence, then a giant shadowy commander leads the charge. Odette is totally rattled, then boom, it hits. Gale is getting possessed by some ancient boomer ghost. First off, this fossil insists he's the 7th priest of Elysium Temple, then shows up a full 200 years late, drags himself to the seat. The ghost snaps at them to get lost, and then our MC whips out a knife like a total gigachad. The priest whips out an ice attack, convinced he just shut our boy down for good. But Yuki just stands his ground, blocks everything coming at him, and shields his waifu like a shield wall. Riz is through the roof. The dead shouldn't be messing with the living. Bro, that line is ice gold, and he's absolutely HIM. Right when the battle turns feral, the cavalry crashes in boom, but pause, look at the teacher, because those curves are straight up distracting, and yeah, I'm down bad, fellas. She leaps straight into the chaos to shield her students. No hesitation, no fear. She unleashes Darkness Thorn, and it sounds straight up legendary, while the ghost priest just smugly shows off his own ancient magic. He swats her attack away like it's nothing, calls her a fool to her face, and the disrespect hits like a truck. He starts jawing, trash-talking hard, claiming the magicians of this era are pathetic, and their magic activation drags way too slow. That ghost priest snaps into power trip mode, yaps nonstop about how his temple should rule the whole world, classic villain nonsense. The cave starts buckling under the pressure, rocks raining down like crazy, and the trainees look absolutely cooked. Right in the middle of that ghost's evil rant about evolution, Yuki snaps. He's had enough. He whips into a speed blitz, floors the ghost, and barks, "Be quiet. Bro really just told a legendary spirit to shut up." He blasts the ghost with a purification spell, and the so-called big bad instantly starts screaming like a simp getting rejected in public. Yuki stared him down with pure audacity and snapped that he was pathetic because he'd turned into the monster he once despised. The priest goes berserk, screaming, sputtering like a madman, then he finally understands he's losing control. Yuki launches into another swing, and in midair he looks like an absolute total Chad. He orders Odette to get ready, and she finally stops messing around long enough to blast out a massive earth spell. That hit lands like a truck, and the ghost gets absolutely annihilated by that combo. Yuki drops the ultimate burn. He reveals this ghost has been a total loser for over 200 years. That ghost is done playing around. He's on his knees, begging for the holy sword because he's desperate to claw his way into a brand new life. Yuki flat out tunes out the yapping and strides straight up to the sword jammed in the rock. Odette is freaking out, begging him not to break the seal on the treasure, but our guy doesn't care about any rules. The second his hand grips the hilt, the sword springs to life and whispers, "Welcome back, my lord." The seal shatters, and the blade erupts in that legendary holy light, blazing like it's alive. Yuki locks eyes on the blade and realizes, this is the exact sword that ended him in his past life, and now it's sitting here like an awkward welcome from his own murderer. Odette and the ghost are totally stunned, because some random student just yanked the national treasure out of nowhere. Yuki lifts his sword, and with a thunderclap, it morphs into a flawless blade of pure light. We jump into a flashback of the hero who killed you 200 years ago, and surprise, he didn't even want to do it. The ghost priest finally realizes his dream is gone for good, and right there in the lobby, he starts fading away. Yuki throws him one last ice-cold glare and orders him to vanish for good. The sword snaps to Yuki's blood because he's the reincarnated heir of its first master, Dean Nosferatu. Odette is still spiraling, and Yuki drops the It's Secret wink like a knockout punch because the Riz is totally unstoppable. Our boy discovers his sword has a crazy gift. It erases evil souls to nothing, but it grants the good ones a fresh start through reincarnation. Basically, Yuki's still alive only because this sword picked him as a good person about 200 years ago. But get this, Yuki digs into the sword's past and finds out there was one wielder 199 years ago, Alice. Who's this mysterious Alice, and why is she gripping his sword like it's hers? Next time, we're cracking that secret wide open, so hit like, smash subscribe, and don't be a beta. We kick things off with a wild hit of culture. There's this certified mommy handling her business, and young MC Martha just watches like she's soaking it all in. And yeah, the genetics in this family are straight up elite. Martha's freaking out that her mom's burning herself out, but her mom's totally fine, because Yuki keeps showing up, rolling up his sleeves, and purifying her herbs like an absolute Chad. Martha's assets are stealing the spotlight, while they argue about Yuki being an illegitimate kid and how she's set to head off to university. Mom basically tells Martha, go on, find yourself a husband now, and honestly that's a straight-up L move, because who in their right mind would want to bail on this household? And yeah, Martha's not backing down one bit. She's totally hooked on Yuki and plans to keep serving him like it's forever. Mom pats her head like she already feels the vibe, and yeah, Martha is locked in to follow Yuki's path no matter how wild it gets. She's stuck by the window, staring like, can I even match the insanity he's packing? And yeah, I'd be worried too. We get a fast snap of her out there doing laundry with another waifu, living the dream at full peak maid mode. Switching gears to the dark stuff, we stumble on a smashed talisman in a cave, and that screams someone's completely done for. Yuki stands there with his hand on his chin, staring like a main character who knows the whole truth while the NPCs murmur behind him. He's sweating bullets because the moment he signed on as an escort knight, aka a fancy title for a pro, no-joke protector, he realized he's in way over his head. Det barges in and screams in his face, reminding him it was him who cleared the exam and even clapped the seventh priest's ghost. Next, Yuki tries to play it humble and hand the credit over, but Odette snaps it back immediately, too proud as a duke's daughter to accept praise for his gigachad deeds. Yuki stares at the holy sword Linkarl, and the memory hits him like a punch. Its blade still carries the blood of someone who is way too close to him. We cut back 199 years to the past, back when everything looked brutally hopeless for our boy. This is straight-up cinema. Alice is dropping the exact same way he did, and man, that's a gut-punch tragic ending for a top-tier waifu. Yuki suddenly clocks it. Alice didn't just vanish, she got reincarnated somewhere in this world, and it hits him like a whole storm of emotions. We catch a flash of Alice in her past life, pure angel energy, and you can practically feel it. He's about to go find her. He's locked in on finding her, no matter what name she wears now, and that's the kind of drive we love to see. He's locked in, and if anyone steps in his way, God help them. He decides to swing by Jilvin, and there he is, plopped on the floor like a total beta. Yuki flashes that scary sweet smile and asks for a quick chat about the undead that just jumped them. Jilvin is choking down panic because he knows the truth is about to blow up in front of everyone. He straight up admits the whole plan was only meant to get in their way and drag their momentum to a crawl, like, that's the most mid-tier villain flex ever. He insists he never meant to summon the priest. He swears he was only doing what his father's friends told him, aka, I'm just a pawn. He's totally crushed because he finally gets it. Yuki isn't playing the same game at all. He pleads for forgiveness like some scripted NPC, and Yuki just stands there, taking every word in like it's fuel. Yuki shrugs and tells him she's fine, but then she presses Jilvin to track down the one who taught Gaia that dark magic. He's freaking out over who shattered the talisman and then shoved necromancy into motion, because that move is a massive, flashing red flag. Jilvin's stomach drops as he realizes those noble families might be hiding temple worshippers in plain sight. Odette slips into the scene like she owns the place, tells Jilvin that Yuki is right, and pushes them to take it seriously, right now. If Yuki hadn't clapped that ghost away, Gaia would have gotten slammed into a literal battery for dark magic, until it ripped his soul clean out. We watch Gaia get swallowed by spreading shadows, and it's a full-blown nightmare you can't look away from. Odette snaps that they can't just look away, Whoever did this has to be confronted, even if they're some high-ranking noble. Jilvan finally snaps into action and admits they're right. They decide to bail back to the surface and swear the Holy Sword's secret stays locked tight between them and the princess only. Yuki bails on the detective grind and hands it to the guild because his real mission is way more urgent, tracking down his lost waifu. We cut to a fancy mansion where a servant pours tea like it's a ceremony, and you already know, this is when the high society chaos starts. Enter Princess Iris. Holy mommy is here, and she looks absolutely divine. She's grinning that Yuki nailed the exam first, but the moment she hears about the accident, her smile freezes. Odette is still trying to hand Yuki all the credit, acting all shy and humble like it's the most important thing in the world. Yuki scrambles to flip the whole thing around, claiming he only saved the day thanks to Odette, like that's peak beta energy. Odette snaps back, refusing to hear it, and insists they both fought with equal effort. They start bickering like a grumpy old married couple, and watching it is straight up hilarious. Iris has to whip out a fake cough just to shut them down and stop their lovers' quarrel. The whole room goes dead silent, and that tension starts squeezing tighter and tighter. Iris flashes a smile and says it looks like they're getting along great, but the jealousy practically screams off her. Yuki gets officially labeled as her escort knight, so yeah, that means he's basically her personal bodyguard from here on out. Iris fires off the big question, how Yuki wakes the Holy Sword and drags it out of its long, deep slumber. Both of them blink, totally thrown by how brutally straight it comes at them. Yuki tells her, let me prove it to you again, just so there's zero doubt left. He won't let this story go public, because if some bastard son fires up an ancient item, those stuck-up aristocrats will spark into a full-on riot. Iris nods and swears to keep it secret, no questions asked, she's the real deal. She's completely blown away by Yuki. Just look at the hearts practically bursting in her eyes. Yeah, Yuki's just locked onto the mirror, totally convinced she looks exactly like Alice, only older by 2 years. He jolts back to his past as a total gigachad and realizes his special blood still has power he can use. He's convinced that if Iris is Alice's reincarnation, her blood will finally flare the moment it meets his. He can't just go asking for a vial of her blood, that's major creep energy. For his second plan, he makes her press her hand to the sword, and then fires up his hacking powers to see if it answers back. He's studying her every move, hunting for any sign she still remembers pieces of her past life. He still remembers that dream, someone told him, protect her, and now he can't shake the feeling that she's the one it was pointing to. Iris totally panics and flushes, because he's staring at her like a predator locked onto its next meal. Det snaps at him for being rude, and gives him absolute hell for staring at the princess like some total weirdo. Iris doesn't mind at all. She just grins and tells him she's counting the days to have him by her side forever. She's practically shaking with pure joy inside because she is so down bad for our boy. Det leans in and whispers to Yuki, telling him he'd better fire back with something cool to match her energy. Yuki clenched her resolve and swore she'd pour out every last bit of effort, especially her humble servant, 1010 Riz. Iris is absolutely buzzing. She snatches his hands and squeezes them tight, and that's a huge win for the MC. She brings up that dream he told her before, about how he'd protect her, no matter what. She slaps him and goes, Rin, it's just way too cute. She clings to the dream names, Lyle and Ramilia, and suddenly realizes they mattered to him more than anything. She locks eyes with him and watches his whole world light up, because she can see just how much those people truly meant to him. We get a quick peek at his family from back then, and it hits like instant sunshine, pure feel-good magic. Then she drops a bombshell and straight up asks if one of them is his old fiancé, like she's checking to see who's got a shot. Yuki smirks at her, says not really, and then drops the bomb. He's never had a lover or a fiancé in his entire life. I'll spot you $10 if you actually believe this dude, because that's the biggest cap I've ever heard. But Iris freezes, like the entire universe just hit pause for her. But then panic hits her hard. She blurts out, tell me there wasn't at least one person close to his heart, someone he cared about. Odette facepalmed hard in the back, totally stunned that Yuki still couldn't get it. Yuki's finally hit with a brain blast, and the moment it clicks, he realizes Iris is grilling him about his past relationships because she's Alice. Odette tells him clear as thunder that if he's going to be her knight, he has to put the princess first, no matter what. Yuki can't stop thinking Odette is a genius, so she drops everything and follows her lead. He whips around to Iris and declares she's the most important person in his life. Nobody else even comes close. He tells her to leave the past behind because he's ready to give her everything and commit to her fully. Iris tilts her head up, and the vibe is instantly bad. She's not letting that past comment slide. Then she slams him with a look so terrifying it's unreal, and she's literally grinding her teeth like she's about to snap. The whole scene suddenly drops into an icy, bone-chilling freeze. Odette realizes they're running out of time, so she grabs Iris and drags her off for a serious girl talk. They plop down on the sofa, and Iris tells Odette, "Just call me Iris for now, okay?" Odette blurts out, "Why am I acting so weird?" right after Yuki hits her with a top-tier confession. Iris leans in and tells me she's been getting hit with wild fever dreams lately. She daydreams about a far-off village with an ancient castle, the very place she used to study. She fell head over heels for a guardian deity who had been teaching her everything since she was just a little kid. We get even more dream fragments, and they're wearing clothes so familiar they hit like a gut punch. Little Alice is shown bawling her eyes out, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. Iris spills her dream so vividly that even Odette starts to get suspicious. Odette finally clocks it. The Lord in the dream is an exact match for Yuki. Iris is blushing like crazy, straight up confessing that she fell for him 200 years ago. Odette tells him point blank that this is nothing more than love sickness at its cruelest. She's convinced Iris's brain is just inventing some excuse for how she fell for her at first sight. Iris swears she has proof that the dream wasn't just a dream, it was real. She says the villagers handed her a special crest and told her to watch for it in the future. If they manage to track down this crest in the real world, then her memories aren't a hallucination, they're the truth. Odette snatches the drawing, grins, and swears she'll help her look it over. But Iris looks totally thrown off as Odette grabs the reins and takes over. Odette wears that "I've got a plan" smirk, and you just know she's about to whip up something big. Meanwhile, Yuki gets dumped all by himself, drowning in loneliness, absolute L for the supposed gigachad. Virayos, yo, what's up, my cult kings? Back with another absolute banger, and this time the MC is a full-on Chad in disguise. Odette grabs our boy Yuki and drags him straight to the Commerce Guild, because even in this other world, you still gotta secure the bag. She's telling him being a magician isn't just about blasting things, it's about hunting ancient loot that can jack up your social credit score. And if you stumble into something top tier, you can straight up found your own noble house. That's full-on main character energy, right there. Yuki's putting on this humble act, like yanking out a holy sword is no big deal, just another Tuesday for him. Odette's basically his PR manager at this point, hyping him up like, "You've already earned the right to go be a big shot now." But our boy is sharp. He knows if he shows his power to the world, those political sharks will swarm in from every direction. Honestly, the real holy sword is just vibing in some cave, and they're already plotting to swap in a fake, so the NPCs stay totally clueless. Look at Odette blazing a trail. She's pushing herself to become the ultimate support waifu, no shortcuts. Yuki dubs her reliable, and the second those words land, Riz's whole system starts glitching like something's breaking. She starts shrieking about noble etiquette like a total tsundere, but we all know she's just desperate for compliments. Suddenly, they spot a carriage so ridiculously expensive it doesn't belong anywhere near this neighborhood. Odette's eagle eyes snap to it, the instant she realized the royal family was slipping through as undercover strangers. Turns out these high-tier nobles are basically just the royal family's offshoots, like the whole kingdom's way smaller than it looks. And just like that, Princess Iris pops out, looking so fresh and flawless you'd think she walked straight out of a shampoo commercial. Her guard is on fire. He looks done with this undercover life, but what choice does she have? She's jumping into the squad to head to the guild, and that means our boy just got himself a full-on double waifu date. Iris is out here trying to figure out how common people really live, and yeah, tell me that isn't the most classic princess move ever. She tells Yuki to drop the stiff formal act, because it's turning every moment into an awkward mess. "Just call me Iris," she says, eyes blazing like she's about to risk everything. Yuki nods in total agreement, and you can practically see the sparkle blazing in her eyes. Yeah, this girl is absolutely finished. Odette just stands there, locked on the Riz as it unfolds in real time, and you can practically feel her competitive fire burning. But forget the cat fight, business is calling, so grab it and let's move. They finally crash into the Grail Company, and this building is a straight-up monster, bigger and tougher than anything around it. Honestly, it screams fortress more than it screams bank. Yuki can't even breathe right now. This place is so massive it makes the mansion he grew up in look tiny. Odette tells them these guys are the real globalists, branches everywhere, and money tucked into every single pie. They're so loaded with power and stability, wars can't even scratch them, pure gigachad energy, zero chance of falling apart. Then Yuki spots the crest on the building, and a chilling click starts echoing in his mind. Whoa, look at that logo. That's not some random design, it's got serious impact. He stops dead, stunned. This place looks exactly like the castle from the village of his past life, and that hits like the biggest plot twist imaginable. They stride in like they run the place, because when you're with a duke's daughter and a princess, the doors fling wide for you. The trio strides through the halls like an unstoppable power fantasy squad, turning every corner into pure hype. Every staff member drops into a bow, because they instantly recognize the exact person who just stepped through that door. Yuki's baffled as they're ushered into the manager's office, convinced this was supposed to be just a casual tour. Turns out Iris couldn't resist. She wanted to dig into that emblem, because weird dreams have been haunting her every night. Det boasts that her family's been partners with this company forever, and then casually reveals a stack of 100 gold coins just waiting in the vault. They're ushered straight into the VIP lounge, told to sit tight and wait for the big boss to finally show up. Yuki locks eyes on the crest carved into the wall, and nostalgia slams into him like a runaway truck. He remembers his old self, D. Nosferatu, the same bat, the same castle design, right down to the details. Iris starts scrambling to apologize for dragging him into her totally weird dream quest, all cute, all flustered, and painfully nervous. She's betting that showing up here will finally unlock why she's been getting haunted by visions from the past. The door swings open, and boom, the manager steps right in. Hold up, Mommy, sorry. Mommy, Rotary just showed up, and those glasses come with serious, locked-in goals. She spots the princess in an instant, no guessing, no hesitation, proving she's the real deal, the kind of executive who knows everyone's face. Det pats on a lowly Barren's son story for Yuki, not realizing he's actually the real boss pulling the strings. Rotary smiles politely and tells him she already knows everything about his father's military glory. Turns out the dad was a battlefield monster. He tore through generals like they were nothing, like NPCs you can just delete. Iris wastes zero time, snapping into the conversation and demanding answers about the company's ancient records from a full 100 years ago. She heard whispers that they're sitting on secrets from before the Great War, and honestly, that's the exact lore drop we've been starving for. Rotaria confirms they've been handing down the most crucial secrets from manager to manager, like a sacred legacy that never gets broken. Iris starts spilling her dream, all shy and flustered, like she's finally confessing a secret crush. She's laying her heart bare, praying she doesn't come off like she's totally lost her mind. She paints a chilling vision. Alice Carmine and her lord hunt down a place marked with that exact bat crest, just to claim a blessing. Roderia's expression drops to stone, like she's just seen a ghost. Iris blurts out something about her father from that dream, and Yuki's head feels like it's about to blow up. He instantly clocks that she's talking about Lyle Carmine, his longtime right hand from back when he served as Demon Lord. Watching Lyle's flashback hits like a full-blown cinematic masterpiece, and the loyalty, it's real, no question. Turns out the entire village was in on it, plotting their next move and setting everything up for what was coming. They were trading theories about a blessing that would be waiting for the Lord when he finally returns. And listen, this whole village spent generations stacking up a monster dowry for Alice, just so she could land her lord. Yuki's losing it because these guys have been stockpiling plans for his wedding a full 200 years ahead, like they're saving up his future happiness right now. Roderia gives a firm nod and tells them she knows the plan inside and out. Yuki's like, wait, how do you even know that? And she's totally calm, just hanging there like it's no big deal. She drops the ultimate bomb. Turns out the Grail Company was built from the ground up to handle that money for him. The founders were the villagers who fled the mountains and carried the old castle crest with them, so they'd never forget where they came from. They've been clinging to this, saying for 2 whole centuries. No matter how many years crash by, we'll always be my lord's people. Now that's loyalty, bro. Yuki freezes in shock, realizing his squad from 200 years ago hasn't stopped writing for him for a single second. Rotaria snaps at them to follow her to the back. She wants to tell the rest in private. Iris is swamped with emotions, so she lunges and grabs Yuki's hand, because the ship is officially setting sail, boys. Odette gets stranded with the butler, totally baffled, while the real plot barrels forward without her. They slip into a secret vault, and Roderia grins as she starts cracking it open with top-tier security. They rush down into the basement, where the real treasure is hidden. On the table sits a mysterious magic plate, shining like pure fortune, and it looks dangerously expensive. Yuki points at that fancy dinner plate and demands, so what's the story with this thing? It's a rare ancient relic, the company has been guarding like a sacred secret for generations. Iris is completely losing it. Turns out even the Magic Guild only stocks knockoff replicas of stuff like this. Yuki can't stop thinking about how much he could score if he sold this on the black market. Rotary lays it out. This sleek machine is a high-tech handwriting and magic scanner, built to verify everything for real. She shoves a quill into Yuki's hands and orders him to scratch his name down, right there, no hesitation. He has to pour his magic into the signature, because that's the only way to prove who he truly is. Our hero grabs the pen, fists steady, ready to unveil who he truly is. He scratches out Dean Nosferatu in that ancient tongue, and the plate starts blazing like it's on fire. Iris breaks into tears on the spot, her soul instantly recognizing her lord's magic signature. A sharp machine asterisk ding slices the air. Its identity is confirmed. Rhoderia shuts her eyes, and finally, the moment she was born to live explodes into view. She tells him her family has been waiting 200 years, just for this exact moment. She drops to her knees right in front of him, because the real boss is her. She recounts the Lord's legend, how he tore their plague curse apart and then gave his life to save them. That loyalty is insanely legendary. I'm getting full-on chills. Rhoderia Kofi swears her life, and the whole company, to him with zero hesitation, and the legend of the demon lover. Yeah, it's just heating up. Hold up before we even get going. We're hit with top-tier confusion, because our girl looks like someone just leaked her browser history. Our MC's frantically trying to keep up, because this plot is sprinting faster than a Discord mod chasing a Nitro giveaway. Just look at the sheer audacity of these genes. Rotaria's rocking it hard, while she breaks down how Alice pulled a total pro gamer move and got reincarnated into Princess Iris. Bro's still trying to piece his thoughts together, but come on, he's probably just freaking out over the plot armor he's stacked on like it's indestructible. The air in this room feels thicker than my caffeine at 3 a.m., and I'm just sitting here watching these two lock eyes like they're about to start a fight. We finally get a look at the absolute Gigachad demon lord himself, and he straight up confirms that Alice is back in the building. Look at these two, acting all wholesome and grinning like the world isn't cruel. Seriously, it's the kind of thing that makes even a grown man's eyes sting. She's all in now, looking up at him like he's her whole world, calling him my lord, with that level of devotion that makes every comment section simp wish they were the one being chosen. Hold up, she's looking totally lost again, like she just snapped back and remembered she left the stove on in her past life. Yuki out here demanding the real answers, questioning whether stabbing himself with that holy sword through the chest hurt like the breakup kind of pain. Flashback time, and yep, getting turned into a shish kebab by a legendary weapon is not exactly the vibe. Those memories slam into Alice right now, replaying the moment she logged out of the server for good. MC looks a little crushed, like his heart is heavy, because his #1 fan had to survive all that trauma just to reach him again. Then she hits us with the absolute cinema line, saying the pain in her body was nothing compared to the heartbreak of losing him. Rhoderia's back there glowing and grinning like crazy, and you just know she's already calculating the biggest possible upcharge for the reunion merch. Yuki suddenly had a total brain blast and remembered a crucial detail about the family tree. He brings up Gates K.H. Wofi, the absolute legend who kicked off the entire artisan line, and honestly, just look at how dapper that NPC is. He didn't just forge weapons, he built a whole corporate empire that somehow lasted longer than most of your relationships. In a flashback, Gates was a total cinnamon roll. Every time the demon lord praised him for that big brain and a rock-solid, healthy body, he basically glowed. The lord desperately wanted to hand him the recognition he truly earned, but time ran out before he could tell him, good job. So Yuki tells Raijuria to take that praise, and Raijuria is completely stunned by the sheer swagger of Yuki's words. She's absolutely thrilled, and he even asks, can I give you a head pat? That's basically the highest level play in the Man of Culture handbook. Right here comes the slow-mo hand, primed and perfect for the most legendary clash the century has ever seen. Our MC is out here absolutely showering the thick glasses, mommy, with legendary head pats, praising her like crazy for keeping the company running. Turns out the Ancestor Gates was a total crybaby back in the day, especially after someone snatched his girl, and everyone in the chat threw an F for the fallen homie. Iris is gearing up to unleash the lore bomb about what happened right after the Lord bit the dust. Yuki drops into the seat like he owns the place and tells everyone to get comfy, because this story is about to stretch way past some cheap filler. That's absolute cinema, right as Iris just plops onto his lap like it's the most natural thing on earth, and boom, my guy S got infinite riz. She finally clocks what she just did, and instantly starts glitching out, her face going red like a tomato getting blender-level crushed. Waifu is totally flustered, convinced Alice's memories somehow got into her head, but come on, we all know it's just her being hopelessly down bad. Turns out Alice used to be a professional lap sitter back in the day, so yeah, that muscle memory hits like it never left. Yuki tells her to just hand it over and let her carry her if she's wiped out, but she refuses. She's sitting normally today to keep her dignity standing tall. Rhoderia basically says that all that, my lord stuff, was just a bedtime tale her parents drilled into her since she was a kid. We spot this tiny little road scene that's downright adorable, and you can practically hear how her family served the Lord like absolute loyal warriors. Now it's time to dive into the heavy stuff. Yuki grabs Iris and demands she finish the story of what happened right after his first life ended. Flashback Alice was completely bedridden, looking like she hadn't seen daylight or food in weeks. She refused to eat, because her own father was the one who sent the Lord straight into the Shadow Realm, and that betrayal hit like a family disaster. In the present, Yuki snaps at her not to be reckless, and she just grins, like she's been taking Yuki's roasting for ages. She was so desperate to track him that she even tried to wipe her own save file, completely blind to the fact that he'd already started preparing his reincarnation. Her father made the ultimate sacrifice, slaying his lord to save the village, and even though Alice knew it wasn't his fault, her heart still felt like it was burning for him. She calls those days a hollow shell, just waiting for the end, because without her lord, the world couldn't shine with a single color. But then everything snapped, when the church crowned her father as a hero just to bury their own mess. They handed him the holy sword like it was some kind of consolation prize, almost like congrats, for the time he totally derailed his daughter's life. The dad looks absolutely crushed in his grip, because he knows those hero acts cost way more than they ever should have. While Alice crumbled away, her parents quietly threw themselves into research, chasing the secrets behind that sparkling toothpick. The dad clings to the Lord's last words, until next time, and he's wagering everything that those promises aren't a lie. He's clinging to one prayer: please let the Lord keep his word, because his daughter is literally fading away right before his eyes. Alice hears there's a way to see him again, and her eyes flare like she just spotted a legendary drop in an RPG. She figures out one thing fast: if he ever comes around again, she'll be there to meet him, no excuses, no matter what it costs. She gives a sharp nod and commits to joining the research team, because she refuses to waste away in bed. Look at her grit, she's wobbling, but she's still up on her feet, ready to push through and grind her way to that reincarnation ending. She straight up admits she was being selfish, but when you're down bad for your lord, you do whatever you have to. She dug back into her food, jumped in to help her parents, and followed the Lord's teachings like they were her brand new religion. Turns out her blood was special as hell, perfect fuel for their secret Holy Sword project, and that's why she became the ideal lab assistant. They spent years dissecting the sword's power, hunting every crack in the rules that could finally bring them back to the MC. Her parents even slipped in undercover at the temple, playing the long game like total chads. They finally cracked the secret: this sword could grant reincarnation to the worthy, and right now it had just one single charge left. Her parents dropped the real question on her: what would she do if she could finally meet him again, for real? She swears she'd do anything, and the pure waifu energy is practically blasting off her right now, like it's radiating from her. Because she'd been starving for years, they swore the only way to rescue her soul was to strike her with the sword. But first, her tiny sister arrived safe and sound, an unexpectedly sweet little breath of wholesomeness in the middle of all that crushing depression. Of course, the kid dropped sick right away. This world has zero chill, so the reincarnation plan got shoved back a little. Her sister Mia was an absolute cutie, and for once, Alice actually got to bask in the chaos of being a big sister before her big exit. Iris casts a bittersweet glance over those memories, realizing she had no choice but to rip herself away from that life. And just like that, every puzzle piece snaps into place at last. So she swung the sword, made that opening, and then bam, she was right here, sitting beside Yuki. Yuki drinks it all in, because his loyal subject has hunted him across time and even death, just to finally reach him. Rhoderia lays it out, how the backcrest turned into their family symbol, fueled by the stories people kept passing down for generations. She's also got a message from the parents, and you already know it's either pure heart-melting sweetness or full-on awkward disaster. And that tiny detail is exactly why this manga never misses, because every single panel just lights the hype train even brighter. Turns out the mom was an absolute savage. She spit out curses and swore she'd never forgive the temple for what it did to her lord. And the dad, total ultimate wingman. he basically leans in and tells Yuki, marry Alice or you'll lose your shot, because she's not looking at anyone else. Iris wraps up her story, and the look on her face screams like she just sprinted through a whole marathon of emotions. She's still torn up inside, caught between the crown and the cage of being the loyal Alice. But one thing is crystal clear. Every heartbeat of what she's feeling right now is 100% real, and it's not going anywhere. Then boom, an emotional montage hits, showing every ounce of pain and ache she swallowed through those 200 brutal years of waiting. The sadness was real, the pain never let up, and every single day felt like a fight just to stay on your feet. She just wanted to see him again, hear that voice, and sink back into his arms, right where she belonged. Every second she spent studying, every drop of blood she paid, all of it hammered toward this single goal. She watched her family shift and grow year after year, and that one wish stayed buried deep in her heart like a flame that refused to die. Even while she cradled her baby sister, her thoughts never rested. She was already burning for the next time her lord promised her. She gives one final smile in her past life, knowing her journey is about to slam into its final destination. The sword flares with light, the bargain seals in a flash, and then the long, final sleep crashes in. One day, just once more, he finally locks in that promise for real. Yuki stares at her now, and you can tell he's finally realizing the truth, the girl who waited 2 whole centuries just to leave him a head pat. And there it is, she finally snaps and cries for real, years of choking it all down exploding as the princess mask crumbles. She was aching to see him again, and if you can't feel that heat, no lie, you're probably living on NPC mode. This is peak fiction. She finally unburdens 200 years of bottled emotions and clings to her lord like there's no tomorrow. And when he calls her Alice, he makes it crystal clear, no matter what name she wears in this life, he's taking her fully and forever. Rhoderia S in the back yelling at him like an idiot for dying and leaving her ancestors stranded. And yeah, it's the most son dear mom thing ever. She's crying like her heart's breaking, and our MC steps in like the absolute Chad she needs, because the bond between them snaps back into place, stronger than any holy sword or magic spell. Right before everything hits, we get a quick flashback, her sprinting straight at him, proof that she's been hunting this exact moment for her whole life. We catch the demon lord in all his terrifying glory one last time, and it hits you. This is the legend that started everything. All right, my lord, one last word to seal the deal and confirm that loyal Alice is officially back on the scene. The 3 of them are trapped in the room together, and the past and the present finally crash into each other like one wild, beautiful storm. We kick things off with a straight-up gut punch, then boom, a flashback hits. A couple sobs over their kid as he's on his deathbed, begging his lord to watch over Alice, and the whole moment is brutal tragedy from the very first second. This man is literally crumbling into dust on the wind, finishing his last act of service to his master. Now that's loyalty. Back in the present, our MC's locked in a dungeon cell, holding a crying girl who Alice reincarnated. She's barely hanging on, while he just stares like, yo, quit leaking tears, you're a princess now. He's trying to play the total Chad and comfort her, but she's completely unraveling in front of him. Suddenly, she starts wailing like an NPC who just wiped their save file, and even Rhoderia, the glasses-wearing mommy in the background, just stands there watching the whole disaster blow up. Alice is sobbing her heart out, screaming that she doesn't care about being a princess, she just wants to stay Alice. Then bam, plot twist, Rhoderia starts crumbling too, and our MC just sits there frozen like, am I cooked? Why is everybody crying? Rhoderia tells him she grew up on these ancestor stories, and now she's staring at the legend in real life, and it's almost too much to handle. She straightens her glasses, snaps back into full dummy mommy mode, and gets ready to unleash some absolutely massive lore. MC's all fired up like, keep cooking, I'm locked in, listening hard. We cut to a flashback of fear ravaging a village, then we learn that once Alice disappeared, it shattered into 2 separate groups. MC's like, wait, do we got beef? Then Rhoderia shakes her head and laughs. Turns out they weren't enemies at all, they were way more united than your favorite boy band. In Group 1 was the merchant party, stacking bread and piling up assets for the Lord and Alice. Group 2 was the infiltration crew, set on slipping into the Elysium Temple and torching it from the inside, playing a cold, ruthless long game. MC stares at her with the most stone-cold deadpan expression, like straight up, are you serious right now? Turns out the legendary Grail Guild wasn't some lucky flash in the pan, it was a 200-year master plan crafted by business monsters. And look at Rhoderia, she's totally swooning over the MC, claiming it all was built just to help him the moment he comes back. The muscle behind the whole scheme, Lyle and Remilia, kicked off the church infiltration, climbing higher and higher while plotting the moment they'd bring it crashing down. They even tossed an authentication device to the MC like, no worries, he's coming right back, and left zero room for doubt. MC shoots his hand up like he's back in school, because this question is too big to hold back. He finally gets it. Those merchants aren't grinding skills, they're riding pure luck, and that's why their money shows up like magic riz. But he's not buying the whole infiltration story for a second. He's like, wait, how is the church so clueless? There had asterisk to be at least a few competent people in charge, right? Right? Rhoderia breaks into a sly little chuckle, all classy on the surface, but somehow mysterious as hell. MC can't stop fidgeting, his stomach drops, and he's convinced he accidentally sounded beta back there. She tells him he's exactly like the legends painted him, and she's straight up overjoyed. Then Alice or Iris, call her whatever you want, just rockets onto his lap, and she's basically like, my lord's a total gigachad and you don't even realize it, because look at that blush, she's asterisk so asterisk down bad. We jump into a flashback. Our MC saved the entire village from a plague, marching in to teach them hygiene and medicine like he'd been doing it his whole life. Not a soul starved because he was the ultimate provider. No one ever went hungry and no one died. The MC is absolutely stunned. He thought he was only doing the most basic stuff, no big deal at all. He unleashed his purification powers to save the sick kids, and the whole town watched him rise into something almost saint-like. Because of him, not a single kid had to die young. He was the hood's guardian angel. He and his trusty bat familiars wiped out every last monster lurking around the village. The villagers flipped the script and turned from helpless prey into ruthless hunters, absolute cinema. Life was finally good, full bellies, real safety, and this terrifying demon lord keeping watch over them like a living shield. Everyone was living it up nonstop, all thanks to the MC's grind that just wouldn't quit. Even the kids were laughing and playing with his familiars like they were harmless little pets. Seeing him like a dark king in this shot, that's pure hype, no question. Locked back in the cell, the MC keeps his cool and presses for answers like, so what's the big deal with that, huh? Iris stares at him like he's insane. Am I missing something? Because you truly don't get it, do you? Everyone in the room keeps nodding, like they're all sinking into the truth. He taught them everything, how to farm, how to hunt, how to fight, and with that, he basically turbocharged their whole civilization from the ground up. Listen up, the little village hit 100% literacy, while the royal capital was stuck at a measly 30%, and the MC, he was out there getting a private Ivy League education like it was nothing. For 150 years straight, every single soul in that village was personally educated by the Lord of Nosferatu himself. And from that pool of geniuses, Lyle and Remilia erupted into the world. Two absolute *****ing forces of human potential. MC finally snaps and realizes he didn't just make a mistake, he accidentally spawned a whole swarm of monsters. Fiera Village was straight up more advanced than the whole Elysium Temple combined. Iris leans in and asks what would happen if geniuses like her parents ever got their hands on ancient magic. In just 1 year, they cracked the Holy Sword secret. Lyle burned through the work like a genius, while Remilia just naturally fit the puzzle, and together they became the ultimate power couple. That church felt like it was mindlessly playing checkers, while those two were plotting 4D chess. MC realizes his death wasn't a tragedy at all. It was the ultimate opening, handing them the perfect cover to hack the temple from the inside. Rotaria claims the records were wiped out in the war, but it's clear as day the people behind it still toppled that temple. I mean, yeah, it's been 200 years, but that legacy refuses to fade, and it's still steering the MC's whole life. Lyle got hailed as a hero for slaying the demon lord, but the truth hit hard. He was the ultimate Trojan horse, planted to bring them down from the inside. They chose to smash their enemies down, as they still smiled and partied like nothing could go wrong. Just look at those sinister faces. There's no joking around, and they mean business. The church has zero chance against the two of them. MC realized they'd gotten a little too reckless, especially now that they had another daughter to protect, Mia. He's standing there looking all cool and deep in thought, like he's reliving the good old days in his head. Rhoderia snaps her story shut, like she's about to kick off the next phase of the plan. They finally clock the time, only to realize they've been yapping for ages, while Odette is still standing out there, waiting. MC decides to hand one of his bat familiars to Rhoderia, so they can stay in constant contact. Rhoderia drops to one knee and pledges her full support. She's officially in the squad now. She shoots him a cheeky wink and promises, if you need cash or tools, just say the word, mommy's loaded end. MC leans in like, bet, count on me and don't you dare back out. He whips around to Iris and demands she stick to proper princess etiquette, so no one ever sniffs out what's really going on. He asks straight up if he can take a familiar with her, too. Then he hits you with the most insane line, "So, where's your bedroom located?" And bro's got riz so off the charts it's actually criminal. Iris is absolutely buzzing. She snatches his hand and looks like she's one heartbeat away from bursting from sheer, exploding blush. She's taking this way more seriously than he ever even tries to. She digs up the promise he made back when he was the one treating her plague. The MC's staring at a blank page, panicking like, which one am I even supposed to pick? And once again, Iris's patience snaps, so knock it off and just say what you mean. Then it hits him she made a promise. When you grow up, I'll take you as my bride. Absolute Cinema boys were seizing territory officially. Iris is riding the high of a lifetime right now, up on cloud 9 like nothing can touch her. But the MC, absolute mood killer, he's like, "We're both 13, dude, you haven't even grown up yet." And no, Iris isn't having any of it. 200 years since my past life. That's more than enough. She still remembers every time he swooped in to save her, totally looking like an absolute gigachad. She's completely, hopelessly in love with him. She even bows and begs him to take both her current self and her past self, as his wives like 2 for 1, and MC, he's absolutely winning at life. Rodaria's in the back, giggling like crazy. She's totally shipping this. With zero filter, MC straight up tells her, "If you're gonna have me working on you 24/7, then we might as well just get married and make it simple." Iris is furious because he's not being romantic enough. Like, dude, I've been taking care of you for 150 years. I'm basically your great-great-grandbabysitter. He tells her to chill, no rush, we're taking this slow and steady. Iris is over the moon, just having him right by her side. Rhoderia jumps in, spilling the truth. Princesses almost always get married off to powerful, high-ranking nobles. She's so all in on the cause that she straight up offers to pay for their elopement, so if they want to disappear together, she'll fund it. Iris insists bolting is only a final last resort, and MC nods along. He's determined to grind up his own rank so he can claim her legally. Iris is spiraling again. He's gearing up to legally claim me as his wife, and honestly, she's done for. The MC tells them straight up, he doesn't want to bring trouble to his current family, so if he can climb the ranks by hunting ancient treasures, he'll lock in their status for good. He's hunting down every last Mentos his old crew left scattered behind. He's on a mission to track down the descendants of his other subordinates too. If everything goes sideways, they'll just stage a monster attack out of nowhere and vanish the second the chaos hits. That's their ultimate escape plan. The girls are fully on board, understood, my lord. MC's got that locked-in look. He's rolling with his squad, clutching his plan like a weapon, and yeah, he's got a harem lined up too. After that wild, long talk, they finally break free and storm out of the dungeon. Turns out Odette wasn't mad at all. She got bought off with top-shelf sweets from the company. MC's on top of the world. He runs into Alice again, discovers his loyal descendants, and now he's charging after the trail of his strongest warriors. He's itching to find out what kind of wild, crybaby-level stunts his subordinates managed to pull off while he was out. He's the guardian of fear of village, and he's back with one mission: grab what's rightfully his. And we slam the episode shut with this huge tease, a giant suit of armor. Is it a brand new boss or a surprise ally? Next time we find out. Yo homies, we're back with an absolute banger. Yuki and Princess Iris are finally stepping into the spotlight to meet the real MVP of the series, the cultured Queen Odette. Look at this spread, boys, pancakes, fruit pie. I'm practically losing it just from staring at that syrup, but come on, we all know this ain't the main event. The real meal is right here. Look at Odette sitting there, bored to death, while those thigh-highs scream pure audacity. Yeah, she's 100% a mommy sorry tier waifu. Dude, just look at her assets. Go on. I'll spot you $10 if you can stare her in the eyes for over 5 seconds without scrolling down. That's absolute cinema. They're rushing out apologies for showing up late, because the MC was probably stuck playing beta and never got around to sealing the deal with the princess. Yuki needs a cup of tea before the lore drops. Bro's throat is dry from all the accidental riz he's been tossing around lately. They finally settle in, but the tension hits you like a wave, because it's truth time, and I swear Odette looks nowhere near ready for this kind of brain rot. Odette snaps what's with Iris's creepy dreams, because she's sharp, and she can tell our sweet princess is hiding something big. Yuki drops the bomb with zero chill, dead serious, no jokes like that, no cap detected. He tells her that in his old life he was a legit guardian deity, and Iris was just a girl in his village. Then he drops the twist. He went from being an actual god to a regular student. Yeah, talk about getting nerfed. He's basically leaning in and telling Odette, we're soulmates, reborn for this exact time. And yeah, the plot armor is getting so thick you can practically trip over it, boys. Det literally spills her tea, her brain is fried for real, while Iris is blushing over there like she just caught Yuki's search history. Look at that face, pure NPC energy, like they're trying to force a glitch in the simulation. Errored Guatrian Fuiter, logic not found. Yuki finally realized he couldn't babysit that GigaChat secret from Odette forever. She's way too sharp to miss a thing. Turns out Iris already spilled the entire script to a dead guy. Like, what? These girls tell everything, I'm serious. In this harem, there's literally zero secrets. If they tried to hide it, Odette would sniff it out and expose the whole thing sooner or later. She's got full-on detective mommy energy. And hey, our main character won't play games or lie to her. Yeah, he might be a little simpy, but trust me, he's an honest simp. Just look at Iris, she's absolutely down bad for Lord Yuki, and it's honestly adorable. She's glazing him so hard right now it's unreal. Odette is still in full panic mode, and she's torn. Does she call a doctor or a priest? Yuki lunges forward, snatches Iris's hand, and steps up. Wait, is this the moment? Yo, unprotected hand-holding in public. That's peak fiction, bro, I'm actually losing it. And Iris confirms it. She's not just a princess. She's his loyal subject from a past life, and the loyalty is straight up unreal. She's basically telling him, I chased you through lifetimes just to land right here with you, and if that isn't the purest peak riz, then I honestly don't know what is. Det just stands there stunned, like, and you can literally see her soul slip out of her body through her mouth. And then came the finisher, boom. Iris shot back like, I'm gonna live Yuki as my bride, and Odette's brain got fried on the spot, crisp, no survivors. Iris is beaming like crazy while Odette reels and staggers. Reincarnation is wild enough, but marriage, bros basically speedrunning the romance route. Yuki knows this is way too much to drop on someone at once. You can't stroll up to an NPC and tell them they're living inside a fantasy reincarnation story and expect them to stay calm. Odette sucks in a deep breath, nods like she finally understands, and tries to pull off a calm act like she truly gets it. Psych, she swears she has zero clue what's going on, but she'll fake it anyway just to keep the story moving, because honesty is a rule, even when she's bending it. She's the real deal. She flat out says reincarnation is pointless compared to what her dear friend Iris is determined to do, and honestly, that's a straight-up Gigachad move. She's all in on the marriage, seriously, she's the best wingwoman manga has ever seen. Somebody hand this girl a trophy. Yuki's blown away. He honestly didn't think she'd stay this cool about it. But hold up, this isn't some fairytale shortcut. You can't just marry a princess when you're a low-rank baron, because that royal family is packed with snobs. Yuki has to climb to the next rank, and he's only got one shot if he gathers 2 ancient items fast, because the grind never, ever lets up. If he can track them down, he jumps straight from baron to marquise, and just like that, his status skyrockets. So yeah, we're going to sweep through Elysium and investigate it, and I can already feel an adventure arc detonating in my bones. More fights, more waifus, the whole ride. They need collaborators, because walking into that dangerous zone solo would be suicide. They press Odette into a corner, begging her to look away while they snoop in secret, and when it comes down to it, they're basically recruiting her as an accomplice. They don't want to mess with her, really, but they're desperate to grab that sweet, sweet ancient loot. Odette's shaking fear, fury, or pure adrenaline for the chaos about to hit. She slams the table, no more games. She's cracking, boys. This is where things get real and spicy. She's not signing off on this. No way she's letting them charge off and live their best life while she's stuck behind in some hotel, like a background character. She's done hesitating. She's jumping into the party with us, and now the cultured queen is officially part of the team. Let's go. Stare at their faces, absolute shock. They thought she'd snitch, but she wasn't chasing trouble to expose them. She just wanted in on the action. She's doubting who she even is as a magician, because if she can't stomach a little reincarnation lore, what's her magic really worth? Yeah, her pride is fighting for her life. She can't stay on the sidelines when something this electrifying hits. She's a total thrill seeker, just like our MC. Yuki says yes, boom, it's happening. The crew assembles, and we've got the MC, the princess, and the cultured mage, and that's it, the villains are finished. Odette tells Yuki, forget climbing ranks, start your own aristocratic house, and you can tell she's already planning 3 moves ahead. Then Iris jumps in. She's got something even wilder to drop, and trust me, you're about to be shook. She shrugs and says she doesn't care about being Yuki's concubine, then snaps, have some pride, you're a princess, not someone fighting for a side chick spot. And honestly, she's all in. Odette snaps at her to shut her mouth before things get even messier, because even the wingwoman's got a breaking point. Yuki decides to take the leap. He's going full, fake it till you make it with nobility. They bolt out of the shop, and just like that, the mission is officially a go. That old guy named Burns shows up out of nowhere, barks that Iris is late, and he sticks around like the most annoying quest marker you can't get rid of. They've got to rush back before the royal guards clock that the princess is gone. Iris halts mid-step and whips her gaze back to her lord, and in her eyes, plain as day, is that silent plea, "Don't leave me." She blurts out, "Will you vanish again?" because she's still wrecked from the time he died in that past life, and Major feels it. Yuki gets completely blindsided. He never saw just how much pain was tearing through her from the inside. She's terrified he'll vanish without a single word, and honestly, that poor girl's been through that kind of heartbreak before. But our MC is a total Chad. He swears he won't, and that promise hits like a legally binding vow, folks. She trusts him. Just look at that smile. If you won't protect it, then you've got no soul. Odette's staring at them like, yeah, they're soulmates, and even she can't deny that the chemistry between them is screaming. She leans in and asks Yuki straight up what he truly thinks of Iris, like a real friend would. He insists she's pure and innocent, but deep down, she's a fierce girl who knows exactly what matters. He's convinced she hasn't changed one bit since her old life, and honestly, this reincarnation thing feels like a slick new game, plus only these two would get. Odette laughs it off, claiming it's just a reincarnation fantasy, but the way she's buying into it says she's already started to drink the Kool-Aid. She's not just hearing it anymore, she's starting to buy it, and that means one thing: welcome to the cult, Odette. We've got tea and we've got pancakes. Cut to the royal family's living quarters, pure luxury, the kind that screams we're untouchable. Iris is back in her bedroom, probably spiraling over Yuki. Yeah, I see you staring like it's a crime scene. It's just a bed, relax. She's blushing so intensely she's basically a walking tomato, replaying every single thing that happened today and spiraling fast. She's whispering "my lord" straight into her pillow, and she's about as 1% cooked as it gets. She remembers him as Lord Dean Nosferatu, and honestly, that name hits like a truck. It's pure gigachat energy from her past life. She's clutching her pillow like it's a lifeline, thinking about her beloved, like that longing is about to burst right through her chest. She's practically bursting at the seams. This girl is 1 second away from a full-on meltdown, drowning in every emotion at once. She's twisting and flailing around, freaking out like, did I just say something weird? Oh, Iris. Yeah, you basically offered me a concub. Like, wow, that's definitely weird. Her heart is hammering, thump, thump like it's about to burst, and I swear, this is pure top-shelf shoujo chaos dropped straight into my shounen manga. She's still fighting to adapt to those past life memories, like her mind is a hard drive, desperately trying to merge two completely different operating systems. She still remembers the day he snatched her out of those dark bears, straight-up damsel in distress vibes, but somehow it worked perfectly. Right then she made up her mind. She'd stay by his side forever, because it wasn't just memories anymore, it was love at first sight. Even if her memories vanish, her heart still recognizes the one who owns it, peak romance. She's shrieking like a total fangirl, and I can't help but grin. Watching a princess completely lose her composure is pure joy. Then bam, a bat crashes through the window, but is it just a freak accident, or the start of something way darker, like a monster or an assassin? Nope, it's the same old familiar, and Iris clocks it instantly. It's Yuki's familiar, and our boy is blasting messages through Batmail. That gothic riz is unreal. And then the bat talks. You surprise me, it says. Can you believe it? A bat with better manners than the MC. Iris gets it, because her old life powers are snapping back into place, and every night she levels up in her sleep. Nell is the bat's name, and she's a girl, plus Yuki's even got animal wafers too, and honestly this guy's unstoppable. She's hauling a message from your master, probably delivered in old parchment instead of a text. Nell stays glued to her side, shielding her and making sure they don't lose contact, while Yuki plays it cool, keeping his princess under tight guard. They even set up a bat network, basically Discord, but with way more wings and fur. Yuki sent a note begging her to teach him ancient magic the next time they meet, because he's always chasing that next power-up. Iris grins and jumps in to help. She's determined to be his support character in the Elysium raid. Nell's been on this duty for 200 years. She's a straight-up veteran, so show some respect to the bat guys. Iris aches to have wings just so she can soar straight to Yuki's side, because that long-distance pain is brutally real. She suddenly clocks it. This is a private, exclusive note meant just for them, and she starts pumping up the drama, making it sound way more scandalous than it actually is. She throws herself back into the pillow and blurts, "Miss Iris, what's wrong?" Because yeah, she's not fine, she's got a terminal case of being down bad. Nell rockets off to deliver the reply. Our tiny messenger is out here doing the Lord's work. Iris stares into the mirror, grinning like crazy. then she's ready to tear through the world for her lord. That maid's freaking out, swearing she's got a fever. Her face is blazing red, but nope, it's not illness at all, she's just hopelessly lovesick. Get with the program. Meanwhile, Yuki keeps getting hit with a bunch of the same message in different disguises, and Iris is sliding into full yandere mode, absolute cinema. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Back with another absolute banger where the wafers are stacked, and the MC's a full-on gigachat hiding in plain sight. We kick things off with best girl Iris looking like a whole knockout, straight up telling our boy she's totally at his disposal. Yeah, I already hear you, and yep, we're starting at peak culture instantly. Our MC Yuki is chilling on his bed like he owns the place, while his bat familiar blurts palace gossip and spills the whole tea right on cue. He's stuck thinking about Princess Iris, and you can practically hear the questions. How in the world did he end up with someone this insanely top tier in his life? Turns out I'm taking a break to teach him some ancient magic, but she's acting all shy about it. Look at that blush, she's totally crushing on our boy. Yuki tells the bat, it's all good, keeping her cool like she's totally unbothered. The bat has the nerve to offer up his own blood to level up his stats, pure audacity, but honestly, I'll take the buff. Yuki locks eyes on a vision of Iris, and you can practically see the plan forming in his head. He's already fighting to keep her safe. He swears he'll protect her with everything he's got, and right now, his riz is absolutely through the roof. The bat launches into the night sky above the castle, and this artwork hits like pure cinematic magic. Yuki's out here looking like a full-on guardian deity, and the second anyone steps out of line, she's ready to blast them without mercy. He's pulling late-night recon, crouched on the roof like he's straight out of Assassin's Creed. He lands it flawlessly, because this dude is built different, no question. At night, the capital glows like a dream, but Yuki isn't here to admire it. He's on a mission to sniff out the security. He spots the magic patrols swarming everywhere, hunting down any NPCs dumb enough to stir up trouble. They've even shoved a giant magic alarm dome over the palace, real paranoid energy, because if they think that'll stop a demon lord, they're straight up doomed. Yuki spots that one side of the palace is barely guarded, and his brain starts spiraling. Are the royals setting him up like some big prank? His bat fires a question. Are they really planning to bail on the capital? But Yuki's already playing the long game. Fleeing is his final move, because this guy's got a whole bigger plan than just bolting like some scared beta. He's obsessed with climbing the ranks, because being a Barren feels like mid-tier at best, and he refuses to stay there. Then it hits, he starts dreaming about marrying Iris, and vanishing into a happily ever-after life, and bro, I swear, he's literally me. He can't stop thinking about Odette like, is she the real deal, or just another NPC wearing a pretty face? Just like that, Odette shows up, and wow, her outfit is straight up fire. She's even ready to go immortal, also she can stay glued to Iris's side. That's loyalty on a whole different level. The bat can't stop wondering about immortality, but Yuki shrugs it off like it's no big deal. He's springing roof to roof like a stealth ninja, mind racing over ancient relics that could straight up change your whole life. He remembers his past life, back when he was a magical doctor who healed old folks' aching backs. Real Chad energy right there. The bat keeps glazing him like he's a legend, praising his ideas as brilliant, and yeah, I'm with you, because they really are. Patrol duty's done, now it's time to sprint back home and drop into the crib. He slips back to his spot and freezes. Those lights are still burning, like someone's been waiting for him all along. The front door won't budge, so he pulls a total Spider-Man move and hauls his way through the second floor instead. Suddenly, he locks eyes on a shadowy figure in a cloak creeping down the hallway. He sneaks up behind her and blasts her with the biggest jump scare ever, and the scream she rips out is straight-up peak comedy. Turns out it's just Odette, and she's literally trembling right in front of us. She tears into him for sneaking around like a creep, but Yuki just shrugs it off like a total champ. They start grilling her about why she's out this late, and she swears it's just a night stroll, but come on, that's pure cap. She whips out a letter from the Magic Guild, and trust me, things are about to get insanely spicy. Actually, she's just 2 letters, yet she's pure double trouble. This one dives into an ancient magic incident tied to a ghost. Yeah, it sounds like mid-tier filler at first, but we can't miss it. The second letter hits different, it's the real deal, and it's all about the escort night ceremony. Yuki's totally lost at first, then the show flips, and we finally get a peek at the competition. Meet Salvia, the 4th princess, same age as Iris, but the vibe says she's about to start a royal attitude war. Yuki clocks it instantly, something about the timing feels way too sketchy. Sylvia is a true-blood heir, and in the royal family, she's basically the queen of popularity. She's a full-on hater, and she demanded her own night ceremony too, because Iris was getting one. Yuki still remembers how Iris's siblings used to sneer at her, and Salvia was clearly marching out in front of the whole crew. He clocks the drama in seconds, pure high IQ energy blasting off him. Odette straight up confirms it. Salvia's not just mean, she's basically a pro-level hater. This Salvia is itching for a magic duel between their escort knights, because she's dying to publicly light up our boy. Yuki's like, this is such a headache, and I swear same, why can't the royals just relax for once? They went inside to spill every last detail. Right then boom, a fox girl named Ramai bursts out of nowhere, all cute and cuddly, but don't you dare underestimate her. She was locked in, brewing tea for her master, talk about a top-tier familiar. Odette's trying to talk to the fox, but it's getting nowhere fast, like pure, cringy awkward silence just waiting to explode. They're on totally different wavelengths, like two radios picking up completely separate stations. Then bam, the culture hits us like a wave. Martha the maid barges in with the tea, and man, she looks insanely thick. Seriously, bless that artist for the service. She's all smiles and manners, making sure everybody feels safe, welcome, and completely at ease. Ramai's out here begging to learn how to be a proper maid. Can we smash a W in the chat for more maid wafus? Odette takes one sip of the tea, and her world flips upside down. She tells him this is way better than the pricey stuff I've got at home. It's honestly just some cheap blend, but those special herbs Yuki swears by hit different. Bro's basically a tea sommelier now. Odette's blown away. She's basically itching to snag one for herself. Yuki still remembers how, in his past life, he mixed this blend to help restless kids finally fall asleep. So yeah, he's out here being pure wholesome. Martha shoots him a look that screams go to sleep, and he smartly knows not to argue. The maids storm out, and it leaves those two alone to finish their conversation. All right, back to the heavy stuff. Turns out some magician conned a guy into dabbling in necromancy. He was only trying to stall them with skeletons, straight up the most NPC tactic ever. They twisted his mind and forced him to summon a terrifyingly powerful ghost. That mind-link spell shot itself in the foot and absolutely wrecked everything. This is the kind of dark magic only the top-tier nerds dare to use. That guy was a complete rookie, and someone totally outplayed him like it was effortless. Nobody knows who was really tugging the strings behind the scenes. The suspect's house was dead silent, no one home, just a single name left to chase. We snap into a creepy close-up, and you can practically feel it. This villain is trouble waiting to explode. Her name's Dorothea Zumwealth, an unstoppable wandering magician, and if you ask me, she's got Damie Mommy villain energy written all over her. Then they uncover a letter from the former tutor, and suddenly it hits. This whole mess might be tied to the royal family, and the tension starts piling up fast. Yuki's starting to fall ill, and the political chaos around them is already out of control. He just wants to live in peace, hiding as a normal human, but the world keeps slamming the door in his face. Nobles are always clawing for more power, and honestly, it's exhausting just watching the struggle. Now here's the real problem. Salvia's knight is pulling up for a magic duel, and everything hangs on it. But Salvia treats Iris like her personal rival, and she's coming for payback. She's about to start a fight, and Yuki gets stuck right in the blast zone. Odette's losing her mind. Messing with royalty is a full-on nightmare. Salvia is adored by everyone. She's a magic prodigy, the flawless princess everyone writes about and nobody can ignore. But Yuki finally clicks. Yuki knows Iris is the real prodigy all along. He shows off to Salvia, claiming, "That's my Alice," because he's already seen what makes his girl built different. Iris was a born genius the moment she could talk, and not even the most average princess comes close. Sylvia knows she can't outdo Iris in magic or studies, so she's clinging to her real status as a legitimate child just to feel superior. She's a hardline elitist, and she refuses to get outclassed by a bastard daughter in her eyes. She's been sitting on this hatred for years, just waiting to explode. Yuki and Odette both stare at her like, "We've had it, your nonsense ends here." Sylvia basically sends her knight in to do the dirty work, because she can't take Iris down on her own. Yuki grumbles that the palace is a total headache, and even laughs about running away. Odette doesn't think it's funny at all, because the fallout would be totally insane. Suddenly, Nell the familiar bat burst into the room and flew off with an urgent message from Iris. She's rushing like her life depends on it, and that message is pure panic. It kicks off with, "I'm sorry, my lord," and you can practically feel the disaster coming. Iris is practically sobbing her heart out because the magic duel story got rushed forward, and boom, the king knows everything, so panic just takes her over. She tells Yuki to come up with any excuse to ditch it, because she refuses to let him get hurt. She claims she's used to getting treated like this, and that breaks my heart. Somebody, please step in and protect her. Yuki locks eyes with that dead serious stare, and you just know he's done messing around. He strides up to the window, like he's about to drop the coldest line of the season. He tells Odette to step back and trust him. He's about to see what this magic duel is really made of. The gigachat finally snaps awake, and Salvia is not ready for the storm he's about to unleash. Yo homies, we're back with another straight-up banger. Tonight we kick things off outside this massive manor under the moon, and the tension in the air is already screaming. Our boy Yuki is getting put on the hot seat by Odette, because the princess wants him to duck the smoke and skip the magic duel altogether. Odette looks like a straight-up snack as she grills him. Does he really have what it takes to win, or is he about to get cooked? Yuki tells her straight up that Iris doesn't even care if she wins or loses, and honestly, that's some next-level beta energy. He thinks she's just worried he'll pull something reckless, but she has no idea. This guy right here is the absolute king of reckless. Then bam, he gets a quick flashback to his old life, when he got erased after risking everything to save those villagers, and that's exactly why Iris is such a worrywart now. Suddenly his bat familiar dives in, and yeah, this little guy is way more useful than half the NPCs in this story. Odette is straight up wondering why a guardian deity would make their own people spiral in fear, while Yuki just shrugs and laughs it off like an absolute Chad. She's demanding the full scoop on his past, right now, before they dive into the duel's brutal nitty-gritty. Then she slides in the "I'm your friend" line and immediately offers to help him, radiating pure top-tier waifu energy. Yuki drops an unexpected, heartfelt line, and she crumples into a totaled tsundere, blushing so hard she can barely breathe. He starts ranting that the world would be way better if every noble acted like her, while smoke curls up in the distance. Then he starts talking like her literal father, and she absolutely snaps, flipping out and roasting him for that sudden old man energy. He leans in, begs for a favor, and tells her to deliver a message to Iris, because his riz is so busted right now, he can't even breathe his way into a conversation. The message is crystal clear. Odette's got his back, so Iris can finally stop spiraling and breathe before the magic duel. To pay him back, Yuki offers to teach him high-level magic efficiency, and just look at that confident smirk. The one boy already knows the game plan. He brings up that she used the power of Earth in the exam, but she couldn't spam it. Odette snaps back with a brutal confession. She's gone and burned every last scrap of her magic in one reckless barrage. Yuki leans in and promises she can learn to fire that exact spell 3 more times, and her face lights up like absolute cinema. She freezes for a beat, staring at the insane audacity of this buff, then finally gives in and agrees. They seal the deal with a handshake, and you already feel it. This unstoppable duo is about to wreck the world. He double-checks if she's really in, and the way he's staring in that panel, pure gigachad energy. Odette flashes him a sweet smile, so pure it's worth more than every gold coin in this whole kingdom. We cut to the house at night. Training is about to explode. They slam into the woods to start grinding, because you don't unlock that kind of power by just sitting around doing nothing. A few days vanished in the blink of an eye right there near the capital. Odette looks completely wiped out after training, while Yuki casually says Iris is basically grounded. He's still chasing the name of Princess Salvia's escort knight, but the details are clamped shut like Fort Knox. Even the Bat network came up empty, so this mystery knight might not be a hero at all, and he could be a real threat. Monocle Girl Road area rolls in wearing her finest Sunday best armor for the ceremony, hovering around like an overprotective mom who will fight anyone who dares to look twice. Bats burst out into the night to tighten security for good, because the Bat network is officially online. They've sealed off the entire hotel, guarding every door so not a single rat dares to creep in before the big day. Finally, it's investiture ceremony day, and that castle looks absolutely breathtaking, like it's about to roar. All the big shots have packed into the main hall to catch the grand arrival of the new knights. The officials start blasting out names, and you can feel the whole room crackle with hype. Yuki Grosseria, come on in. The doors explode open as our boys storm in. He strides in, clanking like a total boss, rocking that black armor that looks ripped straight out of a legendary RPG. Man, look at that gear. Our boy is straight up dripping, fully decked out to the max. He's silently grumbling about the carpet under his feet, while every noble around him is absolutely losing it over how imposing he looks. Those backwater noble snobs can't wrap their heads around it. This kid from nowhere is rocking gear so high tier it's unreal. The armor's got a batwing relief carved into it, pure top tier glazing from the design team. Radiri tells him she built it from legends of his old life, and yeah, she absolutely cooked with this one. Yuki realizes she went way too far, but he's gotta act like nothing happened for the crowd. He introduces himself like a real noble, swearing, right there, that he'll protect Iris with his life. We finally catch a glimpse of the king and his two princesses, and you can practically feel the drama heating up before it even explodes. The king looks like he hasn't blinked in 10 years, yet he still radiates pure royal power. Iris is rocking full, Santi's vibes, while Princess Salvia is just standing there like the final boss of Mean Girls. Salvia's hair is stuffed with so much junk that I'm honestly shocked she can even keep her head up. The king orders Yuki to stay right where she is while they drag in the next contestant. The official declares Marquis Keels, firstborn, and the whole mood instantly flips. Alec Keels steps in, and the look on Yuki's face screams, "This guy's trouble." Alec totally gives off that arrogant, noble vibe, like he's convinced the whole world revolves around him. We zoom in on his boot, because his footsteps are so dramatic, they practically demand their own spotlight. He strides up to the king like he's never even heard of losing a fight. He throws his name out there like a mic drop, and you can tell he's absolutely in love with how good it sounds. This dude's a C-rank mage from the Magic Guild, and he's officially Salvia's knight. Yuki's body's calm, but inside he's sweating bullets, because C-rank isn't a joke here, it's the real deal. Turns out Alec is Jilvan's older brother, the real deal, and he's out here begging forgiveness for the mess his little brother caused. He leans in and tells Yuki he's about to show him what a real magician looks like, straight-up villain swagger. He's dead set on restoring his family's dignity, and that smirk screams that he's absolutely down bad for revenge. The camera snaps to a carriage wheel, whipping around as Odette bolts straight for the arena. She's freaking out. She never thought a C-rank magician would come strolling in as her escort. She dropped the ball and didn't tell Yuki, and now she's freaking out because our boy might be about to get absolutely folded. Alec's a total legend in the guild. He's been steamrolling massive dungeons like they're nothing. Flashback time, Jilvan got absolutely crushed because he's such a simp for ghosts it's embarrassing. Princess Salvia only turned her attention to the Keel family because they'd been beaten down, perfectly vulnerable, perfectly controllable. She's plotting to get Alec to beat Yuki down in front of Iris, just to be viciously petty. Odette is seething, blasting him for being a vicious woman, and yeah, I'm right there with her. She storms up to the gate, snaps at the guard to step aside, and warns him not to test her patience. She slams down the Slay family name card and barks that they're taking her to Iris, right now. The duel is about to explode in the Colosseum, right there, in the Magic Guild's proving grounds. Odette is sprinting in that frilly dress, cursing under her breath because it's literally shredding her from the inside. She storms up into the stands and sweeps the crowd with sharp eyes, hunting for our princess. The crowd's packed with NPCs blabbing nonstop that Alec is about to steamroll the new guy. She lets out a breath of relief. The fight hasn't kicked off yet, but the tension is so thick it feels like you could cut it. This arena's massive. Just wait, the magic effects are about to steal the whole show like pure cinematic fire. Iris sits there, crushing her own hands together like she's seconds away from a full-blown panic attack. Deck glides into the room, then shoots off a rush of apologies for showing up late to the party. Iris spots her friend and practically lights up. She's beaming like happiness itself is glowing off her. They vow to back Yuki with everything they've got, even while the odds are stacked against them. The guards turn their backs, and the hallway finally goes quiet so they can kick back and talk shop in peace. Odette drops into her seat and braces herself as the chaos is about to explode. Iris snaps into a full spiral right away, firing off, "Okay, so what are we doing now? Because things just got real fast." She's fuming because she begged him to stay home, and he still showed up to throw down. Det bluntly tells her, "Yuki's probably furious with you." She leans in and demands to know if Iris ever told him the truth about Princess Salvia. Then we're hit with a wild recap. Salvia goes full demon mode, breaking people's gifts and spilling everyone's embarrassing secrets to the world. She even started messing with letters like a petty little villain. Odette blurts out that Yuki's been grilling Iris's whole life for answers and acting like a frantic, worry-soaked father. Iris is absolutely stunned that Odette finally spilled everything to him. She thinks bringing up Salvia is pointless, but the way she clings to his protection screams she's totally gone for him. Yuki's "it's fine" face has turned into a full-on meme at this point. Det tells him that his "it's fine" act is exactly what makes everyone worry sick about him. Iris knows if he found out she's being bullied, he'd snap instantly and go full defensive war mode. Turns out, Yuki had been reading her mind the entire time. He chose that duel for her alone. That's the ultimate Riz power move. Det fires off the question, am I really ready for the brutal, long road of drama that's coming? And Iris looks like a kid on the verge of breaking down, but little by little, her resolve is coming back. Det lets out a tired sigh and mutters that catching romantic feelings for Yuki is going to be a total grind. But she reassures Iris that this time, he won't be reckless, no need to worry about him. We get a flashback where the two of them plot their moves like cold-blooded masterminds, planning every step to perfection. The gates blast open, and Yuki strides into the arena like the main character, pure spotlight energy. He's rocking this sick crown accessory, and you just no asterisk it's about to slam him with an absurd power boost. He grips a brand new staff and looks poised to wipe this man off the map for good. Det leans in and tells Iris the staff is the key piece of the secret plan. Yuki built it with his own hands, so yeah, one tweak and the stats might already be on the verge of breaking. The monocle girl and her crew smashed out the whole thing in record time, just so their lord could have it. Two duelists square up across the arena, and the hype is absolutely exploding. Alec looms over him, but Yuki doesn't even flinch. He just stands there like it doesn't matter. Iris is still on edge, because Alec just got labeled a C-rank monster. She's praying he won't lose control and do something absolutely unhinged. Odette leans in and whispers the final piece of the plan to her, and trust me, it's an absolute banger. Iris surges with adrenaline, clenches her fists tight, and can't wait to see her man seize the win. She steps up with unshakable confidence and declares that Lord Yuki is about to snatch the W. Salvia is still smirking in the background, totally clueless that something is about to cook her. An intro card flashes on screen, Yuki Grostia, the Magic Guild trainee. And just like that, the C-rank magician Alec Keel stepped up, our opponent. The moment the whistle shrieks, the magic duel is finally set to begin. Yo, what's up my cultured homies? Today we're jumping back into the arena where those high-end mighty nobles are about to get slapped by reality. Look at that red-haired Princess Salvia, sitting there like she's the final boss. She thinks Yuki's nothing but a clueless newbie, but the way she's hanging on to the drama. Yeah, she's way too into this. She's cackling behind her fan like some textbook villainous NPC, and I swear, the nerve of believing a C-rank magician could even pose a threat to a demon lord trapped in a kid's body is straight-up comedy gold. Meet Alec, the dude who's about to watch his whole career crash down. He's been told to beat Yuki up, but let's be real, he's just the sacrificial lamb while our MC's hidden Riz swings the real fight his way. In the arena, boys, it's a full-blown showdown. Alec is swinging for his family's honor, while Yuki's out here vibing hard, battling for his princess, and it's pure, absolute cinema. They're rocking these replica hairbands that fire up an automatic shield, like getting 3 lives in a video game, except we all know the real plot armor is on one side. Break the rules and you're done. Ditch your hairband ornaments and you're cooked. Lose the whole band and you're finished. And if you even try high-tier magic, you get hit with an instant L. Alec's already glazing himself, waving the ranking pyramid around like he owns the place, bragging that a C rank makes him a total jagachad, until he learns real fast that there are levels to this game. He's straight up bragging that the princess personally asked him to humble Yuki, like, imagine being such a total simp that you flex being the princess's errand boy. Look at that smug face. He thinks he's the main character right now, but in Yuki's world, he's nothing more than a side character. Alec brags he'll wipe the floor with our boy, but Yuki just stands there with the most deadpan face you've ever seen, like he's already zoning out, wondering what he's gonna eat for lunch. Princess Salvia's up top, probably smugly treating herself like a dummy mommy, but surprise, she's really just laying the groundwork for her own night, and she's about to get absolutely wrecked. Alex starts whining that Jilvan brought disgrace to the family name. Bro, your brother was a total loser, and you're clearly copying his pathetic footsteps. Yuki tries to play the good guy, says Jilvan already apologized, but Alex snaps back that apologies are for betas, and he's not buying it for a second. He's straight up sobbing because Marcia's son apologized to the Baron's son, and honestly, these stuck-up noble NPCs losing their dignity is the funniest thing in the whole manga. Salvia's staring is straight-up nightmare fuel. She's handing Alec a chance to clear his name. Akka, go prove yourself and entertain me while you're at it. Alec jabs his staff like it's about to do something big, convinced winning this duel will stamp him as superior, though deep down he's mostly just coping. He's yelling like he'll beat Yuki until she's unrecognizable, and the irony is so brutal it practically swings a sword by itself, because this guy is seconds away from getting absolutely cooked. He talks about the abyss that splits them apart, staring up at it from the very bottom, while Yuki just stands there, stone cold and fearless like a walking Chad. Yuki's inner thoughts are straight up a vibe. He's seething, and honestly I get it, because nobles talk non-stop trash and it's disgusting. He's reflecting on the toxic cage Princess Iris endured for 13 long years, and now it's time to make the elitists regret messing with the MC's waifu. Yuki acts all humble and says he just wants to learn from Alec, but come on, we all know that's just a polite mask for the fact that he's about to absolutely dismantle him. Alec falls for it and hands him the perfect chance to strike first. What a brutal blunder. He basically just served Yuki the win on a silver platter. The referee fires off the start signal, and the crowd erupts. Bet you $10 you can't guess how many seconds Alec makes it. Look at Princess Iris up in the stands, so worried it hurts. Don't freak out, Mom, your knight's got this handled. Yuki kicks things off with a low-tier ancient spell, Ifrit's Blow, and Alec just smirks, already convinced it'll be weak sauce. Then boom, 4 massive fireballs tear out of nowhere, and Alec's C-rank brain can't even keep up with the sheer firepower crashing toward him. Alex's face when he realizes that low-tier spell is secretly a giant wall of fire is comedy gold. He straight up goes, "It's freaking huge." Yeah, that's what she said, bro. The explosion detonates so huge, it rattles the royal box to the core. Salvia's jaw drops, and I swear mine does too. When the smoke finally clears, Yuki's just standing there, casually explaining how he tweaked his magic power, like it's no big deal, while Alec is out there fighting for his life. Alec slammed an anti-magic shell in front of it and stopped the blast, but his shield is cracked to hell. Lucky for him, his plot armor only had to hold for that one hit. Yuki's actually impressed that some C-rank can hold their ground like that, because the condescension is loud, and I'm fully eating it up. Yuki knocks him with a "can I go one more time," and grins pure legendary disrespect. Alec's fuming, full-on triggered Redditor mode. Alex jabs his finger with symbols while his staff whips the spell at the same time, like he can brute force faster casting, but no matter how hard he pushes, it still isn't fast enough. Yuki's just vibing, brooding over the fact that he refuses to study under folks who act like they're better than everyone. Preach, king. Alec rips out his blazing meteor spell, fighting to claw back his pride, and yeah, it's loud and flashy, but we both know it's just mid-tier trash. Fireballs are exploding everywhere. Alec is going all in, but in a demon lord's world, he's still getting treated like just another NPC. He tells Yuki to quit and toss his hairband. "Buddy, it's you who needs to throw in the towel before you end up getting hurt." Yuki finally cracks and shows off his new toy. He yanks out a custom magic staff and instantly steps into full gigachat mode. He's trying to size up his brand new staff. Translation: I'm gonna use you as my test dummy. That staff looks smooth, perfectly balanced, like someone forged it specifically to wreck anything that gets in its way. Chak slams the staff into place. Yuki's fully locked in, and that's it, Alec's toast. Iris is up in the stands, praying for him, and with assets like that, I'd be ready to fight for her too, so protect the waifu at all costs. Alec's losing it, screaming at the referee to start healing magic for Yuki, and yeah, the irony hits hard. He should have been begging for a coffin for himself. The burning meteor gets launched, and it's not just a rock, it's a wall of fire slamming straight toward our boy. Yuki just flings his staff straight into the raging flames, and Alec's totally frozen, like Yuki actually tossed his weapon away for nothing. Right midair, the staff snaps on an anti-magic shell, 200 IQ move, like they triggered a remote barrier the moment it mattered. That barrier swallowed every single fireball, then Alex's ultimate got instantly shut down when a flying stick came rocketing in. That hit lands like a meteor, but Yuki's barrier doesn't even get a scratch, while Alex staring like he just saw a ghost. Princess Salvia is totally rattled. She can't wrap her head around a novice pulling off tactics this high level. Yuki's just kicking back, letting the smoke thin out, because he's pure cool guy energy, the kind that goes cool guys don't stare at explosions. He thrusts out his hand and orders it back, then the staff rockets toward him like Thor's hammer, slamming into place. The staff spins through the air like a blur, and the crowd goes absolutely feral. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. The crowd's freaking out like, how is this trainee pulling off something this insane? And then it clicks, he's the MC, and you're just the background crew. Yuki snatches the staff out of the air with pure swagger, grinning like he just cracked the code, knowing his little experiment nailed it. Alec is losing it, swearing some ancient relic is behind everything, because the thought that a normal staff is outplaying him feels impossible. Yuki just grins and tells him it's a normal staff. The referee already okayed it, while the mental pain he's stacking is way deadlier than the magic damage. He admits he just slipped his own blood into the staff to seize control. Yeah, it's brutally edgy, but if it works, then it works. He's out here breaking down how his weapon works, while Alex spirals into a full-on mental breakdown. Now that is a power move. We snap into a quick flashback. Odette slams the anti-magic shell symbol like a hero, and it's awesome to see the waif actually powering up the MC's greatness. Yuki can command the staff like it's part of his own body, straight up elite Riz in action. Odette and Iris start spilling the animecaps spell to the crowd. Also, they can cover for Yuki's secret, while two thick wafers snap into place, glazing the MC and sealing his identity from everyone, and honestly, we love to see it. The crowd buys the fake story hook, line, and sinker, because once the explanation sounds fancy, even the NPCs fall for it every time. Now they're asking if Yuki's really just as strong as Alec, because bro, he's hitting like 10 times harder, and it's like he's toying with them for fun. And Yuki finally exhales because the girls pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Turns out teamwork really does make the dream work, especially when your squad is packed with wives. Now Yuki yanks out a second staff, and Alec's face crumples like he's about to break, because this is about to turn into a 2v1, and Alec is nowhere near ready. Alec's ranting and raging, screaming that Yuki is a bastard. So go ahead, noble boy, stay mad, because your tears are downright delicious. Fireballs scream through the air, but Yuki doesn't flinch. He whirls those spinning staffs and forges a wall of pure magic you can't break, like he's turning spellfire into soup. Alec's magic gets brutally shut down, realizing his C-rank power can't touch a guy armed with two deadly sticks. He's sobbing like he earned the chance to beat Yuki. Yeah, sorry bro, you didn't earn a thing, they just handed you the script to lose. Yuki snaps the ultimate comeback, I'm a knight who protects my princess, and it hits like absolute peak chat energy. Iris looks absolutely sinful sitting on that throne, and Yuki's dead set on making the world better for her. Like, come on, who wouldn't be obsessed too? He kicks it into overdrive, charging his speed like he's moments from going Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Alec is trembling, boots and all. Yuki is rocketing forward so fast he's nothing but a blur, and he's about to snatch that hairband to end this guy's whole career for good. Alec lunges for one final desperate gambit, calling up a storm of fire spirits, throwing everything he has at the wall, because if this doesn't work, nothing ever will. A swarm of fire lizards bursts onto the scene like a cheesy gacha pull, but Alec's eyes light up. He's sure he's about to start something legendary. Yuki doesn't even slow for a second. He barrels straight through the lizards like they're nothing but annoying speed bumps. He yanks his staffs back to him, and they slice through the lizards like a blazing hot knife, easy as butter, straight for those fire salamanders. Alec's gasping like he just survived a marathon, totally cooked, but way too stubborn to admit it. The referee slams in to kill the match when Alec starts charging a spell that's far too dangerous, and even the officials can tell he's seconds away from doing something reckless. But Alec snaps and stops caring about the rules or his duty. He's lost his mind, because his noble pride has been crushed. He calls forth his ultimate familiar spirit, and when Yuki locks eyes with it, he remembers that griffin from before, so he knows this isn't some warm-up. This is serious. Alec keeps firing off insults about some bumpkin, acting like Yuki doesn't know how high nobles cling to their pride. Man, your pride is the only thing that's flatter than your odds of winning. He slams the spell into motion, Flare Garuda, and suddenly this is his last, desperate Hail Mary as a beaten man fights for one final shot. A colossal firebird head blasts out of the magic circle, and for a second it's pure cinema, I swear. Garuda's flare is massive, towering over the arena, itching to torch everything in its path, and you just know Yuki is about to swat that bird out of the sky in the very next chapter. Yo homies, we're back, and this time we're flexing the most cultured demon lord in the game. Watch that giant firebird strut like it's tough, while Yuki just stands there unshaken, acting like it's not even worth stressing over. This Alec guy just drops hard to the floor, gasping like he sprinted a marathon in a sauna. Then he tries to sell that the whole assassination attempt was nothing but a freak magic duel accident, and honestly, that's a straight-up beta move. Yuki doesn't buy a single excuse. He's tightening his grip on his staff, ready to prove to that NPC who the real GigaChad is. Alex starts ranting about time limits, and his familiar goes completely off the rails in the background. Look at that hooded creep lurking in the shadows. He's probably been eyeing the MC's skills from a mile away, like he's just soaking it all in. Alec grips his staff so tight it's about to snap, and the second he realizes a trainee's got him breaking a sweat, pure frustration takes over. Look at Princess Salvia hiding behind her flowers like she's the star of the show. Meanwhile, Alec's out here simping for her, begging to be her escort for the night, and yeah, he's down bad for the wrong sister. The Firebird rockets into a massive dive, and you can bet it's all scripted for our boy. A massive explosion rips through the scene, but Yuki's got that ultimate plot armor that somehow leaves him looking fresh and untouched. Alex struts around acting merciful because he swears he won't kill our boy, and the nerve of this clown is absolutely unreal. Yuki's just lounging there, staring at the heat like it's nothing, probably wondering what's for dinner, while the whole world goes up in flames. The heat is so brutal it could melt the ground, and yet our boy's somehow colder than a freezer. Alex cracking up, dead sure Yuki's about to tank his rank and get cooked for real. Yuki snaps back, "I'm not doing this," because he refuses to let his waifu Iris keep worrying about him. Yeah, that's that legendary Riz in full effect. He drops a barrier so thick it feels like it's blocking the whole story, pure, absolute cinema. The bird slams into the wall, and while chaos erupts, Yuki keeps calmly doing math in his head like an absolute genius. Preparations locked in, and Yuki's standing there like he's about to end this guy's whole career for good. Iris is back there, praying for him with that pure, fearless maiden energy. No way we're letting anything happen to her, not ever. He still remembers the one time he made her cry, and he vows it'll never happen again. He's the ultimate protector. The staff is hiding a secret mechanism, and it's about to snap this bird into a grilled chicken. He fires a shot of special blood straight into the target. All right, it's hack-in time, boys. Yuki shoots his hand out and literally hacks the bird's brain. Right then and there, Alex done for. Say the word, just activate, and the entire vibe flips in a heartbeat. That bird starts glitching out like a straight-up broken NPC, and I'm honestly loving every second of it. Everything grinds to a halt. Yuki's got total control now. Alex losing it, his pet ignores every command now, and he's absolutely done for. The bird lurches back into motion, and this time it isn't hunting down our boy Yuki at all. Alex tries to take control one final time, but all he's doing is yelling into the wind. The bird totally shuts him out, and Alex's face crumples into full-blown despair. It whips around and charges straight for the VIP seats, because talk about a betrayal. Princess Salvia just sits there, completely unaware that her own weapon is about to swing for her life, and it's going straight for her assets. She finally clocks him, and the look on her face is pure gold. She's seconds away from learning what happens when you mess with a Chad. A bird drops out of the sky and rams straight for her, and Yuki just points and cackles. This is the peak entertainment I live for. A massive explosion detonated right in the princess's face. Talk about a nasty backfire. Alex screams for his princess, but the cruel timing crushes everything. He's too late to save her. Yuki snaps in behind Alex out of nowhere, so fast it makes your brain miss the words, "Oh my wa mashanduru." He snatches the hairband like he just won the whole thing, and Alex gets style-bended on. Even that hooded figure can't believe it. This boy's speed is downright unreal. The duel is finally over, and Yuki stands there as the undisputed winner, no questions asked. Alex slumps on the floor, sobbing like a total loser, and he can't stop begging, "Why did this happen to me?" Yuki grabs the hairband, and the second she sees it glowing, she realizes it's a magic tool, one Salvia used to cheat. Salvia's throwing a full-on tantrum because Alex botched your Iris's night, and honestly, she's the definition of a toxic mommy. The Firebird is still hanging in the air, making it crystal clear to everyone who truly runs this arena. That magic tool is blasting Salvia's inner thoughts for everyone to hear, and she's straight up calling Iris a disgusting, filthy sister. The audacity of this hater is unreal. She's out here roasting Iris for her birth, but the way she's standing, she looks like the NPC. Salvia snaps to it. She's been caught in 4K, and the camera captures her face like pure blazing gold. Yuki insists it's his duty to guard his melody with his life. He's the king of escorts, no exceptions. Salvia is drenched in sweat now that everyone knows about her dirty tricks. Don't you dare mess with my people. Yuki's locked onto you with that death stare that'll scare the life right out of your soul. He blasts the tool past its limits, fries it on the spot, and makes it crystal clear to the princess, no doubt about it. Salvia crumples out of her seat in pure humiliation, while Yuki casually flicks the trash aside like it's nothing. Alex locked onto him like he's thinking, is he even human? Alex is still out of breath, sputtering, "What did you do to my precious familiar, tell me?" Yuki looks him dead in the eye and calls it out. He lost control because he's weak, and honestly, it's a top-tier roast. Alex finally snaps to the truth. He's hit his limit, and he can't keep clinging to the guild anymore. He can't shake the feeling he looks way uglier than his brother, and the cruel joke, their family seems built around professional L-takers. He collapses from sheer exhaustion. Somebody grab a stretcher and get this man some milk, right now. Like Salvia's still trying to look tough while they haul her off, yet she's trembling like she's ready to bolt. With one more razor-sharp glare from Yuki, she's ready to drop out of life for good. She bolts with her guards, so much for bravery. What a coward. Guess I absolutely nailed it. Yeah, you did, you absolute legend. The crowd is freaking out, begging to know where Iris even found a magician this monstrous. Even Yuki's running on fumes after all that wild showboating. Here comes our main girl, Iris. She's sprinting through the halls like she's the star of a full-on romance anime. Yuki tells them, I handled my duty, and somehow makes it sound effortless. Iris bursts into tears and snaps at him, and honestly, she's the most precious thing alive when she's worried sick about her man. Yuki slips her the legendary headpats to snap her out of it. Then we're feasting tonight, boys. She's furious he never told her he was getting bullied, because now she's dead set on being his shield. They start snapping at each other like an old married couple. It's honestly adorable. Look at that pout, incredibly. Iris is absolutely top-tier waifu material. She snaps back into princess mode to reclaim her dignity, but we all know she's secretly a complete softie for Yuki. She sweeps him into her mansion as a reward, and trust me, the royal house is about to heat up fast. Yuki demands the real truth behind the invite. He's not buying the official story for a second. She finally admits it, she just wants him all to herself, and now she's ready to make her move for real. Yuki nods back with a total Chad smirk, and he's already got the whole situation clocked. She's grinning so hard she's basically glowing. This is an absolute win for the MC. They light up the plan to storm the Elysian Temple next, because every clue they find could finally lead them to her parents. Down there, ancient treasures are buried and waiting, more loot for our boy to snatch up. Yuki tells them he's learning how to be human in this era, and honestly, it's wild. After being a demon lord, he's still so humble. For now, it's time to kick back in the mansion with tea and snacks. Our cultured king and his thick princess have earned every bite of this well-deserved break. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings and deans? Back again with another total banger. Yuki's out here flexing that insane riz in this new world, and we kick it off at the mansion, where Master Yuki gets summoned like the absolute boss he is. Check out the assets on Maid Martha. She's serving top-tier style, as she tells our guy the princess's ride just pulled up, because their big date starts right now. Our boy S about to bolt out, sliding into his boots, because there's no way he's showing up to meet a royal waifu looking like a total scrub. He's tugging his suit into place and double-checking every bit of that drip. No joke, this kid's got more style in his pinky than all the NPCs in the comments combined. He swings by Martha and asks if she's ready, and you already know he's about to unleash full-blown chaos all over the palace. We cut to Princess Iris, dressed to impress, sipping tea like a saint, while everyone can see she's totally down bad for our MC. Martha stares at Yuki like, don't you dare cheat on me, and I swear, her jealousy is pure top-tier cinema. Then our hero goes full gigachad mode, snatches Martha's hand right there in front of the princess, and the audacity is off the charts. He's clutching her hand like it's the last lifeline, because she's never seen a city palace this massive, and at this point, the riz is basically exploding off the screen. Look at that grin, Martha's blushing hard like a total schoolgirl, while he leans in and flaunts that main character swagger. Martha's trying to stay professional, but it's obvious she's losing control as she snaps at him not to throw out stuff like that so casually and embarrass her. Yuki doesn't care one bit. He's about to march up and ask the princess for permission to take his maid on a tour, and honestly, absolute legend. He's dying to bring his partner to the royals, but Martha's way too shy to stand in the spotlight right now. The carriage jolts into motion, and the moment those heavy wheels start groaning toward the palace, you just no asterisk this is where everything gets real. Yuki's just sitting there looking totally calm, but you know his brain's already spinning, plotting which waifu he's gonna add to the harem next. He's even got his bat familiars flying patrol up in the sky. This bat-based network is basically the medieval version of 5G surveillance. These bats are everywhere, swooping through the sky and scooping up intel like a swarm of tiny, leathery spies. He's got Princess Salvia under a microscope too, because that shady woman is up to something in the shadows. That palace looms gigantic like a royal flex, dripping pure wealth, just daring our boy to step in and take the throne. The driver blurts out that they're pulling up to the Western Mansion, and once you clock that mustache, you know this dude is a walking, talking pro-level NPC. Just look at those spires. This architecture is basically screaming, get ready, because the plot twists coming next are about to hit hard. He tells them the truth. The real heirs are tucked away in the east, while the king and all his wives stay locked in the main palace. But all the concubines' kids, especially Iris, are trapped in the Western Mansion, locked behind a high-level magic alarm system that's apparently on full guard. Our boy's inner Nosferatu is breaking loose, and he looks ready to smash and hack that magic system just for the thrill. He's practically vibrating with excitement, itching to tinker with the royal security. Yeah, it's total nerd energy, but we're loving every second of it. They finally roll up to that western mansion, and it screams "Secret Rendezvous" so loudly you can practically hear the whispers through the gates. Princess Iris steps up to greet him, rocking that royal gown like pure trouble, in the best way. Yuki drops the line of the century and swears he'll protect her, even if it costs him his life like, wow, that's maximum glazin. He seals the moment by kissing her hand like a total gentleman, and I swear half of you are sitting there with your jaws on the floor right now. The maids are freaking out because the princess insists on being shut in a room alone with a gentleman. Iris shoots them a smug, "I've got this" look while she's already mapping out her next move. The maids are still reeling from the shock, probably stuck on one question: run for the royal guards or just stand there and watch. Iris says, "Since I'm your escort, we've got to climb together to earn trust." And yeah, sure, we both know what's really going on. She's mapped the whole thing out like a 4D mastermind, setting up a perfect move just so she can snag some hard-earned one-on-one time with our boy. She tells the maids, "When crisis hits, you'll have to learn to stand on your own," and the maids are like, "Got it, whatever you say, boss." They bow out and slide out of the room, finally giving our two lovebirds the privacy they've been craving. The second that door clicks shut, the tension hits the room like a spark, electric, sharp, and ready to ignite. Iris tiptoes to the door like a secret agent, scanning every corner to make sure the coast is totally clear. She strides up to him, fumbles with her hands, and shakes off pure nerves. Honestly, it's weirdly adorable. Then she totally shatters the act and spills into full-on fangirl mode because her lord is finally right there in her private room. When they're alone, she makes him call her Alice, and don't miss the message, she's staking her claim right in this moment. She sinks onto the sofa, fighting to stitch back together her princess-level pride after that little outburst. Then she hits him with those puppy dog eyes, and suddenly she's asking, right there, if she can just be herself when it's only the two of them. She pats the seat beside her like, "Come on, grab some of this royal attention." Then boom, she straight up plops onto his lap. Technically, she's only got 10 days of memories, but 13 days in that body. And yeah, that's straight up cultured man territory. Yuki hands her a perfectly matched magic staff as a gift, because honestly, nothing screams, "I love you," like top-tier magical weaponry. She's practically vibrating with excitement over the gift, screaming and cheering like she just hit the jackpot. Our boy starts laying out ancient magic theory, but I'm mostly freaking out over how close they're sitting. She leans in and tells him she actually used her own blood to carve runes, like for a little princess. That's seriously hardcore. Yuki's just munching snacks like it's no big deal, chatting about joining the magic guild, and honestly, that's a low-key flex. Then she asked for a head pat, and I'm telling you, if you don't find that cute, you're probably a beta. He finally gives in and pats her head, and her face lights up like she's in absolute heaven. Then it gets wild. She starts sniffing his hair and goes, "Wait, it smells like soap." She's totally stunned that he even washed today. Like, come on, especially since this guy used to be a legit dirty vampire. Flashback to his Nosferatu days. He cooked up every excuse in the book to dodge the bath, because our boy was a full-on gamer even back then. He casually drops that the maid washed it for him, and you can practically watch jealousy ignite in her eyes. She demands to see that mysterious hair washing maid right now, and you can feel the fight in her. She's 1 second from throwing hands. She traps him with a promise. Next time, he's bringing the maid because she's not letting him say no. She even begs the maid to teach her how to wash his hair till it turns pearly. Her dedication is straight up unreal. Yuki just wants to get back to his magic lesson, dodging that full-on waifu drama like he was born for it. He finally clocks that he's so damn smart, there's basically nothing she can teach him anymore, like the story is handing him plot armor point by point. We get a rapid, mind-blowing breakdown of how ancient magic squeezes power into the body like it's sealing a storm inside you. It's all about tuning your magic reserves so they're perfectly loaded for the spell you're about to unleash. You pull the power up from your belly, feed it into a rune, and then let it rip asterisk. Yeah, it's basically magic plumbing. The real pros slam in with both hands, attacking and defending at the same time, like they've got some next-level gaming micro running in real life. Even top-tier magic demands 2 runes, and our guy is already dissecting the moves of his past enemy. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to one thing: how much raw magic power you've got stuffed in your trunk. Compression is the secret sauce that makes your spells slam like a truck, not flop around like a wet noodle. Ever since Yuki got that Mistel blood, he can skip the incantations altogether, straight up cheating with cheat codes. He decides to check his stats, and I'm telling you, the numbers are looking straight up cracked. Next, with Magic S++ and Agility AA, Bro is basically a walking nuke, and he's only 13. He leveled his float skill all the way up to fly, straight up endgame now. He's already mastered 6 ancient magics, and yeah, that's way past what any C-rank magician is supposed to handle. He flashes the runes on his fingers like a showman, daring the world. He looks ready to unleash the hottest magic circle of the year. Iris is itching to experiment with his own blood magic too. She's always ready to dive into the riskiest research imaginable. He tells her keep it down, slash the output, unless you want to blow the roof off this mansion. She tightens her grip and channels every ounce of power into that new staff he just gave her. She yells activate, and you can spot the grit in her eyes. She's pushing herself to the absolute limit. Then she fires an Ifrit blast, and all it does is a tiny poof, like really, big hype, massive disappointment. Their faces scream it. Both of them are completely shocked at just how pathetic that whole thing was. All she could squeeze out was a tiny puff of smoke, and it was an absolute disaster. She's crumpling under the weight of it all. Her magic power is nowhere close to his level. She's staring at her own hand like, why do I feel like a glitchy background character right now? Then she drops a cultured suggestion. Her cut could heal way faster if Yuki licked it, and yeah, she's absolutely a woman of culture. Our boy actually goes for it. He licks her finger to fire off his purification skill, and the down bad meter spikes so hard it practically breaks. She's blushing so hard it looks like she's one heartbeat away from exploding, and yeah, fellas, this is peak romance. She's fully healed, glowing like she just had the time of her life. Yuki just stands there staring at his own hand like, hold up, I've got it. He looks her dead in the eye and goes, wanna lick mine too, and I swear the audacity on this guy is absolutely unreal. She's totally spiraling, like her brain is about to short circuit from all that pure wild excitement. He tells her, drink my blood and you'll become my kin, my familiar, so it's official. She's shocked for a second, then her face screams it, being treated like his property bores her to death. He tells her it'll smash her power sky high and lock in her safety inside this brutal palace. Once she's claimed as his own, he can yank her into his arms with summoning magic the second trouble hits. Ever since his last fight, he's been locked in on studying those runes, trying to crack the exact way to make his move land perfectly. She realizes this means he can come save her anytime, anywhere, and her heart is probably melting like crazy right this second. He blurts out whether she hates the thought of becoming non-human kin, and before he can even finish, she's already screaming that she loves it. Look at that fierce face. She's about to walk away from her humanity and serve her lord with zero hesitation. She tells him, I've been your bride and fiancé for 200 years, and that's when you realize this whole thing is just a ceremonial stamp, not the real drama. There's no way she'd ever shut him down. She's his ride-or-die waifu, the kind who always chooses to get closer. He thrusts his bleeding finger toward her, and it feels like one wrong move will flip her whole life for good. And she just goes for it. She's literally slurping the blood off his finger like it's nothing, and I'm telling you, this is peak man of culture content. It's a full-blown contract ritual, and the chemistry between them crackles like electricity. Her eyes flare to life as his Nosferatu blood surges through her veins. Just look at those new stats. She's got Quasi-Mistel blood, insane magic power, and they officially buffed her through the roof. Thanks for watching and stay cultured. Yo homies, we're back with another certified banger. Our boy is out here pulling up the stats on his main waifu, Iris and Bro. Today the Riz is off the charts. Our MC is up there bragging like, I'm the master. Only I can unlock the deep lore on my clan's status, acting like he's got a cheat code that reveals secrets even they don't realize they're holding. He tells her to rig a fake display so the NPCs won't sniff out her real strength. And honestly, that's pure brainpower, because these losers would 100% rush in to gank her the second they figure out what she can really do. Now our boy is itching to try summoning magic, true scientist at heart, but honestly, it feels like he's got one motive, a chance to pull her closer. He already tried it on his bat homie Dyke, and I swear, naming a bat Dyke takes pure audacity, and that's exactly why this MC rules. He's out here poking the bat just to prove it's harmless, and yo, look at that tiny guy vibing like he owns the place, living his best life while the rest of us are trapped in boring reality. To get the summon to work, he needs a catalyst, so he yanks out the hair clip she gave him the first time they met, and yeah, that's peak sentimental Riz. It's the exact same hair clip, and the second Iris locks eyes with it, her cheeks flare pink because she just realized he kept it all this time. And then he breaks it down. This lets him yank her to his side from anywhere on the map, like instant fast travel, and it's basically the ultimate plot armor. Iris is basically choking down a gulp of desperation because she wants her lord to summon her so badly. She's fully down bad, and honestly, we love that for her. They crank it up and measure the range by spreading out as far as they can across the room, and honestly, it's the most wholesome distance test I've ever seen. She darts into the corner of this gigantic room like some tiny NPC, just waiting for her quest to get triggered. But our boy leans in and asks if she's ready, and you can feel the hype tightening like a drum roll, because this next moment is about to be straight-up cinema. Iris fires herself up, buzzing about how she's finally becoming his official family, while the MC quickly checks the mark on his hand. And she's straight-up spiraling into a full blushing panic, because in her vision he's some total Chad, reaching out for her. Alright, buckle up, this is where the show finally kicks off, because the catalyst starts hovering in the air like some legendary drop from another level. The MC locks in and fires up summoning magic, that intense stare on his face screaming, "Get ready, someone S about to get absolutely cooked." He shouts the order to come forth, and the magic circle ignites on command. Yeah, I'm about to break the game. A glowing circle forms beneath Iris, and she can't hide her nerves, but trust me, she's about to be thrilled by what's coming next. A brutal whirlwind of magic starts slamming into the world, and if you've seen even a few of these, you already know what's about to happen. She snaps into action and answers the summon, declaring herself his subject, while the MC just stands there, frozen, as he waits for the teleport to finally finish. Bet you $10 you can't predict what happens next, because the author is a certified man of culture, and when she shows up in that slip, that's absolute cinema. The MC just freezes in place like a deer caught in headlights, and Iris still hasn't even noticed she's missing about 90% of her gear. Look at these assets, boys. This whole summoning accident trope is handled with surgical skill, like the artist had the power to turn chaos into art. She dropped then in the back of the room, her dress just sat on the floor like it had been tossed aside, because she didn't just change clothes, she got summoned right out of them. Our MC clocks the trick instantly. This magic only steals what's directly stuck to your body, so that's why she rolled up in her underwear. He's nodding like he just cracked the universe's code. Then we watch him dive into magic, and yeah, it gets terrifyingly deep. Iris finally clocks she's basically naked and erupts in a scream, begging him to shut his eyes. Too late, the memories have already been seared into him. After the chaos dies down, she slips into a fresh new dress, pouting hard, because her lord literally just got a free premium preview. She's totally flustered, blurting that the other dress is a nightmare to put on solo, because honestly, that sounds like a straight-up invitation. She whips around and challenges him. "So what do you think?" desperately fishing for a compliment to keep her dignity intact. She's locking eyes with him like, "Tell me I'm cute," and the tension in the room feels so heavy it could practically be a blanket. So yeah, our guy, totally acting like a beta, tells her to grip the dress tighter next time, and she drops it. He tries to play it cool by claiming he already saw her body in their past life when she was sick, an insanely weird flex, but hey, it works. He tells her she's grown up a bit, and ever since, that Iris has just been standing there like, "Is this a compliment, or are you trashing my gains?" Yeah, he's comparing her to Alice from his old life, and the moment he realizes she's letting him watch her grow up again, his chest aches in the most heartfelt way. He's getting choked up as the shadow of his past self crawls in behind him. This is one of those rare moments where the real plot finally hits. Iris decides to let it slide, because she's so down bad she can't stay mad at him for long. She tells him to hold the magic next time, because she's finally demanding time to get dressed like a normal person, and honestly, she's got a point. Then she hits him with, "If you need to wash your hair, summon me, no delay," and honestly, she's the MVP of this whole series. They start cooking up a plan to find a return summon later in the dungeon, because walking back like an NPC is just embarrassing. The experiment works perfectly, and he finally hands her the head pats she's been begging for, soothing her shattered mind like nothing ever broke. She's out here blasting those fire sounds with total satisfaction, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda wishing that were me. She flips right back into professional mode and tells him, right then and there, that a Magic Guild exam is coming in just a few days. We're diving into Elysian, but only the trainees get to touch it, so it's basically a brand new dungeon crawl for the rookies, like their first baby steps into the unknown. MC's already plotting. He wants Rotaria to get everything ready, because with chats like this, you can't afford to be caught unprepared. Iris has to rush back, and the maids are absolutely freaking out because she shows up in a totally different dress than the one she left in. Now he's kicked back in his carriage, probably replaying today's culture experiment like, "Yeah, I crushed it." Meanwhile, at the Magic Guild HQ, a bunch of grumpy old boomers are huddled around a table, stuck in the most painfully boring meeting ever. We're seeing Demeter, C-rank magician, rocking that total mommy vibe, and she's so bored it's painful, because these old heads can't even agree on a single thing. Everyone's on edge because a dead spirit just crashed the Elysian temple, and nobody has a clue who unleashed it. They're terrified of the same organization that sparked those wars back then, like a supervillain crew is creeping in from the shadows again. If that ancient magic lands in the wrong hands, it's over for everyone, yet Demeter's just sitting there looking harmless while the others freak out. It's a total gut punch for the Magic Guild. They were supposed to be running that place, and they completely dropped the ball. Demeter stands up to deliver her report, and you can practically feel the riz radiating off her. She's the only one in this room with real swagger. She breaks down how that rookie got possessed by a priest's spirit, and honestly, it sounds like a straight-up skill issue to me. His brain is basically cooked, his memories are scrambled to hell, and now he's just running on NPC mode. The council's in total chaos, freaking out because they're terrified he can't remember the incantation to summon the magic. They even cast a spell to check his brain, and sure enough, it's mush. Yeah, he's absolutely cooked. The old ones are fading fast, and hope is slipping away, while they're left staring at the wreckage, begging, "How did this happen on our watch?" One of them blurts out the classic plan: seal the lesion away for good, because if they can't have it, then nobody else gets to move. Demeter just sits there, watching the tension explode as they argue whether safety matters more than the loot. Then Zamer, this A-rank magician, raises his hand, and you can practically see it. He thinks he's a total gigachat, but deep down, he's just a full-on hater. He's the guild's top dog and a full-on magic supremacy fanatic, so yeah, you already know he's about to drop some seriously annoying lines. He's screaming that the temple's followers could pop back up any day and spark yet another war. All the other sages try to stay calm and reasonable, but Zamer shuts that down in an instant. He slams the table like a total coward, trying to scare everyone into going along with his plan. He's determined to seal the lesion, so no one else can snatch a physical body for the spirits. Then a loud laugh erupts from the corner, and someone slings out a furious shout, calling the guild out for trying to hog every scrap of ancient loot all for themselves. It's Lord Kane, B-ranked magician, and he just bursts in with that "I'm the main character" energy. He roasts them for worshipping their own authority, then for trying to lock away all that ancient magic from the public eye. He points out that sealing the lesion only props up the seasoned vets, while the trainees are left with zero progress and nothing to show for it. Zamer is completely unhinged, screaming at Kane to stay in his lane, royalty or not. Hold up, did he just say royalty? Yep, that's the second prince, Lord Kane, and he's straight up dropping truth bombs. He sits there like a total boss, totally unbothered, while the old man's tantrum rages around him. He swears he's not leaning on his royal name to score wins, but the truth is, he's knee-deep in this whole summoning disaster himself. Then we cut to a flashback of Iris's escort test, and it hits you. Kane's been clocking the MC and his crew for ages. So he summons Demeter to back up his tale, and when the prince puts her on the spot, she freezes, all flustered and caught off guard. Kane says he's got a duty to finish this, and yeah, his riz is basically as high as our MC's. He demands to know if they finally nailed the mastermind behind the entire possession incident. Demeter blurts the name Dorothea Samuels, a wandering magician, and suddenly it clicks. She's the fresh villain waifu we've got to keep our eyes on. Kane declares that catching her is the top priority, way smarter than just slamming a door shut and praying. They've got a drawing of her, and even in that sketch, she looks so intimidating I'm half expecting her to step on me, and I'd still thank her for it. They plastered that drawing everywhere, but she keeps dodging them, like she's vanished into the capital. Kane slams a map onto the table and roars that he's got a proposal that's about to flip the whole game. He wants to slap a bounty on Dorothea and get the whole guild marching into the hunt. The prize for catching her, a noble title on the line, talk about serious motivation for these NPCs. He's dangling a reward for anyone who tracks down that ancient item, talk about a jackpot. The entire room is stunned, because the royal family is actually ready to take it that far. He tells her she's a walking disaster, and since he's already got the king's blessing, Zamer can go sob about it somewhere else. He demands the guild's take, locking eyes like a threat, daring anyone to say no while he's staring them down. The room snaps dead silent as they finally realize this prince played them perfectly and they got completely outclassed. They suddenly realized they were the reason all this chaos started, so yeah, they have to swallow their pride and clean up the mess they caused. So yeah, there's literally no reason to turn down an offer that good. Kane just steamrolled the whole argument. Demeter leans in and asks if he's personally got skin in this case, and you can practically see curiosity sparking in her eyes. Kane reclined like he owned the whole room, looking cool as hell, and you could practically hear him smugly thinking how much easier life gets when you're a genius. He finally admits it. He's dying to know what these remnants are really up to. He straight up says it'd be a damn shame to miss a chance like this, and honestly, same bro. So he strides out with the whole meeting under his control, like he just stole the stage from everyone. He suggests sealing up the lesion just long enough to grab Dorothea, an actually fair deal that keeps the loot waiting right where it belongs for later. The trainee exam gets pushed back, but Kane doesn't panic. He insists safety comes first, so he hands them a totally different task instead. The old sages can't believe it. He just crushed a 3-day debate in like 5 minutes. Zammer clenches his teeth as that B-rank prince blows his leadership right out of the water. They throw their votes down, and it's a full-on landslide win for Kane's proposal. Back at the MC's place, he finally crashes in, done with that brutal day of research. He drops the news that Iris told him he needs to bring Martha next time, and the maid just stares, baffled, while the rest of us already grin, because more wafus means more culture. A total L-taker face-splints into the dirt, and a green-haired mommy stares down at him like he's nothing but trash. Look at the sheer audacity of this woman. She's out here hunting experimental subjects like it's nothing, and I swear, mommy. She's got that stare that screams, I'm about to wreck your whole life, and somehow you'll thank her for it, because she's absolutely fine as hell. Yo, peep the cover art. This green-haired menace is Dorothea, and if worshipping some sketchy temple means rocking that look, then yeah, I'm joining that cult tonight. The narration labels her as a beautiful follower, and for once, it's not exaggerating. Look at those assets shining under the moonlight. A few days back, we drop into the local village, where every NPC is probably stuck living that dull, day-to-day grind. But forget them, Odette is hunched over her desk, looking completely fried, gripping her plot like it's her last breath. But Yuki's just kicking back while Iris pours him tea, and you can practically see him thinking, why is this blonde dynamo flipping out? Turns out the magic exams got postponed because some priest got summoned, and now everything's in total chaos. They're hunting down Dorothea, some wandering magician the guild can barely even track, like she's half ghost and all mystery. Yuki just lets out a heavy sigh, because he already knows this Elysium temple is about to wreck his day. He's just trying to live his best life, but these religious fanatics keep crashing in and killing the vibe. No one knows what Dorothy is chasing, but she's all in on the temple, so yeah, she's probably unhinged, definitely dangerous, and honestly, that's the kind of waifu you don't forget. Yuki's getting hit with flashbacks to his old life, those pathetic organization losers screaming monster at him, when the truth is he's not a menace at all, he's just a gigachad trapped in a kid's body. Odette is down bad because she has to climb to C rank, and this whole temple fiasco is shutting her testing grounds in tight. She's dealing with her own situation, so yeah, she's probably a noble who's getting squeezed hard, but honestly, we're here for the character designs. They're sulking like total beta rejects, both stuck outside and barred from the temple area. Then Yuki snaps into action, bright idea in her head, and points straight at Dorothea's bounty. He's like, yo, if we take down that wild mage, don't we get an instant promotion out of it? Odette thinks he's only tripping because high rankers handle that stuff, but Yuki grins, she's got the real secret. Odette's starting to feel it. Our boy might be cooking up something seriously spicy. He's basically telling her, if we catch you first, we can get every secret piece of info from the temple. He's rambling about ancient relics and hidden magic, and you can literally watch Riz put the moves on Odette right there in real time. She's completely obsessed with tracking down ancient artifacts, because honestly, who can resist the thrill of a legendary loot drop? They're lounged in that fancy room, plotting some heinous war crimes like it's a ladder to their next promotion. Odette glares at him like he's a total weirdo, but we all know that deep down she's seriously impressed by his crazy confidence. She asks, are you up to something? And he hits her with the most NPC-innocent face you've ever seen, like he's not even capable of scheming. She fires off a finger-wagging lecture, telling him trainees aren't allowed anywhere near high-level business. Turns out a whole crew of 4 B-rankers, headed by this dude named Kane, are already rolling in to take care of it. But hold up, Odette snaps, says she's not interested, then whips out a full tackle map of the forest like it's nothing. Yeah, she's completely locked in on this mission. She's laughing it off like, of course I've got this ridiculously detailed map and a portrait of the target, sure Jan. Yeah, okay sis. Yuki's acting all edgy because he's determined to grab her himself with his own hands. He's sitting on a mountain of questions for this temple remnant, and he's not about to let some B-rank nobodies steal his kill. He fires off, "Where could you be hiding?" And the moment the question lands, he's already locking onto the map. The whole investigation locks onto this forest, and the top-tier high-rankers are already flooding the nearby villages. Yuki dodges the boring grind, hunting for the shortcut straight to the boss fight. A trainer task pops up, wipe out monsters nearby, and Yuki grins, seeing it as the perfect excuse to slip in unnoticed. And yeah, Chibai Odette's there mostly for the vibes, while they plot their next extracurricular move. Yuki asks if she's in, and she scrambles to pull off this super professional act. Then Iris snaps into her working mode hood and looks like a top-tier fantasy companion, while Yuki, her escort knight, follows close by like, "Yeah, I'm the main character, and this field trip's about to get awesome." A few days later, they finally reach the spot, and it looks exactly like the starting zone of an RPG, all bright signs and mysterious tension. Their instructor is Demeter, and holy moly, the guild really knows how to pick talent. She's got that high ponytail energy that basically says, "Try me." The whole squad looks sharp, but we both know the real powerhouse is one of us. Demeter snaps at them not to overdo it since she'll take care of the heavy lifting, but Yuki just smirks, because he knows he's built different. He's got his bat familiar, Dyke, scouting the area and feeding him intel on some huge rabbits out west. This is where the culture crashes straight into pure Chad energy. Yuki guts himself, pours his own blood into the power-up of 12 bat units, and yeah, that kind of audacity is absolutely unhinged. He starts grilling Demeter about the Rocky Mountains and the Black Forest, trying to pin down where the real danger is hiding. She snaps that they're saving the Black Forest for last, because it's basically a death trap. Yuki feels like he's on my side, at least for now, while he gears up to unleash his bat spies deep in the shadows. He tells Iris, when the moment hits, distract that instructor, then I'll slip away before anyone even notices. Iris is pure sweetheart energy, dying to help her lord, but Yuki warns her that if things start getting dicey, he'll summon her right away. He's got the signal locked and loaded, and he's feeling himself like he's about to make a move. The bats burst into motion, streaking off to probe the caves in the forest, while the trainees kick off their hunt. We watch a bunch of dead rabbits get laid to rest, RIP to those fluffy NPCs, because they never had a shot. The girls call it easy, but Demeter's actually impressed, because these kids are low-key absolutely cracked. Night drops like a curtain, the girls are cozied up at a slumber party in the village, and Yuki's up on the roof, perched there like he's ready to strike, straight out of an Assassin's Creed trailer. By day, they keep mowing down monsters along the highway, grinding harder, just to keep up the act and look like everything's fine. Yuki just stands over a dead beast as his bat network finally coughs up the juicy intel he's been waiting for. Dyke rockets back with a fresh report, our target's locked in the Black Forest. The whole crowd's exploding, this bat's going full roar, like it just found the hidden dungeon at last. Something's hidden right near the entrance, and it screams, "This is suspicious as hell." They stumble on a robe sprawled on the ground, and it's no ordinary piece. It's stamped with the crest of a wolf in a lying pose. Yuki waves the girls over, because things just went from whatever to dead serious. Iris spots the crest on sight. It's tied to Wolfgang County, so that means the big league politics are now crashing into the story. Odette's totally lost, but Yuki's suddenly connecting the dots. Dorothea seems close with the Wolfgang family, and that's why she's rolling up in a fancy carriage with top-tier gear. The Black Forest is just an hour ride away by horse, so the clock is pounding louder by the second. Yuki tells them he's heading there tonight, and Odette tries to block him, calling out how he's trying to play solo leveling hero alone, but he just shrugs it off. He tells them he'll never pick a fight he can't win, but come on, we both know he's got plot armor thick enough to tank anything. He flashes the trump card like it's nothing, then grins and gives them the thumbs up, pure absolute Chad energy. At night, the whole place turns eerie as hell. Yuki rockets through the sky with his bat squad, and I'm telling you, this moment is straight-up cinematic gold. He drops into the Black Forest, so thick and dark it feels like night even in daylight, and that's exactly the kind of hiding spot a sneaky kid like him lives for. He hushes his bats, then orders them to fan out and keep perfectly quiet. These bats are pure tech, firing ultrasonic waves to scan every human and monster in the whole area. Suddenly, a bat bursts in with shocking news. Humans have collapsed near the carriage. Yuki suspects it's Dorothea, but the bat cuts in. There are 3 of them. He slinks through the trees like a shadowy ninja, then right there, he spots the carriage. It's one guy and 2 girls, all rocking Magic Guild crests. Straight up, that B-rank quartet just got absolutely demolished. Yuki snaps orders to his bats, demanding they stay razor alert. He clocks Dorothea in the distance, and she's got final boss energy radiating off her like a warning light. Yuki throws his hands over his face, panicking that the guild might catch him out here, hauling their high-ranked fighters around. He drops down fast, scrambling to check on the survivors. He grabs one of the girls and hauls her up, and she's barely hanging on, barely conscious. He grins and lies through his teeth, claiming he's from the guild too. The girl grabs his attention and screams that Dorothea is a monster. She whipped out an ancient relic and dragged the dead priest's spirit back into the world, straight up high-tier necromancy. The girl collapses in a faint before she can even get the words out. Yuki checks their pulse and realizes they're not dead. Their life force has been ripped out and drained dry. He decides he's getting them out, right now, but before that, he slices his own finger to summon the blood magic. He snatches all three at once and slams on double boost to yank the tail out of there, bros a literal forklift. He tosses them down outside the forest, sealing their fate in safety. Then he calls in the entire bat squadron for war. He pours his blood into the remaining 10 bats, supercharging them with a brutal, game-changing boost. He warns them to stay sharp and fall back, because they stumble into someone they can't possibly overpower, and that's how you see it, he's a caring king. He whips his gaze back to the forest, and that look says it all, go time. All right, we're heading back into the woods, so Dorothea can finally learn who the real boss is. He rockets through the trees like a silent shadow, leaving nothing but a blur. He finally clicks, those guild members got wiped because they got split up, and yeah, it's the classic rookie blunder. He sees Dorothea again and freezes. Why didn't she run? Either she's way too cocky, or she's just waiting for him. Yuki yanks out his custom staff and snaps an anti-magic shell around himself. No way he's leaving anything to chance. Then boom, a gigantic flash of blinding light erupts out of nowhere. Yuki shrieks at his bats to yank back, because something gigantic is slicing through the sky with a deadly sizzle. A wave of raw energy bursts through, wiping the area clean. Yuki gets blasted backward by the shockwave, so he's just staring at that creepy gray light, completely baffled like, what am I even looking at? Metal staff THUMPS onto the ground the instant he lands. His anti-magic shell should have been invincible, but it got shrugged past like nothing, so yeah, he's absolutely rattled. The runes and that blood on his staff vanished, gone like they never existed. Even a guy with 200 years of research can't explain that. And yeah, our boy is officially in the endgame now. MC's out in the woods, all brooding and edgy, while bats swoop around like we're watching a cheap Batman knockoff. Yo homies, we're back with another one. This magic rod just died because the anti-magic shell finally ran out of power. Bro, he's done for unless he figures this out right now. Our boy wears a grim face, staring like, did my battery just quit, or is some villain messing with me from the bushes? Look at these NPCs. Their life force gets sucked out so hard it feels like a bad Vampire Club date, and absolute zero riz leaves their bodies hollow. MC realizes this magic isn't normal at all. It's got predator energy, and now he's fully locked in, no backing out. He calls it the Vampire Ray, and yeah, it sounds like something a middle schooler would slap a name on, but here, that thing is straight up nightmare fuel. Look at this absolute nerve. Bro's out here posing in the dark like he's in a K-pop MV, while the plot keeps getting sharper and meaner by the second. Bro's straight up barking orders to his bat minions like they're his little squad mods, so Dyke and the others better back off fast, or they're gonna regret it. It's just a lone man in a cape, trudging through the dead quiet, like he's weighing the whole world on his shoulders and thinking, I'm carrying this entire story. Finally, some culture. Check out the assets on this girl, but MC's acting like a total beta, mumbling that he'll just leave them there. Once word of the Black Forest incident hits, he just knows the big guns are about to roll in, because the MC is basically a magnet that pulls trouble straight into his life. MC's got Iris and Martha on his mind, and the worry alone screams he's a legit top-tier protector, cause yeah, we're absolutely swooning over a man who guards his girls like a duty. Suddenly, a voice crawls out of the shadows and orders him to show himself. Bet $10 it's some big myth lurking with attitude. Somebody's calling him a dog of the Magic Guild, straight up disrespect, and the MC just swallows it for now. Call it a date right there. This dummy mommy slips out of the shadows and starts bragging about making everyone her test subject. Mommy, mommy. MC shuts him down mid-rant about how ancient relics are just junk, then grins because she's about to show him real power. She's got that vibe, I know she's hiding something, and the craziest part, she doesn't even smile, and honestly, I'd let her run the show any day of the week. A thunderous clank slams into the ground, and you instantly feel it. This is the moment it all explodes from zero to absolute cinema. Check out these mechanical arms. This isn't some fantasy page anymore. Boys, we just got dropped into a full-on mecha show. She slams the Lord of Phantom onto him, and then strikes a pose beside it like a total gigachad. Yeah, that armor is seriously thick. That mech is absolutely massive, its eyes blazing like a warning sign. Yeah, you're about to get wrecked, while the MC looks like a tiny ant getting ready to face it. Hold up, there's a poor soul jammed inside that thing, getting used like a living battery, and yeah, that's some seriously dark-tier culture. She's clutching her ancient item like it's sacred, and with that look she's throwing, she could talk all the trash she wants and nobody's gonna stop her. Turns out this thing got handed down from the Elysium Temple, because apparently their only hobby was building giant robots. MC shuts down the yap session and flips the switch on his own magic. Now it's time to find out if he's a real Chad or just a simp. He drops an Ifrit blow. Yeah, it sounds like a spicy Taco Bell night, but the second you see it on the page, it's pure, unforgettable fire. Fireballs are raining down everywhere, and if this fails, our boy is done for, served up like a meal with fries on the side. A huge blast erupts, classic manga move, yet you just asterisk know the villain is still standing there, right behind the smoke. Yeah, that mech's just standing there like it owns the battlefield, no scratches on the paint, not a single hit landing, straight up plot armor. The MC finally clocks it. His fire wasn't power at all, it was just a warm little snack, and this thing guzzled it up like a sponge drinking water. Mommy is cackling at him, because that ancient magic won't do a thing against her huge metal toy. MC realizes the surface is rigged to gulp magic power like a thirsty NPC, and he has to cook up a new plan right now. He knows the high-ranked magicians can't do a thing to this monster, so yeah, that's terrifying news for everyone who isn't our MC. She finally fires off that million-dollar question, who are you, really? And suddenly she clocks his main character energy like instantly. The MC starts firing off facts about the Elysium Temple, yeah, the ones who wrecked the world, and the lore is hitting so hard it's pure riz. He calls them damn troublesome, which is just his polite way of saying they're unbearably annoying and need to get outside and touch some grass. MC snapped at her to get out because she was being a nuisance near his kid, and boom, Papa Bear mode went officially into action. She starts spilling her massive plan, but the MC keeps slashing her words mid-sentence like a total legend. There's zero time for yapping. He lets it slip, she's juicing the armor with a dead priest spirit, and honestly, that's low-key necromancy at its worst. He's basically grilling her about her own evil scheme, then steamrolling her like she has the nerve to explain her own job to him. Stare at her face, she's freaking out, trying to figure out how some random kid somehow knows her entire search history, and what on earth evil manifest even means. MC brings up his past life experience, and bro just goes, I've seen more sick people than some poor hospital intern at 3 a.m. She looks wrecked, desperate to figure out who that kid really is, because now the tables are turning, and the boys are losing control. MC says forcing control over someone all the time is a total headache. He's way too cool to deal with that nonsense. He breaks down how they turn the item into a permanent weapon, and it sounds exactly like some ridiculous cheat code straight out of an old RPG. She's had it with the non-stop talk, so she commands the Lord of Phantom to take him out, while the MC summons the Bat Army to hit back. Bats are crashing through the treetops in a raging swarm. Right now the forest is total bedlam, and yeah, this is the exact kind of hype we live for. Those bats are swarming the mech, buying the MC the perfect opening. He's lining up his next move like a total pro gamer. He's about to slam down with the force of Earth. Trust me, the ground is ready to throw these hands back. Giant Earth spikes blast up from the ground, but that mech will probably brush them off like nothing more than pebbles. That mech just slashes through the rocks like they're made of butter, genuinely gigachad-level armor strength. The MC is hiding for dear life in hide-and-seek, but Mommy's patience is snapping. She wants this game over now. He crouches behind a tree like a full-blown ninja while she keeps talking trash. Magician boy stays buried out of sight. The mech drags him back by blasting the forest into a full-on construction zone, absolute destruction. A huge explosion tore through the trees, and it somehow blared that same IP to every squirrel and bird in the whole area. MC is sprinting, leaping, and dodging around like he's running Assassin's Creed on God mode. He barely slips out of that swipe. This mech means business, and the MC can tell he's teetering on the edge of disaster. The MC cuts a cool silhouette in the dark, still hunting for the one way to crack that damn invincible shell. She's trapped inside her own robot, praising it as an invincible knight that nothing, no swords or spears, can cut through. MC blurts out the truth. This thing is his natural enemy, because the moment the missile blood hits, it gets swallowed up before he can even lay a finger on it. He realizes he's got to wreck the surface first to get his blood in, so now it's go time for a high-risk, high-reward gamble. He breaks out summoning magic way earlier than anyone expects, and trust me, this is about to get absolutely unhinged. Quick shout out to Iris, but she's not the one getting the call today, sorry waifu. He slashes his own hand, drags his blood into a blazing magic circle, and yeah, that's some seriously hardcore ritual business. He's calling up something drenched in his blood for 200 long years, and yeah, the hype is crazy real. And yeah, it can be summoned too. My heart's racing just thinking about what kind of legendary loot is about to rain down. We cut straight into a hidden underground cave where the real goods are stashed, like a secret dungeon pulled out of the dark. Something is waking up, and that thump hits so hard you feel it in your bones through the screen. Just look at that one legendary blade, patiently begging for its master to snatch it back and charge into war. MC screams for his kin to come running at his command. He's finally done holding it back. Holy Sword Linkarl, this is straight up cinema, guys. The ultimate weapon just showed up. That robot is still hunting for him, totally clueless that he just yanked a legendary sword straight out of his hat. MC rockets past the mech like his boots are screaming with turbo, leaving the NPCs staring in disbelief. She clocks his speed boost and instantly realizes she just tangled with the wrong magician boy. Her face is priceless. MC is already on the mech's back, so fast the robot's brain can't even register him before it's too late. He swings the holy sword and carves straight through that invincible armor like a hot knife through wax. The mecha's arm just straight up drops off, Mommy's face screaming I messed up, and honestly, we love to see it. MC lays it out. An ancient item of the same grade can slice right through the defense, so Logic's magic gets dropped again, every single time. The mech screams out these terrifying malfunction noises as its arm slams into the dirt, then it's completely done for. She's grilling him like, how'd you even pull that off? And MC just shrugs, says, maybe it wore down over time, and the sass hits so hard it's almost unreal. He starts ripping off even more pieces like he's clocked in at a junkyard, pure, no-holds-barred demolition. The moment the eyes fade out, the Lord of Phantom stops being a threat and turns into nothing but overpriced scrap metal. It collapses with a brutal thud. Game over, man, game over. Look at how massive that thing is. MC absolutely wrecked it with that holy sword. Mommy's standing there totally stranded without her giant toy. Yeah, she's down bad, no doubt. MC tells them he hacked off the back arms to shut down the vampire's ray, because of course he's a genius, and this bloodbath is his stage. He stares at the wreckage, and you can practically hear the panic. Maybe he went too hard because everything's in pieces. He remembers his real job wasn't some grand mission at all, just patrolling the highways, and yeah, the guy was an overachiever. Mommy's crumpled on the floor, totally shattered and done for, like she needs a hug and maybe a lawyer too. He presses the sword to her throat and shuts the whole game down. Now it's time for the truth, and the lore hits hard. He interrogates them about the traitorous sage, and the MC's gut screams at someone he knows, someone way too close for comfort. She's straight up terrified, but in this angle she somehow looks almost cool, like the ultimate culture check pass moment. She whips around and snaps at him not to mess with her, like she could throw him out of her life, because that traitor is the one thing she hates more than anything. She snarls that it's filthy to even bring up the guy from 200 years ago, and then drops the truth. The salt is real. Turns out that temple could have crushed the war, until one lone guy wrecked everything, and the betrayal vibes are screaming. Total betrayal vibes. She's straight up sobbing, spitting curses at the traitor talk about holding a grudge for 2 whole centuries. The MC asks for a name, and the tension gets so heavy you swear you could slice through it with a holy sword. And she can barely get the words out, the hatred so intense it makes her clench her teeth like it's ripping her apart. Lao Carmine boom, there he stands, the legend and the traitor himself. MC has her in his arms as it hits, hard, and the whole plot suddenly gets a massive power-up. MC just says it, like he figured it from the start, because when absolute gigachat drops, he already knows the truth. Yo, what's up my fellow men of culture? I'm back with another banger where the lore hits hard and the waifus hit harder. We kick things off with massive lore on the traitorous sage Lao Carmine, who, way back when, sealed away some ancient items like it was a ticking time bomb. Our MC just kicks back, soaking up stories about his prodigy kids like he's binge-watching a highlight reel of his own parenting victories. He starts grilling everyone with detective noir swagger, acting like the star, digging for the truth of what that sage really did. The suspense is real, boys, like, even if it's just some black box of text trying hard to look edgy. Those ancient items got wiped clean, turning them into worthless junk, aka the biggest server-wide nerf ever. MC squints at this massive metal hunk like it's some leftover toy, then mutters, could this really be the legendary Lord of Phantom? Look at this Gigachad mecha suit. If I own one, I'd never have to raid the fridge again. That girl lurking in the background looks absolutely crushed. Her stress is so out of control her blood pressure's probably screaming off the charts. MC finally shuts his mouth and fires up, ready to flex some serious man-of-culture magic. He hurls the Mistel blood to the ground like he's the lead singer of an edgy 2000s rock band, stealing the whole spotlight. He rips into the mecha with his bare hands like it's nothing, straight up the fantasy world's IT guy, probably billing 50 gold an hour. The anti-magic surface is hurling him back like it's seen one too many awkward simp advances at a convention. He spots a hollow spot in his arm, like a secret backdoor built to unleash his pro-level gamer moves. He's firing the hack back up. This is out cinema, so you better be taking notes because you're not gonna want to miss this. He finally smashes through the anti-hacking wall. Bros, Riz even crushes inanimate objects with it. Check out those circuits. This isn't some spell. It's a full-on Act 4090 motherboard. MC's feeling unstoppable. He's grinning wide like he just uncovered his dad's secret folder, stamped tax returns. He shatters the first and second protective layers like wet paper, then bursts straight into the mainframe. Alright, we're diving into the inner magic zone right now. Hold up, boys, because the juicy part is right around the corner. He finally crashes into the armor's lock mechanism. Now he's about to find out what's hiding inside. He's dropping the pilot right now, and I'll spot you $10 if you can guess it's got a thick waifu. Do it now, that's when the real trouble kicks in, and the plot starts getting deadly serious. Clack click, the hatch swings wide, and the moment of truth is here at last. MC snatches the pilot right out of midair with those Chad reflexes, no simp energy anywhere. It's totally a girl, and the moment you see her, you can tell the inside heat has cooked her to the bone. Turns out they're stuffing Magic Guild members into the system like living batteries, straight up villain energy. MC instantly clocks what's going on, and the look on his face screams, I've got enough for a 3-hour video essay. It was sealed in only half, because time chewed it up, classic planned obsolescence, like it was doomed to fail before it even finished doing its job. It takes a ridiculous amount of life force just to move. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel after a long gaming session. MC slams the system shut for 24 hours, so we can finally dodge any more robot chaos today. Redhead Mommy is back with fire in her eyes, ripping into the situation and demanding to know who that hooded chat really is. The MC's acting ice cold, like he's a mysterious drifter who just stepped out of a whole different anime. He blurts out the title Lord of Nosferatu, and the sheer edge of it is so razor-sharp I swear I almost cut myself. He's using his old name on purpose, because that hood blocks her view, and she can't clock his face. That's a 2-word IQ move right there. She keeps saying the name over and over, because the VTuber she adores turns out to be a 40-year-old man. She thinks he's just messing around, but you don't throw jokes at someone this steeped in culture. That name's got serious weight behind it. Just look at her sweating, like she's fighting for every breath. Hold up, so the tourist sage stole that name. Yeah, the comment section is about to ignite. MC stares at her like she's an NPC that glitched, like her dialogue tree just refuses to make sense. He's like, bro, what is this girl even talking about? Turns out the Elysium Temple didn't just have one, there were 8 of these lords, like a full-on mech boy band. She's buzzing with hype, fists clenched tight like she's about to blast out a full-on power of friendship speech. She yells Lord of Nosferatu, and the way she does it, so damn bold it's insane, has me speechless, and MC finally clicks that she's talking about his kids, Lyle and Remilia, and his own children are tearing his name apart in public. They christen the mecha with his past life's title, and honestly, that family tree's about as creative as a photocopy. MC just stands there, crushed, realizing he actually summoned world-class trolls. She's ranting like the whole world would have been run by the temple if those 2 idiots weren't around, and yeah, that's some hardcore copium right there. The MC can't stop thinking, why'd they use his name like that, unless they really just missed their daddy. A sudden realization slams into him, so hard it feels like a truckload of waifu pillows just toppled onto his chest. He suddenly remembers something from way back, and for one crazy moment, things start to get real deep. Oh man, getting stabbed by a holy sword leaves you wrecked for life, and yeah, that would absolutely torch my whole weekend too. Lyle burst into tears over wanting invulnerable armor, not for himself, but so his dad couldn't get hurt. Pure, wholesome heart energy. MC lets out a weary sigh over his kids' reckless moves, even if you can tell their hearts were always in the right place. He demands to know where the real Lord of Nosferatu is right now, betting it's stuck in some garage, collecting dust. He's starting to feel like all of this is painfully predictable, like one of those herring animes where the main character is too oblivious to breathe. She's still going off about justice. Someone please hand this girl a hobby and let her breathe. Look at the fire in her eyes. She's got pure passion on full display. Shame she's the villain, because I'd absolutely be down bad. She's going on and on about the world freezing in place, and it's straight-up villain monologue energy, like she's convinced she's the hero while everyone else is about to get hurt. She's cackling like a lunatic right now. She probably just needs a Snickers or something, ASAP. MC's fully done with all of it. He snaps, give it a rest already, like the absolute gigachad he is. He snaps at her like she's a little brat, drags her king through the mud, and makes it painfully clear who the real boss is. He's going full Papa Bear on anyone who tries to mess with his kids, so don't you dare talk trash about his bloodline. He tells her the temple hired the wrong people, basically the fantasy version of a total skill issue. She bares her teeth and snarls that she'll kill him, but let's be real, we all know she's just an NPC on a loop. She's seconds away from unleashing a move that devours her life force, everything she has, like that ultimate, I'm done for good final card. The MC won't stand for it. He slams down a freezing net and boom, the whole thing dies on the spot, no reboots, no second chances. He's just standing there like nothing's happening, and I'm telling you, I'm not dropping my guard around some yapper. His whole thing is ice magic, so yeah, it's just as freezing as his heart when he spots a beta male. He clamps his hand over her mouth, and at last, silence. Finally, we can breathe and soak in the view like it's. Alright, check the panel, look at the way they've got her all tied up, and yeah, the details in this scene are intense, boys. Neil's bat familiar crashes in, the ultimate wingman for any Dark Lord. Alright, Lord, Princess Iris, and Odette are rolling in, so clean up this mess fast and put on a normal face like your life depends on it. He's racing through the streets, delivering a message about the captured magicians like he's straight out of a fantasy kingdom's courier crew. He realizes calling in a holy sword is probably way too loud for his low-key disguise. His brain's working overtime right now. Seriously, you can almost hear the gears in his head grinding. They cooked up a cover story about a mysterious stranger, then bam, took down the villain like it was pure plot armor. He just ditches the armor, claiming he's got specialized gear stashed somewhere else. Talk about a power move. There are only 8 of these total, and that's huge, because it means we're sitting on a ton of future content. MC can't stop thinking about how many people would have been dead if those things ever got used. Real talk. A mysterious ray slices through the chaos, and honestly, this is pure fantasy meets Gundam glory, and I'm 100% here for it. The girls finally show up, and when they take in the scene, it's the aftermath shockwave. Watch Iris cling to him like her heart on a leash, because she's down bad for real. They spot Dorothea all wrapped up tight, pinned down and restrained. Man, she looks like a Christmas present someone forgot to set free. The bats swoop down and steal the holy sword away, like a flock of tiny, adorable bandits. Iris looks utterly lost, like her face just realized the plot is about to go off the rails. Dorothy is still down on the ground, but just look at that pose. This is straight-up absolute cinema, boys. The girls are trying to explain how they found everything, and honestly, that nice lie is so obvious I can't wait to see who actually buys it. Look at this adorable little mouse messenger. I'm begging, I need a plushie of this guy, like right now. And he's gone, dashing off like a rocket, little guy. The whole squad's rolling in to investigate, so we better act normal and pretend we're not op. Odette is buried in studying the lords, like the group's resident homework machine. She's the one doing all the work. MC snaps at Iris, telling her not to stare at him, because he's fighting tooth and nail to keep his secret identity hidden. He repeats it to Odette. This guy's the master of hide-and-seek. They're freaking out over Dorothea's fate, like, is this going to turn into a forever lockup in some tiny, suffocating room? Iris is dying to reward the person who caught her, no matter what, only she has no clue it's actually the guy she's crushing on. The MC and the girls snag a reward just for showing up, like, talk about failing upward in the wildest way. He shoved the holy sword under his bed at the inn, because it was the kind of hiding spot nobody ever thinks to check. He's still stuck on those matcha suits, because they're more of a headache than he can handle. Turns out this thing can self-repair, basically mecha immortality, no kidding. He finally gets why his kids sealed them away, and honestly, Lyle, that was a solid move. He's beaming, proud as hell of Lyle and Remilia. Just look at that wholesome smile from our Dark Lord. You're my proud little kids, okay? Don't look at me. I'm totally not crying. Yeah, I see the tears on your face too. He just wanted to pat their heads. Seriously, that's the best dad in manga history, no debate. But the real question is, where's the armor they actually bolted off with? Stay tuned, boys. Yo homies were kicking things off with some serious lore. Ancient items, the Lord of Nosferatu, the whole legend. And even upside down, this MC's drip is straight up cinematic. Check out these waifus. Boys Iris and her friend are serving top-tier vibes, but they're low-key side-eyeing our boy Yuki like, uh-oh, something's off. Yuki's leaning in and whispering sweet nothings in her ear, while she stays locked in. Dorothy is feeding him the details. No wasted moves, just pure pro energy. Boom, Prince Cain rolls up like an absolute gigachad, and you can feel the whole scene shift as he's about to seize control. Just look at the nerve on this guy, his cape's blazing as he struts through the forest like he owns the whole place. Hold up, who's this instructor? Demer's rocking that uniform like he means business, and yeah, I know exactly what you're staring at. Mommy, sorry mommy, because the artist knew exactly where to aim, and she's got the ultimate assets. Cain surprises everyone by being genuinely kind, smiling at Demeter, and thanking her for her hard work like a real, legit B-rank magician. Demeter is going full legend, handing every ounce of credit to Princess Iris and the squad for their brave, fearless actions. Cain leans in and pats their heads like it's a royal blessing, praising their hard work with the kind of confidence only a real king has. Yuki finally steps up and introduces himself. Yeah, he's the Baron's second son, and suddenly we realize this NPC act is just a cover for the real main character. Cain's buzzing with excitement for Iris's escort night, while Yuki just stands there like, yep, that's me, no pressure. Iris is totally starstruck, praising her friend Yuki, then turns and gushes to her brother that she's insanely proud of him, like the Riz is absolutely through the roof. Cain went on the attack, roasting the other NPCs for trying to steal the credit, yelling that Yuki and the girls are way more valuable because their accuracy is the real deal. The prince is feeling generous. He promises a reward and pins it all on the second prince's name, and that's a massive W in anybody's book. They stumbled on an ancient relic, and Cain realizes they were one slip away from Dorothy, grabbing it for her accomplice crew. He leans in and asks what reward they want, and I'm telling you right now, I'll toss you $10 if you can guess what this humble MC is really asking for. Iris and Odette are absolute sweethearts. Both insist they don't want a thing and tell Cain to just reward Yuki instead. Yuki snapped, "I'm not a simp," then insisted the win belongs to all three of them, refusing to hog the credit. Cain lanes in, impressed as hell, and presses Yuki one more time. What do you really want? You can practically see the wheels spinning in his head. This guy leans in and demands maps, like you could have asked for a harem or a mountain of gold, but nah, you're going for plain old paper. Cain's completely baffled, but Yuki breaks it down. He's hungry to learn everything about the Eight Kings' War after he spots that massive mecha. He's putting on that humble act, talking like he just wants to remind himself how lucky they are, while we both know he's cooking up a secret master plan. Cain swallows the lie hook, line, and sinker, and he agrees to Yuki's request like it's no big deal. He hands him the keys to the Magic Guild's archives, like he just dropped a cheat code that unlocks the whole world's lore. Yuki drops the act in an instant, because yeah, that excuse is a straight-up lie. The truth, he's hunting for Fear of Village. By matching the old maps with the new ones, he's about to pinpoint the exact spot where that hidden village is sneaking around. He's convinced Lyle and Remilia slipped a little spice, just for him, something he's meant to uncover. And the item's name is basically a breadcrumb, because Yuki is already piecing together where they stashed the Lord of Nosferatu. This is the final one of the 8 items from the Elysium Temple, and yeah, things are about to get really serious. Look at this Chad perched on a castle roof, while the Lord of Nosferatu lurks in Fira village, and the whole scene feels like straight-up cinema. That castle was the MC's old stomping ground, so now he's basically marching right back to his childhood crib. The forest job is finished, Dorothy has been captured, and the squad is sprinting out with some seriously juicy intel. Cain and the top-ranked magicians grab the cleanup job, while the MC dashes off to the next big plot beat. Yuki is already plotting his next strike, hungry to follow the legends, footsteps step by step. The Magic Guild sees the Lord of Phantom, basically a walking, talking fantasy Gundam on steroids. They've got Dorothea chained up in prison, looking straight up defeated even behind bars, and she just spilled the beans on 3 more lords. They verify the Elysium Temple is still blazing, so you know what that means. More villains are coming, and our boy S about to crush them later. Plot twist, Dorothea took her own life right after the interrogation, proving just how ironclad her commitment to the cause really was. Her final testimony claims she got crushed by a young fighter who somehow felt ancient, and now the guild is left completely baffled. Yuki yanked the traitorous sage onto the stage in front of his kids, clapped her hard, and that lore bomb she dropped left me stunned. Kane's convinced it's all fake news, meant to throw them off, because he just can't process Yuki somehow being a gigachad. And bro is freaking out, finally realizing just how deadly these ancient lords truly are. Let's jump back a few days, because they're gearing up for this huge experiment inside a blazing arena. They're about to try to activate the Lord of Phantom. Tell me that doesn't scream disaster. Kane's calling all the shots, but a bunch of old geezers are lurking, staring at his every move like they own the place. Demeter's at the controls, chugging a magic potion to smash her stats. Look at that focus. She's climbing into the mecha right here, and the vibe in this panel is absolutely unreal. Seriously, thank you, artist. This mecha is a straight-up nightmare for magicians. Magic slides right off it while it blasts life force to the core, soaking up every ray it can. Demeter is trapped inside, and that colossal robot starts clanking awake. The activation sequence kicks off, and Demeter's standing there like she's seconds away from stepping straight into the Matrix. Red eyes blaze to life. Oh yeah, it's real, and this is where the fun finally kicks off. The crowd's going wild because that legendary ancient item isn't just sitting there, it's actually moving. Elder Zamer is trash-talking the whole thing, calling the experiment premature, even while it runs flawlessly. Kane fires right back, roasting him hard. Zamer only joined to see it firsthand and make sure his son deer gets what he deserves. The mages burst into loud, heavy chanting, slamming massive spells right at the mecha to see how well its defenses hold. They hurl a blazing meteor straight at it, and in any other timeline, that would roast any NPC down to nothing in seconds. Kane's freaking out about whether Demeter can pull this off with one arm, but trust me, he's about to witness real power explode in front of him. Demeter just straight up decks the meteor, and she's in there like it's nothing, no sweat, no struggle. Boom, an explosion tears the sky apart, but the Lord of Phantom doesn't flinch. He stands tall like he owns the moment. It's totally unscathed, and the crowd is absolutely rattled by the sheer brute power of that armor. Kane is freaking out, blurting to Demeter, "Are you okay? Did that hit hurt?" She swears she felt absolutely nothing, because that anti-magic shell erased the attack on contact before it ever got near her. Zamer's eyes spark with pure greed. He's already dreaming of ripping that tech for himself, straight up the classic villain play. Kane realizes the old man isn't just dabbling, he's a full-blown magician, chasing after dangerous power like it's his lifeline. They keep hammering it with earth magic, and the mecha just keeps snapping everything back, like it's the boss of the battlefield. They're terrified the secret will slip, but Kane drops the truth. High-rank magicians are allowed to be here. Kane brings up Yuki again, and this time he says the kid gives off this impossible-to-read vibe that he just can't brush off. He still remembers how Yuki clapped a C-rank magician in a duel, then walked off like the reward for Dorothea meant nothing. Zamer tries to sweet-talk him with a bribe because he's an illegitimate kid, but Kane can tell this one's built different. Kane snaps, says that's enough, and moves to shut the experiment down for the day. But Zamer isn't finished. He slams the brakes on Kane because he's desperate to see what happens next. He's itching to test the offensive power, and he even throws in his own golem as the perfect punching bag. That old man is throwing caution to the wind. He yanks out magic crystals and starts summoning something massive. He grabs his servant on the spot, eyes wild like he's lost his mind. Yeah, this dude is totally finished. Kane's screaming at him to stop, but Zamer's so deep in his own hype that nothing can pull him back. He's freaking out, thinking Demeter won't stand a chance once this old geezer starts summoning whatever nightmare he's cooked up. Zamer's on a mission to prove his golem is the strongest, and the pure madness in his eyes screams that he'll stop at nothing. A hulking rock golem erupts from the ground like a wrecking ball, looking absolutely unstoppable, ready to smash any metal in its path. The thing bellows a roar so loud it probably rattles the entire arena. It snaps its attention to the Lord of Phantom, and you just know this is where everything goes off the rails. The golem barrels in like a raging beast, and Demeter gets caught completely off guard. Kane is screaming for her to run, but Zamer slams down a direct order, stay right there and fight. Demeter's breathing hard as she struggles, and the pressure in that cockpit keeps skyrocketing. Look at her eyes, boys, she's spiraling out of control, and that angle, the artist is 100% a man of culture. She's grinning like a psychopath, whispering that this wild urge is calling her in right before she snaps and goes full berserk. Yo homies, we're back with another recap that hits like a truck. First up is Demeter, and yeah, her vibe's draining, but somehow she's still serving, looking like a straight-up snack. The squad's vowing to show zero mercy, and you already know the MC is about to snap and go absolutely feral. Look at this absolute unit of a robot, just stomping through and clobbering that rock golem NPC. That robot is swinging at full power like a straight-up gigachad, no cap. With one brutal smash, that golem's officially cooked. Finally, the dust clouds clear, and there, our MC and that crusty old geezer, Zamer, are staring down the wreckage like they own the aftermath. Zamer S over here cackling like a lunatic because his science project finally worked, while in the back Demeter is dragging herself around, dead tired and spent. MC rushes in to shut the experiment down, but the old man is completely entranced by the ancient tech, staring it down like it's the only thing in the world. Our MC snaps back hard and drags that old man over the coals for losing his cool like some total beta. Look at that energy blast, pure, cinematic fire. The MC stays locked in, ripping into the old man for being a shameless simp chasing power. At last, the old man snaps to it. He was tripping, so he slams the brakes and calls the experiment finished. Demeter crumples under the pressure, and I can already see what you're all staring at. Those assets are absolutely top tier. She's running on empty, snapping that this ancient tech was never built for ordinary humans to go poking around with. She's still reeling after that giant metal beast threw her around, and she can't help but feel tiny, and then she blurts, "Mommy, sorry." This Lord Robot is a legendary ancient relic, with so much wild riz packed into it that one kingdom can't possibly handle it. MC can feel it. Their fingers are already digging into something way too dangerous to be messing with. The fact it's already in that imperfect state makes the future feel downright terrifying. We catch a flashback of a hooded Chad from the past, back when he crushed these things with zero effort, like it was nothing. They decide to trap that metal monster away like a forbidden secret boss. Zamer's set on taking control himself, like he's hunting down the WIFU mode button with pure determination. Check out the wafus in the back. They're side-eyeing this old man like he's got nerve to even try. They decide to split the research, betting that if they share everything, they might actually craft their very own mecha wafus someday. The MC hits him with the stare-down and forces a vow. He'll never use it again unless another lord comes attacking. MC slumps back into his chair at the desk, already scheming which girl to snatch up for his next harem spot. He can't stop asking, where in this world are the other lords hiding out? We get a glimpse of shadowy high-level bosses, and you already know they're about to pull out some absolutely ridiculous plot armor. Bro's craving a personal ancient item like it's the only upgrade that matters. Talk about being down bad for power. Alright, it's library time, and trust me, that librarian is a certified menace. The MC rolls in with Iris and Odette. This cultured dream team is absolute perfection. He's hunting down his lost home, Fira, while 200 years of non-stop wars have shattered the map beyond recognition. Bro's got a bat messenger service too. Tell me that isn't straight-up high-tier vampire riz. This waifu is straight-up talking about the Lord's village, and she's absolutely slobbering over the legend like it's gospel. Just look at that goofy face. She's totally in her element. They dig out maps stamped from 150 years ago, hunting for the exact location they're desperate to find. Det figures this is gonna be a breeze, because the main characters got those past life memories to carry the heavy lifting. But the MC and Iris just stand there, dead silent, straight-up NPCs with nothing to say. Turns out our MC was a full-blown shut-in his past life. He barely even stepped outside his village. Flashback time, he's a guardian god, and it sounds badass, but in reality, he's basically living like a basement hermit. Odette's straight-up a real one. She tells them to just jump in and start with whatever they can remember. MC suddenly remembers wandering around about 350 years ago, looking like the definition of an absolute edgelord. Then it hits him, an inland sea he'd seen on his way north, like a memory slamming back into place. He starts sketching out every mountain and every city he just tore through. And yeah, he still remembers those Elysium Temple guys, how they came marching in from the east like they owned the place. The squad huddles up, and when they finally look down from the top, yeah, the view is straight up amazing. He slaps the map into place and clicks, location locked, no questions asked. A tiny country up in the northeast is the target, right there. They tracked it down for real, absolute cinema. The library quality here is straight up legendary, like, this place hits different. It's a brutal 5-day horse ride off, and since it sits right by the border, trouble and danger are waiting around every bend. They've gotta stay incognito, so those haters on the road don't try to jump 'em. MC is itching to march back to the village where they once feared him as the Lord of Nosferatu. Yeah, that's a straight-up Chad title. MC is geared up to take a wild, refreshing ride straight back into his past. But 200 years is an eternity, and the whole world has sprinted past them. The last wars absolutely wrecked the map of the world, like someone set it on fire and erased the whole truth. A brand new military state has risen, the Goyle Empire, and the second you see them, you know trouble is coming. MC snaps at Iris, telling her she'll stay behind because she's a princess and the risk is too damn high. She's completely slumped over, like she's starving for his attention, and it's painfully obvious she'll do anything to go with him. There's no way a princess can vanish for 10 whole days without the entire kingdom spiraling into panic. He tells her to quit for now, then promises he'll hit her with the stories later. She grabs him by the heart and forces a promise out of him. She clings to him so hard it's downright adorable. She breaks down and screams that he died first in their last life, leaving her alone, like a gut-punching emotional critical hit. MC leans in and hands out the legendary headpats to calm her down, and every single time, it just works. But first, exams are about to slam down, and they've got to sign up and take them. And yeah, he's got to haul that holy sword back into the dungeon, like a full-on power move. He's about to ask for a vacation as soon as he cashes in that win, because snagging that villain earlier earned him the reward. Look at Iris pouting while those legs steal the spotlight. Yeah, the artists definitely knew exactly what they were doing. She's already daydreaming about a honeymoon wedding. This girl is speedrunning the relationship straight to the altar. Det begged for permission to dive into the dungeon as her reward, and honestly, that's peak Chadette energy. She's about to climb to C rank in no time if she keeps this pace. She thanks the MC, and that smile just shields me like a warm blast of hope. Even Iris can't stop thinking she's totally badass. MC knows her power will be used for good, unlike all the other simps in this world who'd rather chase whatever gets them noticed. They hatch a plan to drag her to the top of the Magic Guild, so she becomes their secret inside woman. She catches them plotting and starts blasting them with furious yelling, because she's got that razor-sharp hearing that smells trouble from a mile away. Then they start gushing compliments, and she immediately blushes, whole sundeer energy, no doubt. They finally hand the maps back to the librarian waifu and slam the whole mess shut. All right, it's time to move out, get ready, because the next play is about to begin. Odette leans in and tells Yuki she's grateful she met him, because to her, he's the dearest friend, not just some god. Even if they're gone, they'll always be her besties, right there, living in her heart. She looks him in the eye and blurts, "Don't you dare forget it, got it." Look at these two, man, the chemistry is hitting so hard it feels unreal. MC facepalms, lets his hood swallow him, and honestly, hiding like that is the ultimate beta move. He hurries away and swears, right there and then, that he'll never forget her, not as long as he's breathing. They trade laughs under the blazing sunset, and yeah, this is peak fiction, no question. Back at the mansion, he's met at the door by the maid Waifus, Martha and Ramai, ready to welcome him. Rima's tearing through the halls like a tiny menace, but she's so cute you can't even be mad. A letter from the Magic Guild was waiting for him, straight up about the exam. It's a head-to-head dungeon sprint, two-man teams racing for the title of fastest. And yep, he's in Paris, while Odette's stuck hanging with some random NPC. The dungeon reeks of dead priests, and honestly, it sounds like the perfect nightmare for a first date. The maids are already cooking up a full-on frenzy, turning the kitchen into pure travel chaos. He's stuffing his bat familiars into his gear and loading up pre-made blood potions for the trip ahead. He scans those papers one last time, heart pounding as thoughts of his friends and the future crash over him. Dinner S on the table, and life is glowing for our ridiculously overpowered MC. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're diving back into immortal Yuki's life, and the plot's thickening faster than anything in this series, starting with a flashback where he's still a tiny sprout, already moving like the main character. Even as a kid, Yuki was out here guarding his maid Martha from savage wild dogs like a total beast. While other kids were sobbing for mommy, he was already geared up to throw hands with nature itself. He still gets scratched, but look at him. He's grinning while Martha flips out like crazy, and honestly, that's my guy, me. He's been him since day one, even before he finally got his past life memories. Seeing Martha lose it and start crying wrecked him, and right then he swore, no matter what, that she'd never get that upset again. That's early game Riz energy, boys. Fast forward to right now, while she slides breakfast onto the table, Yuki drops the ultimate bombshell. Surprise, I was a legendary immortal magician in my past life, and I kept all the cheat codes. And can we please pause and appreciate Martha for a second? Look at this maid. She's top tier, mommy, material, full stop. And meanwhile, she's just standing there holding the honey like it's no big deal on a normal Tuesday. This girl is so loyal she doesn't even blink. She's the very first to officially swear her life to the Yuki Grosty empire. Absolute cinema, because seeing a queen who can spot a winner on sight is just perfection. This camera angle is 100% for the men of culture, because it's serving up a real look at that outfit. And yeah, I see exactly what you're staring at, and I can't blame you at all. Yuki can't believe she's handling this so smoothly, but Martha, she's built different. She's seen enough of his insane magic to know her master is basically a walking cheat code. He explains that because he's immortal, he'll eventually have to die and vanish so the NPCs don't freak out that he never ages. Yeah, it's a brutal, lonely gig being a Chad, but somebody has to keep the game from noticing. Martha starts drizzling that syrup on the pancakes and calls it a loyalty test. Like, is she getting invited to the secret immortal club, or is she about to get left in the dust? She's so dead serious about ditching everything just to stay by his side. If you've got a girl that down bad for you, you're winning at life, right? Yuki, the absolute wholesome bro, blurts out questions about her mom because he refuses to mess with her family life. And in the background, our tiny elf girl Remy is just scrambling to keep up with the conversation. Martha flips the whole situation by whipping out an Uno reverse card, right alongside a letter from her mom, and just like that, the truth hits. Her mom is fully healed and headed back to work at the mansion, so Martha is officially cleared to chase her man. Yuki gets so hyped he slams the table, and man, look at that pure smile. That's a real one who actually cares about his team, and it feels so good to see. Martha's cheeks are burning. This man's kindness has her completely captivated, and you know her thoughts have gone way beyond just doing the cleaning. She tries to put on that serious, troubled act, but come on, we all know she's thrilled she doesn't have to pick between her mom and her master. Rima's stuck in the back, furiously trying to brew tea, looking like the most precious NPC ever, and I'll pay you $10 she somehow doesn't spill a single drop. An awkward silence snaps into place as they wait, because Yuki just asked a girl to hide with him forever, and you can practically hear the panic in her breath. He tells her to sit down, because this Lord Dump is about to stretch into something brutal, so grab the popcorn, boys, because the real fire is in the backstory. Yuki finally admits he was about to vanish the second he clapped that Catchel guy, because his secret identity had already started getting exposed. He brings up his brother Zero's, credits him for keeping the secret under control, and honestly, whoa, that's peak sibling energy. In most anime, brothers are haters, but Zero's is the real deal. Turns out Zero's is the whole reason Martha's mom got her job back, so the entire family is basically riding on the Grosidia brothers' shoulders. Martha's out here praising Zero's like, what a nice guy, and Yuki's just shrugging like, yeah, he's decent, I guess, so don't go getting jealous, Master Yuki. Then she hits the real question. How many years does she have left before he stops looking like a normal human? She wants to know the exact moment he'll stop growing, then vanish into the shadows for good. Yuki cracks that he's got a baby face, so he'll keep looking like a teenager until his mid-20s, meaning they've got around 10 whole years of normal before everything changes. Martha is already mapping out her whole future for the next 10 years, like she can see every step ahead. Yuki's completely baffled, but Martha shuts down every complaint. She's already picked her fate, and now our guy, S, just stuck riding shotgun with her. Now she locks eyes with him again, the same intense stare that used to freak him out as a kid, and the moment she does, you don't argue. You just go, yes, ma'am, and get moving. She's basically roaring that she's never leaving, and honestly, that raw passion is crazy admirable. Yuki realized he can't outlast her stubborn streak, so he just lets out a heavy sigh and resigns himself to his fate. He'd planned to throw money at her to live a normal life, but she's chasing the adventure, not the ordinary. Rima finally bursts in with the tea, striding like she's hauling a live bomb, and there it goes, she spills it all over the place again. I totally called it. She's a clumsy mess, but hey, she's really trying okay. Yuki pats her head like a proud king, and Martha can't stop smiling because the whole squad is finally staying together. Martha is officially locked in. She's tailing Yuki to the ends of the earth, and even strikes a little pose like, try stopping me. Yuki can't help but wonder why she's doing all these extra poses, but honestly, you can feel the culture leaking through. She swears her loyalty will never bow to a single soul from his past life, because now she's racing against ghosts, and that's pure, high-level devotion. Ramai finally gets the message. Now they're a whole package, and you don't leave one behind without dragging the rest with you. Yuki is utterly drained from everything he's felt, but somehow, deep down, he can't help being grateful he isn't facing it by himself. He starts scheming to make Martha immortal with some ancient relics too, because bro's basically built out of immortals, and he's playing the long game. Martha's face lights up with pure relief. She finally found the place she belongs. Then she snaps right back into mommy mode and demands she needs to wash Yuki's hair. Yeah, I see exactly where this is headed, and I'm fully in. Ramai points out that the bathwater is boiling hot. Sounds terrifying, right? But magic users are built different. Now we switch to our other waifu, Odette, and she's straight up furious because her dad just dropped a letter that's pure trash. That old man is basically looming over her like a threat. In a year, you'll be a C-rank mage, or you're getting dragged into an arranged marriage, and the audacity of that NPC energy is unreal. He's terrified their family will get left in the dust by some other duchy, so he's turning his own daughter into a political weapon. And yeah, this guy is definitely not a Chad. Then he slams the deadline forward by 6 months, straight up cooked. Odette's got serious pressure on her now. She's slumped on that sofa, looking crushed, and I swear, I just want to pull her into a hug because she deserves way more than a dad who treats her like some kind of trade deal. She's still aching for her grandma, the coolest magician ever, because in every story, it's the grandparents who end up being the real MVPs. Odette finally admits it. Getting to C rank in just 6 months, doing it solo, is basically a fantasy, even if she's insanely talented, because that grind is brutal. She's tempted to beg Yuki for help, but she knows he's secretly a god, and she refuses to blow his cover, proving she's a real friend. But just look at that frame. Those animators absolutely nailed it. Anyway, the big Magic Guild exam hits tomorrow, and she's totally freaking out over her partner. She's stuck teamed up with a girl named Therese, one she's literally never even heard of, so yeah, please don't let her be a complete scrub. Odette knows the stakes are brutal. Pass this exam, or they'll sell her off to some random noble like she's merchandise. Exam day slams into a place called Elysian, an enormous underground crater where the boys get ripped away from the men. Every trainee crowds in, with Yuki and the princess right there, and you can feel the panic in the air. Everyone's tense, except our boy, who's just vibing like nothing can touch him. Some students are totally gone, snatched by that dead priest mess from earlier, and in the background, the whole place is getting darker by the second. Yuki locks eyes with Odette in the crowd. She looks deadly sharp, but you can tell worry is clawing at her from the inside. The instructors finally show up, straight out of a top-tier RPG, and they're ready to lay down the rules for this dungeon crawl. Everyone gets a map, but every person gets a different route, and that's the brutal test. Find your way, survive the wild, and prove you can navigate when everything's stacked against you. The instructors are basically like, yeah, there are monsters, but if you can't handle them, you're done for, then turn around and act weirdly supportive about it. They hand them these armbands for calling for help, but the moment you use them, your grade gets wrecked, and it's basically the ultimate, don't you dare bait a button. 10 minutes left until it starts, and the tension is so suffocating, it feels like you could slice it clean with a holy sword. They warn you about a massive crack that drops straight into the third layer, because if you fall in, you're basically greeting your maker way ahead of schedule. Princess Iris starts to shiver, and lately her behavior has been off. Now Yuki can finally feel something's wrong. Goosebumps crawl up her skin the second he's near. So tell me, is this fear, or is that legendary Riz finally kicking in? She leans in and tells Yuki, call me Alice when we're alone, and bro, she is asterisk way too into this. The princess is straight up staking her claim and moving right into the harem. Other trainees huddle and whisper about them, calling him a gallant knight and her his princess, straight up the academy's power couple. The rest of them, Odette's partner, looks like a shy little cinnamon roll, and I swear, I'm praying she doesn't trip over some stupid rock and wreck everything. Crystals blaze with light, and the moment to strike is here. Everyone's tearing forward at full speed like the finish line decides their fate. But look at Yuki, he doesn't bolt. He holds out his hand to Alice like a total gentleman, and yeah, that's peak Chad energy. They're strolling through the dungeon like it's a first date, while everyone else is drenched in sweat and duking it out for their lives. Absolute cinema. The other students are freaking out watching them. How are they staying so calm? Because you're not the main characters, and they're the ones the story revolves around. Yuki launches his bat familiars to scout the area ahead, and while everyone else is still stuck playing checkers, he's already making moves like it's 4D chess. Once they're finally alone, Yuki drops his real reason for this exam. This isn't about the grade at all, it's about a secret mission. He yanks out a holy sword, replica his craftswoman painstakingly forged to look totally real. Then the truth hits, it's a fake. He breaks it down. That original sword is tied to his past life, so no way is he letting the Magic Guild seize it. So his master plan is to stash that fake sword somewhere nobody can ever reach, just to mess with the history books. He slips a bit of his own blood into the replica, drowning it in a magical aura, so the investigators can't tell it's not the real thing. They track down the exact spot where the original was hidden, then line up the swap like they're about to pull off a top-tier deception. He drives the fake sword straight into the rock, and it fits like destiny itself, perfectly. Honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd swear he was King Arthur himself. He slams ancient sealing magic into place, locking it down tight, so if anyone tries to yank it out, they're in for a brutal disaster. Yuki finally exhales. His secrets are locked down tight now, and only he and Alice know how to pull it off. But then it hits them: if someone actually yanks it free and discovers it's a fake, they're gonna be totally blindsided, utterly confused. So Yuki's plan is wild: pin it on the Elysian temple. Bro's a menace and blaming the church. That's the oldest con in the book. Yo homies, we're back, and Yuki's back too, living every cultured man's fantasy as he casually hauls a princess through a dark cave. She's clinging to him like it's life or death, and with that kind of riz, I'd be holding on the exact same way. Our main man is just trying to stay on the exam route, but honestly, he's basically taking a non-stop guided tour through his own harem. They smash through a massive crack in the ground that drops them straight into the third layer, and the MC's fuming because it's a brutal detour. But hold up, the princess spots her chance and pitches, "Let's just fly over," and suddenly we get peak cinema with that back hug, because the way she's grinning, she's absolutely head over heels for our guy. Yuki just flicks off the ledge like a total Chad, barely even sweating while carrying all that extra weight. They're cutting minutes out of their trip with this shortcut. Then Yuki's mind snaps to one brutal question: how's everyone else doing out there? He's fixated on Odette, because even a total G-Jagachad like him knows exactly when his waifu's about to get into trouble. He yells for his bat familiars, Dyke and Nell, ordering them to scan the area and report back fast. Yuki looks at the trainees and realizes they're barely improving, so he decides to give his bats a little blood buff to kick their training into overdrive. Meanwhile, Odette looks jaw-droppingly gorgeous, but the more she stares at the path, the more she realizes their route is wildly wrong. Monsters keep pouring in way past what a basic exam should allow, and she can't shake the feeling that someone's setting a trap just for them. Look at these weak little mobs trying to dogpile her, like they actually stand a chance against those stacked stats. She realizes they're right on the edge of the second layer, basically a death trap for anyone who isn't a high-level mage. This place basically dares you to use flashy magic, because the moment you do, monsters swarm in like a tidal wave, and trainees get thrown into a full-on nightmare. Odette grabbed Therese's attention and begged her to double-check the map, praying they only took a wrong turn. Then it gets super weird. Reese starts acting like a straight-up NPC and keeps calling her Lady Odette. The room chills to the bone as Odette stares at her friend, completely baffled, like the vibe just left her for good. Reese starts trembling and blurts that they should just throw in the towel, call for help right now. She keeps pleading with her to stop, even though the clock still has plenty of time left. And here comes the betrayal. Boys, turns out the Magic Guild isn't neutral at all, and they handed out a fake map to send everyone straight into the trap. She knowingly dragged Odette into that deadly hall, and the sheer nerve of doing it is honestly off the charts. Odette is absolutely done for. She can't even process it, because her own partner just sold her out like that. Turns out Odette's dad is a spineless, power-hungry man who wants to lock her into a political marriage, because his family's slipping and he can't handle it. That old man craves status so badly he'll torch his own daughter's career just to stay on top. Therese is sobbing like a simp, insisting she had no choice because she can't dare to defy the upper aristocracy. Odette finally clicks. Her own father tampered with the map just to set her up to fail. He even shoved her deadline forward, demanding she become a C-rank magician first, just so he could trap her into that marriage. Their comfort only sharpens the pressure. Those pleas keep goading her to quit, convinced the duchy will keep coming and coming until it finally gets exactly what it wants. But Odette isn't some useless side character. She's got full-on main heroine energy, like her big moment is already loading. She grabs her nerve and heads back to the beginning alone, even though she has no real map to guide her. Therese is losing her mind and screaming it's reckless, but Odette finally snaps and has had enough of the cap. She swears she'll trust her memory, and flashes that monster-level high IQ like it's another weapon in her already unstoppable lineup. She remembers every insane situation Yuki has bulldozed through, and panic hits. She can't, absolutely can't, let him down. If she quits right now, she knows her guardian deity will probably roast her, and there's no way she's too down bad to let that happen. Suddenly, a sharp squeak snaps through the air, and something nudges her out of nowhere, leaving her totally blindsided. It's one of Yuki's familiars, rune blazing on its wing, and the second it lands she just knows asterisk. The Gigachad sent it straight to hunt her down. That tiny bat is straight up playing wingman, cracking, "Hey, you know the way back." She turns to thank the bat for the guidance, while Therese just stands there, looking like she's been stuck in the background. Therese makes one last, desperate push to get her to quit, and she points out that even inside the Magic Guild, the duchy has enemies waiting. But Odette can't stop thinking about Yuki's past life as a legendary sage, and the iron resolve that still drives him. She's convinced magic is meant to light people up with joy, and she's not about to let a political marriage kill her vibe. The lights seem to die for a heartbeat, and the tension hits a full-blown boiling point. Out of nowhere, Therese snaps her hand forward and unleashes a brutal surprise attack. She pulls out a flash bomb and pops it. No joke, this girl's got zero riz and she plays dirty like it's a sport. A colossal blast of light erupts through the cave, scorching everyone around it into total blindness. Det gets dropped into the dark, stumbling around, freaking out like, what the hell just happened? The explosion detonates like a thunderclap, collapsing the cave in a violent wave that slams shut the passage and leaves them trapped. Rocks are raining down from every direction, and it looks like everything is totally over for our girl. She drops her final, cheeky trap, sneering that the monsters are coming for sure now, because that loud commotion just gave them the signal. Odette is horrified that her so-called friend would go this far just to tear her down. Reese keeps racking out apologies nonstop, while she's literally stabbing the other person in the back. That's pure, top-tier snake energy. The passage is sealed shut, and the growls of a whole horde roar through the cave like thunder. Just look at this pack of monsters barreling in, eyes blazing, jaws hungry, and Odette. She's the only thing on the menu. Reese is still crumpled on the ground, begging for help, but Odette refuses to fold and gives up. No way. She's frantically checking her magic reserves, praying she still has enough left to pull off one final, desperate stand. She slams up a shield and screams that she's not giving up, pure, unbreakable resolve on full display. Then Nell's bat familiar leaps forward, ready to prove, loud and clear, that nobody messes with Yuki's pets. The bat erupts into a chant for a blazing meteor, and you can practically feel the heat rising. This is about to get spicy fast. A massive fiery vortex starts spinning into existence, and the animation budget goes straight through the roof. Odette just stands there, totally frozen in shock, as the cave erupts in pure destruction and floods the whole place in light. That fire magic is so brutal, it's turning the whole room into a raging furnace. Everything is sizzling like a furnace as the monster horde gets wiped out completely. The size of this attack is straight up insane, like a tactical nuke detonated in a basement and just kept going. Flames rip through the whole hallway, scorching every monster away, until all that's left is ash and a gut punch of regret. Bro, look at that wolf getting incinerated. Absolute cinema, boys. The last embers crumbled into ash, and the danger was wiped out for good. Odette stands there, surrounded by nothing but ashes, staring at the wreckage like, how the hell can a tiny bat pack that much power? She clocks the spell instantly, an intermediate rank magic only the real top-tier mages are supposed to pull off. She finally clocks it. Yuki's familiars are wrecked just like he is, and yeah, at this point, she can't even say she's surprised. Speak of the devil, right on cue, the MC finally shows up, hauling the princess on his back like she weighs nothing. He casually asks what happened, while his bat is in the next room committing a full-on war crime. The princess hears every word, and when she locks eyes with the traitor, her smile dies and ice-cold rage takes over her face. Det looks wrecked, but you can tell she's just relieved, because the Gigachat finally showed up and saved the day. The princess is stunned that this kind of corruption is happening, right under the Magic Guild's nose. Rage leaves her body, then she drops to her knees and grovels, begging the princess for forgiveness. She swears she can't spill the details, or the duchy will come for her family and tear them apart. It's honestly pathetic. She's got no one to blame but herself as she falls apart, crying after she tried to trap that debt. The princess shuts it down cold and demands a full investigation, straight under her name. She leans in and asks Odette straight up if she can handle it when her father's name gets dragged through the mud in court. Odette bows low, tells her to do whatever she wants, and with that simple moment, she officially snaps ties with her toxic family. But then her legs start to buckle as the adrenaline finally starts to fade. She slams into the ground with a sickening thud, and the MC barrels over in a panic to check on his prized, top-tier waifu. She lets out a laugh at her own expense, still trembling like a coward even though it's all finally over. She locks eyes with Yuki like, "I see you," and then she blurts out a heartfelt thank you for coming in and saving her. Yuki, because he's the MC, scrambles to shove all the spotlight onto the princess. The princess bursts into tears and pleads for just a little more spoiling. Like, honestly, that's exactly the vibe. Yuki tells him straight up, he only sent those bats because the princess was being selfish, craving a chance to scout things out. He leans in and tells Odette there's no need to thank him, like he didn't just save her whole future. Odette bursts into uncontrollable laughter, completely cracking up at just how ridiculous these two are. The princess looks totally confused, then breaks into a relieved grin because the vibe is finally back to normal. Odette suddenly gets it, these two don't care about status or looks at all, they're pure souls through and through. She snaps at her father, calling him stupid for obsessing over a political marriage, when real power looks nothing like that. Then she drops a bombshell, asking if she can be Yuki's villager when he finally builds his own place. She blurts out her real feelings before she can stop herself, scrambles to clamp her mouth shut, but the damage is already done. Yuki wears a worried look, like he can't stop asking himself how many girls are about to try and move into his house next. The princess straight up points out she was first in line, so Odette has no choice, she has to wait for her turn. Odette clocks that the job requirements to be his villager are probably completely unhinged, and still, she's ready to take that insane challenge head-on. Yuki's already locked in, he's hunting ancient relics that could save his future village. He's always thinking 10 moves ahead, an absolute mastermind with impeccable taste and a plan for everything. Odette slams her decision down. She'll use her status as a duke's daughter, her own way, to stand beside him and back him up. She feels like her future just clicked into place, and honestly, she chose the absolute best path out there. We kick off this chaos with major drama. Odette's dad, Duke Slay, has his life officially getting wrecked because the Magic Guild is done playing nice after he tried to mess with the exams. A summoning letter just slammed onto the scene, and it basically screams, "You're done for bro, for messing with the guild's business." Stare at this man's face, he already knows it. The princess and the general are marching in for his head, and everything he has is about to vanish. He's squinting at the fine print and realizing his political career is more dead than my social life. His reputation and pride are straight up shattering like a cheap glass vase, and honestly, you can't help but love watching it crumble. Even the commoners are already whispering that he'd gamble with his own daughter's life just to pull off a power move. Meanwhile, our short-haired waifu Therese barely pays the price, just a light punishment, because in this whole disaster, she was nothing more than a pawn. The Duke's so terrified he's pretending he's sick just to duck the summons. That's the biggest coward move I've ever seen. He even scribbled a letter, swearing he'd leave Odette alone forever, only smart move he's made so far. Odette finally breaks free from that toxic household, and somehow comes out looking like a full-on certified 10 out of 10. Check out the new chapter art and the assets too. This series hits hard with its culture, boys. Odette sips her tea like an absolute queen, basking in the fact that her dad's so humiliated he can't even show his face in public. We just added a total cute-made waifu to the mix, and Yuki is out here vibing hard as his reputation rockets through the roof. Odette went from just it to pulling real love letters from female fans because her riz is that dangerously high. Yuki's finally breathing easy, just 5 whole minutes of no drama, so he can actually sip his tea in peace. But the moment Odette decides to tag along on Yuki's next big trip, the peace can't last. We get a rapid flashback to that exam disaster, and it hits you, because that's exactly how wild everything got. Odette corners Yuki after the exams, asking if he's free, and the way she looks at him, it screams she's absolutely down bad for our MC. She drags him along to a village near the kingdom's border, swearing they have to find something vital. She admits she's just trying to flee the scandal that's choking her family and get her head back on straight. Yuki jumps in to go because he's pure Chad energy, while Therese lingers in the back, radiating full-on mood. Then we spot this masked lady with straight-up, mommy, energy, mark my words. She's going to be a huge deal later. Odette looks totally confused for a second, but then she grins because she's ready to jump into the adventure. Good thing they've got caring people watching their backs while they gear up to head out. Meanwhile, we cut to young Master Jer, stuck sulking in his room like some automatic, lifeless NPC. His butler keeps pushing him to go see a friend, but the kid's feelings have him completely stuck. That's when Jilvin rockets into the room like a full-on gigachat, barking at him to quit moping and finally stand up. Jilvin's pulled up for an unofficial visit, just to make sure his homie's okay. He flings a book to Gaia like a souvenir, praying the kid finally learns real magic for a change. Jilvin heard that Jair was still walling himself off and decided he had to kick him back into reality. Gaia's shaken to her core. After that last plot twist, panic floods her every time magic even comes up. He still remembers how Yuki had to jump in and blast that priest's spirit to save his life. Jilvan lays bare his strict Marquis family and says his father would absolutely loathe him if he ever bowed to someone beneath his rank. He's already heard the gossip about the Slay Duchy, and it's tearing through the high society parties like wildfire. But Jilven's the real deal, and she shuts down those rumors hard, their total cap. He even drops an apology for how he put Gaia in danger, proof that his character, finally starting to grow. He tells Jair, I clocked your magic skills, and I'm not walking away from you anytime soon. Gaia's eyes are glassy like he's about to crack. This bromance energy is hitting way too hard. Jilvan tells him to keep studying, because that talent of his is about to level up his future in a big way. The butler's in the corner, straight up sobbing, because Jilvan is absolutely out here being a legend. They dive into a wild chat over tea about this so-called lord, and trust me, the vibe sounds like straight-up cinema. Jilvan's brother is a C-rank magician, and he's been slipping out some seriously spicy intel. They track down an ancient relic, this massive suit of armor that can shrug off magic like it's nothing. It's straight-up fantasy mecha perfection, and I'm fully obsessed, ready to hype it non-stop. But just then, Prince Cain comes striding toward a sealed warehouse, and the way he's acting screams trouble. He greets Demeter, and wow, there she is behind those bars, serving pure top-tier, short-haired waifu energy. Cain is absolutely hooked on getting a glimpse of that legendary ancient item. They've got it locked away, just waiting. Demeter tries to slam the truth into him. Ancient magic is meant to widen human horizons, not just turn into another weapon. Cain cuts straight to the real question. What happens if you've got magic power that never runs out? He's basically saying that if you've got enough mana, you'd turn into an unbeatable god. This Lord armor isn't just gear, it turns humans into something that goes way past human. But here's the twist, somebody out there has actually beaten this thing before. Cain's convinced the last pilot wasn't just a simp, he was totally incompatible with the machine. He's hunting for a personal lord he can totally bend to his will. His faction is already cranking out replicas, but he can't stop. He wants the real power, not a copy. He can't stop wondering if anyone out there is strong enough to truly handle the original lord. He's basically hunting for someone he can't control, and that's basically disaster waiting to explode. He's hunting down the world's top magician so he can sit face to face and trade magic secrets. Demeter just stares at him like, this prince has totally snapped, what is he even thinking? Cain thrusts open the gate with crackling, glowing magic, and the whole scene screams villain in the making. He's ready to burn every bridge just to finally lay eyes on the ultimate magician. He can't stop wondering how someone so powerful actually sees the world. Demeter stares up at the sky, holding her breath, praying that this day will finally come. With our main crew back together, Yuki starts stuffing his bags, and the maid and Martha stand there, waving like they're sending him off to something huge. Odette's about to take off, in real talk. Can we all just pause and admire that outfit for a second? Absolute fire. Their target was Taurius Erildum, way up north, right near the border. They scramble onto a horse-drawn carriage and kick off their brutal, long haul straight through the wilderness. Yuki can't stop thinking about the Lord of Nosferatu, and he's convinced it's right there, waiting to pounce on them. The city shrinks to a speck on the horizon as they push into the unknown. They're stuck on this wild route, 3 days rattling by carriage, then a full boat ride, and finally a whole day trudging on foot. Odette studies the map like it's a treasure quest, and somehow still looks absolutely adorable while she does it. Yuki casually throws out a flex like, I took the exact same route 350 years ago. He's got beef with boats because the thought of getting even slightly wet makes him freak out, and honestly, I can't even blame him. They're planning to stop at the third town and finally catch a breather, making the most of day one. But Yuki drops a game-changing idea to turbocharge the whole trip. He's got that smug grin on his face, like he's seconds away from unleashing game-breaking magic. Like out of nowhere, an NPC adventurer slaps his hand on Yuki's shoulder and plays the ultimate tough guy. This guy thinks they're just sheltered trainees until the monsters show up and absolutely wreck them. He leans in and drops a chilling warning about the monsters beyond the walls, monsters you can't even begin to imagine. Yuki stares him down and demands the exact details, his eyes screaming that he's about to end this man's whole career. This kid's been hunting monsters for so long, it probably started before this guy's great-grandpa even hit his first birthday. The NPC just laughs it off, then admits he's never even seen the monsters himself. What an absolute clown. He drops a wild rumor. There's a monster out there that's really wearing actual armor. A towering monster stalks the wilds, prowling the night like clockwork every single night. And Yuki can't stop thinking about that armored monster idea. She's hooked. They roll into town, then slip out before dawn so they can dodge any more NPC nonsense. Just look at Odette. She's sleeping so peacefully it's almost respectful, and I can't stop staring. She jolts awake with a big yawn, looks absolutely adorable, and then they hustle into gear to head out. But Yuki refuses to let anyone spot him, so he cooks up a slick plan for the trip, pure stealth from start to finish. He tells Odette to jump onto his back, and I swear you guys are all sitting there green with envy at our MC right now. He yanks her into the seat and buckles her tight, so when he slams the gas, she won't go flying. The moment they start prepping for takeoff, the whole town goes dead silent, every last soul gone. Yuki hits boosted double, and boom, glowing magic circles flare to life on his hands. Odette's face when the G-force slams in, priceless. They're hauling ass so hard that it feels like sonic booms are blasting through the middle of the street. He snaps on the fly skill and launches himself skyward with a monstrous leap. He explodes into motion, kicking off the roof like a full-blown ninja, then somehow he rockets even faster. They climb higher and higher until the ground finally slips away behind them. Odette's hair whips in the wind as she and her companion tear through the night sky. This is straight-up absolute cinema. They're not just moving, they're soaring over the whole region like it's nothing. Odette is absolutely eating this up, and she's not even the slightest bit scared because Yuki is a legend. As she rockets toward the dawn, it feels like the whole world has turned into a dream. With this kind of speed, they'll smash into the village in under 3 days. Even Yuki's flying fox familiar can barely hang on as she tears forward at a totally insane pace. He's decided to trigger the jump again every time they drop near the ground, so they stay airborne no matter what. As the sun starts to crawl up the horizon, the view hits you like a knockout, honestly breathtaking. Odette turns back to Yuki, her eyes shining with pure, unstoppable admiration. She's freaking out, saying this is the best trip ever, and yeah, with a Chad like Yuki as your personal jetpack, that's straight-up peak life. Yo boys, we kick things off with a full-on beach vibe, seagulls wheeling in the sky like we're finally out here for a good time. We roll up to a port town hooked straight to the inland sea, and the vibes are downright immaculate. Yuki's here with his blonde waifu, Odette, and they just landed in the town of Gazanan. Just look at this town, massive. Still, I bet the rent here would somehow crush my studio apartment. And look at these ships out here, racing, creaking, and carving up the docks like they've stepped straight into a true fantasy harbor. Yuki's out here soaking up that sea breeze like an absolute legend, while Odette's practically begging him to play it cool because he's way too loud for his own good. The whole town is slammed with NPCs, adventurers, and merchants, basically a side quest jackpot waiting to be looted. Yuki's inner monologue kicks in again, and she's hit with memories that this place was just a dead-end dump 50 years ago. He spots a street food stall piled high with crispy fried squid, and I swear, just looking at it makes my stomach growl. Even the wife who can't resist snacks. Yeah, she's still out here craving street food like it's a full-on obsession. Yuki's out here as a full-on food critic, clocking how the spices in this era are absolutely next level. He's starting to see it, sure, the world got ripped open by wars, but human culture still forged real progress anyway. Bro's sitting there wishing they'd invented flying ships already, because walking or sailing everywhere is way too much work for him. No way he's got 2 little bats, Dyke and Cliff, just hanging out in his cloak like total legends. He's literally tossing squid rings into the mix while he flexes that these bats can do math. Meanwhile, I'm stuck stressing over my tax returns like a joke, and these bats are out here crunching numbers. They're out in the morning trying to snag a ferry, but my gut says the moment they move, the story's about to throw a wrench in everything. Look at that sparkling water, pure cinema, but where the hell are all the ships? They sprint to the reception desk, only to get hit with the worst news. Those ships aren't leaving at all, and it's an absolute L. Take a look at the receptionist. She's adorable, but then she drops the hammer and tells him everything's totally prohibited. Yuki's totally thrown off. Why would anyone kill the grind and slam the port shut? All the sailors are just slumped around, faces heavy, because the moment they got officially fired, their whole future went dark. Turns out a monster has shown up on land, and now it's got the sea monsters snapping with pure feral rage. The mayor slammed everything to a stop until the dust settled. Honestly, that sounds exactly like a job for our MC. The receptionist is freaking out because the store's about to shut down, and that land trip to get it done takes a full 20 days. Yuki's flexing that old man wisdom again, clocking the caravan routes from his past life like he can see the past in front of him. The lady spots their magicians, and her eyes flare bright like she's just spotted a mind-blowing gigachat. She tells them to head straight to the Adventurers Guild to get the real scoop on what's going on. She points them straight at the guild, and Yuki's already cooking up his next move like a step ahead of fate. The whole squad slumps on the bench, drained and tense, because 20 days of travel has turned their lives into a non-stop nightmare. Odette's freaking out about being stuck away from the capital for this long. She's got responsibilities hanging over her head, you know. Yuki locks eyes with that dangerous look, the one that always says, someone S about to get cooked, and he's like, cool, we'll just soar over the sea, but Odette is scrambling to keep him from taking off. He launches into his plan, and Odette realizes, way too late, she's made the worst life decisions of all. Bro's most powerful crossing move is straight up hurling boards into the air, and then leaping onto them like he's in Minecraft creative mode. He remembers trying it 350 years ago, and wrecking it so hard he face-planted into the water like a total simp. Odette is asterisk, so not about to drown for some dumb TikTok stunt. No way. Then he throws out the idea of using the bats as stepping stones, and she snaps, are you kidding me? That's inhumane, you monster. She wants to use common sense for once, because that's apparently a rare superpower in this manga. Yuki's locked in on solving the monster problem. Once it's done, they're taking the boat like it's just a normal day. He's wrestling with one scary question. Can a Magic Guild guy even accept jobs from the Adventure Guild? Odette spills the real lore on that guild partnership. Turns out she's the mastermind running the whole operation. Turns out the Magic Guild never stops taking quests because nobles can't resist showing off. Nail the job and you'll snag an amazing rating, basically like getting a shiny 5-star review on Uber. Grab 3 of those and you'll shoot straight up into the high ranks, so yeah, the grind hits hard. They decide to race for the port and track down that guild before the day shuts down. They roll up to the Gazanan town branch of the Adventurer Guild, and it looks weirdly normal, like nothing's about to go down. Yuki compares it to the security from his old village. Back then it was basically just him, and yeah, this setup is so op it feels unfair. The door swings open, and it's time to find out if these local adventurers are truly built different. They strut in like they're running the place, but the second they step inside, the air feels cold and hostile. A crew of rough-looking guys barrels into view and locks onto them with hard stares, like they've walked straight into the wrong neighborhood. Yuki's baffled. Magicians can't possibly be this rare, yet these guys are staring like they just saw a ghost. They stride up to the counter and demand to know what monster's wrecking everyone's day. The receptionist waifu snaps, "Don't you dare, girl," and warns Odette to keep far away from this mess. She goes stone still, locks eyes with them, and you can tell she knows the beatdown's about to drop. She asks if they're A or B rank, and you already know our boy isn't officially up there at all. She tells them anyone stuck under C rank is basically bait for this land monster. The monster's camped on the far side of the grassland, so the main highway is still wide open, right for now. She's basically pleading with them, screaming, "Don't be heroes, this is a suicide mission." Odette realizes this guild partnership is basically just a fancy costume. If they won't even share information, it's all for show. An injured adventurer stumbles in and warns them straight up. Magicians are a terrible matchup for this beast. The entire guildhouse is packed with tattered, beaten-down adventurers. Every last one of them is screaming they got absolutely crushed. Turns out you don't just need skills, you need raw brute strength just to have a shot at surviving this thing. And here's the wild part, magic just doesn't work on it at all asterisk. Her waifu face is pure shock, like she just realized magic is totally useless in a magic manga. The receptionist starts off clueless, no name for it yet, but then the truth clicks and they finally know exactly what it is. Gawk at the armed ogre right in front of you. Look how massive and savage this absolute unit is. Yuki and the dead stride off, like they've already figured out how to bully this boss with some dirty little tricks. This ogre's been terrorizing the livestock for ages, and now he's basically seized the entire mountain area. The adventurers had a ruthless plan, fire off long-range magic first, then surge in for the kill, but everything collapsed so fast it felt like the world slammed the brakes. The ogre yanked out a shield and snapped the magic away like it was nothing, pure absolute gigachad energy. The magician on their team screamed her magic, and the second it hit that shield, it died instantly. It's plated in armor from head to toe, and that giant shield turns it into a literal walking tank. They already sent for the Magic Guild in the army, but with the way things go, who knows when those legends will finally arrive. The receptionist tells them to just hang tight for the pros, but come on, we both know Yuki isn't built for waiting around. In the guild, the air feels dead. Everyone slurps their soup in total silence, like even the walls are holding their breath. Odette starts to feel it in her bones. This isn't just a travel delay anymore. The stakes are way bigger. Yuki's just locked on that ogre picture like, wait, haven't I seen this exact thing before? Back in his old life, he fought monsters like these, and he knows exactly what it means when an ogre shows up with a magic nullifying shield, because that's pure nightmare fuel. He asked where the village was, and you could practically feel him plotting to blow off every warning the moment he hears it. Adventurer, listen, I've already warned you it's deadly. Are you ignoring me? Yuki drops the classic, I just want to see the scene excuse, like he's some kind of clueless tourist passing through. The guild is basically saying, go ahead, go get yourself killed, because they're not going to lift a finger to stop you. Odette storms out of the guild with a heavy sigh already on her lips, because she knows Yuki is about to blow past the rules. She fires off a warning, no official request, no credit for the kill, got it. Yuki claims he wants to help everyone, but that sly little grin on his face screams trouble. Then bam, he drops the truth. He's not even trying to subjugate the ogre. They slip into a cozy inn, and the second Yuki hits the room, she faceplants onto the bed like a total mood. He's replaying it in his head, how that ogre's shield killed the magic the second it hit. It throws him right back to the Lord of Phantom Armor he battled before, one that could wipe out magic on contact. Odette puts the pieces together, and her face drops like she's just seen a ghost. She suddenly clicks that the Elysium Temple could be tied to this ogre, and that spells major trouble. Yuki leans in and explains the shield is a replica of an ancient relic, and he's craving that priceless info like it's oxygen. He's trying to charm her into thinking it's totally safe, but then that smug smirk hits. Yeah, he's 100% lying. He tells her he's heading out solo and begs her to stay and rest, but she absolutely refuses to hear it. Odette rises, declares she's coming too, and backs him like the best wife she is. Yuki's convinced she's coming on way too strong, but he's secretly thrilled she showed up. He's yawning on purpose, because he's got a plan to dig up intel from that ruined village. They're slipping in at night, right as the bats are busy dozing off. The wife is all in, and that night mission is officially a go. They finally hit the village, and it's totally demolished, straight up looking like a war zone inside. Then boom, two glowing eyes flash out of the dark, and suddenly the stakes hit like a truck. A colossal beast looms in the ruins' heart, staring like it's about to throw down any second. Yo homies, we're back with another certified banger. Our boy is out here living his best life while these NPCs are barely hanging on. It starts with a calm night sky, but trust me, something wild is about to explode. Looks like some massive force just wiped out an entire village, and the wreckage is racking up a bill that's about to crush everyone. Our MC charges in with his blonde waifu latched to his back, and I can't lie, her grip is so intense I'm low-key jealous of the lucky guy. The gate is obliterated into rubble, and they're convinced an armed ogre is the one who just had the audacity to tear this place apart. Odette is prowling around, looking like a total snack even while monster breath makes her wrinkle her nose in pure disgust. The MC hunts for intel, but the village is basically abandoned, everyone with a shred of sense already vanished. Suddenly his bat familiars swoop in and drop off a tiny puppy that's trembling like crazy, then he panics instantly. Look at this little fluffball, I'm terrified. Odette is absolutely losing it because her information provider is literally a dog, but don't sleep on the riz of a good boy. This tiny puppy's out here growling like a menace, trying to look fierce and flexing like a total gigachad in a body the size of a snack. He's barking at full volume, probably ranting that he's the main character in his own story. Turns out the villagers bolted for their lives and left him in the dust. No joke, that's some next level humans can't back it up energy. MC finally clocks it. This tiny dude didn't fold at all against a rampaging, fully armed ogre, and it's straight up cinema. We slam into a flashback of the ogre, and bro is standing there absolutely shredded, covered in muscle and armor. Just look at those insane gains. Every villager was shrieking and bolting for safety, but that tiny puppy lunged at the monster like some kind of legend. That poor little guy got booted clean across the village, right out into the real rip, then he still threw everything he had at it. Even after getting totally wrecked, he still dragged himself back and barked like he owned the place, pure top-tier determination. Right now, that puppy is yelping and snapping through the tears, clearly bleeding inside from the betrayal and the crushing loss. MC's a total man of culture, so he finally gives the dog a shot and sets up some sweet, sweet revenge. He feeds the dog a taste of his special blood, and then, boom, he turns it into a familiar, because things are about to get seriously spicy. "Lick this and you'll be my familiar," he growls, and yeah, that's one wild way to seal a contract. The puppy licks his finger and seals the deal, and in the back Odette's, just glaring like she's ready to roast every life choice he's ever made. In an instant, the dog snaps back to full health, energy exploding as it calls him Master, and wags its tail like it's trying to break the universe. MC asks Odette for her name, and you can see it hit her, because that sudden weight of responsibility leaves her completely stunned. She hooks up with Garm, the devil dog from the myths, and honestly, that naming choice is such a straight-up Chad move. That little puppy absolutely eating it up, soaking in the best head pats like they're pure gold, and I swear, some of you are thinking the same thing right now, like you'd do anything to be that dog. After the MC whips out purification magic to fully heal him, it's game on, time to track down that green-skinned clown. Garm whips them toward the mountains, and you can practically feel the boss fight lurking right at the edge of the next turn. That dog's taking point and charging ahead like a born hero. Look at him go. He's got main character energy written all over him. He's flying through the action so hard that even MC stops and stares. Turns out being a familiar gave him a ridiculous power boost. They're charging toward the inland sea, and the story is getting wild so fast it's basically instant oatmeal level thick. Garm follows the trail right by the cliffs, and with that nose-on-the-wind move, he proves he's the best tracker in the whole game. Odette's freaking out over the ogre's deadliest shield, and that cape is doing her no favors asterisk. She's thick as hell, let's be real. MC suddenly goes full philosopher about Vassi's strongest spear and his own strongest shield, like he's claiming he's got 200 Q energy and nobody can stop him. He's got a holy sword sitting there, gleaming like a legend, but he won't touch it because he's terrified it'll snap, and honestly, it's the purest case of a gear hoarder. The bats clock something barreling toward the sea, and the hype spikes so hard it feels like it's about to explode. Our two-person crew is soaring over the wild landscape, and the view is unreal, but Odette's reaction is the real knockout. They spot the ogre lurking in the ship below, so yeah, brace yourselves, chaos is about to explode. That ogre's an absolute monster, even by his species' standards, and yeah, he's been absolutely grinding in the gym. A ship stranded there with nowhere to dock, and I'm telling you, that feels way too suspicious. MC racks his brain for ancient sea monster lore, then clicks every piece together, cool as ice while the truth finally hits. He's glaring down at the battlefield, ready to shatter this ogre's entire career. Odette's like, wait, why are we stopping? While MC just shrugs it off like he's built different. But he fires off some random excuse, I just went for a walk, then claims he found the ogre, also he can dive straight into the chaos. He drops in out of nowhere, and down there the soldiers completely lose it, because some random kid just showed up. The soldiers are desperately trying to play tough to shield Milady, but compared to our boy, they look like straight-up NPCs. The ogre unleashes a roar that would make most people soil themselves, but the MC doesn't even flinch, he just stares it down. He slams the ground, blasting shockwaves in every direction, and making those soldiers look like total betas. The guards are getting absolutely annihilated, those weapons can't scratch the monster at all. The ogre smashes their swords with his shield, like it's nothing, and somehow this guy's got plot armor thicker than armor itself. The MC drops in on Odette and tells her, relax, I already cracked the spear and shield riddle. He declares the winner is quantity, and as he rockets through the sky, he looks like an absolute boss. He yanks out his brand new wands, and he's dual-wielding like he's fully locked into a VR game. We cut to a lightning flashback of the research girl who built these. Total bookworm, yeah, but she's clearly got taste and culture. She wouldn't even let him pay for the wands. She's absolutely down bad for our MC's magic. Right back in the fight, the MC smirks and says, if there's only one best shield, then I'll drown it in 1,000 spears. He's about to unleash non-stop ordinary magic until that ogre is nothing but ash. The soldiers are on the ground, sobbing like they're worthless, while the MC's out there seconds away from pulling a straight-up pro gamer move. He charges the ogre straight on, and that crazy height gap hits like peak Divavis Goliath energy. He starts chanting, summoning the light ones, and getting ready for an all-out Ifrit blast. Massive fire blasts explode everywhere. This is exactly why we showed up, boys. Absolute cinema. Flames whip and swirl like a full-blown hurricane, and the visuals hit so hard they look like straight-up peak manga art. The ogre crouches behind his shield, convinced the heat can't touch him. He's smirking behind that shield like he owns the place. This monster's got nerves of steel, and it's downright outrageous. The magic fizzles out, the ogre smugly thinks he's finally won, but that's when you realize he's just been played. Odette touches down and snaps, telling the soldiers to move their asses out of her way. She steps up, says she's Odette Slay from the Magic Guild, and you instantly feel that unstoppable mommy energy rolling off her. Natasha Tordias, another noble girl, is stunned, and it's like the universe just dropped a fresh waifu right into the chaos. Natasha stares at MC with those, save me eyes. Yeah, he's absolutely collecting a harem right now. That tiny noble girl is darting around like she's about to get caught, looking terrified, and yeah, she's honestly kind of adorable. They spill the whole story, how the monster attack pinned them here, like the ultimate damsel in distress moment. Odette snaps at everyone to run for the sea, while she and the MC take the brutal heavy lifting. MC stands there with his hand out, like he's seconds away from unleashing the hottest mixtape of the year. The ogre's still grinning after stopping the first wave, but the next one is about to knock his confidence clean off. The MC finally realizes that shield only guards the front, then a devious plan clicks into place to strike him where it hurts most. Boom, a giant explosion blasts the ogre from behind, and you can practically see the confusion hit him like a wall. He's stumbling around with the funniest, priceless look on his face, then it hits him, he's not the main character. MC's wands are floating in midair, crackling as electricity surges into them. Yeah, this is straight up top-tier riz. The ogre swivels his head like, where did that come from? And then, yeah, he looks absolutely wrecked. Smoke and sparks are bursting through the air as the MC readies his next massive move. That ogre lunges to swing his shield, but our boy's already too fast, and he can't land a thing. Even the bat familiar, jumping into the chaos, screaming Ifrit, and somehow looking way cooler than any bat has the right to. 8. Ifrit blow MC rips out the craziest amount of fuel energy ever, like he's just ordering a burger off the menu. That ogre gets blasted by a wall of fire. Look at that damage. It has to be a critical hit. The ogre is shrieking in pure agony, but the fire just keeps roaring. Honestly, this is the worst day at the office imaginable. He's straining to raise his shield, but attacks crash in from every direction. His armor is finally giving up, cracks spider across it as the pressure crushes his strongest defense into pieces. The armor is ripping away from his body in pieces, and the nobles lean over the ship's rail like they're watching a movie premiere. MC checks the shield, still solid, still intact, and grins because he's absolutely going to come back for it and loot it later. The ogre is dead furious, unleashing one last desperate roar before he charges straight in. MC is just vibing, then he smirks and says it's finally time for the final. He's about to end this man's whole career. A glowing magic rune burns on his hand, and you can tell he's seconds away from cooking up some seriously illegal experiments. He's fusing two separate runes to crank the power way up, pure big brain genius, and you can feel it in the air. He's slamming Ifrit's blast with earth-shattering molten rock magic. Talk less, bro, that's insane. Everything fires at once, and the MC looks like a walking god, energy surging through him like a living storm. The entire world starts trembling, and the ground is about to split open and gulp that fool down. The ogre comes charging forward, and it's like he's sprinting straight into his own funeral. The ground erupts in crimson, splitting open like it's breaking apart at the seams. Yeah, this is the kind of magic that screams end of the world. Massive spikes of molten rock tear out of the ground, and it looks absolutely brutal. The ogre gets trapped dead center in all of it, and there's zero chance he walks away alive. Odette watches from the ship, jaw dropped, because even she didn't realize he was this unhinged. The ogre gets straight up incinerated and impaled at once, like seriously, that's maximum overkill. He crumples to the ground, twitching and smoking like a burnt steak, shattered into pieces, bozo. The entire place is nothing but a crater of burned-out earth now, and the MC just stands there like the explosion didn't even touch him. The nobles stare in stunned awe, praising him as a brave, powerful magician, while he's probably just plotting what to eat for lunch. MC's so hyped his experiment finally worked that he's straight up geeking out, raving about how ridiculously cool ancient magic is like a total Chad. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? We're back with another straight-up banger, and Yuki is out here turning the whole world into his playground after he just absolutely smoked that armed ogre. Look at this wasteland. Everywhere he steps screams final boss energy, like the tutorial hasn't even finished yet. Yuki's out there digging through the spoils, nonchalant like grabbing a colossal legendary shield is no bigger deal than hitting the gym. He's trying to figure out if it's a real ancient artifact or just some high-tier replica, but bro's so unhinged I swear he could kill a god with a wooden spoon. But wait, something shiny spills out of the ogre's remains, and if it's glowing and round like that, you already know the deal. Either a game-breaking power boost or a straight-up one-way ticket to getting cooked. Yuki glares at that mysterious ball like I'm eyeing a hot pizza at 2 a.m., already knowing I'm in trouble. It's a crimson crystal, but the darkness swallows its details, and you can't read the stats until you bring in some light. Turns out that thing was straight up the armed ogre's heart, and man, that metal is absolutely hardcore. Yuki clocks his hacking ability and promises he'll use it later to dig into what insane, broken powers this item really has. Back at the carriage, the princess is sulking hard, clutching a pillow like it's the only thing that understands her. Odette storms in with a whole new waifu beside her, and wow, check out this character design, because this might be the toughest battle yet for Best Girl. That's Lady Natasha Torias, the eldest daughter of an earl, striding around like she just stepped off a luxury fashion runway. Yuki's soaking it all in, probably plotting how many more noble ladies he can snag before the ship finally goes down. Natasha is head over heels grateful, and our boy gets the full, ultra-formal bow, because he basically saved her whole bloodline from turning into ogre snacks. Yuki's playing it humble for show, soaking up every bit of attention, while he's quietly stressing over how he's gonna haul that heavy-ass shield all the way back to town. He leans in and begs them for a morning ride to Gazanin, basically a VIP escort for a job so well done it feels legendary. Natasha's jaw drops at how sharp our boy is, and trust me, the chemistry between them is already sparking. They're plotting a trip to the royal capital to rat out that ogre to the magic guild. Good luck, because that sounds like the kind of paperwork I'd drop on the floor and run from. We're crossing the inland sea, so get ready. This is the start of a full-on boat arc, and you already know what that means. Beach episodes are coming for us, boys. Natasha shoves a necklace into our hands as a thank you gift, and it screams high-tier gear, like it's gonna boost our style by a cool 50. She pushes it into his hands, swearing saving lives matters more than any lousy piece of jewelry, especially with the way this economy's going. Suddenly, Garm the dog rockets back into the scene like he's stealing the spotlight in his own anime. Yuki tells the ladies to hold up, he's got detective stuff to crack before they can head out. The whole squad storms the mountain peak, and the air turns creepy, like something about to snap any second. Garm's out here unleashing that 5-star nose, zeroing in on the ogre's nest like a bloodhound on heat, and yeah, he's a way better tracker than most NPCs I've ever seen. Odette's stuck on a rock-strewn view and can't trust it, but our boy Yuki's already clocking that the real story is getting way too intense. Sure, it looks like nothing but jagged rocky mountains, but everyone knows there's a hidden dungeon lurking in the terrain, waiting to be found. Garm starts clawing at the wall like it's guarding a secret snack, and the good boy never, ever lies. Yuki spots the hidden door, and his Mistel blood tingles as a mystery-sweet scent drifts toward him. It's a magic sealed door built to vanish into the mountain like it belongs there, pure top-tier architectural genius. Yuki gets hit with a flashback to his past life, when he built a secret room just to store his health records like an absolute nerd king, and honestly, we love him for it. He's out here judging his old secret lair against this ogre nest like it's a competition, while Odette just stands there, completely lost. Alright, time for some real gamer moves. Yuki kicks off the hacking process, trying to rip straight through the security system. He checks it sealed tight with some mid-level magic, basically a little click-to-win puzzle made for a guy as unstoppable as him. The system's analysis rips it open. Adhesion magic and moving magic are what bind that wall together. He rips the lock apart, then shoves his own mana into the system like he's overclocking a PC to blow the whole thing wide open. He realizes only authorized monsters or people can open it, which means that ogre definitely had some shady roommates. He slaps his hand on the wall, and you can almost hear the access granted chime blare in your ears. He tells Odette to give him a hand, and she's already locked in, ready to put in that work. She slaps on a boosted buff, locks eyes with that grit. Turns out she's not just pretty, she's built for war too. They both grunt with raw effort, heaving the weight as they shove against the stone. The wall tears open with a brutal rumble, and it sounds like the kind of moment movie legends are made of. Then boom, the hidden path finally opens, and it looks pitch black and deadly the moment you peer in. They step into the nest, and it's so huge even a massive ogre could lumber in here and not smack his head once. Broken swords and random junk sprawled everywhere, like a frat house after a weekend bender. Yuki spots a rotten desk, and it's weird as hell, like the ogre's hiding a 9-to-5 job on the side. And there it is, an ancient book rack, but when he flips it open, the pages crumble into dust right in his hands. All that's left is the cover, but in a world ruled by magic, one painted cover is all it takes to yank you straight into the plot. It's the very first scripture of the Elysium Temple, basically lore deep trouble, like something that's about to explode in everyone's faces later. Odette is losing it because this place isn't just a hideout, it's the cult's secret base, and they've been lurking here for a whole 200 years. Yuki finally cracks it. This quiet countryside used to be a huge trading hub, and that means the villain's base is planted here for a reason. Garm thrusts his nose into the air and catches two fresh human scents, so that ogre wasn't alone after all, he had company. Two people are definitely with the monster, and I'm telling you right now, they're not here for tea and crumpets. Yuki clicks every piece into place and realizes it was these humans who handed the ogre its gear. One of those names was probably Dorothea Samuelson, and when it hit, Odette's face went white like she'd just seen a ghost. Next thing you know, Dorothea and her partner are messing with the ogre, either chasing a super soldier experiment or just causing pure chaos on purpose. Yuki decides that once they're back, they'll fire off a letter to the guild and let the pros take over the cleanup. Yeah, it's a total disaster, but our boy stays ice cold, calm, collected, and locked in like the gigachad he is. Now that the ogre's been cooked, that nest is officially free for all. Yuki whips around to Garm and says, "You can head back to the village, but that loyal dog won't budge an inch." Garm's out here bragging that his mama taught him to pay back every favor. This dog's got more honor than half the villains in the whole series. Yuki flashes that grin, and you just know it. This squad officially claimed a permanent mascot. He's staring at Garm's stats, and even the little guy S got some serious potential, because right now, we're about to witness a huge level up. Garm sniffs Yuki and immediately clocks it. He's still lugging that bizarre ogre heart crystal around. Yuki yanks it free, and this thing starts blasting berserk energy everywhere like it's about to explode. Odette freezes at the ominous vibe, but Yuki's eyes are bright with curiosity. He smashes the crystal, pries it wide open, and stares straight into what's really happening beneath the surface. It's stuffed with pure, concentrated magic, but a berserk curse cinches it tight. He lays it out plain. This thing is a brutal, high-risk, class-up material. It'll crank your power through the roof, but it also strips your mind and turns you into a mindless beast. Det finally clocked it, and suddenly it all made sense. That ogre was a walking tank for a reason, and she's rightfully terrified. Yuki's got that slick, devious look in his eyes, like he's itching to mess with that forbidden material. He figures it's totally okay to hold the drop back, because if they're helping the guild anyway, then who's going to complain? Det can't stop worrying about how deadly this is, but Yuki is already 5 steps ahead, like she's reading the future. He showers her with praise for worrying about him, but in the very next breath, he's already plotting a purification ritual. He's out there playing the hero of justice, screaming that evil can't have it, but we both know the truth, he just wants that buff. He drips his own missile blood into the fight and wipes the curse clean, straight up proof he's ridiculously op. Once the purification finishes, the crystal erupts into sparkling brilliance like a diamond, and boom, it's a clean, pure power-up item now. Yuki beams and swears everything's safe now, but Odette roasts him hard, because his smart words don't match the way he actually moves. She snaps at him, calling him a total tinkerer, just a kid who wanted a shiny new toy. Garm starts tapping Yuki's leg nonstop, itching for a taste of that brand new buff shine. That dog straight up begs to get stronger. Man, he's got the grind set in his bones. But Yuki cradles the pup and weighs it hard, then decides Garm's body can take the purified energy. He hands Garm the crystal and orders him to take his time, licking it slow like it's a rare fine wine he has to savor. Garm erupts in a blazing glow like he's about to go Super Saiyan, and the crystal crumbles away into pure light. Everything's running smooth, and Yuki can't help but stare in awe, like a proud dad watching his kid level up. That light explodes across the sky, and Odette can't even process what she's witnessing. Boom Garm rips through his evolution, turning into a high Morse dog, and his stats skyrocket like a cannon blast. Garm's buzzing with hype, and Yuki shoots him a savage thumbs up. Absolute cinema, boys. Odette is totally wiped out by the non-stop chaos you managed to cram into one single night. Yuki drops the power move and tells Garm he can be Odette's personal guard now, straight up the kind of bro flex you can't ignore. He tells her you're the one who named the dog, and just like that, they're locked together for life. Garm stares at her with those massive good boy eyes, and Odette gets completely crushed, defeated by pure cuteness. She finally gives in and starts rubbing his head while they rush to get back to the ship. They're finally packing up and heading out toward the Torius Heraldum. Things look like they might turn around at last. Right as they're about to leave, Odette's about to step out, and her foot slams into something hard buried in the dirt. It's a bronze coin, but it's one she's never seen anywhere in this kingdom before. This isn't local money at all. There's no way some random territory lord could mint something this high quality. Yuki can't shake the thought, did this thing crawl out of the past from 200 years ago, or did the magician drag it all the way from somewhere far, far away? Odette grabs it and refuses to let go, because you just asterisk no asterisk this is about to kick open a whole new questline. Yuki slams the cave shut again with some mountain-moving magic, because yeah, he's that kind of professional. He even flips the key point in his favor, so the original owners can't claw their way back into the conversation. That's a full-on pro-gamer flex. After a brutal night of hacking, dog evolution, and nest raids, everyone's wiped out and fighting to stay awake. The sun claws its way over the horizon, painting everything gold as the whole team rides into a perfect, mission-accomplished sunrise. Yuki replays the investigation in his mind, grinning because the results are actually interesting. He realizes that when the purified crystal finally mixes with his blood, it could unlock something totally insane. He's seriously toying with the idea of making other humans immortal. Bro is basically playing God right now. Odette snaps at him to knock off the daydreaming and hurry up, catch up with the rest of the group. He flashes a smirk, because right now the only mission that matters is reaching a fear-fueled village. The ship's been fully loaded and ready to blast off, because the next arc is about to kick in. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? I'm back with another one, and trust me, the plot's finally flipping the switch and giving us the hits we paid for. We kick things off with a giant boat grinding into the harbor, and you can practically feel that something huge is about to hit. The locals are straight up losing their minds. Like, we just got back and the legendary armed ogre got completely demolished. The NPCs are literally glitching out of disbelief, because 2 trainees and a noble lady actually survived a monster that magic can't even touch. Det's out here looking like an absolute snack on the cover, and I'm telling you, if she even blinked and called me her master, I'd fold instantly. The guild is gawking at that giant shield like it's the holy grail, like they just found the one thing that probably cost a fortune. Everyone's crowding around Yuki, begging for the secret sauce, like he's about to drop some elite strategy or an ancient forbidden technique. But Yuki just smashes them with pure nerve. He fires exactly where he won't block them, and suddenly these NPCs look like total pushovers. Det scrambles to save his riz, blurting that he used familiars to throw off the enemy, making it sound way more strategic than it ever really was. Yuki just stands there, a tiny bat perched on his head like he owns the whole stage, and he doesn't care one bit about the fame. He starts spinning this wild tale about how they accidentally got lost. Then, bam, they somehow ended up saving Lady Natasha, the most classic main character excuse in history. The locals are straight up worshipping them right now, because they saved the Earl's daughter and somehow kept every death from happening. Natasha's safe and sound, and the NPCs are so relieved they're basically ready to hand Yuki their firstborn children. The crowd's still fixated on that shield, screaming it's ancient, because after the war it's basically untouched. These guys are acting like they just cracked open a rare limited edition waifu figure, bragging how insanely lucky they are just to be standing near it. Yuki's just vibing in the background, low-key brooding about the fact that his old life had way better loot. Internal monologue time. Boys, Yuki just confirmed it's 100% an ancient relic, and he's already been jamming into its inner magic like he owns it. Turns out that shield was really a piece of a huge, mecha-armored knight called the Lord of Phantom, and honestly, it's pure cinema. Odette's sitting there, wondering if some legendary knight ever used it, while Yuki's quietly clocking the whole lore of this world better than the developers, and she has absolutely no idea. He casually lets it slip that it's only a piece of a much bigger robot, and Odette's face is caught in the wild moment like something being born right there. We cut to a flashback of Yuki in the full armor set, and come on, if he ever gets that whole suit, he's basically strapped to infinite plot armor. Odette's blown away by his massive brain, and the moment it hits, she's fully wide awake, like every second is pulling her deeper for him. The guild master strides in, coughs once to grab every eye in the room, an absolute menace of a presence. He declares the case is over, then fires off a request to the Magic Guild to come snatch up their brand new shiny prize. The NPCs are crushed because this is the final day they'll ever get to lay hands on the precious shield, and honestly, it's kind of heartbreaking how pathetic that makes it feel. Then the guild master goes full chaos mode. He's not just talking, he's personally petitioning Yuki and Odette for a high-tier evaluation for that carry. The whole room explodes with hype, and Yuki's just standing there like he never even tried. Absolute gigachad energy. The guild just admitted it straight up. Without Arduo, their reputation would have been demolished. They're going all out, setting up a full-on party, handing out personal gifts, and flooding the place with free food, because that's the one way you treat a hero. Natasha is finally headed home, and you can tell she's about to miss Sir Yuki more than words can say. She pulls them into her earldom, and right then and there, you can practically see the heroine flags going up everywhere. Their quest keeps rolling. Now they're plotting a dash to the opposite shore to hunt down the hidden village. Natasha shoves a pendant into their hands and hisses that her younger sister Ophelia is waiting on the other side. New wife, you alert the boys. Yuki's acting all calm like travel's no big deal, but we both know the truth. This dude's a reincarnated legend. And that final handshake locks it in one look, and you already know these two are 100% crossing paths again. She leans out of the carriage and waves goodbye like a full-on princess, while our boy tears off toward the next quest. Even the dog looks hyped to roll out, sniffing out the next wild adventure and whatever thick wafers are waiting up ahead. The guild master booked them into the most luxurious inn in town, and Odette can barely contain her excitement to see what kind of luxury they're actually getting. And there it is, the legendary one-bed trophy, the kind of absolute cinema you can't believe is real. Odette is straight up freaking out. Because she's cultured, she reads the room, and she knows exactly how these stories always end. Yuki's an absolute Chad. He doesn't even hesitate. He's so drained he just starts stripping right then and there. He's locking eyes with her, and for one wild second, I swear I thought this recap was about to go way off script, if you know what I mean. But nope, he faceplants onto the bed and drops into instant sleep, and Odette is left standing there like, totally stunned and stranded. She's just staring at him like, seriously, this man is really snoring right now. Yuki's mind is screaming that he's at his breaking point, because at 13, his body can't survive all-nighters the way his old one did. He mutters a thank you in his sleep to that debt, and her heart is practically flipping itself inside out right now. He keeps rambling in his sleep about how happy he is to be with her, and honestly, that's the ultimate accidental riz straight up. Odette's stuck in dead silence, trying to wrap her head around how one boy can wreck her heart this badly. She drags him for being troublesome, but the way she blushes says it all. She's completely gone for him. Culture check, she slips into her nightgown, and wow, the artist absolutely knew every inch they were sculpting. She tiptoes onto the bed, praying he won't wake up and catch her like this. She's never once let a boy step inside her room, but tonight, she's sharing a bed with the MC. Her heart pounds like crazy, and she can't stop fidgeting, like a love-struck maiden, and honestly, that's peak content. She finally scoots in beside him, and the second he's there, all her worry melts away, safe, steady, and breathing easy. She stares at her own memories and realizes, since she met him, she's been through a full transformation, shedding that stiff noble act and finally feeling truly free. She whispers back to me before she drifts off, and I swear, this is the most wholesome moment I've seen all week. She blurts out that she wishes she'd been born among his people, because what she's really saying is clear as day. She wants to be his wife. Then Yuki starts sleep-talking about his fiancée, Iris, and Odette snaps instantly. Then the dream flips to pure nightmare. Yuki starts eating poisonous mushrooms, and in his sleep he's literally gagging like he can't breathe. Odette forces herself to stop spiraling on those weird thoughts and finally crashes into sleep before she completely loses it. She's trying to bury that gut-deep feeling, but come on, everyone knows the childhood friend road is pure heartbreak and hard choices. Morning hits and Yuki's back, feeling like $1,000,000 after that legendary sleep. Meanwhile, Odette looks like she hasn't slept in years, because the emotional damage he unleashed on her won't let her breathe. Suddenly, a bat starts hammering the window like it's got breaking news about the next boss fight. The familiars swore the whole night stayed dead quiet, so at least they didn't get jumped while they were spooning. Yuki gratefully takes the raken from them, then leans in and warns, "Don't think this is the only armed ogre out there." Garm was on patrol too, locked in and proving, once again, that he's the best boy in this entire series. Alright, it's time to bounce, but before Yuki leaves, he has to send a letter to his real fiancée so she won't think he ghosted her. He's mailing 2 copies of the exact same letter, just to make sure, like a high IQ genius locking down his plan with surgical logistics. He's fully expecting Iris to grab one for her collection. Yeah, it's a little yandere, but come on, we're into that. They hand the mail to the guild, and at last, it's time to rip out of this town and never look back. Toraga's family ship is sitting there, engines humming, and they're chomping at the bit to blast off for the next village. Yeah, the next waifu, wink wink. Look at those seagulls, boys, smells like a brand new arc, and the plot armor is already sharpening its claws. That ship towers over everything, and Yuki stares out at the ocean like he's about to storm the world and claim it. The sea finally calms down, and with those Nocia monsters looming, they can finally drop their guard and breathe for a moment. Odette's already sprawled back on deck, asleep like it's nothing, and yeah, that's a straight-up 10 out of 10 culture move. Yuki decides to finally rest, because that fancy inn clearly failed to put her to sleep. He stares across the water, lost in memories of that ancient kingdom that once prayed to the temple. The captain strides up, booming, "Yuki, boss magician," like it's a title he's absolutely, undeniably earned. The captain shoves a snack into his hands, basically bowing to him like a hero, all because he saved Natasha earlier. Turns out the captain was so terrified in the ogre fight that once he made it back on the ship, his legs just folded, pure NPC panic. He's so grateful he tells Yuki to ask him anything, and our guy lights up, ready to dig for every last scrap of lore. Yuki fires off a question about the Jures kingdom, and the captain just shrugs and admits history totally isn't his thing. Honestly, it's painfully relatable. He explains the whole mess, how that tiny kingdom got wiped out during the Eight Kings' War, all because they had ties to a temple. Not a single stone of the palace is left. This place got erased so thoroughly, it might as well never existed. It was a full-blown war of ancient relics and brutal magic. Seriously, it's the kind of chaos that screams, DLC just got announced. Yuki suddenly realizes that if the Lord hadn't been sealed, the outcome would have been beyond horrifying. But then the captain drops a jaw-dropping detail. There's a song from 200 years ago that somehow survived. An ancient festival song, sung at the heart of those celebrations, and it becomes a huge, undeniable plot point. Yuki hears that and thinks, that's the dream, like weapons can fall and kingdoms can crumble, but the music keeps playing and yeah, that's deep, bro. The festival is almost here, and the captain practically dares him to drop everything and come check it out, if he's got the time. He even drops a chilling hint. Lady Ophelia, Natasha's sister, could be singing right nearby. They call her the Diva of Taurus, because every time the ships roll in, she belts her songs right at the pier to welcome them like royalty. Yuki can't stop staring at this diva, is she packing even more charm than every girl he's met so far? He can't stop wondering, can she tell him what's left of that hidden village? The shoreline is right there, and the captain leans in and tells him, with a grin, that he's a lucky man. The view is stunning, but we both know Yuki isn't here for the scenery. He's hunting something far more important. He suddenly gets a wild flashback to 350 years ago, remembering how he migrated here the way birds do. The captain snaps, "Listen up," and you can feel the whole vibe about to flip in an instant. And there she is, the diva herself, singing them in like it's a stage premiere, and boom, the newest waifu just slid into the chat, serving pure cinematic vibes. We kick things off with Yuki just relaxing on a boat, until a creepy, mysterious singing drifts from the dock and totally ruins his calm. And would you look at that, Lady Ophelia herself. I'm telling you, the character design in this manga is straight up top tier. Yuki's zeroing in on her hard, like she's trying to figure out whether she's got that secret riz or if she's just an NPC. Then he finally takes in the words, and his face spills the truth before he can even say a thing. The lyrics straight up hype a real, true lord with black wings who heals the sick, and Yuki's breaking into a sweat because it hits way too close to home. The captain's acting like it's a once-in-a-lifetime honor to hear the diva sing, but Yuki just wants to vanish. Bro tries to play it cool and act all honored, but we all know he's crumbling inside. He's sitting there like, wait, what song is this? And why does it sound exactly like something I'd write in my own fan fiction? He can't stop spiraling, questioning if it's some ancient king, until the description punches way too close to his own life. The song keeps chanting about the dearest great lord's return, and Yuki's face spikes to max panic like I'm cooked. Det finally snaps out of her nap, and the moment she hears that melody, she instantly knows it's Yuki's personal theme song. Our boy has to move faster than a Discord mod, hot on a miner's heels, scrambling to shut her up before she blows his entire identity wide open. He shrugs it off and fires a question at the captain. Who the heck is this lord in the song? Praying it's just some random historical guy with a fancy legend attached. The captain snaps that only the lady has the answer, and Yuki is still gripping Odette hostage, absolutely thriving as the biggest menace. Then the captain snaps, yelling at the lady, and Yuki is frantically waving his hands like, no, no, stop, don't do this to me. Ophelia halts mid-stride, whips around to stare back, and I can practically hear you all thinking, yeah, she's even more precious than you hoped. Odette is wheezing like crazy, because Yuki nearly choked her out just to keep his secrets locked down. Yuki confesses she was 1 second away from pulling something unhinged, and Odette just stares, totally baffled that his theme song is blasting out here in the wild. He's totally stunned. There's no way anyone could know about that song, not unless they were tied to his past life. Ophelia's acting all shy and careful, and you already know she's hiding the real plan. The The captain hypes them up as the magicians who rescued Lady Natasha, basically handing them the VIP treatment on the spot. Ophelia hears they helped her big sister, and the second that news hits, her eyes light up with that dangerous sparkle she always has right before things go off the rails. Yuki tries to introduce himself like he's totally normal, but the stares hit him like a spotlight. She clocks his black hair and black eyes, and the realization hits her so fast it feels like she's speedrunning the mystery. She straight up demands, "Are you the true lord from that song?" And her whole face screams she's down bad for the legend. Yuki snatches the ultimate, "Way before me," and denies it on the spot, while Odette just stands there, frozen like some totally confused NPC. Next thing you know, they're standing in front of the Torius Araldum mansion. This place screams, "Worth a fortune," like it could bankrupt my entire life savings in one glance. The Earl's a total bro, he laughs, thanks them for saving his daughter Natasha, and drops mad talk like you've got the vibe chat energy. They get invited to dinner, but Yuki can't shake the feeling, because Ophelia seems to know way too much about that song. He's gotta find out whether she's tied to Fira village, because this mystery isn't just deep, it's bottomless. He's betting his old villagers hid a secret message for him inside the lyrics, and honestly, that's pure high IQ genius. In his old life, he taught kids for a living, so now he can sniff out hidden meanings in their writing like it's an open book. The Earl slams down a ridiculous seafood feast, and my stomach starts growling just from seeing it. Ophelia launches into dish-by-dish explanations like a total cultured waifu, and Odette's face is basically screaming, "I can't take this," right on the edge of a full mental breakdown. Our blonde girl is freaking out over the ingredients. She's never seen a fish that looks like a full-on monster before. She bites down on it, immediately faceplants and proves, right on the spot, that classic clumsy waifu energy we can't get enough of. Ophelia slides in and unleashes a god-tier skill. She strips that whole fish bone by bone in just 3 seconds like a legit pro chef. Odette's basically bowing like a queen, and that mommy energy spilling out of Ophelia is shockingly powerful for someone her size. She steps in to help Yuki next, slips in Sir Yuki, then almost drops the real slip, calling him true lord by mistake. But he's already halfway done with his meal, chewing like he's been starving for a whole week. Ophelia is left speechless. He devoured that fish so perfectly that it vanished down to a clean little skeleton. Yuki tries to cover his tracks, claiming he just pigged out on river fish back home, but his pro-level eating habits scream something S off. Flashback time back in his old life, he'd tear across the sky to the sea just to snag those exact fish for his village. He was the village dad, tearing apart the fish bone by bone for the kids, because not one of them could handle the bones. He realizes he just wrecked his cover as that clueless nobleman, because he's eating like a full-on seafood god. Ophelia calls out that he even knows the secret seaweed wrap trick, and Yuki instantly starts sweating bullets. That silence at the table is so awkward, it hits harder than a blast, no joke. The Earl has to step in and tell Ophelia to back off, because the guests can't even enjoy their food, while she's grilling everyone like it's an interrogation. Yuki keeps smashing the food anyway, and Odette just stares like, "Who are you even? What is going on?" The Earl demands to know the truth, so Yuki needs to start spinning brand new lies fast. He claims they're only trainees, just here to learn magic, and I swear, that's the biggest lie I've heard all day. The Earl goes for it, praises their hunger to dig into the ancient battlefields. Yuki launches into this intense speech about the Elysium Temple, and he sounds so legit you'd swear he was a real scholar. This old man is straight up clapping for him like he's in on it. Right now, the deception is pure blockbuster. He even offers to let Ophelia show them around, just what Yuki's been craving. He flat out demands a trip to the northern mountains, like he's chasing his own past and sniffing out the old places he used to rule. The Earl nods and admits that a village once stood there too, back when the scary temple had its claws sunk into everything. Yuki still remembers that place as a living nightmare, temple cultists raining down terror in the pouring rain. We catch a quick peek at how the village used to live, calm on the surface, but we all know the dark truth lurking underneath. Yuki refuses to back down. She's determined to go see it, even as Odette's face screams she'd rather be anywhere else. The Earl's eyes harden and that serious stare hits. Yeah, you can feel the bad news charging straight for you. He tells them, with zero hesitation, that there isn't a single person left in that whole area anymore. Long ago, landslides crushed the road to the village, cutting it off from the world completely and forever. Luckily, the villagers slipped out just before it went bad, but now the place feels like a full-on ghost town, dead quiet and empty. Odette realizes the hard truth. Unless they can straight up grow wings and take off, that place isn't getting reached. Yuki's bummed as hell, but I bet his mind's already scrambling up a plan to scam his way to the top. He flashes his best good boy smile and tells the Earl, thanks anyway, like he's got something up his sleeve. He chooses to crash for a bit, then plans to ride out in a couple days, staying locked on his secret mission no matter what. The Earl leans in and says his late wife loved the songs from that village, absolutely adored them. We get hit with a flashback. This stunning singer pours out her voice after the war, soothing people's shattered hearts, and she's serving pure best girl energy. Yuki's heart swells when he realizes his old friends didn't just vanish, they left a real, bright mark on the world. Everyone was genuinely grinning because those songs hit straight in the heart, and honestly, it's wholesome for once. Fiera Village's culture clung on for 200 years ***, and honestly, that's a huge W. Ophelia asks, can I sing one more song for you? And Yuki instantly realizes he's about to get hit with it. She picked them up from her mom and kept the tradition burning, handed down through every generation. She tells him that this exact song is reserved for only the important guests, and then she locks eyes with our boy like he's next. Yuki suddenly connects the dots. She's probably Rosalba's descendant, the legendary singer from his old village. Odette is totally on board, until she realizes she's seconds away from watching the highest level of cringe explode in front of her. Yuki knows he can't dodge this, especially if it's a message meant to be heard only by him. Ophelia inhales, steels herself, and gets ready to unleash the hottest track of the century. She bursts into a song for her dearest, beloved lord, and right on cue, both Yi and Odette start choking on their food. They act like their pride's perfectly fine, like fish scales are lodged in their throats, but the second they try that cover story, second-hand embarrassment hits hard and fast. The lyrics twist into something uglier. My everything belongs to the true lord, and Yuki is straight up hoping for a landslide right this second. He finally clocks that his old friends Rosalba and Alice cooked up this cringe disaster, and now he's gearing up to make them pay. Even after dying and coming back, his old life refuses to stay buried, and it crawls back to haunt him in the most painfully awkward way imaginable. It's confirmed Ophelia is his bloodline, and she's basically singing her way through his own lore right back to him. The song finally cuts out, and Odette blurts that she's diabetic because it was so sweet and painfully cheesy. Yuki refuses to let this slide. She'll hunt down the girl behind it and force her to listen to every painful word until shame finally kills her. He straight up admits the melody slaps, but those lyrics, they're a war crime against his dignity. He realizes that song isn't just music, it's a beacon, screaming that his people are still out there, right nearby. He lets out a heavy sigh at how messy his old friends were, but the moment you watch him, you can tell he's secretly grateful. Then Ophelia hits him with the bombshell. There's a sick-un song, and Yuki's soul nearly rips out of his body. She gives a polite little bow like a saint, while absolutely gut-punching our protagonist with cringe torture. By the end of it, our boy got forced to endure 5 whole songs of people praising him like he was the second coming. They clap like model guests, but Yuki's ears are basically steaming like he's going to combust. Ophelia snaps into focus and tells everyone. Her mother warned her to study the guest's face like a hawk while she sings. She'd heard the real lord would be gentle and shy, and that's exactly how Yuki showed up, every single time. He finally clocks it. He's been totally baited and exposed by that little girl, and now he's done for. She shoots him a wicked wink, then tells her dad, girls have their own secret songs, and yeah, she's a full-on savage. She tells him point blank, I only want to be your ally, and suddenly it feels like the prettiest Gwyn possible wrapped around Yuki's harem. Then it hits him this whole thing was just a test, and he totally blew it, because his poker face melted instantly. He bows low and thanks her, finally admitting that his secret's blown wide open in this house. It's confirmed she knows exactly who he is, and she's fully, fiercely on his side. Yuki decides coming here was the best idea after all songs and all, even if they're frying his mind. All right, it's time to storm into the mountains and uncover the truth behind what really happened to Fiera Village. What's up, my cultured kings? We're back with the MC who's basically a walking cheat code, vibing to songs like he's front row at a concert. Meanwhile, he's sizing up this ogre like it's some mid-tier NPC, already plotting his next vacation. Yuki's just out here vibing, jamming to ancient tunes like even a reincarnated demon lord needs some lo-fi beats to study. Check out Ophelia, this tiny cutie's blushing like crazy, faster than a simp in a VTuber chat, all because the MC is just breathing. Turns out there's a big sister, Natasha, in the mix, and I'm already praying she's the kind of certified mommy we've all been waiting for. This noble dude and Odette are hatching strategy, but I'm just staring at Odette's design. Yeah, the artist definitely knew exactly what they were doing. Gramps is getting uneasy about the border. He can feel the plot heating up, and the mess is about to explode. The Galu Empire is marching its troops, and in manga speak that means a whole batch of nameless NPCs is about to get utterly destroyed. Odette is freaking out because military training near the border is basically the world's loudest, something S about to explode. Monsters are going wild, and the MC just stands there looking untouchable, like he's already counting the seconds until he wipes them all out. The Elysium Temple is making everything miserable, and Yuki's pawing at his pockets like he's seconds away from pulling a Glock. That old man cackling and swearing it won't get worse is the biggest death flag I've seen all week. Rest in peace, old man. Yuki yanks out a sketch of a crown emblem he dug up earlier and starts detecting like Sherlock Holmes, except this time it's laced with magic. Check out this killer drawing of a crown, it's the key to the whole mystery, and look at that good boy dog in the corner, straight up acting like a legend. He leans in and explains that this logo definitely didn't come from around here, like some foreign influence is sneaking in just to mess with his peace and quiet. The noble stares and admits he's never seen that money before, and our MC's like, yeah, I get it, staying icy calm and flexing that cool guy energy to the max. Ophelia insists you all stay the night, and I swear I can hear what you're thinking, clean your minds out of the gutter, because she's just playing hostess. That smile is way too pure for this messed up world, she's practically glowing, while the MC just stands there staring into nothing like a full-on beta. Just look at those eyes, Yuki's locked in like he's already tasting the snack he's going to have later. They're holed up in this massive mansion, straight up a 5-star resort for demon lords, and honestly, it's absolute cinema. Night drops hard, bats start swarming, and that spooky vibe hits, while the dog just keeps pacing, whining like, where are my treats? MC lounges in his room, mind spiraling over a brutal debt, until a sharp knock on the door slams the peace away. Knock knock, who's there? Bet it's the plot lining up to smack him in the face. Ophelia shows up late at night, easy money. I'll give you $10 if you can guess what she wants without peeking at the next page. He opens the door for her like a full-on gentleman, maybe, because he's secretly craving some juicy lore. She starts talking about this ancient song that sings about a legendary figure, and trust me, we all know exactly who it's pointing to, Yuki. Black hair, black eyes, and a guardian deity who actually dances through the air. The description is basically a highlight reel of his past life. Yuki is internally freaking out. Someone's leaking his secret identity through a creepy nursery rhyme. She locks eyes with him, fires off the question, are you the lord from the legends? The tension is so razor-thick you could slice it clean with a sword. He finally drops the gatekeeping and tells her his first name, straight up flexing that Riz for real. Then he's moments from dropping the family name and shattering her reality, like he's about to sling her straight into another dimension. Boom Dean Nosferatu, the immortal magician, is on full display, and this panel is straight up fire because he's giving total Digachad energy. Ophelia goes stone still, staring at the absolute deity standing in her bedroom like her reality just snapped. Yuki just stands there like this is nothing. Seriously, the nerve on this man is unreal. She buys it the second he talks. She's got impeccable taste, and he's just casually like, yeah, crazy stuff happened, I came back, and that's it. Her mom always swore he'd come back, and boom, the prophecy just snapped into place. This is peak storytelling, bros. They trade stories about how the village's name vanished into the past. Some jerk squad probably tried to wipe them out. We cut to a brutal flashback. During the war, a bunch of backstabbing sages tried to wreck it all, and they got shown for the absolute losers they were. They wiped that village clean from history on purpose, but legends don't stay buried forever. They crafted those songs to hit like a punch, so even if the records got burned, the memory would still live on. Yuki thanks her for keeping the memories breathing, and he's up there looking totally choked up, while the village erupts in celebration behind them. Ophelia's blushing again when her lord praised her. It hit so hard that down bad doesn't even come close. He finally realizes those landslides that slammed into the village weren't some freak accident at all, someone set them up on purpose. The Elysium Temple slammed shut and sealed the road so no one could get revenge on them. Yeah, these guys are the real villains. This boy is gearing up for a trip to the ruins because there's unfinished business waiting for him down there. She warns him about giant snake monsters, but she has no idea she's talking to the very guy who invented being op. He discovers the temple didn't summon the monsters to protect anyone, it set them loose just to be toxic, and the pettiness level is straight up unreal. They straight up unleashed monsters into the mountains just to spite the villagers, like that's next level rage, and yeah, they're gonna get cooked. Yuki is absolutely disgusted by what that temple is doing, and honestly, same, because they're basically the NPCs of the religious world. They used him like a shield for their rampage, dragging out demon lord insults while they were the ones crawling around like monsters. With the territory running short on staff, Yuki realizes there's only one option. He's gotta clean up this mess himself. He snaps into a dramatic pose and vows to smash the mountain problem, because that's exactly what heroes do. He cracks the window open and whistles sharply, like he's summoning his air support on the spot. Meet the squad: Dyke and Cliff, the bat duo, plus Garm the dog, and these familiars bring way more riz than most MCs. Ophelia gets totally sidetracked by how adorable that dog is, and just like that, she proves magic can't protect anyone from the ultimate weakness: dogs. Yuki brings Dek along as his messenger, and the dog gets spoiled with sweet head rubs from the girl. He's still stuck on that armed ogre mess, convinced someone's been yanking the strings from the dark the whole time. Check out this map. Those culprits are probably bolting north toward the Empire, already convinced they can slip out before anyone catches them. He's moving with total caution, because he knows that even plot armor won't stop a trap from catching him. Natasha is rushing to the capital for reinforcements, but trust me, the MC is already going to finish the job long before anyone even thinks about packing up. She demands why he's pulling all this, and he just shrugs like, because I'm the protagonist, that's why. He leans in and tells her she's one of his people too, basically reminding her, your family is mine. She's moved by his kindness, and Yuki answers with a smug little smirk that could melt steel. Internal monologue kicks in. He's already plotting his escape, vanishing for good, and chasing a quiet life the moment all of this finally ends. He's determined to sink all his time into researching and tinkering with magic tech, because for a genius, that's basically the dream retirement plan. He's determined to craft magic replicas that help people with disabilities, basically proving he's a total Chad with a heart of gold. He won't let the people he loves die while he's stuck living forever. Immortality feels like a prison when you're alone. He swears it's all about me, but come on, everyone knows he's secretly a huge softie. Ophelia just stares at his logic in pure disbelief, while he keeps smirking and chuckling like a total dork. She bursts into giggles because it finally clicks. She understands exactly why her ancestors were obsessed with this guy. She drops to her knees and swears loyalty to him, sealing her spot as the newest addition to the MC's ever-growing harem. Yuki can't believe she's suddenly so loyal, and it's basically proof that he's totally oblivious when it comes to women. He tracks down a song about an old castle, hunting for more clues like a ruthless pro gamer. There's really a song, and she's blown away he even thought to ask for it. Dude's got that 200 IQ move. The song hypes up the Lord coming back to his home, basically shouting that his old base is still standing somewhere out there. He's set to leave, but Ophelia grabs him one last time before he walks out without her. She asks for a head pat, and my heart basically melts on the spot. This is way too wholesome for a trashy recap. He's all set, then he shoots his hand out, ready to hand over the ultimate reward. With a head pat to kick things off, her dream finally hit, and she's smiling brighter than a kid on Christmas. Turns out it's a whole tradition. During ceremonies, the guardian deity pats people's heads, and this lore runs way deeper than you think. Flashback to his past life, he was already pulling the same move on his villagers, and yeah, he was a gigachad back then too. The song basically screams that the villagers prayed he'd stay alive, no matter what it took, even if it meant battling the entire temple. He can't stop worrying they might be mad he left, but the very next beat of the song snaps everything into place. They just begged him not to die again, and I swear, nothing has sounded more wholesome to me all year. He's convinced they're acting way too harsh, but you can't miss that grin he always has. Yeah, he totally loves those guys. She slips away to get some rest, floating on cloud 9 after that head pat. She's literally skipping off like a lovesick mess, utterly down bad for the deity. Morning breaks and our boy's chomping at the bit to go. Only problem is, he's not stepping out by himself. Odette's brushing her hair, looking like a total mom, and she's straight up insisting she's coming too. No way she's letting him hog all the fun. She's dead set on being the one who's right there for him, and I'm totally all in on this power duo. Look at that wink, she's serving top-tier riz, and she absolutely knows it. They roll out together, and the second the blonde waifu steps into the party, you just know chaos, epic chaos, is about to blow the doors off. We snap to the mountain fort, guards posted like statues, but you can feel it, something's about to go down. They're slumping, sighing like life's boring, totally clueless they're about to be swallowed by a manga storyline. They start badmouthing the Grand Dark Boa like it's basically a boss fight begging to explode. People write off talk of a village perched above that mountain as just myths, but we know the truth, and it's real. They bring up the legend of the temple's wrath, and it makes one thing crystal clear: those priests are total jerks. Guard spots a black figure streaking toward the mountain and immediately gets roasted for it. The captain laughed him off and called the report stupid, because you never laugh at the guy who spots the MC. Humans can't fly, he snaps, right before the MC shuts him up by proving it in the most jaw-dropping way imaginable. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous blast crashes in, and both of them jerk up like they just got shocked. A massive thing is roaring down the mountain, and these poor NPCs are about to get absolutely wrecked. They see a boulder, but what's really hiding underneath is way worse. It's the giant snake's head, and it's a massive chunk of horror, now completely smashed to pieces. That B*****H slumps down in front of the fort, like some overcooked pasta hit the ground. The guards go totally silent when they realize one of the mountain's rulers just got wiped out. It's one of the 5 rulers, and it's straight up lifeless, like someone just flexed so hard they shut the whole mountain up. These snakes have scales so tough even top-tier adventurers couldn't make a dent, and somehow, they still got sliced open like butter. The guards just stand there, staring over the wall like their brains just broke, wondering why they even exist at all. The trees are rattling like they're warning us something huge is about to blow up in our faces. And there he is, Yuki rockets through the forest, slicing down snakes left and right like it's Fruit Ninja on ultra mode. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Back with another certified banger. Yuki's out here proving monsters don't mess with a reincarnated demon king, and it kicks off at the mansion where the NPCs finally clock him, while Yuki and the squad slip out way too early to go handle business in the mountains. They're gearing up to hit the northern border with supplies, and Ophelia's supposed to sing for the troops, but let's be real, they're just buying time while the real Chad is out in the field. Yuki and his blonde sidekick, Odette, are sprinting through the treetops right now, straight up like they're starring in some high-budget Naruto fan edit. But the forest is cooked, and before you know it, a hulking, scaly NPC stomps in like it's hunting its next snack. Our guy doesn't even break a sweat. He pops the first snake like it's bubble wrap, and when 3 are gone, he's only just getting warmed up. Odette's out here unleashing the dance of the Earth God to mow down the small fry, and just look at the spotlight on her. Yeah, she's top-tier waifu material. Then boom, a massive snake tries to sneak up and kill the moment, but Yuki slashes in with pure audacity and peak riz, scooping her up in bridal style and launching her through the air. Look at that blush, I'm telling you, she's officially down bad for our boy. Yuki yanks out a magic dagger and straight up shoves it into the snake's mouth. Then just like that, one activation later, boom, the snake's head turns into pure cinema, detonating from the inside out. But hold up, there's always some bigger threat, and in this case, it's a kingpin snake so massive it probably needs its own zip code. Right when everything's going totally wrong, a bat suddenly swoops in and chirps to him, "Master." Suddenly, a whole swarm of flying rodents crashes the scene, and every single one drops to its knees for him. Turns out they're the descendants of his old familiar from 200 years ago, and they've been waiting their entire lives for their GigaChat master to finally return. He breaks down how he used to restore his old familiar's magic-infused blood, and that's the real ultimate power-up, no doubt. Yuki slips the bats a tiny taste of his blood to keep the contract fresh, and tell me you're seeing this too, because those bats are getting lucky asterisk, right? Armed with his fresh aerial GPS, he locks onto the bat-approved route and shoots straight up a sheer vertical cliff. The bats explode into a chaotic swarm around the boss snake, crowding it like enraged fans at a concert just to keep it distracted. Yuki just smirks, then fires his fire magic straight down the snake's open throat with a double cast. The snake's head literally explodes into a firework storm, and it's absolute chaos. Odette's over there clutching her eyes because this gore is brutal, and she just can't handle it. After the fight, we learn these bats have been guarding his old village ruins for centuries. Pure loyalty, no questions asked, and honestly, that's the kind of ride-or-die energy that hits different. They finally stumble into the ruins of Fira village, and man, this hits like a gut punch for our boy. Meanwhile at the palace, Natasha Torias, the cutie Yuki who saved earlier, burst in with shocking news, reporting the armed ogre threat to Prince Cain. They're freaking out because these monsters don't just fight, they slap down magic-nullifying shields, and that's a nightmare for any normal mage. Master Zamel is so locked in on uncovering this ancient tech that he's downing potions nonstop just to keep his eyes open. Natasha starts zoning out about Yuki, and the scene yanks us back in time to her mom. Mommy, no, wait, mommy, because the Torius women's assets are part of a family tradition of culture. Back in reality, the prince and Zamel are straight-up glazing Yuki, gushing that he's an absolute beast for dropping that armed ogre. They snap into a full-on argument over who gets to recruit him into their faction, like he's some legendary loot drop everyone's fighting for. Natasha slams her report shut, strides out fast, and you can practically feel that huge life debt crushing down on her for our boy Yuki. Right as she steps out, the door swings wide, and a brand new challenger bursts in. It's Princess Iris Rischa and the brothers. Yeah, the Riz in this room just hit critical levels. Look at that design, tell me, is she about to become the new main waifu? I'm giving you $10 if you can guess how fast she's gonna fall for the MC. Princess Iris is making her entrance. Watch her glide in with pure, stunning grace. We just got Princess Iris Rischa, and trust me, those royal genes are absolutely going into overdrive. Then Lady Natasha Torias steps in, and honestly, the art in this series is basically a gift wrapped for us men of culture. She's on the hunt for the big shot NPCs, Prince Cain and Master Zemmel, because she's got a feeling she's about to get dragged into some painfully boring politics. But wait, hold your breath, because Iris just dropped an urgent report, and now she's yanking Natasha in two, like the plot's about to explode. They burst in and there's Prince Cain, just lounging like an absolute Chad, dead serious, asking, so what's the move? Iris drops the bombshell that the Gol Empire is playing dirty. Snakes are slipping into the kingdom like sneaky rats. The maid yanks out the receipts, and trust me, these aren't boring papers, they're the proof that drives the whole plot. Yuki ransacked an ogre lair and snagged a coin, and right there with him was thick-adjacent Lady Odette. Cain's finally locked in, because even a laid-back prince can tell when the whole kingdom is getting cooked. Turns out this isn't some random coin, it's the Empire's nobility's official, hire you to do dirt money. Iris wasted no time, she already had the Magic Guild investigate, and with that top-tier brainpower, she left Natasha totally speechless. Natasha's straight up fawning over the princess now, acting like she's the most dignified person alive, like sliced bread somehow dressed up and became royalty. Just imagine that princess and her knight locked together like a single heartbeat, their bond hits so hard it feels blinding. She's betting these two high-rankers aren't total betas, and that when they get it, they'll instantly realize just how serious this is. People are theorizing the Empire is joining forces with what's left of the Elysium Temple, like a crossover nobody wanted, but somehow it's happening. Yuki's letter warns that the enemies may have unleashed the ogres just to buy time, then they slip north and vanish. The room suddenly goes dead silent as everyone realizes just how insane and how bold this plan would be if it's actually true. If the Ogre King is marching toward the Torius domain, then Natasha's backyard is about to explode into a full-on war zone. Iris isn't just sitting there waiting for some boring committee meeting. She's blasting the Magic Guild to send the heavy hitters out right now. Cain can't shake the fear of what's out there, but Iris is locked in. Those eyes say she's ready to throw her whole life on the line for her man. She blares, "I'm going," with such fearless confidence it probably jolted the neighbors awake. She swears it's duty as a liege, but let's be real, she's hopelessly down bad for Yuki and can't wait to get him alone ASAP each. She's already packed her bags and ready to bail, because this departure speed is straight up unreal. Natasha is practically weeping tears of joy because she thinks the princess is a saint, but Iris is out there chasing that knight, Riz, like she's got her own mission. Natasha offers to guide them, and Iris lights up so hard with joy that she practically radiates a dark, fired-up aura. She's bursting with joy at the thought of reuniting with her lord, and for a second, her real feelings nearly spill out in front of everyone. Cain just sits there, dead calm like, yeah, kingdom security, sure, sis, whatever. He's never seen her this fired up. She's straight up chanting, I will go to his side, in her head like a relentless mantra. He flashes her the green light and sends her straight to the Torius domain, launching the rescue mission for real. Even old man Zamel can't hold it in, tears stream down his face, because he's a total softie for devotion like this. Iris is losing her mind with happiness, because this is finally the perfect excuse to go track down her man. Cain blurts that she needs to stay put and wait for Yuki, but I'm telling you, she's probably already halfway out the door. She swears she'll never budge from Yuki's side, like some dramatic wedding vow, not a mission briefing. Cain tells himself he's being a great brother, while Iris is rocking the grin of someone who just hit the jackpot. She leans in and whispers, he's given his word, now there's no way he can back out. The guys just stand there, staring, because the mood flips so hard it feels like the air got thinner. And just like that, the princess launches off as a vanguard investigator, sprinting forward at full speed like a hungry gamer racing for the fridge. Meanwhile, Yuki and the gorgeous Odette finally arrive at the battered old entrance to his past life village. Odette soaks up the view, and yeah, the scenery is almost as stunning as she is in that outfit. Welcome to Fira Village. This is where our MC's whole story begins, right before he gets reincarnated. Dead silent, either pure peace, or the exact moment the horror movie starts rolling, depending on how much plot armor this story's got. Just stare at those empty fields. This place is a full-on ghost town now. Yuki slips into an abandoned house, ready to feel the place and see what's really going on. The roof is dripping like crazy, yet the furniture sits perfectly in place, as if the NPCs just clocked out and disappeared. He tilts his head toward the sky, staring through the holes like it's a time machine, and you can tell he's lost in memories of the good old days. Odette asks what it looks like, and he admits that even as it rots, everything still stays perfectly in order. He's damn relieved. Turns out the villagers really did have time to pack up and bail out, nice and orderly. There weren't a single scorch mark or broken ruin, just the quiet march of time, ticking forward like it owned the place. Odette snatches his hand and tells him, "Don't you dare scare me," and honestly, that's peak waifu energy. She clocked every little tremble in his nerves the whole time, because she's the only one who truly gets our boy. Yuki gets completely blindsided by what she notices, because he's so dense he could miss a cue from the heavens, I swear. She's demanding a full tour of the place where he and Iris used to live, and she won't hear a single no. They step into the village, and just like that, the sheer size hits them. This place is seriously massive. He proudly shows off those stepped terraces and the crystal-clear spring water, like in his past life, he was straight up living his own SimCity. Yuki acts like none of it matters, but we both know he's secretly bursting with pride over his work. Then boom, we're staring at a public bathhouse, and you can practically feel the village's pride in every steaming corner. He even had heat-resistant tubs ready to boil water, like this village was already living in the future, while everyone else was stuck out in the dirt. A message board where people hunted reports of monster sightings and begged for help, and the setup was way smarter than most modern MMOs. A lush herb garden fed a lab that churned out top-tier potions for nearby towns, and the whole economy was booming like never before. They even had a top-tier smithy. This village was basically an endgame hotspot where only the elite players rolled in. Odette feels utterly crushed. These designs run so perfectly that they make her own domain look downright mid. She can't believe a village from 200 years ago was this advanced. She's honestly losing her mind. Yuki casually drops that everyone can master basic magic, and then they go hunting monsters together like a tight-knit crew, so what kind of elite squad is this really? He swears that one in every 50 years of upgrades made this possible, but we all know it was him. He was the one hauling the whole team forward. Odette meets his gaze with those razor-serious eyes. She's seconds away from firing the big question. She leaned in and asked if he could become the guardian deity of her domain, basically demanding that he carry her people too. He shuts her down fast, telling her the villagers built it all, and he only lent a hand with the blueprints. You catch a flash of his old self, built like an absolute gigachad, racing to construct facilities for his people. He just wanted them to work in peace of mind. What a total legend. And he can't stop replaying his past, wondering whether he truly did right by them, or if it still wasn't enough. Odette flashes him a sweet smile, and she knows he's doing the same humble thing he always does. They're closing in on the castle at last, and that trek from the village still feels brutal in their bones. Look, there it is, the Demon Lord's castle perched on the edge of a cliff, hanging over the void like absolute cinema. It got obliterated by magic blasting out of the Elysium Temple, and yeah, those guys don't exactly do peaceful. They push into the ruins, and the sheer devastation hits them like a punch, absolutely unreal. They finally spot the entrance to the throne room, what's left of it anyway. Yuki finally cracks it. This whole throne room thing was just his study, and the villagers hyped it up for show. That throne wasn't some magic royal seat, it was just a chair a blacksmith made, one he kept patching and fixing for years, and Riz's humility is through the roof. Flashback, the kids packed into his study, and he somehow turned that whole place into the community's beating heart. Look at this little girl's drawing, pure, wholesome joy, and it hits the MC so hard he vows to protect everything that brings smiles like this. Yuki flashed a tender smile, like he genuinely cherished every single one of them. He throws his hands up, there's nothing left for them in this hall, and storms onward toward the real excitement. They charge down a shadowy corridor, and you can practically feel something legendary waiting at the end. Odette stands right beside him, and he grips Martha's handkerchief like it's pure luck in cloth. As he strides through these halls, it's like the past smashes into the present, because this place was built 200 years ago. We catch a glimpse of his past eyes, ancient power raging inside them, wisdom burning like fire. His younger self strutting through these same halls. Yeah, even back then, he looked like a total boss. Det locks eyes with him, and you can practically see it click, like she just realized this kid's not just talented, he's something way bigger. Yuki tells her she's a good person, and the way he says it is so smooth she might as well be melting on the spot. She's totally flustered, blinking at where that even came from, and her face turns a bright tomato red as she blushes. Even though she tells him, "Don't give me a heart attack," she's absolutely down bad for this man. They stumble onto a hidden door, because every badass castle has to have a secret basement stuffed with legendary loot. Turns out, under that study is a priceless relic, and Odette's hanging on every word. Yuki shuts his mouth tight, gripping the moment as he gets ready to spill the secret he's been hiding. Flashback: Lyle was fuming, whining that his riddles had no creativity, and yeah, the guy was basically a total meathead. Only the village chiefs held the secret to opening it, sealing that treasure away for centuries. He stored the villagers' health records right here, like a true guardian deity who never missed a beat. He vowed to keep the memories of the dead alive, because yeah, he's a total Chad with a real heart. Then he blurts out that Iris once tried to sneak in her 3 sizes, and honestly, the girls had immaculate taste since day one. He slaps his hand on the wall and boom, the ancient password still clicks in like it never aged, which is wild security, honestly. Dean Nasaratu's promise to the oldest villager is no normal password. It's a heavy title you can feel weighing down your soul. The wall starts to slide, and your gut screams that something huge is about to burst into view. Odette is totally rattled by this mechanism. She's never seen anything like it in her life. At last, the secret chamber bursts open, and that blazing light reveals something absolutely epic inside. They push into the room, and the tension is so thick it feels like you could slice it with a blade. Boom, there it is, a hulking jet-black suit of armor planted like the final boss, daring anyone to step closer. Odette realizes this is the Lord's legacy, and the design is straight-up insane, like it's beyond cracked. Yuki tilts his head up and grins like he just found treasure, because he's finally back together with a piece of his past. This is the legacy Alice's father left behind. Seriously, the guy was probably an absolute monster. Lyle Carmen, look at that helmet. That's pure peak night aesthetic, no doubt. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? ITS back, and this one's a certified banger. The MC finally gets his hands on ancient hardware that makes a Tesla look like a tricycle. We kick things off in a secret bunker, because Lyle was an absolute Chad who planned for everything. This room's locked down tighter than my darkest search history, and that password, it's a village secret that's been passed down for generations. Then we finally see it, the absolute beast of royal knight armor just standing there, like it's ready to solo an entire continent. The craftsmanship on this thing is straight-up cinema. Seriously, you can tell the artist was locked in, because these plates hit with pure talent. Yuki and our blonde waifu Odette are just locked onto this like it's a limited edition drop, and yeah, I feel exactly the same. This is the legendary Royal Knight, built just for Yuki, and the aura blasting off it feels straight up unreal. Lyle even left piles of documents neatly sorted, straight up proving he was a total admin gigachat before he dipped. Yuki's over here grinning like crazy, because he knows his kid really had his back in the most ridiculously extra way possible. Even if this room is cramped as hell for a giant metal death machine, it'll still get the job done. Suddenly, Yuki spots gamer code carved straight into the floor right in front of the armor. He tells Odette to light it up, because his old man eyes can't make out the fine print when the room goes dark. It's Lyle's handwriting, and you can already tell a gut punch is coming when the son drops a message for his pops. The message kicks off by blasting the idiot father, absolute power move, then he smirks and labels it a gift for all the trauma he forced onto him. He basically built the whole thing, so Yuki would never have to worry about taking an L in battle ever again. Yuki's literally on his knees right now, because the emotional blow is crashing into him like a truck gun. He dedicates the Royal Knight Lord of Nosferatu to his father, and if that title doesn't scream peak edge, I don't know what does. Our boy's tearing up because he finally realizes what his idiot son sacrificed just to pull off this whole plan. Lyle slipped into temples, turned on the sages, and pushed his body to the breaking point just to keep his dad alive and safe. Odette dives in as the ultimate supportive waifu, reminding him that the whole village really did have his back, no joke. We get a split-second look at the squad, and yeah, those specs are ridiculously overpowered for a bunch of random villagers. Even the vampire mommy is out here in the flashback warning them to stay away from anything dangerous. But come on, we all know these guys are built different. Yuki wipes his tears, snaps into "let's fly" mode, and tells himself he's definitely about to take this bad boy for a spin. If he can't move it, he'll just leave it here and swing back for research later, but we both know he's going to crack the problem and make it work. Odette vows to keep the secret locked down tight, and come on, look at that face, she's 100% best girl material. She even begs to join the research team, and trust me, this lab's culture is about to go absolutely nuclear. She's chasing this tech so people can finally live comfortably, and honestly, this Saintess move is so pure it feels unreal. Yuki's fired up. He's about to give this ancient relic a real-life jump start. He's cranking the classic arm spin warm-up, because in a second, he's about to start serious magical engineering. He's going to sneak in with mana mixed in his blood to see if that giant hunk of metal has a soul. A wild bat bursts in out of nowhere, and it's an emergency message, straight from the familiar back at Ophelia's place. Cliff and Garb are totally up to something, and every time the pets start freaking out, you just know the story is about to get cooked for real. Monsters have surged into the Torius territory, and they're not some weak, low-tier NPC trash. You're in real danger now. These guys are rocking full armor, just like those armed ogres from before, so somebody out there is mass-producing threats. The bat's body is trembling like it's about to snap as it lays out everything to Yuki, while Yuki stays icy calm, like a cucumber in the sun. Apparently, Ophelia and the crew were out delivering food to the soldiers like total chads, then they got ambushed and jumped out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, armored monsters surged in and started swinging, blasting this charity mission straight into a full-blown war zone. But hold up, this wasn't even the worst of it, because something darker was creeping in the shadows, waiting to strike. The ground was literally buckling under the insane weight of a brand new boss-level threat. It's this beastly monster in blazing red armor, looking like the ultimate gigachad villain, ready to wreck everyone's day. This thing comes screaming in at breakneck speed, unleashing its roar to beef up all its minions, and Yuki's just standing there like, hold up, I didn't even know this DLC existed. He realizes this could be another royal knight, and if it drains mana, his squad is basically cooked. Odette's freaking out. She grips a blazing, glowing orb and practically begs Yuki, tell me the move, what do we do? Yuki tells everyone that a monster, probably a royal knight, is tearing through the Torius territory right now. Odette freezes for a split second, then you can practically watch the gears in her mind start grinding as she clocks the danger. She's begging to bolt right now, insisting she can handle the snakes on the way down all by herself. As a noble and a magic guild member, she believes it's her sworn duty to charge in and protect the kingdom. She stands tall, staring danger in the face, prepared to risk everything for her people, the kind of unstoppable energy that makes you hype instantly. Yuki stares at her and snaps to it. No way is he letting his waifu step out there and get smashed flat by that red robot. He tells her to wait 15 minutes, like he's just placing a pizza order, but in reality, he's putting together a god-tier weapon. He's about to whip the royal knight into working order in record time, so they can blast straight into the action. Odette's eyes went wide in full shock. She never even imagined anything like this could fly, let alone get repaired in just 15 minutes. Yuki snaps that it had to slip in from the ceiling, meaning it's got flight mods installed for sure. He's gonna give it a shot, no matter how barely it can hold itself up in the air. He whips out a knife and braces to unleash blood magic like it's totally normal for this series. Infiltration, activate, he's diving straight into the armor systems like a pro hacker with no hesitation. He's hunting for a weak seam or a fresh scratch in the armor, anything to slip past the outside defenses. It works, he tears through every barrier like it's soaked paper, and the whole system starts fighting back. Lyle clamped this machine down so tight that only his dad, just his dad, could ever dream of taking the controls. After centuries of silence, the armor finally bursts apart, revealing the cockpit like a forbidden secret. Yuki starts climbing in, and Odette watches with wide-eyed awe, trying to ignore the please don't die energy in the air. From inside his chest cavity, everything looks terrifying and wrong, but our boy brushes off the darkness like it's nothing. The plates snap into place with a brutal gash and thunk, loud enough to feel like pure cinema. He's officially in the pilot seat now, and dude, he looks like he was born to steer a giant mecha. He inhales deep, steels himself, and gets ready, because the activation sequence is about to kick off. The HUD snaps on, ancient mana code everywhere, and Yuki just stares long enough to realize the blood is the fuel. He realizes this control is basically like grabbing a giant second body, and it's a massive power-up. He dumps a huge shot of his mana blood into the system, forcing that knight to become his new familiar. The royal knight's eyes blaze a vicious red, and you can practically feel the villains, bad luck charging straight at them. It's officially kicked on, and Yuki's just sitting there, looking like the final boss of the whole world. The system kicks on in Mode 1, and the Lord of Nosferatu is officially back online. Yuki senses the mana blood flooding every corner of the unit, and it feels like the whole thing has become an extension of his own limbs. He starts testing the moves, and even with that creaky sound, everything glides along smooth as butter. His legs are firing way better than his arms, and he's finally catching the hang of that perspective shift. He can practically feel the wings snap open and shut, and he's dead sure this beast can rip straight past Mach speeds. Then out of nowhere, a mysterious voice starts pouring out from inside the unit, like it's been talking nonstop for ages. It drops the number 7 and a trump card, proving these ancient relics aren't hollow at all, they've still got real power left. The voice is preaching about the Lord of everything, but Yuki's way too swamped right now to care about any lore. He shrugs off the spooky ghost haunting the machine and locks back in on the mission. Later, he's gonna rip the system wide open, but right now he's just using it to smash a bunch of ogres. He's already mulling over cloning this tech for his maid back home, talk about an insanely overpowered boss. He's desperate to keep Ophelia alive at all costs. She's tied to his old village, and that bloodline can't just vanish. This rescue mission is the first giant leap toward his dream life, kicking back, relaxing, and finally retiring the hard way. Odette is going out of her mind because Yuki just mastered an ancient superweapon and did it in like 5 seconds. He explains that the man of blood makes it feel like it's alive, creepy as hell, but honestly, that's super cool. He lunges a massive metal hand toward Odette and barks at her to jump in so they can blast out and get moving. She's shaking at the sight of that giant claw, but she clamps on tight because she knows Yuki's got her. Yuki can't believe it. The armor's sensors are insanely tuned, and through that metal, he feels everything like it's happening inside him. Odette suddenly realizes she can feel the fabric of her clothes and the skin beneath it, then she shoots a flustered, breathless look. Then Yuki hurls the cultured bomb, and in the same breath, he feels her blazing body heat, even her heartbeat thudding through the armor's palm. The ancient magical civilization was in full survival mode when they cooked up these sensory links, let's be real. And thanks to that creepy tech, he can launch into the sky with his wife held safe in his very hand. Their wings snap wide, and they look straight up glorious. This is the chapter's absolute peak right here. He tells Odette, hold on tight, we're about to blow past the sound barrier. They blasted straight through the mansion roof. Why use a door when you've got a jetpack strapped on? They're tearing through the skies above the forest right now, looking exactly like a god dropping onto the battlefield. Nosferatu's lord is charging straight into Torius territory to prove to every monster there who the real Chad is. Meanwhile, a crew of mysterious new faces is sliding in like they mean business, eyes locked on the action as if they're about to jump into the fight. One gets yanked away on the spot while the rest keep chatting about safe journeys. Yeah, the plot is definitely getting heavier. Yo homies, we're back with another banger. Our MC is basically GTAing the whole world with cheat codes while everyone else is stuck playing Dark Souls, and right out the gate, the town gets absolutely cooked by a pack of armed ogres. Look at these poor fodder soldiers just frozen in place, trembling like they've never laid eyes on a monster before. The Count is ranting to his men, swearing these ogres are the rumored, armored monsters. They timed the attack to the exact minute the Count showed up, so yeah, bro's getting stream sniped for real. And behind the action, there's this super cute assistant girl, but don't get comfy, because she's definitely not the main event today, boys. The Count is panicking after a red-armored monster rips the gates open, and the sheer nerve of that beast is unreal. This red monster is a straight-up gigachat beast, just look at that helmet design. He roars so loud that every other ogre snaps instantly into full berserk chaos. And these monsters are straight-up feeding on demon juice right this second. Look at those veins on this guy. He's been training hard at the gym for sure. Soldiers are snapping left and right as tremors tear through everything around them. This ogre is sprinting in like a Discord mod right when the pizza drops. The Count is scrambling to line up his units, but let's be real, those NPCs are just cannon fodder waiting to get absolutely clapped. This armored ogre is a straight-up tank. Look at that club. They slam together some flimsy trash barricades, trying to choke the momentum and halt the chaos. And shockingly, the big guy actually buys it. Then he crashes forward, head first, like a fool. He's, for the record, literally all of it. Now the soldiers swarm him and start jumping him, like they're reenacting a Tenvu 1 ambush in some sketchy back alley. They're driving their blades into the cracks of the armor, because charging straight on would get them crushed. The archers are just blasting arrows nonstop, like they're trying to drop clutches in a Call of Duty lobby. The ogre is being turned into a full-on pincushion. Then the mages storm in and try to snatch the victory right out from under them. They're blasting magic bullets and stone bullets like it's some kind of big, real deal that actually matters. The Count's strutting with pride because Yuki just handed him the strategy guide for this level. The ogre finally gets shut down for good, and it's a brutal L for the monster team. He's sprawled on the ground like a complete clown, totally defeated. The soldiers are throwing a full-blown victory celebration, like they just snatched the World Cup for real. But the Count knows there are 5 more hiding out there, so it's time to retreat. He's out there checking the evacuations when bam, wild Ophelia comes crashing into the scene. Look at this tiny cutie, she's got more nerve than the whole damn army. She tells him she has to stay and sing to calm the crowd. Bro, she's already got that Santi's riz. The Count is playing the ultimate helicopter parent, barking orders for her to stay right by his side. But the moment they break in, those other ogres start smashing through the barricades like they're nothing but paper. The Count thinks he's got them pinned down, but his plot armor is seconds away from running out. He's hunting that red-armored monster like his life depends on it, and talk about perfect timing, right on cue, the boss battle slams in. This ogre looks completely feral, just look at those eyes. He unleashes a roar so foul it's basically rotten eggs and pure, unfiltered violence. The magic bullets suddenly won't land a single impact. These mages are straight up useless now. He barrels right through the defenses like they're nothing. The barricades are getting completely smashed to pieces. And this monster, it's an absolute beast. Look at the sheer destruction it leaves in its wake. He's stomping down soldiers like it's no big deal, like they're just somebody's relatives. The Count's screaming at the top of his lungs, run, and it's clear everyone's got to save their own life right now. He's trying to hold the line, but he's looking weak and getting exposed right in front of everyone. Suddenly, a mysterious voice snaps that he's a foolish lord, and you just know the chaos is about to explode. Something is ripping through the air at Mach 5, spinning like a deadly blur toward its target. Boom, this red monster crashes onto the roof like he's ready to unleash the hottest album of the year. He's dead in the Count's face, and that speed is just downright unfair. He's going off on one, swearing the real king is about to come back. He hurls accusations at the Count's family, screaming that they're nothing but thieves who stole the land. But wait, Ophelia slams the brakes on that idea and shouts, "That's not true. Look at our tiny queen, she's standing there and daring a literal monster to come closer." The soldiers can't believe it, she's fighting like a beast, and her fury hits them like a shockwave. That monster's not even mad, it's just looking at them like they're helplessly clueless. Ophelia snaps his name out loud and demands answers, because she's sure he's the one who murdered that person. The monster snarls that he's here to fix history. Bro just smirks like, "Nice, you're my substitute teacher." He finally drops the truth, he's the Rider King, Lord of Beast. And yeah, that name sounds way too mid to be real. Listen, he's practically trembling in his boots. The monster lunges in, and these shields are literally made out of cardboard. That slash effect is pure cinematic magic, straight-up masterpiece vibes. The shields get smashed to scrap, and the soldiers are dragged straight into the Shadow Realm. Everyone's blasting through the sky like they're weightless, soaring midair with no brakes. The Count is sprawled on the ground, and it looks like he's 1 second away from breaking down and crying. He's bluffing about reinforcements, but the monster sees right through it. The monster snaps and decides to grab hostages, right now. And right away, his gaze snaps to Ophelia. He promises he'll snatch the girl and turn everyone into lab rats. This creep is straight up terrifying. He starts spilling the secret techniques of the Elysium Temple, like it's the most forbidden power on Earth. He lunges at Ophelia, and the Count is screaming at her to run. "But don't you dare lay a finger on my people. Who the hell are you, Chad?" A shadowy black armored figure materializes out of thin air and smashes the red guy with a brutal clap right in midair. That hit was absolutely massive. Just look at the debris exploding through the air. That red monster's head gets slammed straight into the ground with a brutal thud. The black-winged king is back, and he looks absolutely unreal. Ophelia tilts her chin up like she's just spotted a god staring back at her. Our boy yanks the red monster by the leg like it's nothing but garbage, and then blasts him into the dirt again. That red monster is blasting down from the sky like a meteor about to smash the world. Just look at this black armor's detail. It's straight up pure drip, no cap. He slams the hammer down, blam, and the whole world erupts in a massive explosion. Is blasted into a crater. The red monster gags and coughs up blood. He's completely finished. The Black Knight snaps at him to keep it down, because his loud voice will spook the girl, and the Riz is absolutely off the charts. Everyone's buzzing with one terrifying question. Is that thing a dragon, or an evil deity with bad intentions? Ophelia just keeps staring at him, and yeah, she's completely down bad. The red monster is sobbing over his fallen country, like it just ripped his heart out. Our boy just lays into him, roasting his organization as pathetic to his face. He leans in and drops one last warning: don't touch my people. The lawyer lines in and demands, so who are you? The big reveal hits. Lord of Nosferatu is here, and my boy's fully loaded, dripping with power, ready to take the throne. Ophelia's cheeks are blazing. She's ready to bet everything on the Dragon Man. He tells the monster it doesn't matter if it forgets his name, because he's nobody at all. Then boom, we cut to our MC, Yuki, back in human form, and he's giving full Chad energy. That's exactly how you smash up a whole gang of cheer villains. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Straight back into the action. Our boy is absolutely flexing, laying into this chump in a giant metal suit, pinning the beast down like he's finishing off chores. Our MC's posted up in the cockpit, looking relaxed, but don't buy it, steam's building in him, because a mage like him is stuck doing a pilot's job. Turns out this giant piece of junk is called the Lord of Beast, but right now it honestly looks more like a Lord of Elves. Our boy is just nerding out, tearing into the hardware like he's shopping at a PC parts store. The Beast's pilot is losing it, yelling at our MC to stand down, because bro, you're locked in with a full-on gigachat that'll rip your toys away the second you keep thrashing. The armor is literally shrieking, buckling under the sheer audacity of our MC as his reckless pressure crushes it. The villain finally scrambles back in, looking completely wrecked, gasping like he just ran a marathon. This salty NPC controls the Lord of Beast, but our MC's over there grumbling that throwing hands just isn't his game, because he's a high IQ mage. He's freaking out that he'll shatter the suit, because the Riz, I mean the raw force, is way too intense for these ancient relics. The villain starts showing off with wild, animal-style spinning attacks, thinking he's built like the hero he's trying to copy. MC's just locked in on the frame data, and the second he clocks the numbers, he realizes this unit's got straight-up animalistic speed buffs. And you know our boy, he spots something shiny and wants it instantly, already plotting how he's gonna rob this man blind from start to finish. The villain's losing it because he's never seen our black armor before. What, you thought you'd get a normal NPC treatment? Unique, stay mad. This clown starts yapping about how he's the real heir to some long-dead kingdom, like anyone's gonna care about his sad little backstory. He's sobbing over stolen land, screaming about thieves, and honestly it's just classic villain cope. RMC, the absolute scholar, slams him with the truth and lays out how his own ancestors were nothing but cowards who teamed up with the enemy. They ditched their own people, folded hard, and bolted like total cowards the second the war got lost. The villain snaps at him to shut up, because the truth hits harder than a fireball to the face. He's cooking up a huge plan to rebuild the kingdom with ancient magic, and the wild part is, he's doing all that right before he gets absolutely destroyed. MC shuts him down with a brutal truth: you can't claw the past back, bro. He starts getting all mushy, spiraling into memories of his past, and of course Iris, his waifu. Dude, check out this wholesome flashback. Yeah, I know you're all here for the plot, but trust me, our boys still got hearts. They're out here living it up with the villagers like life is perfect, while that villain gets trapped in the past, stuck there like time won't move. The MC basically calls him a moron for replaying the same mistakes that backfired 1,000 years ago. The villain snaps, screams erupts from him, and he powers up, blasting a brutal shockwave into the air. Suddenly, every last ogre in the area snaps and goes berserk like it's the most toxic gamer rage fest ever. The side characters are freaking out, boots planted in panic, because these monsters are seconds away from wrecking the party. The villain cackles like a lunatic, shouting that he'll flatten the whole town, because he's a salty loser who just can't let anyone win. He's out here daring a guy with literal plot armor, wearing that black armor like it's untouchable. He tells the ogres to smash through everyone, but our MC just stares him down. Yeah, fine, I'll do it. Still, our boy loses it. Something absolutely wild happens. It rips off the suit's hand, and now he's straight up throwing hands. Then he fires that thing straight up into the stratosphere, like a blazing flare. And right on cue, our best girl Odette steps into the chat. Watch gorgeous silhouette, because she's the real MVP. She calls up a literal army of bats, and they descend from the sky like living hell. Even the bats are here, and yeah, ma'am, they're circling for one reason. They know who the mommy really is. Odette's out here looking straight up dangerous on that rooftop, and she's basically bragging that our MC's blood is built different. Then the story snaps to a quick flashback. She's wrecked, drained from that earlier flight, totally done for. Our boy felt the sting of guilt after pushing her too far. What a true gentleman. So he offered her a power boost. She could drink some of his blood. Then you're out here flexing like an MC, using that man of culture, Riz, to crank your waifu up. Right in the present, the bats come flying in, and the villain's face twists with total shock at just how many there are. This place feels like a real batnado, and the villain's army is getting completely swamped. Odette barks the order to strike, and she looks like an absolute queen as the attack goes down. All right, it's time to unleash the forbidden secret technique. If it even so much as blows, these aren't normal bats anymore, they're flying fire bombs. The moment the fire magic detonates, the whole place turns into a screaming barbecue with flames flying everywhere. Monsters are getting cooked like a Sunday roast, and the townspeople scramble into hiding. The MC needles the villain, grinning as he says his magic resistance won't save him once his insides get blasted by the heat. He jabs his arm cannon straight at the villain's face, and boom, game over, man. Inside the cockpit, our boy S sitting there like pure menace, ready to unleash his experiment. Burning meteor, this isn't a battle anymore, it's a full-on slaughter. The blast rips the air apart, and MC can't help but admit it. Ancient magic is totally his lane, way more than slugging it out like some regular commoner. He's standing dead center in the flames, looking like a straight-up total Chad. The villain lies charred and wrecked, sobbing over ambitions that never got finished. Yeah, buddy, you're cooked, like literally. MC tells him he's going to rip his unit apart and play with it like it's nothing, pure, top-tier disrespect. The villain's jaw drops, because our boy is packing this kind of power, and he refuses to believe he isn't already plotting to carve out his own empire. Our MC clocks it instantly. This chump wasn't the mastermind at all, just a puppet the Goyle Empire dragged around the whole time. The villain wanted to wear a crown, but in reality he'd have ended up as just a glorified regional manager for the empire. Even the sidewife, totally stunned by this massive lore bomb. MC orders Hills to ditch the suit so they can finally talk, straight up about his allies. The villain's fuming, wishing the MC would vanish, because he can't speedrun with that guy standing there. He just wanted to tinker with the armor in peace, but over and over, people kept shoving him into the role of the hero. And just like that, the villain finally throws in the towel, realizing the Lord of Beast is leagues ahead and he's totally outmatched. First, the whole town erupts, cheers crashing through the streets for the black armor, like this guy is some kind of living miracle. Everyone's safe, and the soldiers are going wild with joy because not a single soul died while they fought a literal horde of ogres. Right as everything hits him, the MC's memories explode back, flashback after flashback, until he's reliving his past life as a legendary mage. He still remembers when those kids tried to take down a bear, but everything exploded the way they never meant it to. But that bear wasn't just a bear, this beast refused to stay down, no matter how hard they hit it. And just like that, the villain pretends he's surrendering, then smirks as he sets his trap to pull the ultimate trick. He's hurling curses at the dogs and gearing up for one last, desperate strike. He's ready to burn his own life to the ground, if it means dragging everyone else down with him. Look at that wild face, this man has officially snapped. In the flashback, the bear surges toward the kids, proving that even a wounded enemy can be the deadliest threat. The MC snaps to it, blurts out to everyone, "Back up, ancient magic is about to hit." The villain goes all in on his last suicide attack, cackling like a total psychopath as he triggers it. But our boy's hands are the fastest in the whole West. He swings his armor like a giant staff, turning anything in reach into a weapon and showing off just how unstoppable he is. The villain's eyes widen in pure disbelief as his magic gets yanked apart mid-cast. Next, the MC snaps his blood control magic into place and rips the villain's arm off, magic circle and all like it was nothing. Absolute cinema. The villain screams in total agony as his magic evaporates, and with it, his dignity crashes down too. Our boy and Odette locked eyes for one breath, and oh man, that was way too close. He can't stop thinking about it. Wounded enemies are the worst kind of trouble, and he learned that lesson the hard way. They hogtie the villain like a Christmas ham, just waiting to slice him open for interrogation later. They're going to pry every last secret out of him about the Empire. And today they snagged 2 legendary Lord units, like, that loot drop was absolutely insane. MC and Odette kicked back on the roof, trading ideas about how to deal with the fact that he just dropped a secret weapon on everyone. He's scrambling to invent a cover story, but Odette shuts it down. She says it's barely believable. "We're putting Princess Ophelia on PR duty, and letting our boy lurk in the shadows. Odette shoots him a look that screams, "I'm in, whatever you've got planned, I'm totally down." And yeah, we're also stuck hearing that this unit is supposed to disappear in just 10 years, which honestly sucks. Odette locks eyes with him like a mommy stare and tells him nobody's ever gonna forget this day. I swear, bro, I'm not forgetting her either. The whole town is roaring one name, cheering the savior in black armor and handing him every bit of credit. Even the count looks like he just got saved, because today he doesn't have to write any death reports. MC decides he's done for the day and heads back, letting the princess take over the legend story part. Ophelia kicks things off by singing a song about a legendary guardian, anything to cover up the real details. They devour every bite with shaking hope, convinced that a legendary deity has finally come back to rescue them. That tiny princess is adorable like always. She's nailing her role so perfectly it feels like magic. Our MC flashes that smug, satisfied smile because he knows exactly what he's controlling. He launches into the sky like a straight-up legend, radiating pure boss energy. Absolute peak fiction, he rockets off like a dark angel vanishing into the night. Princess Ophelia leans in and whispers her final thanks to the true lord. What a wild way to close out the day. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings and queens? Welcome back to the channel where we only recap the absolute peak of trashy fiction. Today we're jumping right back into our reincarnated demon king, who's trying to act Loki and hide his insane power level. But yeah, he's failing hard because the natural riz is overpowering. And look, those boots are clean, fam. Then Lady Odette steps out and straight up slays the whole fit. The whole crowd's losing it, chanting for her slay like she's some Gen Z legend. Honestly, if I saw her strolling my way, I'd be down bad too. She steps up and starts laying out a dramatic speech to the NPCs, turning the last battle into a wild, mysterious ordeal. She's totally milking the tension for the fans. Then the story snaps back to that moment, when a mysterious black armor just asterisk showed up out of thin air and saved them from certain doom. Pure, unbelievable cinema. The soldiers are going wild, cheering like they hit the jackpot, because the monsters didn't turn them into target practice. That's the legendary Lord of Nosferatu stepping onto the scene. He looks like an absolute gigachad, towering over those pathetic trash mobs. Meanwhile, our MC Yuki is absolutely wrecked, collapsed in bed, drained to the bone. Imagine being a former demon king and still getting worn out after just one little scuffle, and yeah, that makes him a total beta. He's sprawled on the floor, acting like the biggest simp alive, while his armor just stands there like it's clueless. Bro needs a gym membership and protein shakes like yesterday. His tiny bat familiar swoops in, praising him for his work, because the second he clapped the red armor's cheeks, it all happened, boom, instant thanks. Yuki's doing humble bragging, claiming he only won because he had the high ground and nailed the strike from the sky. Yeah, we see you, Anakin. He calls out the other lords, saying they move with zero riz, stiff, robotic, and lagging like the world froze on them. But this black lord, he's built different as hell, and Yuki knows it the second she lays eyes on him. Alright boys, this is the cultured part. He swears he was carrying Odette in full armor, feeling her warmth and every tiny shift like it was right under his skin. Mommy, mommy. He's just crouched there, staring at that armor on the floor, plotting like crazy about how he's gonna use it to pull even more wafus. He can't help but stare at this lord title like, what the hell is it even supposed to mean, because it's way too mysterious for its own good. The bat calls it the Lord of Nosferatu, and that name instantly snaps Yuki into action, because it drags up memories of his old life as a vampire king. He's totally thrown off because the armor fits him way too perfectly, like it was forged for his exact chat energy the moment he showed up. He can even swing his arms like they're extensions of his own body, just by pumping the blood through them. That's straight up metal as hell. Every last detail pointed to one thing. It was built for a guy just like him to take the wheel, and it's basically a custom-made mesh suit made for vampires. The wildest mystery, he can spot other lords, names straight through the HUD like it's nothing. Bro's got the premium subscription to the system. He's convinced he's the only one who can even see asterisk those names, because this lord is basically the final boss model. Look at that face, pure mysteries and razor-sharp edge, exactly the kind of vibe we live for in manga. Yuki's wearing that smug grin again, calling this a real research project. Yeah, I know that look, he's seconds away from wrecking the plot. He snaps into a quick stretch, because his back is probably screaming after carrying the whole weight of this story on his shoulders. He slashes his own blood to seal the armor tight, so no other NPCs can swoop in and steal his legendary loot. Now that's a move, king. He prowls across the floor like a bloodhound, sniffing out every last hidden message the previous owner left behind. But after that, there was nothing left. Lyerly dumped the armor in his hands and vanished. All that's left now is an engraving etched into the floor, old, forgotten lore, or some Lyle was here prank that somehow survived the ages. He clocks it, Lyle used to ride this beast too. Can you believe the audacity of those two chads? We cut to a flashback of Lyle perched in a chair like a damn king, and he even hears the exact same activation message Yuki got. This faceless lord has no name, made from the start as the family's ultimate trump card. Lyle and his girl Ramilia probably rode through some wild, jaw-dropping adventures in that thing before they handed it down. Yuki can't stop thinking it might have been left there as a trap against the Elysium Temple, aka the kind of villain crew that spells disaster. He's grinning like a wolf because he knows only he can handle what's about to hit. He starts confiding in the bat about his son and daughter from his past life, and bro's really a family man. Then look at this tiny baby. He's on the hunt for their descendants, so you better brace yourself because bloodline lore is about to hit next. He steps up and declares himself the village's guardian, and just like that, his reputation skyrockets. He shuts the secret dungeon entrance tight like he's locking his bedroom door, because if his mom catches him, she'll find his search history in seconds. All right, back to the village. Let's see if his homies are still alive and actually doing okay. Fiera Village's ruins look absolutely terrifying under the cold moonlight. He's sprinting through the grass like it's ripped straight from a Ghibli film, except the air's crackling with pure vampire energy. A whole swarm of bats bursts in, ready to defend the village and the castle for their master. The bats squeak in total understanding, because they already know who the real boss is. They're fawning over him, gushing that his magic made them way stronger, and honestly, loyal minions like that are the real deal. He dashes back to his usual life, leaving Ophelia, the local mommy, standing guard over the whole area. He's counting on getting to town before sunrise, then sitting tight for that debt to come back, because honestly, he just wants to crash for a nap. Look at that face, he's totally replaying what he's gonna stuff in his stomach for breakfast. He stares at Lyle's old houses, now smashed and rotten beyond repair, and honestly, it hits like a gut punch. He's planted in the tall grass, all deep in thought like he just stepped out of a manga panel. Wait, he just spotted something, and I'll give you $10 if you can guess what he found. He spots something valuable, snatches it up, and stuffs it away, because on any real adventure, taking loot is the whole point. Goodbye, Fiera Village. He's slipping away like a mysterious wanderer, and you can almost feel the secret in every step. We roll up to Toria's domain castle town, and trust me, the gossip hits like a thunderclap, way before we even set foot inside. The whole town's freaking out, hounding everyone and demanding to know what the hell happened in the northern town. Yuki's just posted up in the crowd, casually mowing down a snack like he's nothing but an NPC, stealth so high it's practically cheating. A massive parade barrels through the streets, and the whole crowd erupts in cheers like they just won the Super Bowl. They're hauling the defeated Lord of Beasts on the back of a cart. At this point, he's just a heap of trash. And there's the loser who tried to pilot it, cowering under a sheet, then he gets cooked, total bozo. The Count and little Ophelia lean out of the carriage, waving like the royal stars they truly are. But check out Odette, she's rocking that ultimate pout, like she's fuming over something and you can feel the anger in the air. This weird old lady starts dumping the whole secret stash on Yuki. Turns out, she's the real information dealer running this town. She's laying out the entire Northern Empire scheme like she's flipping through the script in real time. The rumors are flying around like a leak hitting Reddit, no one can stop them. She tells him the chaos traces back to one of the legendary lords in red armor. Then she yells and boom, a black armored figure swoops in like a living dragon, slams down, and claps the Red Lord clean on the spot. Absolute cinema. Yuki can't believe these rumors are ripping through town this fast. Welcome to the internet age, kid. And check this out, the rumor claims Odette is calling the shots with the bats, stealing all the credit while Yuki's the one doing all the work. He's terrified of how this old lady snatches rumors out of thin air. She's practically the FBI in human form. She's living her best life, spinning this wild, exciting tale to anyone who will stop and listen. Everyone in town is finally exhaling, peace is here, and they're soaking it up like it might not come again. We catch a flash of Iris's royal bloodline, pure prestige, but the real question is, do they still got the riz? Yuki just wants to kick back and relax, then he has no idea he's about to become the main attraction. That old lady isn't finished, she's still got more tea to spill. She leans in and whispers that the master of the bats was actually the Barren's house magician. Oh snap, bro just got totally exposed. Yuki's soul is slipping out of his body, and he's acting like a ghost, trying to vanish, stay hidden, and keep his cover intact like Kyuatsu. They say he poured every last bit of power into the bats, and now he's left paralyzed, and bro's getting dragged into the role of a martyr. They're imagining him going full dramatic, I entrust everything to you, to the bats, and then, like a tragedy, he's dying. Turns out the Count was the one who spilled the info. What a total snake. Even the kids are whispering about him, because this brat's sister is a soldier, and she witnessed the whole thing firsthand. I'm telling you, he's watching us from right there, like, he's literally behind you, kid. The entire crowd erupts into cheers. Thank you, magician. And Yuki starts cringing so violently he looks like he's about to explode. He's stuck in here, step out now, and everyone will stare like he's the only sore thumb in the room. He slips into the corner like a ninja, holding his breath, waiting for the hype to finally die down. Then a guard clamps a hand on his shoulder. It's over, bro, you're done. The guard kicks off his description, black hair, black eyes. He looks like some middle schooler, and yeah, it fits. He's staring at that paper like a complete narc, and Yuki's sweating bullets. Are you Sir Yuki Glossaria? Cause the jigs up, my man. He throws in the towel and straight up admits it. Just look at that dead-inside stare on his face. The guard grabs him and ushers him off, while the crowd gapes at him, so much for keeping a low profile. The whole town is roaring, cheering their local hero like he's just saved the world again. Yuki's praying the rumors die the moment he rides out of town, but come on, we both know these stories never let that happen. He clocks the truth, everyone thinking he's out of mana, is the perfect smokescreen for his secret identity, big brain moves. The guard shoots out an apology for barging in so fast, at least he's polite about it. He drags Yuki to the mansion, because the Count wants to thank him, face to face. Yuki decides to go anyway. He wanted to see Ophelia all along, so he makes it count and hits two birds with one stone. He accepts the invitation with perfect manners, like a real gentleman. Hold up, Lady Odette just messaged me. What's the Slay Queen cooking up this time? I'm sorry, I can't fully hide the truth. She's pouting hard because she spilled his identity. In his imagination, she's glaring like a storm, pure grumpy sweet perfection, top-tier waifu material. Guess there's no choice, time to go face the big boss. The carriage barrels toward the mansion, tearing down the road like it's got a secret to deliver. Meanwhile, another carriage is tearing across the countryside at full speed, like it can't be stopped. It's Princess Iris, and she's sprinting through sheer panic, looking completely overwhelmed. Look at that blush, she's done fighting her feelings now, confessing she's totally fallen for our MC. Please wait, my lord, my heart is pounding faster than those horses. Stick around for the next recap and watch whether she finally catches him. Bro, look at Yuki in the kitchen. He's not out here grinding levels. He's out here grinding flour like a total house husband Chad. And yeah, he's really out here flexing like a pastry pro, bragging that the cookies came out perfect. So please tell me these snacks are secretly op and buffed, because if not, he's just a high-tier simp for treats. The crowd is going absolutely feral over these treats, like he's handing out legendary loot drops. Nah, it's just snack time in the Torius household. We cut back a few hours to the reception room, where the big brains are trading theories like it's life or death. So if you came for the plot, lean in, because the lore is about to hit like a truck. After that terrifying incident, the Baron is slumped there, completely wrecked, while Yuki stays cool as ice, acting like he didn't just carry the entire squad on his back. They're trading rumors about the Lord of Beasts and this secret hideout, and Broy's NPCs are so clueless they literally need a kid to point them in the right direction. Yuki's like, yeah, I'll go. But come on, everyone knows he's really just hunting for an excuse to bolt out the door and chase new waifus, because that grin screams he's got a whole scheme cooking. Now they're going on and on about the Eight Kings' War and the fallen Jurus Kingdom, while the Baron's sweating buckets, convinced a lord is back to unleash chaos. Yuki just lands the nah, yeah, I don't buy it. The audacity to straight up lie to his face while she's the whole reason he's panicking, that's next level. Just look at that smug little brat. He's laughing in his head because the guy in the armor is him, and he's totally playing everyone like a fiddle, absolute cinema, boys. He decides to lock the armor away for research, but come on, that's just him saying, I'm keeping my secret weapon for when things get wild. Big brain move, Chad. That Baron's so desperate for Yuki's help he's ready to throw him any reward he wants. Me, I'd be demanding a harem and a castle, but let's watch what kind of beta offer this guy cooks up. He's actually blanking on what to ask for. Dude, you just saved his life and his daughter's. Now go claim the inheritance. Then it finally clicks in that high IQ head of his, and if he asks for something lame, I'm done straight up, I'm unsubscribing. He's out here begging for cookie ingredients. Bro is really burning his legendary favor on sugar and flour. I can't believe this dude. He strides back into the room where the ladies are waiting, and the maid's face says it all. Shinoki is the real deal. Little Princess Ophelia is hitting him with those puppy dog eyes, and even Garm the dog is shamelessly trying to get in on that sweet MC Riz too. Cliff the bat jumps in too, praising those fruits like they're straight up divine, and at this point everyone's just nonstop glazing Yuki. Yuki just soaks it all in, like he's fully aware he's the main character, and everyone else is nothing more than background NPCs in his world. He shoves a Garm ogre crystal into the dog's hands to supercharge him, and now this beast is way more jacked than most soldiers in the whole kingdom. He orders Cliff to stay back and deal with the bat army, somehow juggling a literal swarm of bats while still playing house pet. Yeah, that's next-level management. Ophelia starts spilling stories about her family's homeland, and the whole vibe gets way too emotional. Yeah, these are some serious lore flags, boys. She's determined to write a song about his triumphs, because trust me, when you start getting a personal bard, that's peak level, no question. Yuki looks like he's about to vanish. Sure, being a legendary hero is cool and all, but apparently, a tiny little girl singing his praises is the moment he snaps and says, yeah, nope. He pleads for her not to spill his personal details. He's trying to stay low-key, but with that much Riz in the air, staying discreet is basically impossible. Ophelia looks shattered. Just stare into those eyes. It's clear her heart's breaking because her true lord won't have her song. To lift the mood, he cracks out the cookies, classic move, because if you've bruised their failings, you win hearts with food. The ladies take a bite, and you can practically watch the spark return to their eyes, because food is the ultimate peace offering, especially when a Chad throws it down in the kitchen. They're straight up losing it, sweet, nostalgic chaos hitting hard. Bro basically poured his soul into these snacks, and just look at Odette's face, she's 100% feeling every bite. He drops the bomb that these are the exact cookies he baked 200 years ago as Dean Nosferatu, and honestly, who wouldn't be shook knowing he's so good at baking that his recipes outlive reincarnation itself? He's breaking down the recipe like a total pro, calling the cookie simple, while he's literally pulling ingredients from a legendary dead village. Flashback to the days when he'd feed the neighborhood kids, straight up the kid's favorite grandpa, the one who ran on kindness, until he died and woke up as a middle schooler. The secret ingredient is a banyarola flower, and I bet it only grows in the most ruthless, death-defying spots, because life never makes anything easy. Ophelia is demolishing that village snack like she's never tasted food in her life, totally hooked on the legendary treat. He tells them to keep it secret, but Odette is already spiraling, wondering how Iris is gonna react. Iris is rushing back with someone from the Magic Guild, and Odette looks absolutely insane in this frame, no joke. Yuki's expression was pure gold. He'd truly believed he still had time before the guild started poking into his life. He's crunching the numbers in his head, and before you can blink, Natasha already dashed to the capital for help, and they're back. That's straight-up plot armor on turbo. And yeah, it turns out the Empire is tangled up in the ogre incident, so everyone's sprinting around like it's the end of the world while Ophelia, she's just hanging out with Garm, calm as can be, completely missing the chaos. Yuki is freaking out because he knows Iris is about to demand those cookies. He's so terrified, he might as well be facing a hungry girl instead of a whole demonic army. He tries to bolt for more flowers, but Odette yanks him by the jacket and won't let him go talk about a future mommy with zero patience. He snaps to it, tomorrow's investigation is already on the calendar, and he totally forgot. While he stuffed his face with cookies, he's completely losing sight of the real mission. He has to hunt down clues about Lyle and Remilia before Iris shows up, and the pressure's crushing him as the stakes keep climbing. Just look at this mansion. Toria's money is everywhere, yet they're still dumping all their problems on a 12-year-old. The very next day, the investigation team is raring to go. Tonight feels calm, but we both know exactly who's calling the shots. Yuki wanted to stretch his legs and walk, but that night wasn't having it. No way. They treated him like a VIP, and honestly, who could blame them since he's the only one here who can actually fight? Letting the benefactors walk is apparently a felony in this kingdom. These NPCs act like it's the end of the world, but come on, just let the man stretch his legs. Garm gets to ride inside while the bat's stuck out on the roof. Are we seriously giving that dog the VIP treatment, though? Justice for Dyke Man. Yuki digs in deep, eyes on the enemy, then he calls for Garm's backup instead of Ophelia's, because things are about to explode into chaos. The carriage barrels toward the forest by the border, and since it's a 2-day slog on foot, thank every god they didn't have to walk. They're hunting for any clue about the Elysium Temple's spoiler. What they uncover is way bigger and way wilder than they ever expected. Check the map, those guys are charging straight into the mystery's core, and that X is screaming that things are about to go sideways fast. Today they're slipping past an ancient battlefield, and yeah, this is straight up manga code for one thing. A boss fight is about to slam into the story. Odette breaks down the Eight Kings War's whole history, and somehow she looks downright elegant doing it in that cloak. As soon as the sun dips, the monsters crawl out. Classic RPG rules, yeah, but man, it absolutely works to crank up the tension. Thousands died there to ancient magic so brutal it left the land scarred for real. Pretty wild lore for a simple carriage ride. Nobody dares to stay there, because the ground is packed with bones, like the whole place is one giant graveyard, straight-up nightmare fuel. Then the Gaul Empire surged out of the northern cold, and the background art here is straight-up epic. Flashback time back when Yuki was Dean Nosferatu, and Luki was out meeting those foreign tribes she ran into along the way. Okay, hold up, look at that tribal girl on the left war paint, that fierce build, and yeah, I just called her Mommy, sorry Mommy. Dean Nosferatu picked Fira village as his home instead of pushing farther north, and if he hadn't, this whole wild story never would have happened. The crumbled temple that once helped forge the empire is now turning on the kingdom, betrayal, straight out of the oldest playbook. Lunch break hits, Odette starts petting Garm, and I swear, I'd trade places with that dog in a heartbeat. They're out here on the grass, soaking up this sweet peace like it'll last forever, because trust me, it won't, guys. Yuki's halfway through his sandwich when annoyance hits. He's itching to inspect the battlefield himself, but the escort keeps dragging him back. He yells for his familiars to swarm in, secret mission, and now he's sharpening a knife. Yeah, this is about to explode. He's handing them his missile blood to supercharge them. Watch it, there he goes again, casually shattering the power scaling like it's nothing. Garmin Dyke is through the roof with excitement. They're charging out to scout the battlefield, doing exactly what good boys do. Garm rockets off at Mach speed, and the knights are all like, where the heck is that dog headed? Because they have zero clue he's about to clear the whole map. Inside the carriage, Yuki straps on a fake smile and acts like just a normal kid again, and the joke is that the power he's hiding makes his little performance look ridiculously off. He can't just swoop around with soldiers watching, so he fires off the pets instead. Yeah, modern problems demand ancient vampire tricks. He's desperate to find out what the kings and the temple did after his death, like he's conducting a full-blown audit of his own legacy from beyond the grave. He's acting all curious in a way that's just age-appropriate enough to trick Odette. She eats it up, calling it sweet, childlike curiosity, and she has no idea what's coming. The Magic Guild runs Battlefield Tour. That's the bleakest vacation idea I've ever heard. Seriously, kids, that's the place where 10,000 people got vaporized. Odette rattles off every major battlefield, and Yuki furiously scribbles in his notebook, because he's dead set on hitting them all and reclaiming his loot. We're closing in on the ancient battlefield of Veril, and the air just starts to feel completely different. Yuki's just locked on the window, and I've seen that look, like he's carrying whole memories in his eyes, because he knows this place better than anyone else. It's a blasted wasteland, no grass, no trees, just empty vibes and death looming everywhere. It stretches to the horizon like a dead, barren nightmare, because when top-tier mages go all out, the world doesn't just get hurt, it gets erased. And there are still a bunch of black relics just scattered around, old swords and bows left behind for 200 years, yet nobody even lifts a finger to loot them, like it's all trash-tier drops or something. The road's breaking down, the trip's dragging on, and the night feels like it's getting hotter by the second. He knows exactly what's coming the moment the sun slips away. The sun's sliding into night, and bro's got pure, real fear on his face. If you spot an NPC wearing that expression, you already know you're about to get jumped. Monsters are gonna crawl out tonight. This cursed battlefield at night is no joke. Tell me, you've never read a manga before. Or dark wolves and ghosts, sure, that's basic mob energy, but for these human knights it's a straight-up death sentence. The knight yanks his sword out and struts like a hero. Don't worry, we won't let monsters touch you. Now keep that fire in your eyes when the boss finally shows up, buddy. They're shouting at the kids to stay inside the carriage, and Yuki's probably smugly thinking, I could wipe out this whole area with just my pinky. Something's lurking in the shadows. Night after night, the whole world feels like it's trembling. All right, boys, here we go. Just Garm, he sprinted all the way back like it was nothing, and the knights are left staring in shock, stunned that a dog could have survived out there. They're posted on guard, eyes locked forward, still bracing for the next strike, and the tension is so heavy it feels sliceable. The familiars circle back, just bare dirt, no normal creatures anywhere. It's basically a dead zone. But wait, this mana feels totally different. Garm is trying to put it into words, and even Odette looks completely lost. That mana hit like sand in a wound, scratchy, dry, and brutally painful, like the whole land was screaming in pain. Odette can't believe this place is still a wasteland, and it's driving her nuts. Yuki might have the answer, but he's staying silent like his lips are sealed shut. He's wondering if the Empire's hiding some big secret, but for now he's just vibing, chilling out and petting Garm like a straight-up gigachad. But the carriage jolts to a stop again, then Knight creeps up to the door looking ghost pale, and I've got something huge to report. They tracked the monsters down, then slammed into the horror. Every last one was ripped to pieces, crushed so hard it was like something erased them completely. They've been wiped out cold, and now the Knights are shaking, convinced a fresh predator is stalking the area. Look at Garm's face, pure smug mode. He just went on a solo raid like it was nothing, didn't even break a sweat. Best boy. Yuki grins with relief, knowing they made it to the village safe and sound, because he's the ultimate shadow protector. And yeah, that's a wrap on this chapter, boys. Yo boys were rolling in with the squad, and right there in the woods sits this busted rundown shack. Apparently Philippe Juras hiding his secret stash in there, and trust me, it looks like pure trash. Yuki, our MC, looks straight up bored out of his mind, while Odette, oh man, stands there like a full-course meal, and check those guards, total NPCs just begging to get wiped out. This place is straight up trash, just crumbling bricks lost in the middle of nowhere, and Odette can't believe anyone could actually live like this, because honestly, same. The guards don't even trust that a hideout exists, but they still dragged some poor simp through interrogation magic to squeeze out the location. So yeah, trust the magic, bros, it never tells a lie. Look at this NPC acting like a hype beast over a tiny scrap of paper. Yeah, they got the map, but Yuki is already 3 steps ahead of all these clowns. Odette is showing off the Magic Guild's interrogation chops, but Yuki's nose is twitching, something off. He knows that prisoner didn't just crumble for no reason. There's no way a beast this massive is hiding behind these tiny ruins. Yuki's main character instincts are screaming, because something here just doesn't add up. Flashback prisoner looks completely wrecked under the pressure, and when he says only the chosen can enter, it's basically a neon sign that the MC is the only one allowed beyond this point. Dude looks like he's 1 second away from breaking, straight up drowning in beta energy right now. Yuki's going full smart MC with that chin stroke move, like she's about to drop a massive lore bomb on us any second. He yells for Garm, bestest boy, to sniff out the documents, because if the villain so much as brushes them, that dog will zero in on the secret entrance in 5 seconds flat. Garm is pumped and ready to earn those treats, while Yuki snaps at him to track down where that villain's stink is still hanging around. While Odette is busy looking cute and totally confused, the dog spots something off in the ruins, and she swears it's a hidden room, but our boy is moments away from shutting that idea down. Nah, this isn't just some room, it's a whole hidden passage, like the story's got secrets tucked inside. And right now, Yuki's flashing that smug, I'm the protagonist, grin like he already knows what's coming. He explains that this place was once the Jurast family's royal villa, and Odette just stands there, letting him talk and cook it all up right in front of her. In the 8 Kings War, the Jurast kingdom got absolutely crushed. Look at Odette's face. She just realized Yuki is a full-on genius. Basically, Philippe's villain ancestors were the kind of survivors who likely hid here like cockroaches. Yuki starts explaining that the emergency exit is hidden right here, and the guards finally snap to it, only to realize they're just background characters in Yuki's world. Check out this tactical map. Yeah, that exit is probably off by the stream, winding down the hill, and our boys plotting this like pure cinema. The guards scatter like obedient little NPCs to check the river, and while they're off doing the dirty work, Yuki just relaxes and chills. Garm spots the real entrance hidden deep inside the ruins. This dog's got more riz and usefulness than the whole guard squad put together. It's the kitchen and the floor is a total mess. Only one tiny patch is actually clean, like an RPG hint screaming, click here, to find the secret boss in this filthy ruin. Yuki pulls a pro gamer move. He tells Odette to distract the guards, grabs a split second to work his magic, and all while Kaya is hacking the game. Odette snaps at everyone to back off while Yuki dives into the job. Look at him now, all calm and cool, dagger in hand like he was born for this. He slams the hack button and the magic starts pouring out. This isn't basic wizard stuff, it's straight up high-tier cheat code energy. The internal magic analysis is loading, because Yuki is straight up reading the world's source code right now. Boom, magic supply gets wrecked, the lock snaps open, and this kit is straight up a gigachad for breaking the system. The doorway swings open, but Yuki can feel the next wave of traps waiting right around the corner, so he whips his head to Odette, because he knows her brain runs on pure big plans energy. He fires back with this insane question. What would you do if you were a royal running for your life? Odette just stares, because she definitely didn't sign up for a pop quiz like that. She starts daydreaming this wild scenario where her family gets attacked. Then she flips through little chibi sketches, surprisingly adorable. She argues that a tough, familiar slime would make the perfect trap to slow those pursuers. And yeah, can we also talk about how insanely good she looks in that cloak? Yuki's like, bet, and he yanks out a water skin. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but he's not thirsty at all. He's about to pull some totally insane move. He smears his special blood through the water and dusts it across the floor, scanning for hidden traps. This kid's basically turning himself into a walking radar. Suddenly, Yuki's eyes bulge, then a massive blob of jelly starts oozing out from under the floorboards. Odette nailed it. This thing is a massive slime trap. The slime blasts skyward like a fountain, and the guards are freaking out hard. Yuki better jump in or they're done for. The guards try to line up shots for the core, but they're stumbling around like total amateurs. Seriously, you can't just poke a magical slime and expect it to drop dead, guys. Odette realizes this slime isn't natural at all. It's been engineered, changed on purpose, and yeah, she's basically the group's mommy when it comes to knowing stuff. It's a top-tier noble trap built to sleep until the moment someone blunders onto it. Then boom, it turns into a magical landmine. A slime goes wild, whipping out tentacles like a nightmare, yet our main duo slides and dodges around it like this is a routine warm-up, stealing every hit with style. Det snaps back that they can't just blow it up or they'll trash the whole passage. They've got to take it down the hard way, face to face, and that sounds like a nightmare for these NPCs. The core is flying way too fast for the guards to land a hit, so all they can do is wildly swing and miss like they're striking water. Yuki snaps he's done with this filler fight, so he flips on his hacks, grabs the slime by the throat, and orders it to sit down and shut up. The slime gulped up the blood Yuki spilled earlier and locked onto its system like a direct feed. This jelly boy is done for. The slime stalls hard, and the guards finally land the hit they've been chasing. Now they strut around like they're the ones who did all the work. Slime got wiped out, and the guards rush into celebration like they actually saved the day, proudly bragging that they were just lucky it finally stopped moving. Yuki just lets out a heavy sigh in the background because he knows he's the one hauling this whole team on his back. To mask his powers, he starts praising Odette nonstop, calling her brilliant for spotting that slime, and when she finally hears it, her jaw drops in total shock. He tells her knowledge saved them all, and Odette's blushing like crazy because Yuki's riz is so lethal she can't even handle it. She tries to object, but the MC doesn't even slow down. He's already sprinting to the next play. He leans in and asks what traps come next, straight up using her like a living strategy guide now. Det slips into full cultured genius mode, and honestly, it's wild seeing a smart waifu like that cook. She rattles off poison arrows, tumbling rocks, and oil jars. These royals were really desperate to stay safe, huh? Yuki fully agrees, simple space-saving traps are the smartest move, and right there, this duo locks in as a real power couple. He orders the guards to fall in line behind Odette because she's the boss now, and the NPCs buy it instantly, acting like she's a straight-up genius. The guards are roaring their loyalty to Lady Odette, and Yuki pulls off one clean move. He hijacks all the attention and leaves them focused on him instead. Odette's hype is through the roof. She grabs the reins. All right, mommy, let's go, you led. Trap clearing montage. Poison arrows fly. They get swatted aside. He dodges like it's nothing, and suddenly they're speedrunning the dungeon. Oil jars get handled. Det snaps that the traps are done for good, and you can feel it. We trust our queen with everything. They finally stumble into the real hideout, dark, heavy, and buzzing with the exact kind of silence that screams, this is where the secrets live. It's not even close to a hideout. This looks like a mad scientist's lab, and Yuki's sweeping the room, ogling every scroll and bubbling jar like it's a full-on loot fist. There's another passage that probably spits you out near the exit by the stream, and honestly, Yuki's internal compass is way better than Google Maps. Garm sniffs the air and confirms it. Water's smell is getting stronger by the second, and yep, he's earned those belly rubs, no questions asked. They stumble onto huge jars, meant for some hulking, armed ogre, and these ancient royals were totally running shady business. Odette's face twists with disgust. She can't stand how these royals ditch their own people and scurry away to hide like rats. She locks eyes on Yuki for a beat, like she can't believe the guy is everything those cowards aren't. No reason, she says, but we both know what the vibe is. One guard stumbles onto a table stuffed with papers. Boom, jackpot, boys. Philippe Juras's name is inked right on this parchment, sitting alongside a whole pack of others. This thing reads like a literal roll call of villains. Yuki's eyes snap wide open. He just clocked how huge what they found really is. It's a whole roster of lords, phantoms, beasts, paladins, and a berserker, and this lineup feels like straight-up endgame level terror. A warning scroll claims the seal on an ancient artifact is about to break. Odette's staring at it with pure worry, and honestly, she has every right. That's the whole note, short, sharp, and absolutely chilling to anyone who isn't an OPMC. The letter was stamped straight to Felipe, so whoever penned it isn't just lurking, they're the true mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. Of the 8 lords, 5 have already been found, and the power balance in this world is seconds away from getting obliterated. They blink, then realize, wait, it's not 2 anymore, it's 3. And Yuki, she's basically out here collecting these like they're Pokémon. But the Lord of Paladins and the Berserkers aren't in his control, they're in someone else's hands, and that's how you know a massive Chad versus Chad showdown is about to go down. Flashback to Dorothea, the absolute menace who summons the Lord of Phantoms, and now you feel it. The strongest seal is cracking, and the chaos is about to blow wide open. A fully restored Lord could strike at any second, right when you least expect it. And Yuki's wearing that rare serious face, so yeah, we're about to get hit with some straight-up cinema. Yuki's sitting there like, wait, what tier does my asterisk Lord even fall into? Then it hits him that the guys he crushed were nothing but the tutorial versions. Odette promises she'll jump in and help with the investigation, while Yi's stuck in his own head, burning over the Berserker unit. Yep, best girl, being supportive again. Yuki's not scared, he's pissed. This kid is so op that a world-ending threat feels like nothing more than a brutal headache. If the Empire snags these items, it's lights out for the NPCs. Just look at those ominous figures lurking in the background. Yuki's slamming his palm to his forehead like, why me? He just begged for peace, but now the world's calling again, and he's gotta save it. He decides he'll talk to Iris later, then hand the intel straight to the Magic Guild, and Odette's winking like, yeah, she already knows she's the MVP of this mission. Yuki straps in, grabs his courage, and charges into the Elysian dungeon by himself, solo leveling mode, ON. He can't let a single soul in on his real identity, because if the whole kingdom found out, they'd lose their minds. He's the ultimate shadow hero. He has to hunt down ancient magic fast to smash the Empire, and this dungeon is sinking into darkness, deep, cold, and exactly our kind of place. Look at this shot of the legendary Lyle. Yuki is hunting down the sealing techniques he used, and honestly, that's a straight-up Chad move, Alright, the plan's locked in. Garmin and the bats stay on watch while Yuki slips in to explore. Roger that, best boy. Det suddenly comes sprinting back, and with shaking hands, she reveals the biggest clue in the entire lab. She found the most important piece of paper of all. It's a full-blown master plan, and those signatures scream one thing: every villain was in on it, side by side. Brace yourselves, because the plot just got way darker, boys. Dorothea and Felipe didn't just team up, they were locked in as allies from the start, and the whole conspiracy was bigger than anyone ever dared to imagine. They were out to sneak into the royal capital's giant dungeon, Elysian, because these guys weren't just bluffing, they were gearing up for a full-scale invasion. Felipe was supposed to mount the Lord of Beasts and tear everything apart, but instead, he just stands there looking smug like a complete loser. The capital would have been swallowed by smoke and full-blown chaos, and honestly, this plan was seriously well-cooked. As the beast barreled in and attacked, Dorothea snapped into action. She was about to unleash necromancy and take control of everyone, and yeah, that's a full-on Damie Mommy power move. The kingdom was seconds from going up in flames. One more heartbeat, and total disaster would have crushed them for good. Odette can't stop trembling at the thought, but she keeps her composure, because she knows Yuki already shut the whole plot down. She leans in and tells him he's truly incredible, and yeah, the praise is dialed up, but he honestly has every bit of that hype coming. She's frustrated because she can't match his strength, yet don't stress, Odette, you're still the waifu we'll always carry in our hearts. Yo fam, we're back with the lore. Dorothea and Philly were out here plotting to turn the capital into a full-on circus, and they really thought they could just march into Elysian like it was some empty vacant lot. Yuki and his waifu Odette are hunting for receipts, but those dudes are so slick they've vanished every last paper trail back in the Empire. Yuki's running on pure big brain mode, hunting every clue to crack the mystery behind the Goyle Empire with laser focus in his eyes. All they dug up were a few group chat notes on how to slide into the Elysium Temple's DMs, pretty much worthless, but Yuki swears it's a vibe. Dude, just look at these NPCs clocking overtime to mop up the mess. Please tell me they're getting at least minimum wage for this nightmare. The squad's practically finished here, and our MC is already sick to death of these side quests. Yuki shoots a quick, can I dip for a second? And while the background guys juggle the luggage, it screams main character business. He's trying to hit Veryl's ancient battlefield before the sun goes down, because yeah, somewhere along the way he turned into a total history nut. Look at that face, he's totally cooking up some nasty plan about what really happened 200 years ago. Smash cut to that afternoon, every inch of the landscape looks like a total wasteland. Bro's straight up soaring through the sky with his dog, Garm, like he just spawned in creative mode, and he's got zero chill at all. Odette is a total real one for letting him snatch the familiar along, and Garm's looking like he's living his best life. Touching down like a total legend in the middle of nowhere. This place felt way emptier than my bank account after a Steam sale. No trees, no blades of grass, not a single thing growing anywhere. Yuki starts drifting into memories of his old life as Dean Nosferatu, and he can't stop wondering, would he have gotten dragged into the Eight Kings War too? Check out this silhouette, guys. No doubt that previous life was an absolute gigachad, cape and all. He's sniffing the leftover ancient magic in the air, eyes narrowed like he's ready to grab whatever legendary loot he can find. Damn, his past self looked like one bad loss away from crashing out on everyone the second the tilt got too real. That hand clawing its way out of the dust, pure, absolute cinema. Hold up, turns out that terrifying immortal wasn't hunting anyone at all. He was out there playing medic, patching up the wounded like a total softie. But forget that, it's ancient history now, and there's zero way to verify the receipts. He's terrified the villagers will get caught in the crossfire, and honestly, that's weirdly wholesome coming from a guy who used to be a demon king. Don't freak out, Garm, your master's spiraling through a midlife crisis, except this one's running on multiple lifetimes. No monsters, no animals, just pure vibes, and this lingering scent of old magic hanging in the air. He decides to dig a little deeper, because the story won't let him stop. Yuki's gearing up to throw down with magic, and it's time for the dog to clock in and hit the job. He slams his palm forward and activates a spell, tattoos lighting up like they're alive, and when the glow kicks in, you just know the stakes have gone through the roof. This dude's got straight up earth power. He's out here bending ground like it's nothing, and he's dominating the whole scene. The ground is getting mercilessly obliterated by these magic spikes. Look at that, he's barely even trying, and he's already wrecking more property than the villains. Coughing his way through the dust cloud, he stared like he hadn't expected his own power to hit that hard. The earth spikes can barely dent the ground. This place is tougher than a math exam. Yuki realizes his magic is way weaker than normal, and his rare blood is fading fast like a brutal debuff just kicked in. Stuck there in the dirt, he stared into nothing and started over from scratch, scrapping his entire life plan. He clocks that the mana in the air is paper-thin, and it instantly explains why he feels like he's running on fumes, like his battery, S basically dead. Lore drop S in the soil, in the air, in the water, basically everywhere, like the world's own Wi-Fi. And yeah, our boy is basically immortal, because his body acts like a turbo mana router, ripping his own blood into mist and keeping him alive. But this place's mana feels prickly and parched, so nothing can sprout, and the planet's basically stuck with a massive skill problem. But after the Eight Kings War, everything's wrecked. This place turned into a permanent dead zone. Yuki's buzzing with excitement. He can't wait to find out exactly what kind of forbidden magic slammed this place into chaos. He's hellbent on digging up everything about ancient magic, and that scar. Yeah, that's the drive fueling his whole main character quest. Garm rockets back like he sensed danger, and Yuki finally snaps out of his nerd trance. Something's coming, Garm's instincts snap to max, and he's on full high alert. It's a carriage packed with soldiers, and they look like they're racing against the clock. Yuki's staring at me like the world's on fire. Can I please just get 5 minutes of peace? They're rolling in straight from the direction of Torius Castle. Trust me, trouble is already sprinting toward them. Garm is about to light them up, but Yuki cuts in, heel first. I'm not signing you up for a felony today. He decides to play the gentleman, strides up to greet them, and totally hopes they've got snacks. Here they come, rocking the carriage like they're speedrunning disaster, fast and furious. Man, that ride looks straight up decked out for a dead, desolate wasteland. The brake screams so loud it sounds like a banshee has crawled into the car. Check out this flashy carriage. Someone's absolutely throwing down their royal money. Even the dog is stunned by the way this thing's chrome finish gleams. Yuki can't believe it. This carriage feels way too high class to be stuck in a dusty dump like this. Bumping shoulders with royalty is pure misery, but honestly, welcome to the fantasy protagonist grind. Man, it sounds like a full-on domestic blow-ups happening inside. I'll toss you $10 if you can guess who's throwing the tantrum. MC frets that he looks like a total hobo, since dirt is smeared all over him, yet he forces himself to follow etiquette anyway. A girl S in there crying her eyes out, and the vibe hits so hard people swear it means one thing. Yep, waifu incoming. Time to pay the price, Garm. The soldiers' faces lit up with pure relief the second they saw him, like someone finally handed them water in the middle of the desert. Yuki drops to a formal kneel and lays it on them, straight up pro-night energy, not just some simp act. A flicker of a girl's silhouette in the window. All right, boys, strap in. here we go. The door swings open, and the tension spikes so hard it feels like we've skipped past the stakes of a whole filler arc. It's Princess Iris, and just look at that outfit. She's straight up serving top-tier style today. Yuki snaps his gaze upward, and it feels like his whole life is exploding across the sky in one terrifying flash. Her eyes go wide as she realizes he's really there, chilling in that dirt pit like he totally wasn't supposed to show up. Everyone drops to their knees, bowing like a whole crowd just caught their favorite K-pop idol on stage. Yuki throws her that "hey girl" wink, and it just oozes protagonist-level riz. Iris is fully glitching, tears streaming, cheeks blazing, and she can't even hide it. She's down bad. "Welcome, Princess Iris," he says, watching her wipe her tears fast like she didn't just fall apart. "Look at her hard eyes. She's totally locked in on our boy right now." After the messengers finally showed up, she couldn't stop herself. She just had asterisked to see her favorite knight. Turns out Prince Kane demanded she link up with him, because he's sure Yuki is the only one who can carry the whole team. She's acting way too smug for someone who just wiped her tears in a carriage. She ushers him into the carriage to spill the details, and you already know exactly what that invitation is really about. He snatches her hand like an absolute Chad, and the princess's heart goes straight into full-on Doki Doki panic. Look at that blush, she's totally lost in the moment, and the mission is the last thing on her mind. They're riding straight to Lady Odette, and you can bet those horses are practically cheering now that they finally get to breathe. Whoa, hello, big new Damie Mommy alert just hit. I'm Elmira Lotus, and I'm telling you straight, I'm far more useful to the prince. Yeah, she's probably not bluffing. She's completely devoted to that brother, so you know she's either a secret spy or she's secretly thirsting something fierce. The royal family threw an entire squad at the problem and even brought in guild mages because the empire was turning up the heat fast. Elmira's basically the prince's right-hand weapon. Now she's staring down Yuki like he's about to get devoured. So that's how a rescue squad somehow turned into the hottest hangout in town. That princess keeps yelling she'll never, ever leave Yuki's side again, like the story itself is strapped on plot armor. Yuki keeps staring like, what kind of messed up orders is that prince calling, while Elmira just sits there, mindlessly soaking up every command. Iris snaps, why are you alone in a place this bleak? And you can tell she's already guessing he's got a little poem cooking for her. He tells them he was digging into the barren battlefield, and Elmira's like, Prince Kane does the same thing, you know. Prince Kane has a whole nerd squad camped out here, digging into the magical mystery of this place like it's the biggest secret on Earth. He's a B-rank magician already, and somehow he's a sage at a young age. Yeah, you know what that means, he's a total prodigy. Elmira can barely contain her excitement. She's basically fangirling nonstop over the prince, the guy who's a top-tier researcher. They're convinced some ancient, mind-blowing magic scorched the land, but honestly, that theory feels pretty weak. Yuki starts geeking out over man depletion and land reserves, and it makes everyone else look like lifeless NPCs. Just look at their faces, like they've never heard a single person speak this much truth in their whole lives. Elmira's reeling, she's never heard that theory before, and it hits her like a bolt out of nowhere. Yuki realizes he's coming off way too, I know everything, so he scrambles to act like it's just a gut feeling, classic, I'm not the MC move. Elmira is absolutely blown away. She wants to snatch him up for her research team right on the spot. Look at the assets in this panel though, God bless. But Yuki's loyal to the bone. He swears he's the princess's knight and refuses to serve anyone else. And that lands like a blade straight in Iris's heart. She's officially done for. And Yuki's racing mind screams one thing. Teaming up with the big mages could blow his secret identity wide open. Iris is blushing so hard she looks like she's 1 second away from exploding, and Elmira is totally clocking exactly what's going on. Back at Count Torius Manor, things are finally, strangely civilized for a change. Natasha just clawed her way out of that death trap, and now she's home, grinning at her family like surviving was the easy part. The Count's over the moon because his daughter survived the villain's attack and didn't get deleted. She tells everyone it all comes down to Yuki and Odette because they took the real hits and did the heavy lifting. The Magic Guild crew just rolled in, and that one guy got the vibe like he's been annoyed for so long, it practically lives on his face. He's being quietly savage, acting like they're only here because someone ordered them. What a straight-up beta move. He's dead set on meeting the Lord of Beasts before they haul him to the capital, because you already know those experiments are gonna be shady. Stay locked in, boys, the plot is getting way too thick to ignore. What's up, you absolute men of culture? Your boy is back with another recap, and today we're diving into top-tier fantasy drama where a magic guild tries to snatch our MC's loot like it's nothing. Then this GigaChat machine shows up. Yeah, the Lord of Beasts, standing there like he owns the whole place. The Magic Guild is already rolling out their second Lord unit, strutting like they own the place before the dust even has time to settle. This red-haired brat, Bruno, is already running his mouth, claiming this tech will rocket the guild into some insane technological leaps, and honestly, the audacity is unreal. They're straight up plotting to send it to the capital as a reward for Yuki and Odette until the guild steps in like, nah, this is ours, we're taking it. Bruno basically snaps at everyone to shut up because the Zemel faction is claiming the prize, and nobody's allowed to argue. You can already feel the clash coming. Tensions are piling up so hard it feels like the plot armor might not even hold. Flashback to just a few hours ago, Yuki and Iris are riding in a carriage, kicking back together, and trust me, you know this kind of scene is always pure gold. Yuki's got a plan to guard the hideout, choosing the smart, play-it-safe route like a full-on tactical Chad. Iris isn't backing down, she's taking matters into her own hands, because as the queen, she doesn't just talk, she makes things happen. They dive into the Eight Kings War and what everyone's planning, but honestly, we're just sitting here, holding our breath, waiting for the next waifu to pop up. And speak of the devil, right as I turn, there she is, staring into the carriage. Elmira. Man, the holy assets on this woman are unreal. Mommy, sorry, mommy. Iris keeps doing her usual smart girl talk, bragging about how she'll catch the culprits and dodge the mess that haunted her from her past life. Elmira just sits there, unbothered and deadly confident, because now they've got two lords under their control. They start yapping about the mysterious Black Lord, and I'm sitting here like, when is the guild finally gonna clock it? Our MC is the one behind the mask. Like Iris suddenly hits a eureka moment and realizes her man is way stronger than he ever lets on. Elmira is convinced this perfect lord is exactly what Prince Cain wants for his collection. She's fishing for Yuki's insight, but the way she's staring has charmed him until he forgets his own name written all over it. And she straight up says the prince wants to keep it for himself, and the way she delivers it has me completely wrecked. Yuki's face is basically all of us right now, dead set on confusion after that personal use comment. They start fawning over Prince Cain, gushing that only someone with noble blood and real magic talent deserves to rule as a lord. Elmira won't back down. She's pushing into the farthest depths of Elysian, hunting the strongest lord she can find for her prince. Yeah, Yuki and Iris choose to stay silent about the whole mess, why drag in even more trouble. They finally stumble into this tiny, quiet village, like the game just dropped them into an NPC starter zone. The second Princess Iris climbs out of that carriage, the villagers snap, like it's a full-blown, Your Highness, moment right in front of them. Iris nails it perfectly. She orders the men to stay calm, while she clings to Yuki's side like glue. She starts barking orders for formal reports and lodging like she pays the bills, because honestly, she kind of does. Yuki and Odette just trail behind as the princess blazes the trail ahead. They finally reach their room, and for one crazy second, it looks like they might actually get comfortable, like peace is about to win. Iris finally lets out a huge sigh and drops the royal act like it's too heavy to carry. Then she flips a complete 180 and starts spiraling, panicking nonstop that Yuki might be hurt, because she's insanely worried about her man. She straight up hurls an elf at him, sobbing that he took down a whole horde of ogres, and even the Lord of Beasts, like bro, that devotion is absolute peak. Then bam, right in the middle of it all, we slam into a quick flashback of the pure, legendary brawl against the Lord of Beasts. Yuki just taps her on the head, flashes a warm smile, and promises she'll spill every single thing that happened. They finally sit down to talk, and Yuki lays it all out, how he found the jet Black Lord deep in the ruins of Fira village. Another full-on lore bomb about the Torius Count family and descendants, but just look at Iris's face, she's practically glowing with pride for her man. Det bluntly tells Yuki that his wins would normally rocket his noble rank up by 4 whole levels. But Yuki knows a single slip could rip his identity wide open, and with the Magic Guild sniffing for profit, the danger is even worse. He can't just hand over his legacy to some random researchers, and honestly, I respect the grind too. He orders Iris to whip up a hidden hangar for the Lord, and she jumps in like it's her mission. She's got this your problems are mine attitude, and honestly, that's the exact kind of loyalty and energy we all need in our lives. She's basically flexing her princess status and bending the guild to her will, just so her man can get the help he needs. Odette and Iris kick off this adorable bickering match over who's getting to fight alongside Yuki. Iris finally gets it, keeping pace with Yuki is brutal, but she puts her faith in Odette to take over the fighting. They clasp hands and seal a pact, watching it feels like pure, absolute cinema. Iris is so ecstatic she offers her assets to a debt creditor as a thank you token. Wait, is she paying with her whole fortune or just some other valuables? I'm lost, but I'm hooked. And Yuki's just frozen in place, staring at them like, what the heck are you two trying to turn me into? Just like that, Mommy Elmira bursts back in, and she looks totally frazzled. She dives into the Magic Guild's faction wars, and honestly, it's like a headache you can hear coming. You've got the Kane faction and the Zemmel faction snapping at each other nonstop, always ready to throw down. Yuki and Odette are basically saying, yep, you're totally right, because the Magic Guild is an absolute disaster, and I'm right there with them. The Zemmel faction hits like an A-rank magician, and yeah, there's no doubt they're the villains driving this arc. Iris then drops a bombshell. She claims, on the record, she's Kane faction, but the truth is she's really tied to the Yuki faction. Odette's got me thinking, bet sign me up for the Yuki faction too. Bro literally built a whole harem faction now. Yuki can't stop wondering what the Zemmel faction is really asterisk after. The moment footsteps hit the hall, the dog erupts into barking, sounding the alarm as someone comes for the room. It's Elmira again. She looks like she just spotted a ghost out of nowhere. Next, she gets a report from the Torius family, and the moment you see her holding her breath, you know it's going to be brutal news. Bruno from the Zemmel faction just officially seized the Lord of Beasts like he owned it. Pure snake moves, no question. Yuki and Iris are totally stunned. How on earth did they just snatch it like that? Elmira lays it out plain. Under guild rules, the one who takes it owns it. No exceptions, total cap. She's outright sobbing because she knows that dress, and everything in it, belongs to Yuki and Odette, no doubt. Since the Black Lord's real identity is still a mystery, the Zemmel faction pounces in fast, like vultures that smell blood. Elmira drops to her knees and begs Princess Iris to make those greedy thieves finally see what they've done. We cut straight to the Torius Castle armory, and the standoff is instantly turning deadly. The guild soldiers are already closing in on the Lord of Beasts, surrounding him from all sides. The local lord slams his fist and demands they stop, barking that the guild has zero right to inspect his armory without his permission. He's fighting to back Yuki's hard work, but these guild NPCs don't care about logic one bit. Bruno snaps at him to shut up, swearing their judgment comes from advanced magic knowledge. She basically declares the Zemmel faction is the biggest, so they get first dibs, because it just might makes right, dressed up as fair rules. She barks at the soldiers to clear the path. Time is slipping away, and every second matters. She's dead serious about mass-producing replicas of the lords to storm and conquer the empire. This girl is completely unhinged. Ophelia is taking it all in, and you can see real worry hit her face. Her sister is freaking out too, convinced it's all her fault for getting help in the first place. But then she snaps around, and you can see it instantly, her eyes shift. Yeah, she flashes this sweet yet terrifying smile and tells everyone, don't worry. She finally figured it out. Those legends people brag about, yeah, they're real. She vows she'll sing later, about someone who spun a brand new legend. First things first, she's got to tear into those thieves who dare try to steal from her lord. She stares at her back cliff and blurts, it's time, let's move. She's totally furious, and trust me, the quiet ones always hit the hardest. She shouts at her sister to go track down their father, while she and Cliff tear into the plan and carve out an opening. She marches straight into the center of the standoff, radiating pure, I run this energy. The guild soldiers look at her and go, who's this tiny girl? And trust me, they're about to regret it fast. She bursts into song, and for one wild second, it feels like the whole story's just going through the motions like some lazy manga panel. Everybody's just frozen in place, baffled, staring at the chaos like, why is a song blaring in the middle of this raid? But here's the twist, the song isn't music at all, it's a spell, and the whole atmosphere is already starting to turn. Bruno's snapping, he's demanding to know what kind of song she's singing. The lyrics are basically a warning, don't ever forgive anyone who dares to steal the Guardian's treasures. Ophelia stomps straight into Bruno's space and snaps that she has zero right to even lay a hand on the treasure. She snaps at them to back off right now, and her whole presence is downright terrifying. Bruno snaps, losing his cool, and yells at her like she's some ignorant little girl. But then bam, Bruno gets slammed out of nowhere by an invisible punch. Absolute cinema ***. Ophelia just stands there, glaring cold as ice, while Bruno rockets through the air. The Bat Cliff dives in to seal it, chomping Bruno straight in the face. Bruno is shrieking for her father as a maid, and a bat completely wreck her. Ophelia snaps her orders, seize the thieves from the Magic Guild right now. She lanes in and tells Bruno that the real insolent one is her. She's standing there with her bat like the final boss she truly is. Don't you dare underestimate the people of the True Lord, because that's straight up a gigachat moment. Some thirsty lady is on her knees, begging our MC to fix her ZML faction mess, and you can practically feel the panic. She knows she needs a real Chad to take over and handle it. Princess Iris is already cooking up a speedrun to Torius Castle. Forget horses. She's ready to spam that cheat code magic and blow past everyone to the finish in record time. A quick glimpse of the mountains, right before the real chaos explodes. We cut to a castle where a bunch of NPC guards grapple a green-haired mage, and she's acting like she owns the place, until you can practically see her getting cooked. She's literally bleeding from her nose just from the pressure, and she's still running her mouth about ancient items like she actually has the nerve to control one. She's staring at the Lord of Beasts like it's her golden ticket. She honestly thinks she can just hop in, grab the controls, and pilot that giant metal hunk like a total gigachad. But then a voice blasts out from the window, ordering her to sit down and swallow her pride. It's Yuki and the princess just straight up vibing on a ledge, no stress at all. Then Yuki starts unloading facts, telling that mid-tier mage she's got 0 mana to pull off this run. The villain is totally rattled. She can't even process how fast they got there, and she's staring at Iris like she just watched a ghost crawl out of the dark. Quick flashback shows how they pulled it off. His older sister was freaking out about anyone spotting those inhuman moves, basically begging them to not shatter the server with how fast they were. Yuki's solution is wild. He straight up rips onto a horse, whispers in its ear to make it his familiar, and then the thing rockets like it's been fueled with pure nitro. And just like that, they're gone, right as the ladies at the stable wave them off. These two launch into the open and vanish into the sunset. But here's the kicker. Once nobody could see, Yuki whipped out levitation and floated a whole horse to cut the time. Bros literally flying a horse like it's nothing to save time. Absolute cinema. Back in the present, the princess slams the hammer down, then shouts for the soldiers to grab that greedy mage, right now. Yuki's just standing there wearing that "I told you so" grin, while Ophelia, the pink-haired girl, spirals completely out of control at the pure audacity of. Ophelia bursts into song and whirls around like she's starring in a Disney dream, carving a path for the real legend. The villain is fuming. Imagine getting arrested while that lowly sings a jingle right in your face, like it's a punchline, and she's loving every second. She makes a full-on Hail Mary and throws herself at the Lord of Beasts, convinced she's about to become untouchable. Yeah, delusions and all. She swings open the hatch. Wait, is that a dog? Bet you can't guess what happens next. I'll give you $10 if you're right. The utter confusion on her face is priceless. She's hunting for a cockpit, and then she spots a border collie. She straight up blurts, "Why a dog standing right in front of an ancient superweapon?" Garm the dog finally snaps. Her constant yapping drives him over the edge, and he kicks her straight in the chest. Then boom, this girl gets absolutely wrecked by a pup, and honestly, that level of disrespect is the kind we live for. Yuki drops to the ground with Iris cradled in his arms like a straight-up legend, and he even cheers his familiar for the job, while the villain realizes he got played, because she was so distracted she never saw it coming. She sprawled on the floor sobbing because a dog snatched the ancient item right out from under her, her dignity S in the negatives right now. Yuki flashes that smug little grin like, "Yeah, this is just better than you." He steps up and declares, "I'm the Guardian Knight, and yeah, look at that pose, he's hype man glazing himself, and I'm totally here for it." She fights to rise for one last hit, but her body won't budge. She's literally glued to the floor. She's totally cracking, because the moment she realizes she's just an NPC, it hits her like a punch to the gut. And Yuki tells her he only used a basic spell, no ancient power needed, because he still slammed her into the dirt. Soldiers shove ropes around her as she keens over how she got crushed by that band of dogs, L+ ratio lady. Iris beams from ear to ear and thanks Yuki like he just saved her life. Yeah, she's absolutely down bad for him after that night. Yuki wants to ditch the robot because it's non-stop trouble, but Iris refuses. She knows a real asset when she sees one. She flat out says the ZML faction wants to churn out bootleg ancient artifacts, because that's their idea of innovation, and it's pure villain behavior. The Count rolls in with another mech, and these old moneybags are so greedy it's basically a death wish. Then we get the Kane faction's whole philosophy: only the worthy get the cool toys, and the gutters get kicked out. Yuki's already plotting his next rank, because if he lands that promotion, he'll be able to protect Iris as her fiancée without a single problem. Ophelia strides forward and drops into a deep bow, finally showing respect to the man who saved the day. She's pushing hard for that formal thank you, and the whole room starts to feel suffocatingly heavy. The Count is losing her mind because she's thanking Yuki before the princess. Now Bro's panicking over the social pecking order, acting like a total simp for the rules. But Ophelia shuts that down fast, saying the whole place would have turned into a crater if Yuki hadn't stepped in. She says he earned the first thanks, and honestly, she's talking straight facts. She's even willing to swallow a punishment for that disrespect. Now that's loyalty, no questions asked. Everyone's sweating. Iris's eyes carry that stormy shadow, like one wrong move and she's about to snap. She smiles like the world finally makes sense, and straight up says, there's no punishment coming, none at all. The Count is left speechless, totally thrown off by just how ice-cold calm the princess is. Iris slips ahead and thanks Yuki herself, and yeah, she's a total sweetheart, but Yuki can feel there's something fishy going on. The Count is straight up in tears over her humility. Bro's a total fanboy. Yuki knows that look all too well. Every time Iris flashes that sparkle in her eyes, she's already plotting something devious. He decides to play it cool and go with the flow, because arguing with a girl who's got that look is basically a death wish. Then boom, there it is. A brilliant idea hits, and we're charging forward right now. She's determined to hand Yuki a gift to say, I'm sorry. And yeah, I know what you're all thinking, but keep your eyes on the story. She's been itching to hand him a gift for ages. She grabs Ophelia and demands she lead them through town, because you can tell she's about to make her move. She's craving a low-key stroll so she can hunt down the perfect gift, and she's not rushing a thing, she's playing the long game. She drops this talk about wanting to chase those scenic mountains, and just like that, she nails the mood. Yuki suddenly snaps to it. Now he's cutting through that it's a gift lie and seeing the truth for what it really is. She's determined to visit her old home from her past life, and I swear, the wholesomeness is so intense it practically stabs my heart. Yuki meets her gaze with those gentle eyes, and yeah, it's obvious, he's already catching feelings. He takes the honor like a pro, Bros being a full-on gentleman. Iris is practically radiating pure joy. Just look at that face, she's completely over the moon. She's doing this tiny little dance, and if you don't call it the cutest thing you've seen all day, you're straight up lying. Ophelia's tucked in the corner, plotting her next move, because she's already convinced they're about to go buy a ring, and the wedding plans are basically running wild in her head. The Count orders them to rest up for tomorrow's big shopping trip, and he has zero clue that he's already setting up a date. Ophelia leans in and whispers to Yuki, all sly, asking if they're secretly dating, because she's craving the tea. Yuki stays tight-lipped, tossing out legends and that smooth move like it's a secret, keeping the whole mystery burning. Ophelia's like, say no more, I get it, but the truth is she absolutely, 100% does not get it. Now she's fully locked in on protecting their secret, straight up the ultimate wingwoman. She's already prepping the right clothes for some discreet shopping. Everyone in that room clocks it instantly. This is a date, and the atmosphere is crackling like electricity. Next morning at the castle, birds were singing, and the air smelled like pure romance. We catch Iris in her slip, brushing her hair then, Mommy, sorry, Mommy. She totally gets the situation, and yeah, this is her very first date ever. Then bam, a quick flashback hits. In her old life, she was a shut-in monster lord who never got to live the cute, normal girl moments, not once. She's practically bursting with excitement. She's going on a date with her lord, and she's totally losing her mind, and honestly, it's hilarious. Ophelia slides in with fresh outfits, then pushes her friend forward like, come on, let's close the gap. Iris suddenly feels way too insecure, watching all those other thick waifus crowd around Yuki. Now she's desperate to stand out. She's wondering if she can make him blush. Girl, you already got him right in the palm of your hand. She's shaking the nerves off like it's nothing. Deep breath, Iris, focus. She's determined to prove, right in his face, how much she's leveled up since her last life. And trust me, you can see it on her, loud and clear. She darts to the mirror, checks her reflection twice, and realizes she's the same age as her lord now, and that means it's game time. Time to don the date armor, check those boots. She's geared up to stomp straight on hearts and there it is, the date outfit. She's absolutely stunning, and that drip is flawless. She whips into a quick spin, soaking up the moment, and she's fully aware she looks absolutely killer. Cheek slaps pounding her face, she pumps herself up hard. Stay locked in, Iris. Time to go full adrenaline. She's way more pumped for this date than some people are for a boss fight. Yuki's posted outside the door, grinning like he owns the whole story. The smug, I'm the main character, look locked on his face. The bat familiar lurks in the shadows, eyes locked on them, always watching. She steps out like royalty, and I swear you're about to get hit with the biggest surprise, because yeah, it's gonna be legendary. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Today we're diving back into Yuki's wild life, once a literal demon king, Now he's out here living his best life in a brand new body. We kick things off at the castle, where the maids are so tense they look like they're about to burst the hottest secret of the century behind those huge doors. Natasha is losing her mind trying to escort Princess Iris and Yuki on their discreet stroll. Yeah, right, because everyone knows that's secretly a high-stakes date. Her sister Ophelia just sits there and watches her get by on sheer effort, guarding the secret that Sir Yuki is really the true lord, while she's out here fighting the battle with blinders on, and bros playing 4D chess like it's nothing. At last, the man of the hour shows up, pure Chad energy in his winter gear, ready to sweep the princess out for a night on the town. Look at these squad goals, fellas. Iris is serving absolute main character energy in that cloak. Mommy, sorry mommy. And we even have a tiny bat familiar just vibing on Yuki's hand. Yuki jumps into full pro gamer weather duty, studying the wind like he's 1 second away from launching a tactical nuke, because this isn't just a walk, it's a mission. He's got the whole town etched in his head, shouting out where the crowds swarm and where the streets go dead quiet. Dude's basically a walking GPS. Iris is staring at him like, how do you know all this? And yeah, same. The prep level is basically obsessive, but hey, this is that Demon King grind set. Yuki, though, snaps her right back with this don't worry smile, and it totally catches her off guard, because if some dude pulled that in real life, it'd feel creepy as hell, but since it's the MC, it's pure riz. Turns out my man had his familiars, a dog and a bat, slinking all over the city, scouting everything like a full-on spy network, and honestly, having a dog as your wingman is absolute cinema. Iris just clocked it. Yuki's here, so she doesn't even need a royal guard, and the moment she gets flustered, tell me you don't see that pout, because she is asterisk down bad. Yuki snaps into the child escort formation, like he's already drilled the familiars for it, while bro is treating the princess like a VIP asset on a Call of Duty-style mission. And then boom, right when you've been dying for it, he extends his hand like the ultimate gentleman. Please take my hand, he blurts with full-on GigaChad swagger. Then he smirks. I'll give you $10 if you can find a smoother line than that. Iris is totally freaking out. Wait, no, that came out wrong. She's completely short-circuited, and the blush on her face is unreal. They're strolling through the market holding hands, and even the NPCs are chirping, calling them a cute couple. The whole town's buzzing like a festival, flags flying everywhere, like they're throwing a party, because our guy finally stepped out of the friend zone for once. The whole market's buzzing, and you just know you're about to find pure culture hiding in those stalls. Iris is bouncing with excitement, eyes lighting up like fireworks. She looks like she just discovered cabbage for the first time. It's peak princess mode, and honestly, we're eating it up. She asks Yuki what he wants, and you can practically see her hoping for something sweet, but he's not thinking with his heart, he's thinking with his stomach. He says it's probably dried foods. Bro, are you serious? You're on a date with a literal goddess, and you're chasing beef jerky cooked. Yeah, he's totally done. He starts geeking out over seafood just because the territory sits right by the sea, and Iris just stares at him like, is this really my lord? And yeah, the disappointment hits hard. Then he tells the maids to get hand cream. Yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade, because he's really picturing his harem back home, but Iris won't hear it. She wants something straight up dreamy. Yuki can't wrap his head around what dreamy even means, so he pitches Katura flowers, but they won't grow in the capital, and bro immediately fails the vibe check. Then he straight up turns beta, ranting about how the hoses and sickles have evolved in this era. Like, bro, you came here on a date just to lecture farming tools. The audacity is unreal. Iris is busting her gut to be supportive, but you can totally see the pain eating her alive. Handing a girl farming tools is basically a one-way ticket straight into the just friends shadow realm. Finally, she snaps and blurts everything out, then hits her with a ring like, how about it? Because at this point she's basically proposing to herself. Yuki tilts his head like he's reading the same thoughts. Nice save, bro, but we all caught you glazing in those sickles like 2 seconds ago. The maids chime in and basically say the market's stocked with nothing but cheap garbage for commoners. Yeah, they're calling Yuki a broke boy, but he shrugs it off like it's nothing. They rush to a jewelry stall, and Yuki plays the perfect gentleman, letting the princess grab whatever she wants, with zero stress about the price. Look at all those shinies. Any waifu's heart is gonna skip a beat. Iris S in heaven, soaking it all in, grinning like a kid in a candy store as she grabs her eyes on every adorable little accessory. Yuki's eyes lock onto a lapis stone pendant, simple as can be, but it screams, I'm hiding something legendary. Flashback hit, he recalls gifting Ramilia a nearly identical one as a wedding present, and yep, he's straight up recycling wedding gifts from his past life. Bro's stinginess is on legendary difficulty. He spots the low purity, shrugs at the cost, and grabs it anyway, cheap enough for his budget, because that's just how a real man of the people rolls. He calls the shopkeeper over, all set to toss down his money for that pendant. But, but Iris cuts in fast and demands TWO of them. No way is he slipping out that easy. Yuki's totally baffled. Why is she the one trying to pay when it's his gift? But the moment she sees the matching gear, her smile lights up anyway. We rewind to the past once more. Ramilia is totally a Damie mommy type, and yeah, those assets tell you everything, so it's no wonder Yuki still remembers the pendant. Back in the present, Yu grabs the necklace and braces herself to slip it on. All right, fellas, this is absolute cinema. He's sliding the necklace onto her, and the tension is so thick it feels like you could slice it in half with a sword. It looks perfect on her. Iris is serving straight-up 10-10 energy. Yuki smirks and says it totally suits her, while the maids in the back start fuming with jealousy, begging for their turn. All right, line up, ladies. The whole squad keeps marching forward, and they look exactly like a legendary RPG party ready to clear the next dungeon. They finally make it to the Southern Plaza, the town's laid-back hangout where everyone just chills. The view is gigantic. You can spot the entire mountain range stretching out right in front of you. Iris halts, stares at the mountain where Old Village once stood, and the emotional wreckage crashes into her all at once. They drop into their seats to catch their breath, and suddenly the air turns thick with nostalgia. She stares at her hometown, so close she can almost touch it, yet so far it hurts, straight up ripping her heart open. Yuki tells her she'll take her there the right way someday, and bro just keeps piling up those future date promises like they're nothing. Then he yanks out a paper bag. Yuki, what's in there? Another sickle, are you kidding me? Nope, these are homemade baked sweets, and our boy can seriously cook. He crafted them with Benurulilla flowers from her old home's garden, and then, no lie, bro sprinted back to the ruins just to grab ingredients for a snack. That's pure GigaChad dedication. He even admits it. He plucked them from the garden belonging to her past life self, Alice Carmine. Iris remembers planting those flowers like a bold promise for their future wedding cake, and yeah, she's been head over heels for him for 1,000 years, or whatever you call it. She takes one bite and bam, pure flavor detonates in her mouth because homemade treats hit different. In this era, she's the first to bite into his sweets, and that tiny act makes her feel like she's crushing the waifu war already. She tilts her head onto his shoulder, and I swear, this is peak wholesomeness, like the level caps for boys just got shattered. Then he casually says he handed some to the maids for a taste test first, and oof, that's a brutal, critical hit to his ego. Iris is pouting so hard she looks 1 second away from exploding, and I'm like, no way, I'm not mad, even though she's clearly the angriest person alive. Ophelia's just vibing in peace. She's grinning hard with her heart practically bursting because she actually got to munch the MC's cookies, and yeah, she's absolutely winning. Night drops and the castle party kicks off. Everyone is ready to celebrate as they finally defeat the Lord of Beasts. This Count is out here, playing the ultimate hype man like it's his job. The hall's decked out like a royal battlefield, chandeliers blazing everywhere, like that's where all the money vanished. Yeah, everyone's busy stuffing their faces and sipping drinks, but Yuki's just staring like he's about to pull off something way bigger. The party's roaring nonstop, but our boy is seconds away from vanishing into thin air. He slips out into the hallway, while the rest of the crew is getting completely wasted. The security's basically asleep right now, because the guards are probably 5 beers deep. Yuki storms into the woods and unleashes a summon lord of Nosferatu. Look at this absolute unit, part Gundam, part Beetle, straight up rolling up to the club like a walking tank. He's using it to blast back to Fira village at Mach speed, like the sky itself can't keep up. And he snaps Iris right to his side. She's a little windblown, but hey, her outfit made it through the teleport this time. Progress. They finally crash into the village ruins. Everything looks wrecked and crumbling, but the memories still hit like they happened yesterday. A cloud of bats swoops in to greet them, Yuki's loyal familiars, acting like a loud, fearless welcome crew. Yuki drags Iris over to the other comrades, and it's wild. Even the bats sniff out how close she is to the masters she carries. They hang over the ruins, staring out in silence, quiet, breathtaking, like the world just held its breath. They spot an ancient tree right in the village square, and everyone swears it's legendary. Iris pauses because she can still feel it. This is the very spot where her dad dropped to the moment and proposed to her mom. Then we get a flashback to her dad, Lyle. This man proposed like it was his day job at least 50 times, until she finally said yes, pure stubborn determination, a straight-up Chad who never once took an L. Iris stares at her pendant, steals her resolve, and decides she'll follow its example. She locks onto her target and goes for it. Yuki just stands there, lost in thought like he's hunting for his next stash of dried seafood. Iris steps in and closes the distance fast. This height gap is making it look straight out of a shoujo manga panel. Please be my bride, she begs, and then she finally goes for it, dropping that B word like it's a punch to the heart. Yuki just grins and goes, yeah, I know, bro, and seriously, that's the most savage hands-off comeback ever. He tells her point blank he'll never leave her behind, and he's basically sealing the contract in the same breath. But then he blurts out that she's precious family, like he's staking claim to them, only for it to hit even harder than what he said about the friend's own family. Iris is smiling anyway, but girl, you still gotta earn that family title. Yuki warns that she's too unpredictable to be left alone, and he basically jokes that this means he's her babysitter forever. She vows she'll become a proper lady, because she wants him to finally see her as a woman, and the grind never, ever lets up. Another brutal flashback hits, her dad, stepping up like he owned the world, because this man was the king of proposals. Yuki watches her bolt around the village, and for a moment she's just a kid again. He calls the Lord of Nosferatu back again, and bolts before anyone realizes they're gone. He lets her linger a little longer so she can wander on her own, real class, straight-up gentleman. Iris barrels through the ruins, hope blazing in her chest. They slip back into the castle under the cover of silence, mission accomplished, no questions asked. She beams and thanks him for an amazing day, like this perfect ending was the cherry on top of a perfect date. But hold up, Yuki spots something fast, and when she looks down, her hands are caked in dirt. He's completely lost. She was just wandering around, so why is she digging like she's hunting for something? The very next day, Yuki rockets back to the village, ready to dig into the mystery. He digs into the dirt and uncovers a stone tablet half buried in the earth. It goes like this: my lord and Alice Carmine are engaged right here. And she doesn't just announce it, she carves the engagement into solid rock. Yeah, she's absolutely her father's daughter. The level of down bad runs in the blood, generation after generation. Yuki just shrugs it off with a laugh and leaves it there for the bats to stand watch. He's totally satisfied with the whole trip. He got to see the village for himself and confirm it. His princess is absolutely, ridiculously in love with him. All right, let's bounce back to the capital and hunt for the next disaster. Stay cultured, boys. Yo, what is up, my cultured kings and absolute deans? Your boy's back with another banger, because our MC is finally leveling up after dragging his crew through a literal war zone, and now we're rolling back to the capital where the vibes are immaculate, with two top-tier wafers right there beside him. First, we gotta bid farewell to the local talent. Just look at Natasha and Ophelia waving goodbye like it's the end of an era, because leaving assets like that behind is straight-up criminal, yet the grind never stops for a man of culture. Alright, seriously, take in that pure waifu energy. I'd bet you $10 that you can meet their eyes for over 5 seconds without instantly looking down, but yeah, we all know you're down bad. Odette S over here trying to play it cool and professional with those tall boots, but we all know she's secretly glowing because she's finally in the MC's exclusive club. She's been officially pulled into the Yuki faction, and honestly, can you blame her? The girls are already celebrating like they just hit the jackpot, because now they get to keep hanging out with our boy. This is basically a harem forming in real time, and I'm absolutely living for the cinematic chaos. Back at the capital, our MC's trying to dodge work with the oldest scam in the book. He's faking sickness. He's straight up hiding from the king by claiming his stomach hurts like, come on, that's peak beta energy. But Martha, the resident mommy, won't have it. Look at those twin tails and try not to crack up. I'm not mad, I'm just giving the disappointed face, mommy. She snaps him in 4K on the spot because she clocks him as a full-on fraud the second he plays sick. Then bro's like, yeah, I'm done, and drops the act, because you can't fake it in front of a woman this cultured. To smooth things over, he whips out hand cream he grabbed as a souvenir, because this guy S got that accidental riz, buying gifts for the help just to stay right in her good graces. Martha's absolutely loving it, gushing about how smooth her fingers feel now. Meanwhile, that tiny fox girl darts over to my jumps for head pets, because every once in a while the MCs. Our boy is still whining about having to trudge to the palace just to meet the king. He wants to grab the loot and stay home like a real gamer, but plot doesn't care what you want when you're the main character. Martha presses him with a harsh truth. NPCs get jealous if you don't flex your achievements, so if he refuses to go, the crowd starts glazing on the surface, but poisoning the vibe, assuming he's running shady stuff behind the scenes. He finally gets it. The king isn't looking for a hero. He's using him as PR bait to prove the kingdom has talent. And yep, it's one massive political chess match, and our boy is the star piece everyone's trying to move. Then he hits her with the smoothest line of the century and tells Martha to meet him at the palace, because yeah, he's seriously inviting his maid to a royal audience like an absolute Chad. He tells her it's because she's the one who guards the place he comes back to. Listen, this man's riz is unreal. he's got that maid blushing like she just combusted. Martha is left speechless by how boldly this guy swings his charm. She's already got her reward just for hearing him, but trust me, she's still jumping right in and staying glued to his side. Now it's time to head to the big house, because today the royal palace is dressed to impress, announcing the arrival of Baron Glossaria's son and the Duchess's daughter like it's a royal celebration. Check out the walk-in guys. Those sky-high boots on Odette are hauling the culture on full blast, and we're marching into the throne room like we own the place. Odette is serving total noble candy energy, while our MC is scrambling to pretend he even belongs in that room, because the tension is snapping and the swagger is absolutely dripping. The Peanut Gallery NPCs are already whispering that these two are only 13, and they're pulling off more than most adults ever could. The tension in the room is sharp, and I'm loving every second. There he is, the king himself, gliding into his massive throne room, eyes locked on the fresh talent sprouting across his kingdom, and now it's time to kick off the official glaze session. This room is massive, like, how do people even cross this without losing their soul? And imagine getting dragged through all that just to hear, nice job. Meanwhile, my lazy butt would have begged for a Zoom call on the spot. And hey, look who's right there next to Queen Princess Iris, looking like an absolute goddess today. Standing beside her is Prince Cain, and for once, he actually looks like a decent guy. Our duo drops to one knee, because even if you're god tier, you still gotta respect the crown. Now it's time for the king to hand out some serious rewards. The king tells them to lift their heads, and you can tell, the look on his face says it all. He's impressed. He never gets to watch kids this savage at the game every day. He starts lavishing Yuki with praise for his massive contributions in the Torius territory, straight up, like getting a 5-star review from the highest authority in the whole land. We get a blazing flashback. Our MC utterly stomps that Lord Beast, then burns through so much mana he can barely move, which is basically the purest definition of clutching a 1v9. The king finally realizes that without Yuki, the whole territory would have been wiped out, so now he's ready to hit the best part, the rewards. Prince Cain strides up and declares the Magic Guild has picked Yuki as a C-rank mage. Only problem is, she's 13, so this jump is basically unheard of. They even bring up the Lord, how he smashed that ancient relic, and meanwhile the kingdom just raked in some seriously high-tech wins from our boys, hard work. Now the king slams him with a choice, boost his dad's baronial house and rise with it, or break off and forge a brand new house of his own, because this decision is a life-tilting moment. Yuki pauses for a breath, and you can practically see the ideas clicking into place. So what's the move? Go all in on a wild new house, or play it safe with a family buff? He glances at his family NPCs. Every one of them beams like they're thrilled to exist, and he's honestly just relieved he's finally off the hook for the MC's snacks. He upgrades his family's house into a Viscount house, absolute bro energy, so his whole family shoots up rich and powerful, not just him. The king basically goes, you want it, it's yours, no doubts, no delays, and drops a royal decree on the spot. So yeah, it's official. Baron George is about to level up to a Viscount, and the Glossaria family is moving into the gated community's boys' mansion. Princess Iris stands there, beaming like she just claimed victory, because she can read it in his eyes. She picked a winner, and the chemistry is absolutely exploding right now, folks. While the other nobles are clapping, you can still hear the haters booing. Some old geezer snarls that he's an upstart, but yeah, keep seething, grandpa, your era's done. Yuki clocks the jealousy instantly, and he won't let his guard down, because once you're at the top, everybody's waiting for you to trip. All right, Det's turn at last. Prince Cain calls her out for steering the familiars and helping bring down the beast, and the praise finally comes pouring in. She gets tapped for the quasi-C rank mage spot. No, it's not the full C rank like our boy, but it's still a massive leap from being a total NPC. Her eyes are literally popping out of her skull. She totally didn't see this much credit coming, and the whole thing is kind of adorable watching her get this rattled. The palace blows up in applause once more, and yeah, maybe it's all staged, but the energy still hits like a thunderclap. MC is honestly over the moon for her. It's a real treat to see him ditch the whole beta energy and actually hype up his teammates' win on. They don't just win some fancy titles. No, they walk away with a mountain of gold and the power to guard the palace where Iris lives, and bro just snagged a mansion right next to his favorite princess. Absolute win. Against all odds, the audience sails through without a single big twist, and that's basically a miracle in stories like this, because an assassin should have burst out already. But the prince isn't finished. He drags the squad into a private room and calls for some real talk, because the second the tea spills, the lore is about to hit hard. Yo, this is the Elite Four: Yuki, Odette, Iris, and Cain. This is where the real story kicks into high gear, so lock in, homies. Prince Cain unleashes the bombshell. Every ancient item in the world is about to have its seal shattered, and that means the world's superweapons are about to wake up. The girls wear worried faces, and it's for a reason they can't ignore. If every ancient relic starts up again, the balance of power across the entire world is about to get smashed into pieces and flipped on its head. They dug up hard intel in the enemy hideout, and it screamed one thing: the bad guys already know. You can bet they're already lining up their own stash of culture and weapons. Cain admits their kingdom isn't sitting on a vault of ancient relics at all. Right now they're basically showing up with a knife, while the other side brings a nuke. If the ruins of the Elysium Temple still have a stash of these items, the kingdom is basically doomed, because the air in that room is so tense you could slice it like steel. And Yuki's been chewing on it too. He's not just good-looking, his huge brain is grinding overtime like it's got a deadline. He's convinced that after the Great War, the survivors bolted north with every scrap of good loot and built an empire. So long they've been camping on the best gear for centuries. Back then those items were locked away so they couldn't wreck the world, but now the seals are cracking and the endgame is wide open. Picture these chains ripping apart and that ancient power roaring back into the world. Yeah, it's gonna be absolute chaos. If they don't move right now, that enemy is going to surge into a power so brutal it could erase them from the map. Straight up endgame boss energy. Our boy S locked in dead serious, because he knows he's the only one with enough plot armor to survive this kind of disaster. The War of the Eight came to a brutal standstill, no victor, just shattered weapons, and now they're about to rematch with fresh health bars. But Kane's not just sitting there looking pretty, he's got a countermeasure and a plan to save them all. The squad's locked in, hanging on every word, so tell me, Prince, what's the play to keep us from getting wiped out by those ancient laser beams? He's rallying the whole magic guild to storm Elysium, like a full-blown dungeon raid, so they can snatch the loot before the bad guys get there. They're ripping the limits off. Normally you're capped at the 4th floor, but now they're hauling everyone all the way down to the bottom, where the danger drops into a literal abyss. Iris and Odette are freaking out, because plunging into the deepest level of Elysium is basically a death wish for most people, but for our MC, that's just another Tuesday. He's chasing undiscovered ancient magic and hidden artifacts to finally level the playing field, and every second counts, because the stakes are absolutely brutal. Yuki realizes this isn't a joke anymore. He wanted a vacation, but instead he's getting shoved into a mission meant to save the entire world. Cracking open the dungeon for everyone basically turbocharges your odds of stumbling into legendary legacies, like a giant, server-wide event where the top-tier rewards are actually on the table. The guild's hunger for success is about to explode. Every single member is craving that ancient loot, and the insane rewards that tag along with it. Odette's still freaking out because Elysium is infamous for being deadly, and she's got that "I'm way too young to die" vibe. Honestly, can you blame her? Cain lays it out. Teams are forming, and this isn't some send in NPCs and watch them drop plan. They're grouping everyone into squads. And here's the kicker: C-rank mages and hired muscle will be the ones leading the charge, and Yuki finally figures out why he got promoted so damn fast. He stares at Cain like, "So you really played me, huh?" And Cain didn't just snag the title, he grabbed it so he'd be shoved into the most dangerous mission in history. Cain just slides it to him like, "I'm the prince, deal with it," and grins, and honestly, that's some full-on Gigached energy for planning all the way ahead. He straight up asks Yuki to take the lead on the exploration team. Right here, the MC finally steps into his destiny and accepts it. A long, gut-wrenching silence hangs in the air, and you can practically feel the tension cracking through the room as everyone holds their breath for his answer. He just freezes, eyes locked on the prince's hand, so is he about to grab it or tell the prince to kick rocks? He flashes a tiny smirk like, "Yeah, I'm in," and you already know he's craving that adventure, especially when rare magic is on the line. He signs on the dotted line sealed. That's the deal. And just like that, our guy is officially the Suicide Squad's leader. All right, let's go. Cain can't believe he said yes that fast. He fully expected to crank up the gold or throw in another waifu just to lock the deal. The girls don't even blink. They already know Yuki's a total sucker for ancient relics and power-ups, like some loot goblin trapped in a noble's fancy suit. Cain hits him with the truth. This road is going to be pure danger. He offers one final out, but our guy doesn't even know the meaning of quit. He insists it's totally fine because your request genuinely hooks him. Look at him, acting all cute and innocent, but yeah, he's plotting something. He's determined to uncover what the ancient civilization was really trying to pull off, because hey, he's a guy of science, culture, and relentless curiosity. He thinks they're chasing a way to boost humanity, and if he gets lucky, he might stumble onto the secret of immortality. Now we're talking. He stares at the lords like they're living evidence. Back then, they were crafting massive mechs and engineering super soldiers to blow past every human limit. Driving monsters insane, they blasted through the sky like they owned the place, because back then, these guys weren't playing the same game at all. He's pretty sure those people weren't heroes at all. They were just terrified folks who begged to stay alive, and yeah, same. If you're a real cultured man, you don't dream small, you chase immortality. But yeah, that's his own hunch, so he's clamping down and keeping every card locked tight for now. If he gets his hands on that immortality magic, Iris and Martha won't just survive, they'll live forever, and Bro's basically trying to forge a permanent, never-aging harem. That's not just a plan, that's absolute cinema. It's his shot to snag more goodies and crank his title even higher. He's playing the long game, and the rewards are looking straight up delicious. And yeah, he's dead set on tracking down relics that make life way easier, like a magical Roomba or an auto cooker would absolutely be at the top of his wish list. Kane still can't shake the feeling that he agreed way too fast, but whatever, deal's a deal, the mission's blazing ahead, and the next chapter is about to get absolutely insane.